Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A lone traveler imagines a peaceful world as he journeys through a golden field. Seol stands ready to confront two monstrous dragons, his spear crackling with energy. For 17 years, the speaker has pursued this dream relentlessly. An empty convenience store with plastic chairs and tables sits quietly outside. He closely examines a bottle, scanning it carefully with his phone. Hesitantly, Seol hands over his card to pay 15,000 won at the counter. With no stable career and limited options, he quietly survives by working part-time at convenience stores. Seol stands tensely behind the counter as two people tease him about dating someone. He reflects somberly on his quiet, repetitive daily life. For 17 years, the protagonist has been haunted every night by the same recurring dream. The dream has persisted unchanged for all 17 years. After a long day, the exhausted protagonist lies on his bed, reflecting on the stressful work he just finished. He thinks about living a difficult, unfulfilling life in a small, shabby room without a decent job. Lying on his back, he catches his breath while pondering the significance of his dream. The protagonist recalls first experiencing the dream in nursery. Stunned and alone, he finds himself swirling in a star-filled realm, trying to make sense of his new surroundings. A disoriented figure awakens in a surreal cosmic landscape, confused by the unfamiliar environment. A boy stands in awe before a massive magical castle appearing in his dream. Bewildered, the boy steps through a golden doorway into a mysterious, mist-filled place. A woman wearing a fox mask approaches and guides the newcomer. Masked guests fill a grand banquet hall as the masked woman enters. A masked figure prepares to start a dangerous game by rolling the dice. Masked figures select their champions eagerly around a glowing map table as a newcomer's arrival is announced. Suddenly, the protagonist finds himself in an adult body, dressed in formal clothes and a mask, questioning his transformation and surroundings. A masked figure in a suit invites someone to sit, blurring dream and reality. When asked his name, the uneasy newcomer responds with his nickname, claiming the title, Snowman. The masked figure sits before a magical, icy table. The masked figure commands participants to reveal the piece they intend to move. Startled by the revelation, he realizes he has been unexpectedly entered into the game. A character selection screen prompts the protagonist to choose a job and attribute for their piece. A hand selects the frost attribute, and the mage job on the glowing panel. A stunned young man watches as a magical figure bursts into being in a flash of light. A masked man in a suit raises a flaming hand, signaling the start of the challenge. A hand releases a glowing die, commencing the supernatural game. Masked men confidently face the armored beast as the tense game nears completion. Desperation grows as one fighter urgently urges another to roll the dice before being overwhelmed. Seol hesitates before rolling the large die, forced into a tense decision. A countdown begins, displaying 4 urgent tactical response options. He decisively selects the third option to immobilize Sharpthorn's foot with frost magic. A mage channels energy through his glowing staff, causing floating crystal shards to appear. A sword crashes into the ground, unleashing a violent energy surge. Powerful ice magic erupts as blue energy and ice crystals surge massively. A blast of blue magic strikes the armored reptilian enemy, shifting the battle's tide. Raising a glowing magical die, a masked figure seizes control. The character launches into action with determination. A heavily armored knight delivers a powerful sword strike against a monstrous creature. A spiked monster bursts from the ground as the armored figure braces for combat. A victory message appears as the group celebrates defeating the Sharpthorn chief. Seated on a throne, a masked figure announces the adventure's end to the unseen audience. A masked player is astonished by the game's unpredictable complexity and thrilling possibilities. The narrator explains that many choices allow limitless combinations of attributes and jobs. A masked figure eagerly invites Seol to join their group again tomorrow, surprising him. Renewed determination fills the protagonist as he decides to accept these strange circumstances and move forward. Each night, the protagonist escapes into the world of eternity among mysterious beings, though no one else believes his experiences. An angry outburst is directed at someone near the nursery building. Someone questions how one can repeatedly dream the same dream and interact with the same group every night as a portrait of Seol hangs on the wall. One boy warns another not to associate with their isolated classmate, heightening group tension. The narrator recalls sharing this story with friends at the nursery. The boy stands alone in the hallway, realizing no one believes him. Shunned and isolated for speaking of unbelievable things, the boy endures loneliness as his strange dream persists. Fatigue overwhelms the protagonist as he struggles to get up and prepare for the next task. Lying beneath the stars, he wonders if everyone has already gathered at his secret refuge. He slips seamlessly into the dream world and faces the enchanted castle. Seol enters the room and is warmly greeted by 2 people who have awaited him. Sitting uneasily at the glowing table, Seol faces masked figures challenging his promise to play with them. A resigned voice admits this is the only place left to be. A figure in a long coat and fox mask hesitates in space, fearing uncovering the truth about the 5 mysterious masks might end the dreams. In a snowy dreamscape, the protagonist fondly recalls how the game world became everything after meeting Sir Snowman. A commanding voice demands silence, abruptly halting the conversation. A masked figure announces Sir Snowman will undertake a solo adventure due to the Great Sage's last mission. A group gathers around a glowing table, determined to finally achieve ascension after many attempts. A stone staircase rising toward the sky marks the beginning of the final ascent in the world of eternity. After 17 years mastering the world of eternity, the protagonist proudly stands before legendary characters he created, recognized as their idol. The world of eternity comes to its final end. A notice announces the trial version's end as an ethereal figure rises from a magical pool, casting doubt on the dream world's continuation. 3 figures gather before a glowing constellation, determined to achieve ascension on the final day. A fiery glowing pawn appears, symbolizing 17 years of strategic growth. A masked figure announces the trial version's end and the official service's beginning, signaling their long-held dream's realization. The masked figure urges reclaiming lost power and plotting revenge against enemies. Confused by words like divinity and worms, the protagonist sits anxiously trying to understand. Pushing aside doubts, Seal commits to seizing his last chance at ascension. After 17 years and only 9 pieces attempting ascension, Seal climbs the glowing steps determined for his final chance. A crucial die rolls across the board as everything hangs in the balance. A massive 20-sided die lands on one, signaling disaster. Mana backfires violently during ascension, causing severe shock. A cloaked figure charges up shattered stairs, forcing through swirling dark energy. A boot slams down, shattering a blade beneath it. Desperately, Seal reaches upward through dark flames as a glowing staff falls from the shattered platform. A character cries out in despair, protesting what is happening. Ascension failure is declared. 2 masked figures solemnly acknowledge their 10th attempt has failed. Seal braces as 2 massive blades threaten him. Determined, he steels himself to try again. A critical choice appears, asking whether to abandon Milan's adventure. Seal plummets helplessly through the void, engulfed by despair. Over a collapsed figure, the protagonist faces a glowing prompt to help or walk away. A hand selects yes, after failing ascension until the last day. The adventure concludes as he prepares to forge a new path forward. Seal sits slumped as masked figures reassure him after his exhausting ascension attempt. He admits failure to break through despite his efforts. A masked figure leaves the empty round table, marking an era's end. A sudden energy explosion shatters the darkness. Seal's eyes widen in shock as he realizes something. Seal wakes, confused by the unfamiliar, star-filled sky. Cosmic scenes unfold as someone reflects on what seemed like the end. A burst of light signals the protagonist's arrival. Seal anxiously scans surroundings, tense and sweating at a potential threat. Stepping into a grand hall, Seal confronts a powerful assembled group. The group glares, furious at a deceiving enemy. He realizes everything was manipulated until he became a mere game piece. A lone figure questions why he has returned to a dreamlike world he thought ended. The protagonist enters dramatically, drawing attention. Seal scans the area anxiously, preparing for danger. He steps through the grand doorway to face the mysterious group inside. A masked figure commands his group to chase the target. The electronic collar around Seal's neck shatters, leaving him stunned. Electricity engulfs his body as he screams in agony. A surge of glowing yellow energy burns his neck, causing agonized clutching. A furious unseen presence lashes out in outrage for disrupting the heavens. Masked figures close in, declaring intent to kill for deceiving the gods. He freezes, stunned by the shocking words overheard. A stranger seizes Seal by the neck, restraining him with crackling golden energy. A masked figure threatens imminent death, crackling with yellow energy, flanked by 2 menacing masked allies. Overwhelmed by fear, Seal clutches his neck, fearing death. Someone questions if they truly agreed to the situation. A masked attacker lifts Seal with crackling yellow energy as others close in. Seal boldly steps into the mist as others watch silently. A masked attacker seizes Seal's throat, unleashing glowing energy. Amid the storm, suspicions spark as one accuses another of deception, increasing tension. A masked young man steps forward, urging calm as a blue aura flares behind him. Seal struggles with the glowing cord around his neck, wondering if help has arrived. A masked man denounces violence and filth before a cosmic backdrop, asserting authority. A man demands sending someone back as tension rises in the misty chamber. 3 masked figures confront someone with shock and anger over an unbelievable statement. A masked figure challenges the group, reminding them of the day's significance and questioning their guilt. Seal steps forward, facing a tense standoff under the night sky. A masked figure declares the harvest start, alarming 2 shocked onlookers about sending the man back. He resolutely affirms his decision. A masked figure ominously predicts his target's imminent death as a sacrifice where their dream began. Shocked, Seal clutches a glowing yellow object in panic. Seal is violently knocked down amid crackling energy and debris. Masked figures confront someone lying on the ground as glowing energy swirls beneath a starry sky. A masked man threatens his opponent with crackling golden energy while pointing downward. Enduring electrocution and choking, Seal realizes he has been betrayed. Seal reacts in shock upon hearing a tense question about Snowman. He recoils, gripping the glowing collar, and realizing he alone hears the mysterious voice. Startled, Seal spins as yellow energy crackles at his neck responding to the voice. The masked young man confronts the group, urging them to listen before revealing critical information. A tense announcement warns the familiar world will merge with another, isolating a boy as change begins. Surrounded by crackling energy, Seol reels in shock, realizing two worlds are merging. The gods restored their power by choosing madness over faith, unleashing destruction upon the city. Amid burning rubble, Seol clashes fiercely with his opponent in a desperate battle. During a tense standoff, the protagonist faces a grim ultimatum regarding the snowman's fate. A masked figure ominously announces the final challenge's start, urging gathering madness to aid his failed ascension. Kneeling and sweating, the protagonist despairs over repeated failures and questions achieving ascension. A masked man wishes the central figure luck as an important moment approaches. Someone expresses hope for a future reunion before departing. A glowing hand reaches toward him, bursting light as he recoils in shock. Suspended in midair, Seol confronts a powerful white-haired figure as energy swirls above the city. Masked figures prepare to torment their captive, spinning him around in distress. A hand charged with energy channels mysterious power into the darkness. Helplessly, Seol tumbles through the air amid swirling debris. Three people watch as another falls helplessly into the darkness below. Masked figures encircle the protagonist as a sinister ritual commences under eerie blue flames. A masked figure formally addresses the gathered gods before a cosmic backdrop. A surge of chaotic energy erupts, tearing through the darkness. Struggling through pain, he pushes himself up from the ground. Clutching his neck, he realizes he survived and feels immense relief. He grows tense as a suspicion is confirmed. A fox-masked figure stands before 5 glowing masks, revealing the god's tangible existence. Disoriented in complete darkness, Seol anxiously tries to understand his unfamiliar surroundings. Suddenly, Seol realizes he has been transported into his dream's world. Bewildered, the figure discovers he is inside a game world as mysterious text appears. He realizes he has entered Pandia, the setting of the world of eternity. A blinding light engulfs him as glowing words announce his arrival in a new world. Startled, Seol raises his hands defensively as something unexpected occurs. Seol watches in shock as the tower erupts with blinding light. He recognizes he has entered the world of eternity, and takes in his new surroundings. Seol realizes over 7 billion people have entered the world and reacts in disbelief. A glowing message informs him of transport to the character setup zone. Seol stands in awe as golden light and floating symbols materialize before him. A prompt directs figures to set abilities before the first adventure begins. He realizes people from his world are appearing in the world of eternity, confirming the world's merge. A masked figure announces today the known world will merge with the world of eternity. The protagonist urgently acknowledges the truth and urges everyone to think carefully. In shock, he realizes the game he has played is actually real. Tension rises as the announcement breaks the silence. Overwhelmed, Seol clutches his head in distress under the harsh spotlight. A masked figure threatens an opponent with deadly intent. He questions his self-worth, recalling he once saw the world as others did. Doubt grows as someone urgently questions if they've crossed a line. A furious character confronts betrayal and rejection after learning the truth of deception. A withdrawn boy stands alone, excluded by others. 3 masked figures symbolize another painful betrayal. Under the starry sky, Seol questions the burden of his humanity. He glares fiercely at the gods, demanding the right to be angry with them. Someone mentally prepares for a crucial moment as anticipation builds. The determined character presses the glowing result button, vowing to improve. A mystical notification appears as the character setup finishes, promising to become the ultimate 31st piece. He unleashes a surge of glowing energy, preparing to act. A magical parchment announces Snowman's merging with the world of eternity, signaling a major shift. The narrative explains the world of eternity functions like an RPG on a game board. A lone figure reflects on how social class and character settings determine fate in the game world. Realizing death means permanent failure, he resolves to create a flawless character to ascend risk-free. A character reviews extensive options for choosing and specializing in multiple classes. Seol sits alone at the round table, determined to win without assistance. The protagonist reflects on an unexplored class whose purpose remained unclear. He selects Summoner under Mage, chooses Shadow attribute, invests all points in Wisdom, and picks Cooking and Perception talents. Considering the Summoner and Shadow attribute combination, he ponders creating a new reaction. A character presses the glowing Confirm button to finalize their chosen nickname. A new title appears as the character is transported into Pandia's world. Seol silently gathers magical energy as a powerful aura builds around him. Studying a glowing quest scroll, he learns his first mission is to survive deadly traps in ancient ruins within 6 minutes. The mission scroll warns the first adventure in the ruins of the Forgotten Moon is lethal and time-limited. He recalls the significance of the ruins of the Forgotten Moon. Standing before the ruined temple, he recalls how new users began adventures there. He remembers the ordeal was farcical, forcing him to endure relentless damage. Assessing a perilous corridor, he realizes lacking trap removal skills severely hinders him. The character examines a parchment detailing their Shadow Summoner class, abilities, and stats. Seol readies himself for the difficult task under the night sky. Standing alone, he regrets choosing his class as he surveys dangerous surroundings. Standing beneath the cold sky, he accepts being drawn into the game's scheme. Realizing loss of control, the character grows anxious about his uncertain situation. A cloaked figure approaches the ancient door at the ruins entrance. Faced with the ruins, he must choose between door or lever to proceed. Seol jolts in surprise as a glowing notification panel appears. He examines the menu and carefully considers how to open the massive stone door. Grasping his glowing sword, he feels relieved the rules remain unchanged from trial to official. After assessing, Seol resolves to move forward with new determination. Methodically, Seol operates the left lever and prepares to pull the right, following his routine. A hand grips a cylindrical rod as memories and decisions weigh on the character. The massive stone gate opens with an energy surge as the speaker expresses confidence. Seol steps through the dark doorway, holding his glowing staff. Sensing danger, he hesitates before peering into the shadowy corridor. Cautiously, Seol explores the dim hallway. He faces a magical message offering 6 tile options as he prepares for the first trial. He recalls confronting the ruins of the Forgotten Moon's first trial. Carefully, he studies the order sheet and prepares to cross symbol-marked tiles, aware that mistakes are deadly. A deadly trap activates, flinging him through the air amid flying debris. Standing at a high ledge's edge, he knows one mistake could cost his life. Confidently reviewing the glowing list, he relies on knowledge of talents and hidden choices. A man focuses intently on a glowing crystal, reflecting on memories. He studies a clue about a password written before the trial. Unable to understand ancient inscriptions, he acknowledges lacking the needed skills. He reassures himself he recalls essential password parts. Contemplating a celestial allegory, he sees images of lion, sheep, wolf, and moon in the night sky. He analyzes the puzzle, recalling the order to step lion, wolf, moon, then sheep tiles. Standing alone, he reassures himself that maintaining order ensures safety. Studying animal symbols on the floor, he searches for clues. Bracing himself, he charges forward with determination. His foot slams onto cracked wood as he steps forward. Using his staff, he cautiously tests a rune-covered tile, ready for traps. Stepping firmly on a rune-marked floor, he activates a mysterious sigil. Seol channels magic through his staff in the ruined hall. Confident, he agrees to proceed. Seol charges across the fractured floor amid energy bursts. He cautiously tests trap-engraved floor as he advances in the shadowy corridor. Smirking, Seol revels in his easy accomplishment. The first trial is flawlessly cleared, upgrading the copper chest to iron and allowing adventure continuation. He hesitates, realizing stopping now yields smaller rewards. Resolute, he steps deeper into the shadowy corridor. A cloaked figure approaches the moon ruin entrance. One that greed without limits leads to ruin. Seol surveys from behind a stone wall, gripping his glowing staff. Pausing at the tunnel entrance, he confidently reviews his plan. A torch flares to life, lighting the stone wall. At the torchlit corridor entrance, he prepares to face the second trial's tile trap without tricks. Startled, he sees the hallway is much longer than expected. A scroll reveals strategies for safely crossing a trap-filled tile path. Realizing his lack of skills precludes avoiding traps with hidden choices, he plans accordingly. Suddenly, he notices something unexpected and looks aside in surprise. Peering through a broken window, he is lost in thought. He pulls down his collar, revealing the dark scar left by the thunder mask. A masked figure, flanked by 2 others, raises a glowing hand vowing revenge on enemies. Stepping boldly over a glowing threshold, Seol advances with determination. A foot slams down, signaling a powerful entrance. Seol hesitates, unsure if his memory of the tile sequence is accurate. Cautiously, he ascends a dim staircase gripping a blue flame torch. Sweat slides down Seol's cheek as tension fills the air. He stomps forcefully on the ground, signaling decisive action. A massive energy blast tears through, obliterating everything. Knocked back by red energy, Seol writhes in pain. Staggering against a dungeon wall, he clutches his chest. A mysterious object smokes on cracked, desolate ground. Seol grins excitedly as the situation intensifies. A burst of coins celebrates a 100 madness coin donation. Spectators anxiously comment on the protagonist's difficult situation in digital chat. A surveillance interface monitors unsuspecting targets. A figure rushes upstairs, kicking up dust with each step. A hidden trap slashes Seol's side in the torchlit corridor. Clenching his teeth and glaring ahead, Seol shakes with rage at unseen enemies. He endures painful blows as he pushes forward along a hazardous path. Analyzing colored tiles, he deduces only red tiles are safe to step on. Under pressure, Seol declares his choice by selecting blue. Purposefully, he strides down the dim hallway. Amid chaotic action in a smoky environment, someone mocks a failed attempt. Seol cautiously advances through the corridor, prepared for hidden traps. He realizes a mistake could trigger a deadly ceiling collapse. Even greater dangers lie ahead in a treacherous hallway filled with traps. Tense and anxious, the protagonist plans to escape before danger catches him. Seol charges forward, forcefully kicking off a stone wall. Rushing down a dim staircase, Seol is startled by something unexpected. Unexpectedly, a character accelerates down a hallway, confusing onlookers. He smirks as a crucial realization dawns. He races down the corridor, expertly dodging traps as analysis confirms his success. Analyzing tiles, he searches for repeating patterns to outsmart traps. Seol dashes through a narrow stone doorway, fleeing pursuers. Noticing poorly made traps, he complains in frustration. A notification proclaims the second trial cleared, upgrading the silver reward to gold. A silver box transforms to gold, offering a final selection to conclude the adventure. Hesitating, he realizes choosing a reward means ending the adventure. A clenched fist trembles in tension. Despite injuries, Seol stands firm before the treasure chest. Gripping his broken sword, Seol braces for the next threat in cold dim light. A cloaked figure pauses before a glowing rune-covered door to the Moon Plaza. Glowing runes on the wall issue an ancient warning. Wiping sweat, he scans the area, preparing for confrontation. Facing a crucial choice, he weighs advancing or retreating before a foreboding door. Hesitantly, a hand reaches for a warning notice ahead of a critical choice. Seol presses his glowing hand to the wall, activating his power resolutely. Blue energy erupts from an ancient monolith, shaking the ruins. Confidently, he steps into a glowing, mist-shrouded ancient doorway. Pausing, he silently weighs his next move. A gloved hand grasps a glowing sword as light streams over the blade. A menacing armored knight kneels in a snowy ruined corridor. Power radiates as he focuses, eyes glowing beneath his helmet. A sword slams near his feet, branding his arrogance with darkness. An armored knight blocks the entrance, sword raised against the intruder. The knight raises a glowing sword, threatening decapitation. Returning to a cold, shadowy room, Seol prepares for confrontation. A powerful armored figure surges across the battlefield with a charged attack. A frustrated hand forcefully hurls a die. Two masked individuals slump at a glowing table, exhausted after failing the tutorial boss. Standing ready with glowing die and sword, Seol questions the game's promised difficulty. They struggled to handle the boss in their early encounters. He carefully considers details for the upcoming challenge at the ruin's end. An armored figure spots safety zones to evade Kaluna's attacks. Seol charges forward with determination amid shards and motion lines. A heavily armored figure slams a glowing blue sword into the ground as another stands ready. The knight advances, wielding a blue flame sword for a deadly moonlight attack. The protagonist approaches the boss monster, recalling previous challengers' fates. He examines a parchment listing 5 symbol-marked tiles, preparing to solve a puzzle. Studying patterned tiles, he realizes correct sequencing is key. In the ancient chamber, he notes the tile color and sequence's importance for solving the puzzle. Confirming the sequence matches the first puzzle, he knows it must be followed till the temple's exit. A cloaked figure rushes forward, attacking with a glowing sword. A determined figure stomps, initiating the first move as debris scatters. Stepping on a glowing red lian tile, Seol activates its effect. An armored figure charges, channeling energy as tile rolls emerge. Red tiles weaken Kaluna's moonlight barrier as Seol confronts the knight. Rushing forward, Seol realizes Kaluna weakens as moonlight fades, preparing his next move. A figure stomps on a red wolf insignia, declaring the red wolf and red moon. Seol leaps and strikes a knight with a mop, shattering ground as mist swirls. He takes advantage as his opponent's movements slow in the fierce fight. Quickly realizing red tile effects only stack thrice, he plans accordingly. Stepping on a ram's head tile, he readies for the next challenge. A fierce battle erupts as he confronts the armored opponent amid energy surges. Armored and resolute, he braces against a devastating fiery attack. Black tiles activate a device that harms Kaluna. The armored figure withstands the blast, forcing red tiles reused to lower moonlight before another strike. Seol analyzes strategy as the knight struggles despite a weakened barrier. An armored figure confronts the invader, preparing to defend with sword. Realizing the deadly moonlight slash is imminent, Seol tenses. Channeling energy, Seol strikes with a devastating glowing sword attack. A lone figure releases a blinding blue explosion that shatters the ground. He struggles to survive the brutal high-difficulty tutorial conditions. Bracing and infused with moonlight, he survives the attack. Standing on a blue tile, he realizes it's the key to avoid instant death. Charging onto the rune-marked floor, he becomes the first to enter the final trial. A hooded figure steps on a red tile, disrupting the opponent's moonlight power. An armored figure swings a large sword in a desperate attack. Steadfast in falling snow, Seol's eyes show determination. Someone questions the motives behind these extreme actions. A 20-sided die lands on 8, leaving the outcome uncertain. Leaning over a glowing table, he questions the game's purpose as the die floats. A masked man questions the protagonist's choice to clear Kaluna's challenge amid tense tension. A masked character reveals their group's perfect strategy to avoid Kaluna due to his slowdowns on red tiles. Seol realizes black tiles cause minor harm but trigger deadly responses, risking his entire team. He hesitates as he begins explaining. A white-cloaked armored figure reels as blazing sword strikes his head. Cautiously, Seol tests a dragon emblazoned tile for danger. Radiant energy floods the scene as he affirms his chosen path. Broken weapon fragments scatter across the empty ground before a pedestal. Bloodied and exhausted, Seol struggles to catch his breath after battle. Brandishing a glowing sword, Seol delivers a fierce warning amid ancient ruins. A heavily armored warrior crashes into a defender, absorbing the full attack. With determination, he lunges forward and unleashes a powerful skill. An armored foe charges as Seol braces for counterattack. A gloved hand slams to the ground, releasing powerful energy. A sword shatters near the armored character's feet, leaving them stunned. Time running out, the protagonist braces for the challenge's final moments. Charging forward amid blue energy, Seol faces a looming threat. An armored figure channels blue energy, slamming a sword into the ground for a powerful attack. Moonlight effects damage the knight, while boosting agility until defeat. A helmeted warrior unleashes the notorious Moonlight Slash. A white-haired knight launches a fierce glowing attack, Seol readies to counter. Seol plans to slow his opponent by stepping on a red tile. Swiftly raising a magical shield, he blocks an attack while stepping onto a blue tile. Standing beneath a glowing barrier, Seol prepares to end the confrontation. An armored figure exhales cold air and warns of needed humility. Bracing with his glowing sword, Seol meets Kaluna's final attack. A masked warrior unleashes Moonlight Slash, sending a glowing crescent through battle. Blue energy shards fall as he dodges a lethal attack. Stepping on engraved tiles, he prepares to channel damage toward Kaluna in a trap. Seol smirks confidently, mocking his opponent after a tense exchange. Power surges as two opponents clash beneath a crescent moon with swirling magic. Seol lunges, narrowly dodging while gripping his staff. A desperate armored figure charges into battle. A glowing orb halts the armored figure's advance in shock. A fierce attack slams the protagonist's chest, knocking him back amid a blinding light. Seol shatters the enemy's armor with a powerful strike. Cautiously, Seol approaches the wounded armored figure in snowy terrain. Bloodied and exhausted, he struggles to breathe in the cold air. Kneeling in defeat and covered in blood, the wounded figure admits mission failure. Seol is suddenly struck from behind, stumbling in agony. A wounded figure collapses beside a shattered sword as a cloaked observer stands nearby. Seol breaks through the ruin's last gate, exhausted but relieved. Defeating his opponent, the protagonist triggers the reward chest's appearance and upgrades along with new achievements. A masked man questions Seol's choice to directly face Kaluna rather than avoid him. Standing over a fallen enemy with smoking weapon, Seol justifies his actions as necessary. Seol resolves to defeat Kaluna for a pressing reason. Issuing a menacing threat, Seol confidently reaches forward, ready to act. A commanding voice demands immediate action. An armored figure is overwhelmed as black tendrils spread across cracked ground. Gravely injured, the armored figure activates shadow magic, surrounded by dark energy. Dark energy swirls beside Seol as he summons Kaluna's shadow successfully. The summoned shadow fails to replicate Moonlight Slash, performing a weaker full moon slash. The summoning produces a weak shadow, showing only a fraction of original power. Dark energy swirls around Seol, signaling a powerful transformation amid his injuries. The chat explodes with awe as Seol completes a flawless, mistake-free attack. Multiple users enter Snowman's room amid rumors and suspicion of theft. The new hero, Moonlight Knight Kaluna, appears with detailed stats and mysterious presence. Seol calmly assesses the armored opponent's skills during confrontation. Losing much power, the protagonist reflects on his luck in gaining a powerful hero-class summon. He weighs benefits of his shadow summoning ability, while eyeing the glowing treasure chest. The chest bursts open, showering weapons, items, gold, and multiple level-ups. Reviewing stats, the protagonist considers how leveling up affects his abilities. Retained stats are allocated to wisdom to maximize the shadow summoner's potential. After inspecting the Moonlight Sword stats, the protagonist decides to return it to its original owner. The stoic knight equips the glowing Moonlight Sword, gaining new power. He weighs the high cost of independently growing summons versus their long-term value. He acquires the full moon staff and considers the importance of its wisdom stat. Reflecting, the character notes summoning boosts loyalty, charisma, skill growth, resurrection success, and enlightenment, suiting an elite summoner. A hand examines the rare seed of moon, contemplating its hidden power and secret enhancement methods. Seol prepares to claim a new title while examining a glowing staff and floating parchment. Reviewing the parchment, he considers the new title's special benefits. The inspection ends safely as two figures remain inside a magical barrier. Seol confidently prepares to face the next challenge amid magical energy. A portal bursts open between stone pillars, signaling a new adventure's start. A new adventure titled 5 Amicable Brothers is introduced. In Pandia's southern sharp stone mountains, hideous trolls dwell in shadowy wilderness. The Rock Canine tribe is introduced, known for ruling through a blood-stained ritual. Orc leader Jamad the Tyrant is introduced as the antagonist. A deadly mission is assigned: eliminate a Rock Canine leader by any means. With a ticking countdown, he sprints urgently through tall grass toward his goal. Seol calculates reaching the safe zone by morning if he leaves around noon. A cloaked figure pauses in the forest, considering rest rules amid the ongoing adventure. Standing in grass with a glowing staff, the protagonist assesses difficult terrain and guards, preparing for a challenging ascent. Seol examines his glowing staff outdoors, curiosity evident as he pauses to speak. Arriving alone, he wonders why no one else has appeared for the dangerous quest. Steeling himself, he prepares to act quickly before time runs out. A countdown timer shows just 20 minutes and 47 seconds remain. Seol realizes the mounting intensity due to the new time limit. He questions the ambiguous time limit, sensing something unusual. A party death notification appears, alerting the group. Frozen, Seal watches a red warning signaling a party member's death. He discovers he is the only surviving party member. Frantic messages flood the screen, warning of danger and disaster. A guard post in the mountains stands surrounded by smoke after an attack. A tattered green flag flies over the wooden fortress at dusk. Watching from behind barricades, he notes the enemy's use of green flags signals intrigue. Battered figures sit beneath ragged festival flags, revealing the area's poverty. Seal crouches in shadows, tense and alert for his next move. Wounded and exhausted, the protagonist collapses from pain. A gruesome battlefield filled with impaled corpses emerges under a blood-red sky. A wary figure studies enemy attire for clues about their composition. A bloody priest stands wounded. 3 victims are found brutally impaled on a spike. Evaluating a failed team, the protagonist notes better knowledge could have led to success. Resolving to move forward, he dismisses regret. Alone, he crouches beside a wall, analyzing limited strategies. He silently weighs the risks of dangerous strategies. Studying the quest prompt, he considers next actions in the Rock Canine's village. A countdown timer appears as he resolves to tackle the challenge alone. The world of Eternity's future changes based on participants' actions and methods used. A dense shadowy forest sets a tense atmosphere ahead. Seal cautiously enters the shadowy forest, scanning his surroundings. Crouched, he carefully considers his first option. An order is given to attack Rock Canine houses from the bottom up. Overwhelmed, Seal realizes even summoning Kaluna might not ensure safety. Considering a night raid, he moves cautiously, recognizing being alone is ineffective. He searches for information, gripping his staff. He considers which crucial information to seek next. In the shadowy forest, Seal focuses on a crucial mission involving Rock Canine exiles. 5 rugged mountain peaks rise as the Rock Canine tribe's domain is marked on the highest peak. Rival tribes claim other peaks, raising their banners. Minor characters occupy the mountain peaks, setting the adventure's stage. Gripping a tree trunk, he decides to focus on the exiles and begin the adventure. Seal investigates a forest clearing, learning exiles hide at the lowest peak. Carefully advancing, he searches for traces with a glowing mirror. 2 bells tremble in twilight, breaking silence. Spotting a bell trap on a rope bridge, Seal readies his staff. He realizes the magically enhanced bell signals nearby presence. Seal spots a human hiding behind a tree in the dark forest. Alert in the shadowy woods, a figure senses rustling nearby. Cautiously entering grassy area, Seal's hand nears a key at his belt. Slowly approaching with glowing staff, he reassures a frightened person. Nervous creature demands to know if the figure is human. Discovering a hidden hut, the protagonist wonders if someone hid there. A tense standoff unfolds as one warns another to stay away, claiming no harm. Accused of Rock Canine association, a shadowy figure faces a tense decision. Seal grips his staff in the woods, warning someone to stay away. He cautiously approaches a glowing mirror in the forest. Suddenly, a menacing creature emerges from the darkness. Quietly considering news of illness, he plans an appropriate response. Alert in the forest, Seal grips his glowing staff, preparing for threat. An injured hand extends to reveal a severe contagious illness. A creature warns to keep distance due to illness. Menacing figure raises clawed hands and issues hostile warning. Seal faces a decision about responding to the Forsaken One's infection. He steps closer, ignoring warnings about contagion risks. Recoiling in shock, a hooded creature sweats in fear. Seal urges open speech, ready to listen. The creature stares tensely ahead in silence. Lowering his guard, the cloaked figure leads Seal deeper into the forest for private talk. Calmly accepting terms, he makes clear he won't take responsibility for outcomes. Seal cautiously follows the limping cloaked figure through the dark forest. Someone leaves a crowd amid worried and judgmental reactions. Hidden among bushes, someone watches the quiet thatched hut. A storage area is stocked with dried herbs and firewood. A stack of old books is found on a wooden floor. Seal sits in an attic, admitting his interest in books is not unusual. Offered tea, the visitor politely declines, eager to hear a story first. A scarred orc hesitantly asks permission to tell his story. Someone downplays the importance of their actions. A deadly disease once spread from steep rocky mountains, grotesquely afflicting many. As trolls perished, the Rock Canine tribe established strict rules to stop its spread. Diseased individuals are escorted from the village as exiles. Seal hesitantly asks if someone was exiled but receives denial as a diseased arm reaches out. A tusked figure reveals his mother was exiled while pregnant. Rejected due to disease fear, the hooded figure walks away alone. A sick man recounts how disease rumors became reality with a born afflicted child, revealing his mother died harboring resentment, wishing all to vanish. Seal wonders about the true meaning of her words. A shadowy tusked figure ominously reveals a mysterious disease affects the Rock Canine tribe. A menacing intruder steps forward, asserting his presence. Seal anxiously asks if the disease is incurable after studying it. A diseased individual asserts the illness can be cured if ingredients are found. Seal admits failing to find the corpse finger mushroom in the mountains. A worsening disease spreads through bones, preventing reaching cliffs. He steels himself to announce his next move. A tense silence settles as one anxiously asks permission to search. Smiling calmly, the protagonist faces the moment with quiet confidence. Recalling the complex adventure setting, he considers intertwined roles of tribes and leaders. A confident figure proposes a deal to save the troll. A hidden adventure triggers as a golden notification appears. A secluded hut hides among tall grass at forest's edge. A cloaked figure moves resolutely through a sunlit forest. Pausing in quiet forest, exhaustion weighs heavily. Clawed, diseased hands press the wooden floor as a desperate voice speaks. A desperate man offers help for a rare mushroom promise. The side quest begins. Retrieve the mushroom to gain an ally. Quietly moving, the figure anticipates an invaluable helper NPC. A powerful entity's support depends on relationship strength with the piece. Seol sprints through the forest, determined to maximize his side quest. He decides to recruit the Forsaken One to turn the situation around. The sun's warm glow bathes the quiet landscape. Leaning on staff amid cracked ground, Seol struggles for breath. Suddenly alarmed, Seol grips his staff tightly as danger looms. Surveying a rocky plateau at sunset, confusion emerges at emptiness. Nervously confronting a glowing mirror, Seol realizes his risk. Alone with his staff, he reflects on the inevitable failure of Megata's party. Standing at a rocky cliff edge overlooking the forest, magical energy surrounds him as perception activates. Arriving at cliff area, he must choose after failing mushroom search. Collapsing to knees on cracked ground, struggling to recover. Exhausted and defeated, Seol falls to knees clutching glowing staff. Recalling creating the first piece, standing lost in thought. Projection shows entry into world of eternity. Observers react in shock. Rushing to cliff 17 years ago after discovering Forsaken One side quest. Hesitantly reaching out, face tense with anxiety. A bright orange energy blast signals a sudden powerful attack. Reflecting on the past, recognizing the dream's 17-year span, he recalls relentless daily efforts despite exhaustion. Seol surges forward, unleashing passion amid chaos. Remembering how lack of experience hindered piece control. A powerful blast shatters ice across the scene. Sitting, analyzing how the first piece died during side quest mushroom search. Reflecting on caster class weakness making mushroom search near cliff nearly impossible. Hands clenched on desk edge as tension mounts. Mourning a costly mistake, sitting clutching a chair. The halted journey of the piece is announced as the scientist gestures to a glowing screen. Seol stands by the cliff, troubled by lingering painful memories. Waiting before glowing artifact, anticipating a crucial opportunity. Alerted by unexpected noise, quick look-off panel indicates readiness. The cliff edge cracks and begins to collapse. A monstrous claw bursts through wreckage as onlooker recoils in disgust. Seol walks down a cracked path, reflecting on research about the corpse finger mushroom. A mysterious flower emerges from the cliff at twilight. Pausing with bowed head, gripping glowing staff in contemplation. Standing on fractured ground, channeling dark energy as ominous force intensifies. Shadowy hands grip the rocky outcrop as ability activates. Struggling to control power, wondering if success is possible. Massive shadow hand bursts from cracked ground amid struggle to control. The power shatters stone wall with swirling force amid control struggle. Enduring pressure, characters joke about ease if one had a tail. Determined, urging self to focus and finish in one attempt. Shadowy hand pulls mysterious plant from cracked ground. A determined hand tightly grasps a mysterious egg-like object. With effort, hand yanks jagged object free, scattering debris. Launching forward on a flying rock slab, ready for battle ahead. Shadowy hand lunges as he turns, tense and alert. Activating the mysterious flower-like object, reacting with shock and excitement. Sudden light bursts from barren tree branch, capturing attention. Wary figure grips glowing staff as shadowy monstrous hand appears nearby. Startled, protagonist experiences sudden perception activation and a hidden adventure event. New side quest appears. Find someone in Kongori who knows about the mysterious pocket watch. A shining watch hangs from a tree branch's end. Ignoring mocking voices, the protagonist seizes the shadowy claw-like object. A shadowy figure approaches a glowing pocket watch hanging from a barren tree. Someone reacts with confusion to an unexpected situation. Gripping a gold pendant, searching desperately for missing information. A tranquil night sky filled with stars creates a calm scene. A large black cauldron boils over a roaring fire, signaling mysterious brew preparation. Seol sits silently by the fire, lost in thought. Overwhelmed by pressure, sweat drips down his tense face. A battered man wrestles with doubts about trusting another human. Seol recoils in horror at a decayed corpse lying on a bed. A menacing figure in the dim hut threatens everyone to leave with deadly intent. A monstrous figure, in pain from a curse, rages against the rock canine tribe. The monstrous figure delivers a deadly ultimatum to someone before them. Rejecting false hope, the orc focuses on finding disease treatment. The protagonist begins reading books taken from humans defeated by rock canine. Studying his mother's incantation tome, he learns human language and treatment knowledge. Collapsing from exhaustion, Seol weakly reaches for a bowl among scattered syringes. Determined to survive, he resolves to find the cliff-growing rare mushroom before illness worsens. He questions if begging the first person for help was truly his best choice. A startled monster senses disturbance in darkness. On high alert, The protagonist scans for mysterious lights in the forest edge. The monstrous figure recoils, sensing a threat. Sweating and gasping, he staggers through the forest, struggling for breath. Despite worsening illness, he returns through tall grass, clutching mushroom and glowing staff. A tense standoff unfolds as someone offers a glowing flower to the monstrous figure. Seol hesitantly admits the truth, tension on his face. Standing solemnly with glowing staff, Seol watches as a wounded figure kneels in reverence. A battered figure kneels, desperately asking for a name. He stands firm, revealing his identity as Snowman. A mysterious creature hands a glowing object to the protagonist, offering immediate help. A scarred, tusked character silently acknowledges a debt to Snowman as snow falls. A glowing parchment declares adventure complete, announcing the Forsaken One as a reward helper. A solitary hut sits in a smoky clearing at dusk. Seol recovers from rotten branch disease with a permanent vitality increase. The Forsaken One has recovered and sits quietly by the fire as another watches. A tusked character offers assistance and asks what is desired in return. Presented with 4 strategic options, the protagonist considers how best to defeat rock canines with offered help. After losing his party, Seol realizes direct combat is hopeless and considers infiltration. The tusked character contemplates a new strategy near the cauldron. A heavily guarded wooden fortress looms, marked by tattered banners and an armed sentry. 2 armored guards stand watch near the wooden structure. Seol hides behind a tree at dusk, observing 2 armed guards and preparing an ambush. Masked figures carry a sacrificial animal up a torchlit mountain during the Rock Canine's Harvest Festival. Blood pours into a dark basin as the festival's unbreakable rule is revealed. At midnight, the tribe drinks animal blood around a massive cauldron as ritual. A sinister figure hands drugged potions for the cauldron to aid their scheme. Seol anxiously reminds another of a mother's warning while offering a bottle. Somber figure accepts their disappearance, resolving to partially fulfill wishes. A mission screen sets a time-limited objective to sabotage the harvest cauldron before midnight. After the hut burned, Mayo retrieved medicine from ashes to deliver to patients. A mysterious book with many empty pages is introduced. A hand seizes the mysterious book amid tension. Seol reveals his dream of becoming an archaeologist to explore mysteries. A menacing orc-like figure addresses the benefactor amid flames. A grave request is made to punish barbarism using the Star of Intelligence. The system announces a new aid, achievements earned, and a special title granted. Seol receives a magical notice granting an achievement and rapport boosting ability. Seol examines a red potion bottle, preparing to use the nostrum. 2 special potions are explained. Red causes camouflage and disturbance. Blue induces madness and ferocity. Seol carefully opens a vial while holding another liquid-filled one. He rests against the tree at dusk, quietly drinking while holding his staff. Exhausted, he coughs violently as dark energy escapes his mouth. Seol freezes in shock, sensing immediate danger. A shadowy figure writhes in agony amid blood-splattered backdrop. 2 orc-like guards pause in confusion at the gate. 2 guards confront a shadowy figure who left their post early. A distressed muscular figure rushes through woods holding a bag. After drinking camouflage nostrum, the protagonist transforms into a troll to overcome obstacles. Moving past a watchtower at night, he advances toward the cauldron for a secret mission. The group approaches the mountain's middle layer, where the cauldron lies. A grim man climbs stone steps clutching a small sack. The Rock Canines split into 5 warring factions, uniting only against major threats. 5 masked leaders stand together as rulers across generations. The once powerful Rock Canines tribe declines as current heirs lack ability. A massive tail swings as Rock Canines struggle against a wall. Armored figures prepare a ritual around a blazing cauldron in a torchlit clearing. Seol arrives cautiously, observing the cauldron filled with animal blood. A monstrous figure crouches, readying a glowing blue vial. Someone urgently calls for the orc-like figure's attention. A desperate figure offers a vial of fresh blood, but is harshly dismissed. A desperate figure presents a vial of white horn Arago's blood, hoping it will help. Seol offers the glowing vial to a towering figure, requesting assistance. A humbled figure bows and promises to deliver the message to an armored warrior. Sacrificial customs explain that rare white horn Arago's blood is most valuable for Tancred's blessing. A kneeling figure presents a vial of white horn Arago's blood off-panel. An orc smiles in shadowed lair as it readies a mysterious vial. A large intimidating figure focuses intensely on a vial. A scarred figure hands a glowing vial with urgent instructions to use it. Warriors fail to detect hidden madness nostrum as ritual progresses. An orc pours blue liquid into the blood-filled cauldron, intensifying ritual. A shadowy figure sinks deeper into turbulent blood pool. The madness nostrum contaminates the harvest cauldron, dooming drinkers to insanity. A commanding figure signals raising glasses as midnight nears. Fur-clad leader leads ritual toast around massive cauldron beneath shattered stone ceiling. Warriors enthusiastically toast and prepare for violence amid rallying cries. A monstrous creature bears fangs, fiercely declaring the Rock Canine's way. A frenzied warrior crowd shouts, arms raised amid debris and embers. A victorious Rock Canine troll brandishes a bloodied bone dagger. The cautious observer spots imposing enemy leaders by the fire. Seol listens warily as a tusked figure reveals warnings about the tribe's survival. A legendary troll with mountain power is introduced as that generation's shaman killer. The tribal chief appears, glares fiercely holding a blood-stained cup. Several figures gather tensely around a cauldron over open fire. The harvest festival was almost over. All the trolls drank the blood mixed with the elixir of madness. Among them were the leaders, and the strength of the effect may vary depending on the power of the troll. In an hour, everyone will be overcome by madness. Seol has definitely decided that it's time to leave, but only if unexpected circumstances don't interfere with the plan. Because tonight, the Stone Fang tribe will disappear forever. Night falls quietly, illuminated by a crescent moon over the forest. Someone moves carefully through dense undergrowth into darker forest. Peering through foliage, the character discovers the Rock Canine tribe's hidden treasury. 2 orc guards stand alert outside storage as tension rises. A figure scouts forest observing troll tribe's valuables guarded by an unaffiliated keeper. 2 trolls stand guard wielding heavy weapons. The monsters recoil in shock and fear. 2 monstrous figures are seized by agonizing force. A monstrous figure lunges, wildly swinging a massive weapon. A devastating attack tears ground as bystanders react to overwhelming force. A towering warrior storms battlefield, shouting a deadly threat. A monstrous creature is decapitated by a glowing energy burst. Seol advances ominously, gripping his glowing sword. A scattered white-haired figure stands amid defeated enemies as Seol quietly approaches. 2 armored figures enter a wooden tunnel. The chest shifts slightly in a silent alley. A lone figure kneels before a massive chain door, gripping a battle axe. The wounded monster senses an intruder and confronts the threat. A resolute figure advances through a smoke-filled corridor toward enemy stronghold. Surrounded by red energy, Seol charges forward at high speed. A fierce blast slams into an armored opponent, driving them back. Blue energy surges from his eyes as he charges, overwhelming opponents. Seol strikes a large axe-wielding opponent with a glowing sword. The monstrous figure roars as a glowing blade slices toward it. Seol delivers a decisive slash to the monstrous enemy. Standing victorious over a fallen foe, Seol grips a bloodied sword as blue flames burn behind. Seol notes his opponent, though powerful, is weaker than before. Kneeling beside a bloodied, horned figure, he reflects on lost power. After defeating the Rock Canine treasure keeper, he claims the glowing rock key. Seol stands before a massive chain door, preparing to unlock the next obstacle. Surrounded by signs of struggle, the protagonist weighs options for using the rock key. The stone fist artifact, made from earth dragon scales, is introduced as a sacred Rock Canine gift. A monstrous figure reveals the stone fist's destructive power and the battles it caused. Frequent conflicts arose among internal Rock Canine factions. Shamans united faction leaders with the curse of brotherhood to end infighting. A scarred man reveals the so-called brothers are enemies who cannot kill each other. The protagonist takes only the rock key, leaving the stone fist behind. The entrance is firmly barricaded, completing the task. A bloodied corpse lies as figures approach, expecting chaos as madness spreads. An orc urgently announces the treasure keeper's death and warns the stone fist not fall into others' hands. An orc orders destruction. Chains violently burst apart, surging energy across fractured stone. 3 figures enter through smoky door amid swirling debris. Armored orc-like figures emerge menacingly in the snow, signaling Stone Fist's dramatic appearance. Despite destruction, colossal stone hands remain suspended above an ominous altar. A monstrous creature bears teeth, radiating menace. 2 massive figures confront each other, accusing one another of causing chaos. An enraged orc confronts another holding the glowing stone fist, accusing him of personal gain motives. An orc warns others of the binding curse of the Brotherhood. Amidst chaos, 2 orc-like warriors clash after confirming Stone Fist's safety. An orc brandishes a bloodied axe, reminding the tribe of its dire situation. One warrior grudgingly agrees to withdraw, warning reckless acts will provoke the entire tribe. A commanding orc orders a charge, assigning guards to protect storage and threatening thieves. An intimidating orc silently observes, maintaining tense vigilance. An armored figure braces as a giant golem's crystal-studded hand bursts through smoke. A powerful orc steps forward, radiating intimidating presence. 2 wounded figures lie motionless in blood-stained ruins post-battle. A lone figure surveys wreckage in a devastated cave. Struggling to suppress madness, a scarred figure forces control before addressing others. A terrified character is cornered at knife point as a glowing sphere approaches. Someone calls out in a dark tunnel, demanding identification. Potion effects expose his true identity and allow full understanding of troll language. Realizing escape is impossible, the orc admits defeat. The weakest brother is outmaneuvered as the treasury entrance is destroyed and suspicion spreads. A furious figure confronts the real culprit, eyes blazing with accusation. A furious beast lunges at a human, blaming them for tribal chaos. Seol stands firm, summoning a powerful spirit to unleash his ability. A deadly command is issued in darkness. A crescent moon rises over rugged mountains beneath starry night. The ground ruptures violently as glowing energy bursts through cracks. Seol collapses bloodied and motionless beside a fallen spear. A monstrous beast crashes to the ground as a small figure stands victorious beneath it. A monstrous figure glares forward, releasing a chilling exhale to intimidate. Seol raises his glowing sword, launching a devastating attack. A panting, distressed monster warns about Magada's brother. A powerful curse has Snowman's strength and agility for a week. After defeating the Earth Shaman, the protagonist deduces the curse's debuff is shared when brothers fall. Standing in a cavern, Seol declares intent to kill Magada, confident the curse won't hinder him, as he completes a tribute and achieves his goal. A hand grips a sword's hilt, preparing to pull it from stone. Seol ignites a magic torch, preparing to advance behind an armored figure. The threat of revenge from the brothers is revealed. Surveying burning ruins, a lone figure anticipates more turmoil. A destructive fire erupts, sending monstrous figures fleeing. A furious figure stands over a slain monster, bloodied spear in hand. Flames erupt in leaders' quarters, igniting panic and smoke into the night. A hidden cave entrance is discovered among jagged rocks. A glowing rocky cave entrance signals the Rock Canine Tribe Convention. 3 menacing figures advance down a rocky corridor, signaling new threat. A group of furious monsters charges with a fierce battle cry. Determined, a figure demands Jamid reveal himself in a crystal-lit cavern. A masked, long white-haired figure silently enters a dimly lit room. An intimidating figure confronts opponents, signaling tense encounter start. A weathered, solitary hut appears at the dark forest's edge, surrounded by a wooden fence. Someone dismisses a man as incompetent. The group discusses massive destruction caused indirectly by someone. Seol unexpectedly cooks over an intense fire, surprising others with domesticity. Examining 2 glowing seeds, he uncovers a mysterious seed of the moon with unknown effects. Urgently cooking a dish with seed of the moon, aiming for permanent stat boost or volatile ability. Seeking immediate power, the protagonist keeps the volatile ability active for the final battle. Cooked food is poured from wok onto plate, demonstrating common ingestion method. The dish completes successfully, granting willpower increase and slightly improved cooking skill as Old Man awakens. He examines the steaming bowl, noting its bland taste due to lack of seasoning. Amid chaos, shelter is secured in a modest house. An empty wooden bowl lands on the ground, signaling meal's end. Seol unlocks the volatile stage of the moon ability and confirms preparations are complete. Examining settings, he reveals stage of the moon enhances moon attributes and weakens others. Determined, someone prepares to confront a group under night sky. A towering figure issues a stern warning on fractured ground, demanding caution. The creature glares menacingly with a sharp close-up on its red eye. 2 armored beasts confront their target, demanding honest answers under suspicion. A towering figure confronts someone, demanding to know if they killed Magada. A grim figure reflects silently on news of Magada's death. A leader suspects an unknown enemy hides among the tribe as warriors approach. The source of everyone's madness is revealed as the blood they drank earlier. A masked figure pours a drug into the blood basin to drive drinkers mad. An ambush kills the treasure keeper as attackers attempt to steal the stone fist. A ruthless faction plans to betray their own to eliminate Magada, revealing deep intentions. A crystal-encrusted fur-covered hand grips rocky ground, echoing protagonist's methods. The imposing figure reveals strength in the cavern, fueling brotherly suspicion. A monstrous figure accuses its rival of stone fist theft and masterminding the scheme. Wounded orc-like warriors furiously condemn the suspected traitor in a ruined arena. The villain boldly admits orchestrating everything while displaying a powerful glowing gauntlet. A hostile figure unleashes blue energy, declaring victory over ancestors doesn't break curse. A command to kill Jamid is shouted as 2 warriors clash, stone fist used to seize tribe control. Seol unleashes power, shattering the environment with crystal-covered arm. A furious orc-like figure smashes stone wall with overwhelming force. A monstrous armored figure unleashes a devastating glowing claw attack. A white-haired armored figure unleashes a fiery attack with crystalline armor. Struggling to withstand a devastating blow, the armored figure is sent flying. A monstrous creature screams in agony as blood sprays from a wound. A monstrous figure suffers brutal attack, blood spraying violently. Seol sits injured on cracked ground as a hooded figure approaches, intensifying threat. A powerful curse severely weakens an orc-like character's magic as he understands targeting. A powerful claw surges with energy as a rival is accused of waiting to kill and seize chief position. A menacing figure advances through devastation, signaling sudden tribal threat. An armored figure rushes with double-bladed staff, warning Stone Fist's power is too great for one shaman. A stone-armored figure endures a heavy blow as cracks and debris erupt. A colossal stone beast charges ahead, invoking divine will as projectiles strike. A massive armored creature lands a glowing, devastating blow. A powerful strike shatters monsters' crystalline armor, scattering debris. A monstrous figure is struck by jagged red force, causing brutal explosion. A devastating curse afflicts Jamid, severely weakening him for a week. A scream echoes from a dark cave entrance in rocky cliffs. A bloodied monstrous hand drips with blood as its owner stands over a defeated enemy. A towering armored figure curses a fallen foe with a deadly vitality-draining curse. The protagonist steels himself to unite his tribe and restore order quickly. A powerful monster emerges, carrying red crystal stones on its back. A crystal-armored enemy shouts in alarm as Seol advances with glowing sword. Seol brings down a powerful strike with his glowing sword. A massive energy surge shatters rocky ground. An orc-like enemy emerges from rain, revealing a crystallized arm. Two figures confront a bloodied creature in a dark cavern. Seol warns others not to fight among themselves. Facing an elf-like opponent, Seol issues a firm warning amid tension. A furious adversary accuses their enemy of orchestrating the entire scheme. Striding forward, energy radiates as he prepares for action. Moonlight charges the sword as energy swirls around it. The orc dismisses hopes of brothers' involvement. Smashing through debris, he forces a powerful energy-charged blow with a stone-covered fist. A menacing creature emerges and issues a challenge. Seol stands firm in snow, gripping his staff, prepared to move. A massive explosion sends debris flying. A monstrous opponent crashes down, daring to claim the glowing shield. Surrounded by blue energy, Seol strikes a powerful armored opponent wielding flames. Seol clashes swords with a monstrous enemy, pushing back its fierce attack. A fiery attack hits a monstrous armored creature. A fierce clash erupts as glowing swords collide, sending debris flying. Observing, he notes either side gains the upper hand. The exhausted fighter struggles to defend against relentless sword attacks. Two opponents clash with glowing weapons amid fierce battle energy. A stone giant confronts an intruder, glaring and brandishing glowing boulders. Seol blocks a fierce sword attack with determination. He reacts sharply to sudden danger. Seol counters, crashing his sword against the monster's crystal arm. Frustrated, he stomps the cracked ground in anger. Burdened by Shadow Summon's penalty, he prepares to face Jamad at reduced strength. Seol slashes wielding his glowing sword amid erupting energy and debris. He unleashes a forceful strike exploiting Jamad's curse-induced weakness. A towering armored warrior declares dominance amidst fire and rock. Seol is struck violently by a massive fiery stone gauntlet. A powerful figure glares, threatening the entire world. A battle-worn fighter slams ground with glowing gauntlets, overpowering an enemy. Seol unleashes a powerful energy burst with his sword. Desperate, the group stands tense before a magical mirror seeking to reverse their fate. As debris flies, the group braces for a charging creature's attack. Under pressure, a character insists on finding the right timing. A monstrous figure charges with energy to unleash a devastating earthquake. The figure roars, releasing a devastating energy surge. A powerful figure crashes, unleashing a shockwave of debris. Seol strikes ground with overwhelming force, scattering debris. With energy surge, he unsheathes his sword, ready to fight. A monstrous enemy leaps with blazing fists, launching a powerful attack. The creature charges amid fiery destruction. A flaming projectile catches Seol off guard in battle. Sensing danger, the protagonist watches as another blocks a fiery attack. The warrior's stone fist hits without usual recoil injury. Sensing power surge, Seol glances alarmed to the side. A fierce figure kneels, releasing overwhelming energy. A massive stone fist clenches, surging energy. Seol realizes stone fist strengthens the enemy instead of weakening. Charging forward, he strikes the massive armored foe. Determined, he swings glowing sword at towering monster. Seol unleashes a devastating glowing sword attack. He realizes opponent still uses magic despite recharge, hinting at hidden power. Stone Fist transforms into Mountain Fist, unleashing overwhelming force. Discovering Mountain Fist as a variable created by World of Eternity in a guidebook. A monstrous figure charges through explosion as usual attack fails. Seol strikes decisively with glowing sword, realizing he faces Jamad. A massive bloody beast smashes ground, cracks spreading. A fierce battle begins as Seol charges the monstrous foe. Urgently, Seol warns of a new threat, gripping staff alarmed. Two combatants collide midair, unleashing energy surge. Seol thrusts glowing sword into armored opponent's back. A fiery explosion strikes Seol, leaving him battered. A shadowy figure emerges from snow and shattered ground, resolute post-destruction. Seol is slammed into a cracked wall by a blue-haired warrior. He crashes onto shattered floor amid flying debris. A flaming-fisted monstrous figure bursts through ground. A battered figure lies face down, motionless after struggle. Seol hesitates before glowing strategy board, debating escape. A boy stands alone, lost in past memories. A giant adversary blocks adventurers as leader recalls past mistake causing danger. Despite odds, a determined man insists on holding ground, sacrificing only what's necessary. One clarifies he wasn't referencing players, causing others to question motives. Two armored figures stand in moonlit field, refusing to abandon allies. Two masked figures criticize reckless risk for pieces. A group gathers for mission simulation as one is challenged to prove capability. A grim rule declares those who do not fight or flee die first. Determined, Seol stands in rain, formulating a new plan. A masked figure issues ultimatum, urging snowmen to make a decisive choice. A man commands ally to attack giant Zuer's ankles during crisis. A masked figure smirks, gripping fiery energy, tension rising over snowman's sword attack. A bandaged hand releases a glowing die, risking everything on a slim chance. The die casts as the protagonist anxiously hopes for a miracle. A staff crashes into ground, smashing stone powerfully. An armored figure towers over defeated foe, gripping glowing sword amid darkness. The monster raises flaming fists, preparing a devastating final attack. Seol staggers to his feet, gripping glowing sword, scanning battlefield. Energy erupts as a figure activates a powerful sword technique, entering full moon phase. A monstrous figure launches furious attack amid blazing chaos. The foe unleashes dark power, threatening to overwhelm the defender. Clenching jaw in determination, Seal struggles against pressure. He swings glowing staff, launching fierce counterattack. Full moon ability activates, summoning a mystical scroll amid cosmic backdrop. Seal stands firm, channeling energy into weapon for last stand. A mystical parchment glows as stage of the moon activates. A warrior unleashes Jamid's landslide, shattering stone with force. Determined, he seizes glowing sword as cosmic energy swirls. Play begins as a lone knight stands beneath glowing moon and magic circle, raising sword dramatically. An armored figure charges, smashing ground with flaming fist. A powerful armored enemy crashes down amid flaring energy. Seal channels blue energy through sword as magic circle glows below. A massive tusked monster staggers, blood pouring from wound. Bathed in full moonlight, the protagonist unleashes power as others retreat. The enemy recoils in shock as events unfold unexpectedly. Seal urgently rallies ally amid swirling energy with glowing staff. Standing firm in pouring rain, blue energy crackles as he prepares. Power surges as the glowing sword is raised for a pivotal mission. A massive glowing crescent energy attack erupts, unleashing upgraded sword technique. A monstrous flame-shrouded figure charges, launching furious assault. A colossal energy blast unleashes overwhelming force. Wounded, Seal swings weapon fiercely to defend. A powerful explosion scatters debris across shattered landscape. A tattered banner marks a desolate rocky landmark amid mist. A battered orc-like figure struggles to catch breath after battle. Seal struggles to rise amid debris, energy crackling on injured hands. Bloodied, he confronts a snarling demon as tension crackles. Seal stands his ground and calls to the Shadow Summoner. The wounded beast collapses, begging as Seal stands with glowing staff. Bleeding and battered, the monstrous figure refuses to give up. A powerful stomp shatters ground, cracks radiating outward. Seal swings glowing sword down, wounding towering monster. A powerful grudge is cast as Seal stands over defeated enemy, gripping glowing staff. A harsh status notification announces a severe 1-week stat reduction. All 5 Rock Canine brothers and Mountain Shaman are defeated, leaving protagonists victorious and free of grudges. System messages announce upgraded rewards and the 5 brothers' defeat, indicating adventure's end. The adventure concludes amid excited in-game reactions and notifications. Seal receives achievements and titles, overwhelmed by rapid rewards and chaos. He is showered with 3 achievement titles and coins, surprising all. A silver-haired elf observes as a summon unlocks new powers, achievements, and a rare title, impressing the onlookers. Seal realizes that the ally had been fighting at only a fraction of their true power until now. All eyes follow as someone surges forward with unexpected speed. He considers the heavy cost of forcing monsters into servitude as shadow summonings. Seal lies bloodied and motionless on the ground while the speaker recalls being asked to take him. A dragon-shaped black chess knight crashes into the board, scattering the pieces and signaling the arrival of an unpredictable force that could either help or hinder the unfolding game. A hand reaches out uncertainly, unsure of the reason behind the action. A cloaked figure forces a wounded beast to submit, determined to finish the job. Seal braces himself as dark energy intensifies around him. Smoke escapes from the creature's mouth as it prepares to make its move. A powerful demonic shadow is summoned, successfully replicating rock armor and earthquake stance, though its strength is limited to 32% of the original. Standing amid shattered rocks, the man declares he has something important left to do. The true purpose of the mission is revealed, to collect the corpses of fallen brothers. A towering orc looms menacingly, exuding a powerful and intimidating presence. A spectral hand absorbs witchcraft energy from the fallen warriors, reducing the summoning strength to 34%. A powerful figure activates witchcraft absorption, drawing in ominous energy as 2 observers watch warily. A monstrous figure absorbs witchcraft energy, reducing the summoned power to 40% of its original strength. A monstrous figure reflects on their shared death amid the darkness. A menacing figure stands before the glowing mountain, declaring that it will trap everyone within. A thick column of dark smoke rises ominously from the mountain peak. Panic erupts as the defeated warriors flee the battlefield, abandoning their fallen and marking the collapse of their group. After breaking free from the rock canines, 2 secret labyrinths, frozen ruins and moving sky, are unlocked. News of the snowman's victory over the rock canines at Sharpstone Mountain spreads rapidly across Pandaia, sparking widespread change. Snowman's reputation spreads throughout Pandaia as merchants celebrate impressive accomplishments. The city of Kongori is liberated from the rock canines as its citizens honor the snowman. New adventures and secret quests are unlocked as the game's power structure shifts, granting all players access to new challenges and rewards. He considers how the game's world constantly transforms based on player achievements, ensuring it never becomes dull. The final, skull-adorned chest glows as the last major reward, Rock Canine's holy object, is revealed. A massive chain lock bursts open in a flash of blinding light. As rewards pour in, Seal is stunned to receive the powerful mountain fist among the loot. A powerful holy object materializes, granting extraordinary stats and abilities as the player celebrates the unexpected jackpot. A powerful warrior equips the Mountain Fist Gauntlet, preparing for battle. The protagonist examines the stats of the new stone robe and equips it, feeling more confident with his upgraded appearance and abilities. A character obtains the Root of Spirit and decides to cook and try it later. Seol confidently assesses the outcome and feels satisfied with the rewards. Seol faces the cracked stone wall, gripping a mysterious staff as light surrounds him. A lone figure steps forward onto the glowing, rune-marked ground as energy swirls around. A sudden burst of magical light engulfs the group, catching everyone off guard. A panicked man shouts in confusion, while Seol silently assesses the situation beside him. A crowd frantically calls out for loved ones and answers in an unfamiliar, dimly lit place. The protagonist finds himself in a mysterious space and discovers a glowing parchment revealing a points ranking system. A new adventure and points ranking feature appears on the game screen, prompting curiosity about its addition to the official version. The leaderboard reveals a new top adventurer with a score of 327,600 points, far surpassing the other contenders. The group reacts with disbelief as they see someone listed with an unbelievable 320,000 points on the ranking papers. A character reacts in shock and frustration upon seeing a score of 320,000 points, overwhelmed by their own team's heavy losses and much lower score. An angry man demands to know the identity of the person with 320,000 points, insisting that he must understand the current situation. In the midst of the uneasy crowd, the protagonist urgently searches for answers while standing near a glowing ornate mirror. He pushes through the crowd, gripping his staff as all eyes turn toward him. He realizes that all the players present are Korean. A masked figure reveals that the merging of worlds, an event larger than a national crisis, is set to occur today between this world and Pandaea, leaving the protagonist deeply unsettled. The group realizes that the world they are in is only one part of a much larger system. A glowing announcement appears, signaling the start of a rest period at the Free City Kongori. Adventurers arrive at Free City Kongori for a mandatory rest and training period after recent threats were eliminated. The scene opens with a calm sky above a peaceful, tree-lined landscape. The group is shocked to learn they will be taking a sudden one-month break as they stand before a guarded gate. Seol examines the adventurer identification card with confusion, unsure how to use it. A cloaked figure strides toward the massive gate, while a startled guard wonders about his destination. Standing on the stone bridge, Seol raises the wanted poster with a resolute expression. A guard glances to the side and discreetly gives a thumbs up, signaling caution. The group hurriedly enters the area, eager to address urgent matters later. A tense crowd pushes and shoves in front of the towering fortress gate. Someone wonders about the sheer number of people packed into the city. The group approaches the city gate, preparing their adventurer identification as guards watch them closely. While surveying the city, he considers that other adventurers may have already finished their adventure and arrived before the latest group. The group arrives at the inn and realizes there may be no rooms left. Seol steps into the room, his gaze unwavering and presence tense. A cautious bartender turns around, startled, as someone outside requests to rent a room. A gloved hand presents an identification card as requested. A traveler secures the only available expensive room at the inn. Seol firmly rejects the short offer and demands a month instead. The shopkeeper informs the surprised customer that the cost for a month's stay is 10 gold coins. Seol agrees to pay extra for food and a bath after the other character offers the deal. One character directs the other to use the room on the right side of the top floor. The door creaks open into the empty, dimly lit bedroom. Seol enters the room, visibly relieved to have found a place to rest. Seol stands firm as dark energy gathers around him, ready to confront the looming threat. Seol instructs the silver-haired figure to ensure nothing happens while he sleeps. Seol lies alone, lost in weary contemplation. He realizes with frustration that he has been awake for over 24 hours, his exhaustion mounting after a nightmare. After enduring hardship, he lies in bed, silently gathering his strength. Seol pauses in silence, visibly wounded and deep in thought. A character senses with dread that they are being drawn back to a mysterious and ominous place. Seol stands beneath the crackling blue energy, silently confronting its ominous presence. Seol stands alone in the darkness and realizes he is experiencing another lucid dream. Surrounded by swirling darkness, he tries to figure out where he is. The protagonist receives an ominous system message announcing the arrival of the Merchant of Madness, leaving him tense and confused. Amid swirling, ominous energy, Seol stands firm and faces the surge of power. A figure steps into the scene, their sandals splashing into the shallow water. A masked figure inhales deeply, sensing someone nearby with a sinister intent. A masked woman strides confidently forward, confronting someone before terror arrives. Seol demands to know the identity of the unseen presence. A masked figure with horns appears under the night sky and addresses a human without surprise. Seol is confronted by a mysterious, ethereal figure under the starry sky. A masked figure formally introduces herself as a merchant involved in the merging of worlds. Under a mysterious, star-filled sky, the protagonist grapples with the shocking idea of worlds merging. A masked figure hints at the complexities of trading with those who have been sold off as the protagonist demands clarification about his own fate. Seol hears that his owner has sold off the residents of both worlds during the merging, leaving him shocked and demanding to know who was involved. A masked figure reveals that beings from other worlds have been observing and mocking humans until recently. A gladiator lifts a bloodied sword, preparing to execute his unarmed opponent before a watching crowd. A bloodied figure collapses in the center of the arena as the crowd roars around them. A masked merchant explains that they trade items for accumulated madness, keeping a portion while giving a commission to those who facilitated the deal. Seo realizes the true meaning behind Cordon's words during his confrontation with the masked woman. A sinister group reveals that gods profit from trading humans and residents of Pandaea, turning their struggles into entertainment for another world. He realizes that ascension is the only way to escape. The masked figure confidently admits to sharing the same madness and accuses the other of possessing an even greater amount. The protagonist stands in a glowing red pool, learning he has accumulated 3,000 points and questioning their significance. A masked figure raises a finger and explains the difference in how the amount is perceived. A glowing counter reveals that someone has accumulated an unprecedented level of madness. Seo listens as a trade is proposed, learning that his closest rival has died in the last adventure. Seo shouts to get the masked figure's attention as magical scripts glow between them. He surveys the glowing panels, discovering a large selection of items. A character faces an overwhelming barrage of glowing, room-covered screens, struggling to process the excessive information. He pauses in front of the window, silently lost in thought. 2 magical storage items are introduced with descriptions of their abilities and limitations. A masked figure questions the protagonist's unusual selections, but he calmly explains that nothing else interested him. Startled and panicked, he struggles to respond to the alarming situation. The masked character clutches their chest in distress, reeling from a harsh verbal blow. A white-haired figure unleashes a powerful magical attack as Seo braces himself to respond. Sensing danger, the protagonist tenses up in the darkness, visibly alarmed. A glowing shadow flower materializes above an outstretched hand, leaving the protagonist in shock. A magical parchment reveals that the shadow flower allows its user to forcibly summon shadows against stronger opponents, treating the summoner as 10 levels higher, but fails if the level gap is still greater than 10. A masked figure presents a rare mystical flower, emphasizing its exceptional value and rarity to the customer. A masked figure offers the glowing shadow flower, hinting at its rarity and significance. Seo fixes a cold, intense stare on the nervous creature as it anxiously questions the price, after which he narrowed his eyes. Merchant was surprised that the price had not tripled. Unsure about the value of the madness currency, the protagonist hesitates and suggests an alternative approach. A masked merchant entices the customer with a risky offer: buy the shadow flower and receive an extra item, but the combined effect exceeds 600 madness. The masked figure demands a promise for a future transaction, insisting that no other similar deals be made until then. Someone insists on meeting in person during the next transaction, emphasizing the importance of showing their items. He confirms the transaction is complete and reports the successful delivery of the item. The masked figure departs with the threat, leaving behind the shadow flower, spice jars, and fresh ingredients. Seo lies awake on the bed, silently lost in thought as morning light fills the room. Seo jolts upright in bed, suddenly tense and alert. The character notices the bottle, flower, and pouch left on the table from when he was asleep. The protagonist observes that someone bought an item from a merchant of madness and begins analyzing the unusual system. The protagonist decides to turn an unavoidable situation to his advantage. After reaching the resting place, the character considers the unfinished tasks that remain. He prepares to allocate his saved points and review the next adventure. The scene shifts to a crowded room where several people gather and interact, as someone observes them to monitor the latest developments among the players. He considers completing the pocket watch side quest he received at the steep mountains. A gloved hand inspects the strange watch, but its connection remains unclear. Someone admits that their memories sometimes vanish, revealing a troubling struggle with memory loss. Seo sits on his bed, frustrated as he struggles to remember important details about his past adventures in the world of eternity. Seo stands by the window, puzzled as he questions why his memory seems unclear. Standing on the platform, he surveys the crowd below with caution, determined to remain careful for now. Panic spreads among the group as they question their location and the government's ability to help. Seo notices the group has grown closer but sees they are all in poor condition. Seo urgently calls out to get everyone's attention. He urgently calls for the group to unite and cooperate as tensions rise. A desperate man in a suit urges the group to stay united instead of splitting up and risking their lives. Seo stands at the front, urging the group to remember their struggles and losses as his influence intensifies. The group confronts each other with doubt and resistance, questioning the idea of uniting. The determined man explains that he assembled the group for a specific purpose. The speaker announces that the top performer in the adventure has chosen to remain anonymous. The man proudly reveals that he is the top-ranked adventurer. A muscular man appears in the street, immediately drawing the wary attention of everyone around him. Amid tense uncertainty, one person questions whether they can trust the man and work together. A determined man urges the group to rely on strength in this dangerous situation, presenting the armored figure as their most capable member. The group gathers outside, anxiously debating their next move. A man quietly smirks in the darkness, hiding his true intentions. Two men announce their plan to form an organization dedicated to protecting others and ask for support. He observes the newly formed groups, realizing that their unity may soon give way to individual ambitions. Seol stands apart from the group, openly declaring his distrust and indifference toward others. A child remembers enduring years of indifference and distrust at the orphanage, surrounded by disapproving adults. Surrounded by masked figures in a storm, the speaker declares betrayal by those once trusted. Someone tries to reassure themselves that the others will be alright despite lingering doubts. A mysterious sign creaks in the night, hinting at something hidden within the building. A wary figure enters the training center and confronts a hooded individual holding a glowing staff. A hooded, masked man suspiciously challenges the unexpected visitor. Presented with a list of options, the protagonist considers how to advance their black magic abilities. Seol arrives at the building and requests training to improve his skills, prompting the hooded figure to lead him inside. Seol steps toward the open doorway as the hooded figure motions him inside. Seol steps into the light and reveals a mysterious staff with a glowing orb. Seol stands alone in the darkness, lost in his thoughts. Seol suddenly tenses, reacting to an unexpected disturbance nearby. A character gazes in awe at the radiant, mystical skill tree. Seol examines the glowing plant, confident in his ability to navigate the system. The protagonist uses 2 ability points to upgrade the Shadow Summoner skill, aiming to enhance battle performance and retain more stats. A character allocates an ability point to upgrade their summons, boosting their stats by 5%. He channels energy to upgrade the Shadow Dimension, making more space for his summons as their power grows. A character tries to upgrade their abilities but fails due to insufficient points. The protagonist examines his upgraded stats on the parchment and accepts his current strength. Night falls as a crescent moon illuminates the building, its windows glowing with light. Amidst the bustling tavern, a solitary figure eats quietly at a table, separated from the lively crowd. He reflects on how his sudden popularity in this strange place contrasts with his unemployed life in the real world. 2 characters sit at a table, mocking the outdated name of a guild called Steelheart. Seol scrolls through the lively chat, amused by the playful banter and wild usernames. While holding a golden pocket watch, the protagonist reflects on why his strength remains hidden. A hand presents a pocket watch as a farewell gift in the bustling tavern. Determined to protect his secret, the protagonist decides to act alone despite the risks. Seol sits alone, turning the pocket watch in his hand as he wonders who else might know about it. He glances to the side, tense and alert as he notices something suspicious. An elderly man is spotted sitting alone at a tavern table, drawing suspicious attention. Seol sits alone at the tavern table, startled as someone approaches from behind. He advances cautiously, tension visible in his expression. The old man freezes as he recognizes the gold watch in the other person's hand. The elderly figure leans forward and requests to examine the pocket watch more closely. Seol holds up the golden locket and questions its significance. The white-haired figure confesses to Seol that they are the one who made the watch. A man reveals that he created the watch and asks for a private conversation. A secluded wooden house rests beneath a clear, star-filled night sky. A character unlocks the door to a place where he once worked. The older man signals that this is a suitable place for a private conversation. A white-haired figure stands beneath unmoving clocks, lantern in hand, realizing nothing has changed. Seol examines the dimly lit workshop, realizing it is dedicated to watches. A character offers a polite greeting as a lantern casts warm light over the area. An older man with long white hair introduces himself in a dimly lit room lined with clocks. Seol studies the older man, struggling to remember where he's heard the name before. He clenches his head in pain as another memory triggers a throbbing headache. The character recalls completing the pocket watch side quest and wonders why the name Bill Marcus feels so familiar. Seol realizes with distress that he cannot remember anything. A new character introduces himself as Snowman. An older man hears the name, Snowman, and looks to the side in surprise. An older man turns to look back over his shoulder in the dimly lit wooden room. He notices several clocks on the wall all showing different times, realizing something is off. One character questions the other about how they obtained the watch. The narrator briefly explains to Bill how the watch was obtained. While searching for herbs in the steep mountains, a lone figure discovered a watch near a cliff. The protagonist stands by a rocky cliff, firmly assuring himself that what he said was true. The older man admits he withheld some information after realizing the discovery was made. Someone urgently demands information, intensifying the confrontation. An older man reaches out and asks for the watch. Examining the pocket watch, the speaker realizes the engraved name is his own. He recalls giving the watch to someone as a present 20 years ago. 20 years ago, she was taken prisoner by the trolls of Steep Mountain. He anxiously wonders what happened to her after enduring hardships to reach the mountain for her performance. A character sits in a dim room, quietly processing a new revelation as a lantern glows on the table. No one volunteers as the ruler. Free knights, mercenaries, and adventurers remain motionless. As rain pours down, an older man kneels in despair until someone unexpectedly offers to help him save his granddaughter. Examining the watch, Seol anxiously tries to determine whose name is engraved on it. Someone examines the pocket watch and notices it has no name. A hand uncovers a hidden golden pocket watch, revealing a vital clue. Someone calls out, "Snowman," causing the tense figure to freeze under the harsh red light. Seol stares ahead in shock as he realizes someone with his same name and age has appeared after 20 years, wearing the same watch. One man sits at the table with his head in his hand while another reacts in shock to the situation. Seol is struck by a sudden, crucial memory as he clutches his face in shock. Two important words echo in the fog: Bill and granddaughter. A hand presents a mysterious pocket watch as rain falls. A shocked young man realizes that the ice mage he once fostered under the name Snowman has gained significant influence in the world of eternity. Someone rushes toward the dimly lit bookshelf, breathing heavily. A woman informs someone that the store will close in an hour, offering assistance if they need a book. The movement of the piece influences the world beyond the game, revealing deeper consequences. Shaken by a sudden realization, the protagonist connects the events on the game board to reality, and understands he has arrived 20 years after his character's in-game death. A hand selects the book titled 10 Years of Turbulence from the shelf. Seol quickly scans the pages, searching for clues about the events of the past 20 years. A hand flips through a mysterious book, stopping in shock at a table of contents that hints at startling secrets. Seol realizes in shock that all the events were caused by his own actions. Someone reflects on the many influences in their life while flipping through a book. Seol anxiously realizes he has made history in Pandia as he pores over an ancient book in the dim library. Clouds drift across a calm blue sky above the trees, setting a peaceful scene. The group arrives at a secluded graveyard, stopping before two weathered tombstones. Seol stands quietly in the forest, explaining the personal significance of the spot where he pays his respects. A solitary gravestone stands in the quiet graveyard, marking a life remembered. Two figures stand by the graves, reflecting on honoring the deceased and the significance of a shared name. In the dim graveyard, Seol and an older man stand before two gravestones as the older man urges him to observe the owner of the watch. A gravestone stands alone as someone is remembered for facing hardships. Seol looks down silently, weighed down by his troubled thoughts. A gloved hand tightly clutches the trembling gold pocket watch. Someone apologizes, expressing regret. Seol mourns at the gravestone, realizing he arrived too late. A gold pocket watch lies on an old gravestone as the concept of failure is introduced. Rolling a 1 on the dice results in a fumble. A character remembers losing their first character. Snowman. After a disastrous roll, overwhelmed by the intensity of his memories, Seol struggles to cope with the resurfacing trauma. Seol's eyes widen in shock as he realizes something unexpected. Seol clutches his head in pain as the pocket watch grants him an ability point, and energy surges through him. A surge of supernatural energy erupts as the inheritance ritual begins, overwhelming the participant. Overwhelmed by a sudden surge of memories, Seol clutches his head in distress. He realizes with relief that his memories are still intact. A broken, glowing chess piece rests before a gravestone as someone reflects on their earlier move. Clutching his head in a panic, he realizes that some of his memories have been destroyed. A mysterious parchment reveals that the protagonist has inherited the unfulfilled wish and memories of a stranger, thrusting him into a new fate he must confront. A mysterious scroll appears with a message revealing a mission to confront all fates, and the power to gain memories and abilities from an unknown stranger. A concerned young man checks on a distressed older man beneath the trees as glowing orbs hover nearby. Seol stands in the forest, visibly relieved as he jokes about narrowly avoiding danger and expresses gratitude. A weary older man offers his support, assuring that he can help if needed, even if it's just by investigating a watch. One man dismisses the other after expressing gratitude, signaling the end of their conversation in the forest clearing. Seol suddenly senses an unexpected transmission, his expression turning tense and alarmed. A cloaked figure stands before giant glowing gears, surprised as they contemplate the unexpected transfer of abilities through the process known as transmission. A powerful ability called Lump of Greed is transmitted, granting Jamid increased experience and greater chances to unlock new abilities. He recalls the temperament he gained when he created the piece called Snowman, standing at the glowing game board as masked observers watch. A cloaked figure channels magical energy with a staff, demonstrating a powerful ability that impresses the watching gods. All eyes turn to the newcomer, as everyone anticipates his rise to greatness. A cloaked figure stands over the wreckage, mourning the loss caused by an early failure. He stands before the pedestal, evaluating the impressive potential of his first creation. He stands before the gravestone, quietly expressing gratitude for the guidance he received. Kneeling before the gravestone, he reflects on how his scattered pieces across Pandia will help him regain lost abilities and memories. The young man realizes that regaining his own memories is crucial. 3 masked figures stand in the shadows as their purpose is declared. 1 month later, the scene shifts to the Adventurers Association building. A worried man voices his doubt that anyone from the government or state will come to rescue them. 2 captives argue about whether anyone will come to rescue them as tension builds. Adventurers discuss the risks of taking on a solo quest while expressing distrust in the guild's reliability. 2 men speak harshly about others while Seol silently listens by the notice-covered wall, feeling alienated. He steels himself on the staircase, determined to focus solely on survival and the bare minimum. Seol scans the bulletin board crowded with recruitment posts, noticing that everyone is desperate to recruit the top-ranked, unrevealed player before the deadline. He dismisses the uninteresting adventures and decides to pursue the most reliable option. From the third adventure onward, individuals can select their own quests through the Adventurers Association except in special circumstances. Someone secretly observes the adventurers from a corner, as Seol notices the watcher. Seol silently endures the weight of his situation, his face etched with exhaustion and resolve. Seol realizes the mysterious man is the key to the adventure he seeks. A parchment with 4 options appears, prompting the protagonist to choose how to confront the suspicious man. Seol confronts a suspicious figure, demanding to know their purpose for being there. A person with a red face mark invites the other to sit and proposes working together. A serious discussion unfolds as a character learns about a major trade that requires guards for a carriage headed to Novira. Seol immediately detects the lie and challenges the scarred man's claim of trustworthiness while being offered the mission. The calm man offers a choice, making it clear he won't wait long for an answer. The protagonist is presented with 4 possible responses after being asked to guard a suspicious Novira transportation carriage. Seol accepts the mission without hesitation. 2 individuals sit across from each other at a table, exchanging names and formal greetings. A chain adventure is being initiated, and the next stage cannot be chosen manually. Realizing there may be more people involved, the man insists they must search for others immediately. A man in a fur-collared coat greets the hooded figure beside him, initiating a conversation. Seol quietly informs his companion about a suspicious man in a robe who appears to be concealing valuable gear. 2 men discuss their opponent's strength, weighing their chances as uncertainty lingers. A confident armored man orders his companion to recruit 2 more people from the guild. He decides to approach the merchant while the others wait. The next day at Kongori Square, a nervous traveler hesitates to join the gathering for a daunting journey. After a month of rest, the group's sense of adventure has faded. A surge of golden energy signals the start of the third adventure. 3 anxious characters argue and cling to each other, desperately vowing that everyone will survive. The scene shifts to the mysterious Great Forest in the southern region of Pandaia, introducing a new adventure. A carriage sets out toward Novira under a strict mission to guard it from thieves and ruin hunters, with the reward decreasing if any are lost and a countdown now ticking. With the countdown ticking down, he reflects on the adventure by recalling memories that were transmitted to him. He recalls that his first piece completed this adventure before facing the challenge of the 5 brothers, but now things are different with his second piece. A previous attempt to overcome the challenge has ended in failure as workers unload crates amid an ominous atmosphere. A young man steps forward with a confident greeting, signaling the arrival of someone important. A group is assembled outdoors as a character introduces the teammates for the upcoming mission. 2 newcomers introduce themselves to the protagonist as possible allies after being spotted watching him at the Adventurers Association. Focusing on the task at hand, the protagonist searches the forest for traces of his second piece. The man with facial markings informs the group that they are reserves for the guarding mission, emphasizing the unpredictability of the situation and the need for extra members. A group proposes handling the scouting and night watch while instructing the newcomer to follow and help if any trouble arises. Someone is instructed to board the carriage with 3 ribbons and rest. One of the young men questions whether the mission is too easy, suspecting there may be more to it. Seol realizes he was misled into thinking the adventure would be easy. Seol silently judges the group of newcomers, doubting their understanding of the dangers ahead. He surveys the forest ahead, mentally preparing for the increasing difficulty of the chain adventure. A typical mission scenario is being explained. A lone pawn teeters on a broken chessboard above a deep chasm. A broken chess piece floats amid debris as the speaker resolves to face the coming challenge despite its difficulty. The protagonist resolves to find the second piece during this adventure. A covered wagon moves quietly through the sunlit forest, carrying 2 cautious passengers. A tense caravan moves together along a forested path. 4 men wait in uneasy silence around the circular window, tense as they watch for something outside. Seol stands by the window, surveying the scene outside in silence. Seol anxiously observes from his hiding spot, trying to understand his opponent's intentions. The protagonist realizes that the group of travelers inside the vehicle has started following him. The protagonist grows suspicious of the new group members, questioning whether they are sabotaging the game or targeting him for his equipment. Seol grins confidently, showing off his glowing arm as he mocks the challenge. 2 armed figures taunt the injured Seol as he lies defenseless on the ground. Seol turns and asks the other person about their job. The young man confidently reveals that he is a summoner. 1 man laughs mockingly at the other, dismissing his job as boring. A masked figure encourages the group to dream big while another man in a red coat looks down, embarrassed by the attention. A man mocks the idea of summoners who stay in the back, then quickly defends his companion as a trustworthy and skilled fighter. Arms crossed, the protagonist grows irritated as he reads mocking online comments criticizing his abilities. Seol tells the tattooed man that he is not part of any guild yet. The tattooed man taunts with a veiled threat, suggesting that sometimes people need to rely on others. A man in a red coat encourages the group to consider joining the Predator Guild, while the others listen cautiously. One character gives a guarded response while the two exchange sly glances, hinting at a hidden agenda. He silently gathers his resolve, contemplating his next move. A character forcefully rejects an offer to join the guild. An ancient quest scroll reveals that the Novira Transportation Guard adventure is now far more dangerous and unfamiliar than before. Someone recalls the beginning of an earlier adventure involving their first and second pieces. Two abnormal incidents happen simultaneously on the same day. As night falls on the caravan's first day, trouble is certain to arise. The true outcome was predetermined by an intentional design. The quiet night sky sets a calm and tranquil atmosphere. A group rests by the campfire, quietly regrouping near their wagon and supplies. A man with a topknot welcomes his companions by the fire and invites them to enjoy the meal he prepared. One character offers heated alcohol to another beside the fire, encouraging them to try it. Two men race to finish their bowls in a tense drinking contest. One man lifts his bowl and eagerly calls for more alcohol, clearly enjoying the relaxed atmosphere. He takes a sip from the cup and immediately senses something is wrong with the alcohol. A shadowy hand emerges from swirling black smoke as a mysterious power activates. Rain falls on the empty path as a new story is about to unfold. A character hesitantly offers a bowl, preparing to discuss something serious. The group gathers to hear about unexpected changes to their plan. One person prompts the other to clarify their statement as anticipation builds. Two men sit by the campfire and discuss stopping somewhere before heading to Novira. The man calmly acknowledges that the decision is final and begins to suggest an alternative. One man offers triple the usual pay, promising 600 gold to each person as the negotiation grows tense. An enthusiastic companion excitedly asks where to go next, while Seol listens quietly. Seol silently studies the offer, his expression turning colder as laughter fills the air. A group approaches a mysterious glowing light deep within the dark forest. Glowing projectiles tear through the forest, shattering trees in their path. Seol shouts a warning and quickly ducks as something dangerous flies overhead. An arrow strikes Seol, leaving him stunned and reeling from the sudden attack. A man in fur-trimmed armor staggers as a powerful slash strikes him. Seol collapses to the ground in agony. Seol snaps to attention as explosions erupt nearby, urgently trying to assess the sudden chaos. A panicked figure rushes to the side of an unconscious, bloodied person lying in the grass, desperately calling their name. Two figures stumble upon a dead body near the wagon, overcome with shock and despair. A panicked man in a fur cloak demands to know what is happening. A wounded young man, overwhelmed and panicked, struggles to make sense of the chaos around him. Seol clenches his teeth and curses as he struggles to endure the pain in the pouring rain. A desperate man, sweating and agitated, holds a knife and demands a response. Wounded and tense, he crouches beside the wagon and urgently realizes there is a canyon nearby. Seol urgently instructs the group to prepare the carriage and escape into the forest to evade their pursuers. A bloodied neck is threatened with a knife as a violent power struggle erupts. Seol urgently orders the other person to follow his instructions to survive. A hooded figure abruptly confronts the armed man, signaling the end of their standoff. A group of adventurers races urgently through the rain-soaked forest. A startled warrior recoils in shock as a massive beast appears before him. A carriage speeds away through the forest as pursuers give chase. Seol, injured and determined, desperately calls out while clutching a thick rope. A frantic man desperately shakes a wounded person, trying to revive them as another watches in fear. The storyline abruptly shifts as the environment trembles and the protagonist braces for a high-stakes carriage chase. The storyline abruptly shifts as Novira Transportation Guard is replaced by carriage chase. A wagon speeds through the dark forest as someone escapes at high speed. Seol, bloodied and terrified, realizes he is in serious danger. Two men, trapped and panicked, realize their supposed easy adventure has turned into a desperate struggle to escape. A man urgently suggests teaming up with a cloaked figure to escape their predicament. He dismisses the request with a cold, uninterested glance over his shoulder. A man threatens his cornered opponent, gripping a sword as tension escalates. Seol reels in shock as the confrontation intensifies, sweat pouring down his face. Seol collapses to the ground in shock, dropping his sword as he panics over his body's sudden condition. Seol sits tensely as someone off-panel angrily accuses him of causing chaos. After drinking from the bowl, Seol collapses to the ground in distress. Seol, gripping his staff, realizes he has been betrayed with poisoned liquor as several figures approach. Armed riders race after two wagons fleeing through the dark forest. A shadowy hand reaches into swirling darkness, summoning a surge of ominous power. Seol braces himself with his staff as a powerful, dark energy opponent charges toward him. A man recoils on the ground in terror as he recognizes the shocking presence before him. A stunned figure recoils as a towering, monstrous beast suddenly appears before him. Realizing the chief of the mountain trolls stands before him, the young man is gripped by despair, knowing even the whole party together could not defeat this foe. Shocked by the unexpected summoning, the protagonist demands to know how it was possible. Enemy cavalry surges forward through the fog, escalating the danger. Standing beside the armored beast, the cautious leader steps through the gateway and prepares to assess the situation. A muscular figure ignores the desperate pleas of others and walks away toward the exit at night. With fierce determination, he charges forward, refusing to back down. A thick rope snaps as two covered wagons race away into the night. Seol, bloodied and panicked, urgently braces for impact and warns others to hold on tight. A person steps into the undergrowth and is suddenly yanked off balance as a rope trap snaps around their leg. The cart hurtles uncontrollably down the slope as Seol desperately clings on. A broken wagon wheel rests in the grass, surrounded by scattered debris after the destruction. Seol staggers through the ruined camp, struggling to stay upright after the chaos. A bloodied young man forces himself upright and commands any survivors to stand. Armed men in tribal armor scramble through the dark forest, fleeing in chaos as battle erupts. A muscular man with war paint taunts his opponent while threatening him with a curved blade. During a tense standoff in the grass, one armed man tries to recruit another by criticizing their former leader and promising better treatment. A smug adversary threatens their target, demanding the map and its interpretation while mocking their chances of survival. Two armed groups confront each other at night as one challenges the other to take the map by force. Someone shouts in outrage, refusing to accept what was just said. Seol furiously charges at his opponent in the forest, attacking with his weapon as the battle turns violent. A brutal fight breaks out as one attacker rages over the small number of collected pages. A hand slashes violently with a curved blade, sending blood flying through the dark forest. A strange creature with glowing red eyes emerges ominously from the dark forest. A menacing presence challenges the hesitant protagonist to take action. He decides to wait, conserving his energy rather than acting rashly. He recalls his past experiences with the carriage chase, confident that he already knows how this adventure will unfold. A powerful new antagonist known as Borgo emerges among the ruin hunters in Novira, standing before a map with his tools. A subordinate secretly studies a newly found ancient map in the ruins, attempting to interpret it without his superior's knowledge. Unable to catch their target, the group sets up camp near the forest and prepares an ambush. The ritual to open the entrance to the ruins demands 5 live sacrifices. The group discovers they were poisoned and brought as sacrifices, not as guards. A bloody blade plunges into someone's side during the chaos. 2 bloodied warriors clash in a brutal sword fight, each desperate to survive. The wounded man bellows a furious threat as he fights to survive. Seol desperately tries to keep his gravely wounded opponent alive, refusing to give up. A bloodied survivor pins his opponent to the ground with a knife as he reacts to someone approaching. Bloodied and exhausted, he struggles to catch his breath. Seol stands in the shadowy forest, calmly announcing his enemy's imminent death. A bloodied man collapses to his knees, laughing bitterly as he realizes he cannot survive his wounds, while Seol watches in silence. A bloodied man is cornered by an adversary who reaches toward him, intensifying the confrontation. Seol coldly rejects the dying man's offer to tell a story and turns away. A gloved hand strikes the bleeding man with a scroll after warning him about the arrival of a monstrous threat. A focused figure acquires a map and its interpretation, unlocking vital information about mysterious ruins. Seol quietly analyzes how someone has given a completely different interpretation to something familiar. Bloodied and menacing, he pins his injured opponent to the ground and mocks his weakness. Seol stands before the marked ruins at night, defiantly questioning the threat posed by Borgo. Bloodied and overwhelmed, he struggles against desires that threaten to break his will. A tense moment unfolds as the character studies the map and considers 3 risky choices for what to do next. Seol refuses the creature's command and prepares to head to the ruins with the stolen map and an ancient scroll. Broken wooden beams and thick smoke reveal the aftermath of destruction in the forest clearing. Seol steadies himself after a setback and prepares to confront his masked opponent. A group of riders with torches approaches through the dark forest as the characters panic, unable to move. Seol and another person desperately try to push aside a heavy wooden barricade blocking their way. A furious warrior demands to know who the intruder is while riding through the dark forest with their group. 2 armored riders on horseback observe the aftermath of a crushing defeat. A heavily tattooed warrior is introduced under a smoky night sky. Armed figures with torches discover a bloody scene of bodies and fallen horses in the dark forest clearing. 3 armored men searching the forest at night spot their target and urgently call out. Bloodied and motionless, the wounded man collapses to the ground after a violent struggle. A large man with braided hair enters the tense gathering as others watch him cautiously, holding torches. Seol is pinned to the ground as an attacker grips his head, leaving him bloodied and helpless. A masked figure seizes Seol by the head, leaving him bloodied and helpless. A mysterious figure senses a presence and glances intensely to the side. A menacing figure intimidates 3 anxious men gathered around a fire. The warrior surveys the area and realizes that what he is searching for is missing. Realizing both the map and its interpretation are missing, Seol struggles to comprehend what went wrong. 2 battered figures stand in the rain as one anxiously demands an explanation for the sudden event. A determined man prepares to uncover the truth. 3 wounded men collapse to their knees, desperately begging for their lives. A frightened young man is interrogated by a larger figure demanding to know the map's location. Seol, overwhelmed and panicked, denies knowing anything while sitting on the ground. A man in a hoodie recoils in shock as a brutal, bloody attack erupts nearby. A wounded figure clutches a bloodied axe, screaming in agony. Startled and anxious, the muscular character admits he doesn't know where the map is but claims to know who took it. A tense accusation is made as one man insists that the missing corpse proves the theft was committed by their fellow passenger. Amid the aftermath of a brutal fight, a survivor is reported to have escaped from the group. A defiant character demands an answer, intensifying the confrontation. 2 bodies lie lifeless on the ground, revealing the deadly consequences of their failed pursuit. An imposing figure pressures the hooded person to reveal more, prompting a nervous admission about someone being a summoner. A nervous young man reacts anxiously after being identified as a summoner. A ruthless warrior swiftly executes the pleading victim, ignoring any cries for mercy. A warrior on horseback urgently orders his followers to pursue the fleeing target. A scarred man smirks in the shadows, amused as he learns someone has dared to challenge him. A cloaked man urgently tracks his target with a glowing mirror as he approaches a rune-carved door in the cliff. Seol announces they must continue on foot, leaving the horse behind. Seol arrives at the destination and announces their presence under the starry night sky. 3 large stones are observed clustered together under the night sky. Moving cautiously through the forest, he uses his memories from the game to search for the right location. Amidst the fallen leaves, a concealed bronze statue is discovered. Seol crouches in the forest and prepares to turn the bronze statue clockwise. The cracked sphere pulses with yellow energy as it starts to break open. Rune-covered spheres activate around a glowing geometric sigil as a mysterious mechanism comes to life. A glowing magical seal activates on the ancient stone door. He pauses in the dark forest, carefully considering his next move toward the ruins. Seol tenses up as system messages reveal Borgo rapidly activating multiple skills. A fierce clash erupts as Seol blocks the monstrous opponent's energy attack. Under the starry night, a muscular archer with braided hair draws his bow, focusing intently on his target. Seol urges his companion to move quickly as a threatening creature lurks behind him in the forest. He carefully approaches the glowing, rune-inscribed stone tablet on the deserted path. A completion message announces that the ambush has been survived and rewards will be given after all adventures are finished. A mystical parchment appears, declaring the start of the 4th adventure in the Hall of Restraint. After barely surviving the ambush and securing the targeted goods, the protagonist must now escape both relentless pursuers and the ominous Hall of Restraint before time runs out. 2 opposing views about the difficulty of the adventure are presented. The group quickly locates their target and prepares to move against him, sensing he is now in serious danger. He studies the sealed gate and the glowing mirror, searching for a way forward. Seol studies the ancient parchment and realizes that opening the gate requires 5 different bloods. A gloved figure examines the ancient scroll, searching for clues to bypass the Hall of Restraint and weighing the options for translation, sacrifice, or stealth. With a calm expression, he tears the parchment apart, shocking everyone with his unexpected decision. In the dim corridor, he grips his dagger and prepares to act, considering the translation's accuracy. Someone clarifies that the ritual requires 5 drops of blood, not 5 bloods, as the bowl with blood drops is shown. A massive, rune-covered door creaks open, releasing an eerie blue glow into the corridor. Seol stands confidently on the stone pathway, taking control of the situation. He steps through the dark doorway, holding the glowing object as he moves forward with confidence. A sudden surge of glowing coins signals a major donation, warning that the pursuers are closing in. A massive wooden gate blocks the path ahead. A sealed wooden gate radiates magical energy as someone approaches. A group of warriors enters, led by a formidable figure wielding an axe, their presence radiating menace. A muscular man halts by the stone wall, sensing the presence of blood and danger nearby. 2 armored figures stand in the rain as one excitedly announces the arrival of Kurjin. A nervous, horned man anxiously defends himself while being pressured to explain the misinterpretation of the ruins trap. A menacing figure advances toward the ancient pedestal, dagger in hand. A man recoils in shock as he discovers the black object in his hands is broken. One man anxiously warns the other that their secret may have been discovered. It is revealed that the translation of the ruins was incorrect. Blood has been freshly spilled across the surface. The tattooed man recoils in disbelief as the situation takes an unexpected turn. Seol processes the shocking news, trying to understand how his secret was discovered. A masked figure towers menacingly over a terrified character, forcing a frightened response. A scarred man urges his group to break through the ruins before their rival does. Footsteps echo through the empty stone corridor, signaling someone's approach. A glowing message panel suddenly appears, catching Seol off guard as he stands in the shadows. A warning appears, alerting the protagonist that a hostile group has entered the hall and is targeting both him and the treasure. A group of enemy warriors charges down the stone steps, led by a towering, confident figure. The ancient wall cracks and begins to shift, signaling an impending event. A spear pierces into the spinning gears, disrupting the machinery. Seol cautiously approaches the glowing, rune-inscribed door in the stone chamber. A corridor lined with arrow traps and walls covered in mysterious ancient text blocks the way forward. Confronted with several risky options, the protagonist carefully considers which action to take before the deadly traps. A weathered stone tablet reveals the 6th rule, urging humility, self-restraint, and gratitude for his Moken's grace. A gloved figure tightens their grip on a rough stone, recalling the moment they made this crucial choice before. Kneeling on the ancient stone tiles, the protagonist prepares to show respect through a ritual act. A stone is thrown into the trap-filled chamber, but nothing happens, confirming it's safe for now. A massive stone gate looms open in the ancient chamber, its presence signaling that the path forward remains unobstructed. A line of prisoners is marched grimly along the dark stone wall. A group of enemy warriors makes a dramatic entrance, led by a fierce-looking man at the front. He enters the empty stone room and realizes someone is missing. The group anxiously searches the dim room but fails to find the person they are looking for. A paranoid man clutches a folded paper and panics upon realizing that someone may have betrayed the group by colluding with another rival. A furious man shouts a warning as both men confront their opponent, threatening dire consequences if they fall behind. An intimidating man with glowing red eyes forcefully orders someone to stop. Two anxious figures prepare to discuss their strategy for getting through the room. After deciphering the parchment, the group prepares to crawl across the stone floor as instructed. The group debates how to safely bypass arrow traps, expressing concern about the time it will take and the risk involved. Two armored figures urgently debate whether to act immediately or confirm the situation first. The group realizes they are falling behind their rival. With a grim resolve, the figure decides to trust Kurjin once more despite their frustration. Several figures creep stealthily across the stone floor, staying alert and low. A horned man collapses to the ground in frustration, gripping a wooden scroll tightly. Seo clutches a map in the shadowy corridor, determined to survive Borgo using his knowledge of the ruins. The protagonist considers the two immediate threats before making a move. A horned intruder is caught off guard while gripping a wooden board. An armored man leans in menacingly, pressing for an answer. A nervous figure examines the ancient scroll and admits uncertainty about a previous prediction. Realizing the potential danger, the character considers that someone may now control the gates within the ruins. He freezes in shock as something unexpected happens. Bolts of energy smash through the stone wall, breaking the barrier. Two wounded warriors collapse as blood splatters and a mysterious scroll drops to the ground. Warriors brace behind their shields as a deadly volley of arrows rains down in the corridor. Two figures race desperately down the corridor, fleeing from unseen danger. A character stomps down with such force that the ground cracks beneath them. Survivors stumble through the blood-soaked courtyard, surveying the aftermath of a deadly ambush. The armored man slams his fist into the floor, reeling from unexpected damage. One man announces that Kurjin is dead, casting a heavy silence over the group. A bloodied corpse with an arrow wound is discovered on the cracked stone tiles, revealing that most of the crucial information came from him. A sinister figure smirks in the shadows, plotting their next move. A large, blood-spattered man erupts into mocking laughter, clearly amused and provoked by his opponent. A cloaked figure steps toward the dark doorway, gripping a glowing staff. The protagonist quickly pulls all three levers on the engine device in an attempt to shake off their pursuers. He confronts the fifth gate, preparing for what comes next. A hidden chamber without a door is discovered, and traps are detected inside. A set of options appears on a weathered parchment, prompting a decision on how to proceed without a visible door. Seol considers whether to move forward immediately as he plans his next step. Seol stands in silence, lost in heavy thought beneath the shadowy gloom. A lone figure steps boldly onto the dark, endless water. Seol advances purposefully across the glowing surface, gripping his illuminated staff. He studies the room intently, trying to decipher the meaning of the phrase written inside. Eyes closed, the protagonist steps forward along the perilous path, trusting intuition to guide him safely through the gate. A ritual is explained, revealing that priests must walk 8 steps with their eyes closed to honor the mysterious being Ismoken. He hesitates, gripping his sword tightly as tension fills the air. He steps forward, calculating whether his current height will affect his ability to match the priest's steps. He walks forward in darkness, mentally counting each step as he prepares for a pivotal moment. A lone figure steps forward toward the massive, glowing doorway. A series of gates are cleared in quick succession, triggering the appearance of a reward. As chaotic audience reactions flood the screen, the tension escalates amid confusion over the unexpected turn of events. Seol cautiously approaches the bright exit at the end of the tunnel, drawn toward the mysterious light. Realizing the final gate is near, the protagonist braces himself for the decisive challenge. A determined figure advances across the tiled floor, confident that they are nearing their second piece. A determined figure advances through the torchlit corridor, following glowing footprints toward the exit. Seol stands silently, determined as he contemplates whether someone else will be present at this crucial moment. A figure recalls the brief life of a fallen ally while a chess pawn sits illuminated in the foreground. A towering, muscular man with a messy beard stands in the dark holding a torch, as his kind yet resilient character is introduced. Seol moves cautiously through the dim corridor, certain that Gileak is nearby. The lingering mark of the first piece remains on the sharp stone mountains. A clue tied to the chained hourglass is discovered at the 10th gate of the ruin. Clutching his weapon, he moves purposefully down the shadowy stone stairs toward the unknown. Seol cautiously discovers a hidden location behind the stone wall. A massive door labeled the 10th gate looms at the end of a stone chamber bathed in light. Seol collapses onto the blood-stained tiles, wounded and pierced by arrows. Wounded and struggling to rise, Seol collapses as his opponent looms over him, counting relentlessly. A man is killed instantly by a devastating blow to the head. The group leaves the bloody body behind and proceeds to their next target. 3 armored men stand together, anxiously waiting as the group prepares to advance the next 5 to 10 steps. A menacing man issues a violent threat as he prepares for confrontation. Seol stands before the ancient stone gateway, preparing to enter the Hall of Light. The massive vault doors swing open, flooding the stone chamber with bright light. Seol searches the empty corridor, calling out for Gilliak. Startled, Seol recoils in shock at something unexpected off-panel. A skeletal figure in tattered clothes grabs the hilt of a sheathed sword, ready to draw. A lifeless skeleton with a red scarf and a sheathed dagger is found slumped against the stone wall. Seol confronts the skeleton in the shadowy chamber. He pauses, overcome by a strange and unsettling sensation. He stands before the marked stone, realizing the same intense sensation he felt when he first discovered a piece now returns with the second one in sight. Seol kneels in the dim chamber, examining the armored skeleton with his glowing staff. Seol staggers back, barely managing to block the fierce attack. Seol collapses to his knees, clutching his head and staff as a surge of agonizing energy courses through him. A glowing notice signals the beginning of the inheritance event. A bearded man laughs and flexes his arm, boasting confidently about his unbeatable strength. A group is confronted as someone bursts in, demanding their attention and causing visible shock among them. A determined man stands on a raised platform and proclaims his intent to uncover all the secrets hidden within the world's ruins. A gloved hand trembles while gripping a weapon tightly. Seol collapses to his knees, gripping his staff and hiding his face in anguish. A desperate man clings to another person's arm, struggling to keep them from falling to their death. He clutches his head in pain as his eyes flare with intense light, struggling against overwhelming inner turmoil. Determined to bypass the corridor's traps, the protagonist prepares to close his eyes and advance 8 steps forward. A figure confidently seizes the glowing staff beside the skeletal arm while evaluating the trap's difficulty. Clutching his chest in desperation, the man pleads for his companions to answer. Surrounded by shattered furniture and arrows, a wounded figure pleads not to be left alone. An arrow crashes through black armor, splintering the metal on impact. Clutching his side, he realizes the arrow that struck him is poisoned. Slumped against the wall and drenched in sweat, he reflects on reaching the final gateway despite his exhaustion. A weary man pauses to catch his breath, sweat dripping down his face as he regains his composure. Beams of light shine as the ceiling mural activates, revealing a glowing stone image of a woman's profile. A battered man, struggling to breathe, recalls that his Moken is a god who controls light. The exhausted man bows his head, struggling to catch his breath. Someone reflects on the need to find a new person to take on an important role. Seol breaks down in despair, leaning against the wall as he struggles with overwhelming loneliness. A skeleton dissolves into light as the protagonist inherits the ruin's predator ability, gaining increased chances to discover hidden ruins and rewards. A character urgently grabs a glowing, cloth-wrapped item as a burst of light fills the scene. He confesses that he arrived too late, weighed down by regret. Seol steps forward and prepares to examine the mysterious object with his staff. It is revealed that the ornate door was a fake, and after this discovery, all newly created pieces were given the ability to detect such deceptions. He recalls the moment he entered Pandaia in the world of eternity. He examines the 4 adjustable mirrors, realizing they are crucial to unlocking the final gate. A gloved hand reaches toward the glowing mural of the goddess on the gateway ceiling. Seol lifts the ancient relic, unleashing a surge of blinding power. Sunlight pours through the ornate circular windows, flooding the chamber with light. An urgent order is given to turn all the mirrors toward the ceiling. Inside the glowing chamber, Seol activates the ancient device with his staff. A tense confrontation unfolds in the rain as one man addresses another with a significant name. An older man presents a glowing staff to the protagonist in the dim stairwell, signaling the next step in their journey. The engraved stone platform shatters, sending dust and debris flying. Seol grips his glowing staff and prepares to ascend the crumbling spiral staircase. A glowing notification confirms that the final challenge has been cleared and offers the opportunity to choose a reward or wait for the timer to expire. Seol carefully descends the dark spiral staircase, gripping a glowing staff. Multiple large donations flood in as animated coins and notifications fill the screen, signaling a surge of excitement among viewers. A grand staircase leads up to imposing double doors, suggesting someone is about to enter the mysterious building. A gloved hand pushes against the old stone door, causing it to creak open. An ancient statue is revealed in the center of the torchlit stone hall. A hooded stone statue with a glowing blue gem addresses a stranger in the ancient chamber. A colossal stone face with glowing eyes emerges, announcing the arrival at his Moken sanctuary. Seol stands with his staff and expresses his gratitude. A mysterious figure promises a gift from his Moken as coins and a metallic object fall from the statue's hand. A trove of gold coins and weapons is revealed, spilling across the floor. Seol faces a tense ultimatum in the grand hall, gripping his glowing staff as he prepares to decide. He steadies himself, ready to face the challenge ahead. Surrounded by glittering treasure, the protagonist struggles to resist its overwhelming allure. Seol hesitates, struggling to decide which option is most important as he holds the glowing staff. A sudden system message rewards the protagonist with a temporary boost in awareness, activating heightened perception as two carriages appear before him. A character examines a pile of mysterious items, triggering enhanced perception that reveals their dangers, value, and hidden stories. A digital interface displays a message reflecting on the time required and the nature of the wrap-up evaluation. He examines Kaluna's equipment, weighing its value and considering whether to take the armor or helmet. A gloved hand reaches into the swirling energy, activating a hidden power. Ignoring the obvious treasures, the cloaked figure unexpectedly picks up a plain item from the floor. A glowing-eyed stone statue with a blue gem demands an answer. The protagonist selects the eye patch of perception from the burning display, activating its unique power. A mysterious clan in Pandia possesses unique eyes that grant special abilities and unlock various secrets. Seol secures the eyes of perception, feeling triumphant as the artifact glows in his hands. He firmly refuses the statue's offer and asks for nothing more. A towering stone statue with glowing eyes announces that his moken brings prosperity to those who practice moderation. A new reward box appears, bursting open and scattering gold coins. Seol inspects the glowing treasure chest, considering whether the gold coins inside are truly valuable. Seol secures the glowing blindfold over his eyes to activate the eyes of perception. Seol's eyes suddenly blaze with mysterious golden symbols as he unleashes a surge of hidden power. Seol endures a surge of agonizing golden energy as he clutches his head. A figure collapses in agony, gold coins scattering across the cracked floor. Seol is slammed into the ground, struggling amid scattered coins and debris. Seol screams in agony as flames engulf his face during a painful transformation. Flames rapidly consume the tattered fabric as the fire spreads. Seol kneels as his blindfold bursts with energy, scattering sparks and debris. A powerful surge transforms his eyes as he unlocks the eyes of perception, granting him a new way to see the world. A character gains enhanced vision, allowing them to see hidden details and the stats of elite monsters while reaching for scattered gold coins. A glowing chest is discovered among ancient ruins as the probability of perceiving its status increases with training. The character gazes upward, stunned by the sudden and dramatic transformation of the ceiling above. He endures the lingering pain of his transformation, confident that his new powers will help him avoid future dangers. He anxiously covers his glowing, golden eye with a gloved hand, struggling to suppress his power. An imposing figure drags a heavy axe across the stone floor, heightening the tension. Two masked warriors close in with clear hostile intent. A menacing man confronts the intruder, taunting them for not escaping. Seol demands information from the guards in the dim chamber scattered with gold coins. The scarred man issues a deadly ultimatum, forcing his opponent to answer under threat of losing their life. A menacing man threatens to cut someone to pieces and scatter them in the field. Seol stands warily by the ornate mirror and questions whether only two newcomers have arrived. A furious warrior threatens his opponent while brandishing a massive weapon. A man gazes at an enormous pile of treasures, his expression filled with awe and greed. Two armored men discover a hidden trove of treasure, one exclaiming with excitement, while the other remains alert with his weapon. A powerful warrior delivers a brutal blow to an older man, spilling blood across the treasure-filled chamber. A wounded man cries out in rage, blood dripping from his mouth. The armored man seizes control and warns others to stay away from what he claims as his. A cloaked young man brandishes his glowing staff and boldly confronts a hostile opponent who threatens to seize both the treasures and his life. Seol grants permission to proceed, standing resolutely beside the glowing orb. A determined hand plunges into the pile of gold coins and seizes a jewel-topped artifact. A towering, armored man stands victorious over his fallen opponent, clutching his weapon and greedily claiming his prize. An armored figure grins triumphantly as treasure-covered armor fuses seamlessly to his body. Seol grips the golden gauntlets, astonished as a surge of power courses through him. An armored figure issues a deadly threat, gripping his helmet with a crazed smile. Standing in the forest, the protagonist grips the glowing staff and prepares to unleash its power. Startled by an unexpected statement, the armored warrior grips his spear and demands an explanation. Seol halts before the demonic statue, gripping his glowing staff as sinister energy surges through the chamber. A demonic statue with glowing red eyes condemns someone as greedy. The demonic stone statue unleashes a furious warning, threatening consequences for those who lack moderation. An armored figure defiantly proclaims that greed has fueled their rise to power. The demonic statue erupts with red energy, breaking free and threatening to destroy everything around it. An armored figure erupts with red energy, unleashing a furious surge of power. A massive explosion engulfs the area, scattering debris in all directions. Seol stands firm, facing the raging wind without hesitation. The curse of his moken grants unlimited access to all items. A sudden explosion scatters coins and debris as Seol watches intently. The enemy's wounds close rapidly as smoke and flames swirl around them. Borgo is stripped of his power and freedom as he roars in rage, bound by flaming chains. A muscular armored figure is violently knocked back, skidding across the ground from a powerful blow. An armored figure hurtles downward, directly toward a deadly glowing spike trap. Energy flares around Seol as he activates his hidden power. Seol swiftly dodges a spear strike that smashes into the ground. An armored, beast-faced warrior charges forward, shattering the ground. A powerful explosion tears through the columned building, scattering debris in all directions. He exhales deeply, steadying himself as tension fills the air. A monstrous figure with glowing red eyes taunts Seol, who remains tense in the background. A new, unfamiliar interface appears beneath the armored warrior as flames flicker around. Using the eyes of perception, the protagonist analyzes Borgo's background and skills, confirming the ability's effectiveness. An enraged armored figure blames someone else for their current condition. The armored warrior, consumed by rage, threatens to kill their opponent, while brandishing a crystalline gauntlet wrapped in fiery chains. Two monstrous figures collide as chains blaze with fire and dark energy crackles between them. The armored warrior thrashes desperately, struggling to break free from the monstrous figure's crushing grasp. Wrapped in chains, he lashes out and attacks his armored opponent. A fierce white-haired warrior unleashes a devastating, dark energy attack at an opponent. A powerful figure shatters the wall with a crushing punch, scattering debris into the air. A bloodied warrior in red armor is hurled through a stone wall by a devastating attack. A towering armored figure is brutally struck down, blood scattering as they crash to the ground. A bloodied armored figure is ordered to get up while lying stunned on the ground. A towering stone guardian commands the defense of the hall, radiating ominous red energy. A heavily armored figure unleashes a surge of monstrous energy, straining against the destruction around him. He staggers on the cracked, snow-dusted pavement, coughing as he tries to recover. A wounded armored figure, pulsing with red energy, staggers defiantly and vows to protect the hall and its treasures. A monstrous figure charges forward with a fiery weapon, threatening to tear the opponent apart. An armored figure blocks the way, fiercely warning everyone to stay away from the treasure. A powerful opponent smashes Seol with a spiked gauntlet, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. A masked figure drives a devastating punch forward, unleashing a surge of force through the chaos. A menacing armored figure activates a powerful skill, unleashing a surge of magical energy. Seol urgently shouts a warning as a flying sword swings dangerously close. A monstrous figure reels as a glowing golden fist smashes into its chest. A heavily armored warrior unleashes a devastating attack, activating a special skill that doubles the impact and applies knockback for extra damage if the target hits the terrain. An enraged armored figure drives an enemy back with a furious swing of a massive glowing weapon. With a furious strike, the armored figure smashes the glowing weapon into the stone wall, triggering a massive explosion of debris. The massive figure drops to one knee, reeling from the devastating impact. Seol knocks back his injured opponent with a decisive blow from his glowing staff. A menacing armored warrior advances through smoke and fire, taunting the last remaining opponent. Seol stands in the rain, displaying a confident, sly smile. A menacing armored figure confronts the other character with a sinister smile, matching their intimidating energy. Seol confronts his wounded armored opponent in the rain, declaring he has not lost yet. A hand unleashes a fiery sword as a powerful skill activates amid crackling energy. A massive armored monster lunges at Seol, who stands ready with his glowing staff. A powerful foot slams into the ground, shattering the surface with a surge of energy. A furious, white-haired figure brutally slams his enemy into the ground. An armored fist crashes down with overwhelming force, crackling with energy. A monstrous figure corners the armored man, who trembles in fear and confusion. A monstrous figure unleashes a fear-inducing attack, switching to support mode and radiating dark energy. A devastating punch smashes through the armored helmet, sending flames bursting from the impact. The older figure warns that their rage is uncontrollable. A hand crackling with energy slams into the ground, unleashing a powerful shockwave. Seol smashes through the armored enemy with a crushing blow, scattering debris across the battlefield. A monstrous warrior taunts a fallen opponent, demanding they get up amidst the wreckage. A bloodied warrior, engulfed in flames, furiously vows to kill their enemy. A menacing, tusked humanoid with glowing red eyes delivers a threatening monologue about humanity's desire to be saved. A menacing figure mocks the defeated enemies, recalling how they begged for death. A bloodied armored figure unleashes a desperate attack, activating the treasure, making skill amid swirling flames and energy. An armored attacker charges at Seol with a glowing spear, attempting a lethal strike. A monstrous enemy swings a flaming weapon at a defender, igniting a brutal clash of swords. A savage warrior unleashes a deadly assault on the downed opponent as powerful skill effects surge around them. A furious figure explodes through the golden magical barrier, scattering shards in every direction. A fierce fighter lands a devastating punch on his armored opponent, unleashing a fiery burst of energy. The armored figure taunts his opponent for being unorganized as purple-black flames swirl around his flaming gauntlet. A white-haired fighter delivers a crushing fiery blow to an armored opponent in the heat of battle. A furious monster is struck by a powerful flaming punch. Seol slams his opponent into the ground with overwhelming force, shattering the earth. A devastating blow sends a male character reeling as blood sprays from the impact. A towering troll steps forward, openly revealing his savage nature as he confronts his opponent. A masked warrior collapses as a horned figure stands victorious, defying the disbelief of onlookers. Smirking with confidence, the protagonist eyes the towering column and embraces the challenge ahead. A bloodied armored figure, consumed by rage, defiantly refuses to give up in the midst of battle. A furious warrior unleashes a relentless barrage of summoned magical weapons in a desperate attack. A powerful explosion erupts, sending debris flying in all directions. A devastating special attack is unleashed, sending the target hurtling back with double impact and the threat of extra damage if he hits the terrain. Seo rushes forward through the storm, urgently calling out for Jamid. An armored attacker swings a flaming sword down with lethal intent. Seo smashes his sword through the massive stone monster, shattering its body in a single, forceful blow. A massive stone hand seizes the armored man, leaving him terrified and powerless. A hulking armored warrior is struck through the chest by a devastating blow and staggers backward, blood spraying from the wound. A bloodied, armored figure slumps forward in pain, suffering after a brutal resurrection. A bloodied, armored figure begs for mercy while trembling in fear. A powerful armored figure delivers a decisive punch, shattering the ground beneath them. A bloodied, terrified man recoils in panic as he reacts to the appearance of a gigantic hand-off panel. The monstrous figure defiantly rejects the command, glaring menacingly at its massive armored opponent. The monstrous figure's head explodes violently as the attack shatters its defenses. The victorious figure stands amid a blue aura as the defeated spirit vanishes and new rewards are granted. Seol stands beneath the cloudy sky, tense as he reacts to an unexpected development. A legendary chief of the Rock Canine tribe is introduced. The battle-scarred warrior withstands a devastating blow, leaving the crowd in awe of his overwhelming strength. A glowing chest bursts open, releasing a surge of golden energy. Seol examines the contents of the magical chest as the imposing beastman stands watchfully by his side. A figure stands amidst a spectral glow, receiving powerful items, stat points, and coins as rewards for their victory. Seol examines the purified relic staff in the glowing chamber, surprised by its unexpected condition. A massive stone statue with glowing yellow eyes and a blue pendant suddenly comes to life. Seol faces a powerful orc-like figure who delivers a stern warning at the base of a grand, illuminated staircase. A powerful relic activates in his hand, granting unexpected rewards. Cracks of golden energy spread across his body as he absorbs the empowering words and prepares for transformation. A surge of divine power bursts from the character's fist as they withstand the explosion and complete their mission. The tribe chief hesitates as he prepares to receive a blessing from an unfamiliar deity. He receives the destroyed helmet reward, feeling disappointed as he stores it in his inventory for later use. He examines the purified armor of an evil spirit, noting its impressive stats and durability despite the power lost during purification. The equipment ranking system in Pandia is explained, highlighting the progression from general to treasure items, and further distinguishing between monster, treasure, divine, and extraordinary ranks with similar performance levels. Seol carefully considers the restrictions and requirements for using the purified monster rank armor. A magical interface announces that the armor of an evil spirit has been equipped, and the protagonist decides to give it to an ally to boost his defense. He pauses, preparing to review the final item on his list. A powerful new divine weapon, the Mountain Fist, is revealed with impressive stats and the unique ability to enhance an ally's skills. He receives 2 powerful titles, boosting his stats and abilities as he reviews the impressive rewards. Seol waits in the shadows of the treasure-filled chamber as 2 armed figures step inside, ready for his ambush. The adventure ends as the character receives a score of 4 and acknowledges there is nothing more to gain. He stares in shock as his private score of 599,300 points appears before him. The adventurer ranking board is revealed, shocking viewers with the massive point gap between first and second place. A digital interface signals the start of a rest period at Free City Kongwari. A mission briefing assigns a 30-day rest and maintenance period in the Free City Kongwari before the next adventure. Seol walks alone through the deserted, dimly lit street. The air is still as someone notices how quiet it is today. A solitary figure walks down the quiet street, deciding to return home after realizing no one else finished their adventure at the same time. He walks alone in silence, deep in thought as he passes the frosted window. A shadowy figure sneaks cautiously around the stone wall, scanning the area for danger. Seol approaches the illuminated building at night, unaware that a hidden figure observes him from the shadows. Seol scans the area, sensing a possible threat from the distance. 4 companions have died, raising concerns about whether news of their deaths has already reached others. Sprinting through the alley, the protagonist quickly redirects his focus after dismissing the Predator Guild as a threat. Seol moves quickly and cautiously through the dark corridor, gripping his shield. Seol anxiously scans the area around the corner as a sudden rush of wind signals immediate danger. A glowing sword pierces through Seol's shoulder, leaving him stunned and wounded. A dark, armored figure holds Seol at sword point, blue energy swirling as Seol gasps for breath. Seol is confronted by a mysterious figure wielding a glowing sword. Undeterred by silence, he resolves to uncover the truth on his own. Seol turns with a piercing gaze, confronting someone about what they truly know. Seol is held at sword point by someone who reveals they have been waiting for him since he passed through the entrance when the rankings changed. One young man anxiously asks for help while the other remains cautious, gripping his sword in the darkness. Someone urgently asks to be heard, breaking the nighttime silence. The group arrives at a quiet inn as evening falls. A tense figure tightens his grip on the table, watching 2 people argue in the dim tavern. He admits that his hand is cursed after an encounter with a ghost. He closely inspects his darkened hand, realizing it feels unnaturally solid and smooth despite its rotten appearance. Seol sits at the table and begins to reveal the painful truth about losing his sister. Seol sits alone in the shadows, lost in silent reflection. He reveals that his sister died during the second adventure. A towering, snow-capped mountain looms over the vibrant landscape, establishing the scene's tranquil setting. A weary figure with torn clothes and a bandaged foot begins a new journey across rough terrain. Amid chaos from attacking trolls, one character desperately tries but fails to save his sister from falling off a cliff. Seol struggles to pull his sister to safety as the edge crumbles beneath them. A desperate character tries to break free while being dragged across the sand, determined to protect someone else from danger. Clinging to the cliff's edge, Seol yells in desperation, refusing to let go. Seol braces himself, eyes closed and smiling calmly despite the tension. A character admits to having deeply loved someone in the past. A desperate woman is pulled away by an unseen force as she entrusts Null to someone else. Seol clings to the edge of the cliff and reaches upward, haunted by memories of her voice and gaze. A character acquires a haunted hand after an unexpected accident, and is now plagued by nightly dreams of his sister. Seol sits in silence, weighed down by the memory of her desperate plea for help. Seol realizes that the so-called accident led to Han Yomyeon gaining the rare ghost hand constitution, which is not a curse. A character reveals a cursed, monstrous hand bound by magical chains, explaining it cannot be used unless purified by a high priest. He examines his glowing, spectral hand, realizing that reclaiming it from the ghost could give him a powerful advantage. Seol refuses to restore his original hand and instead asks for help with his sibling. Seol reveals that his relationship with his sibling became strained after they joined a guild and questions if the other person's sibling entered a dangerous one. One man dismisses the Justice Guild as unimportant during a tense conversation at the table. A man considers misleading rumors about a powerful guild and realizes the top-ranked member is actually himself. Seol urgently reveals that the guild punishes anyone who opposes its officials and targets those trying to leave after forming a shady alliance. Seol confronts the rumors, refusing to believe them. Seol learns that Null is in danger, and immediately decides to rescue her. Seol leans on his hand at the table and skeptically refuses to offer any help. Seol reacts in disbelief, shocked and confused by the unexpected situation. Seol dismisses the idea of being a hero, insisting that everyone acts for their own reasons. With unwavering resolve, he focuses solely on pursuing his goals as a radiant staircase ascends toward the light. Seol recoils in shock, unable to comprehend what just happened. Kneeling and sweating, Seol desperately questions why someone so strong could face such a contradiction in their power. Seol abruptly interrupts the conversation to directly address Mr. Han. Seol firmly tells the other person that he became strong for himself, and insists they must save themselves. Seol firmly rejects responsibility and insists that the other person must find a way to save their sister. Seol faces the weight of his limitations, realizing he cannot protect everyone. Seol notices something strange about the man's hand as he walks up the staircase. A distressed figure considers that his blackened hand may be caused by guilt rather than a curse, realizing he must confront his feelings to help his sister. He ends the tense conversation and stands alone in the sunlit room, visibly uneasy. A major donation of 200 madness appears as heated live chat messages debate whether someone should help or stay isolated. Realizing that constant self-sacrifice is unsustainable, Seol decides to focus on his own survival. Han Yomyeon possesses a ghost hand, and if he uncovers its secret, retrieving his sister should not be difficult. Seol contemplates how this newfound ability could benefit him in the future. Seol quietly decides to help. The protagonist enters the dimly lit information guild, reflecting on a personal regret. A hidden hatch is partially opened as someone offers secret information about the Justice Guild. Seol demands to hear only the negative information. A hand slides a bag of gold coins across the table to pay for secret information in the hidden guild. A hand quietly slides a sealed letter under the door. He studies the torn parchment, reflecting on the information he received. Someone examines the cryptic documents, realizing there is far more hidden beneath the surface. Seol examines the torn document, and realizes the threat posed by the Predator Guild is more severe than expected. Seol anxiously asks the figure if there is any negative information about the Predator Guild. Seol realizes he owes 100 gold coins and grows anxious as he examines the torn paper. Seol reads a torn note demanding to know why he is ignoring the situation and mentioning 10 coins. A character explains that players have only gotten involved when a citizen's life was at stake, while gold coins scatter on the floor nearby. He acknowledges the situation and chooses not to interfere, expressing reluctant acceptance of their separate rules. A hand lights a candle with a burning piece of wood, signaling readiness to face the challenge ahead. Seol calmly assigns a surveillance task, confirming the target is much weaker than his subordinate. A hand slides a note across the table as someone demands to know the identity of the target. Clutching 20 coins, the character rushes determinedly down the shadowy corridor. Crouched tensely with his shield, the protagonist receives urgent orders to follow someone at all times, even during sleep. A hooded figure confronts an intruder in the shadowy room. Seol confronts the hooded figure in the training grounds, demanding to know their purpose. A new secret option appears on the glowing parchment menu, surprising the protagonist as it becomes selectable for the first time. In a guarded doorway, one figure reveals to another that contact was lost with a summoner in the dangerous area of Novira a month ago. He weighs his options in the rain, deciding not to rush into the next stage of his plan. Presented with a quest prompt about the missing shadow summoner, the protagonist must choose how to respond to the caretaker's concern. He hesitates but decides to ask for permission to investigate further, worried about missing his chance to complete the Enlightenment episode. A hooded figure entrusts Seal with the hidden adventure, Missing Summoner, in a quiet village street. You accept the urgent quest to travel to Novira and search for your missing mentor, the Shadow Summoner. Seal requests to enhance an existing skill and follows the hooded figure through the open doorway. With 4 skill points available, the character decides to upgrade the main skill, Shadow Summon. Seal upgrades his Shadow Summon skill, gaining the ability to summon 2 shadows simultaneously with increased power and experience. One character aggressively demands an explanation for the other's overwhelming strength and high adventure score. He pauses to silently assess the situation as mysterious lights swirl around him. Realizing he has outgrown Kongori, the protagonist decides it's time to seek greater challenges elsewhere. After resolving to eliminate his enemies, the protagonist plans to leave the city. Morning sunlight streams in, illuminating a wooden mug resting quietly on the table. 4 men quietly discuss the deaths of their fallen comrades in a dim tavern. A group of guild members anxiously report the loss of 4 men to a single opponent and await instructions. The scarred man recalls that the person who defeated their men is called Snowman. A scarred student skeptically questions how someone rumored to be a nerd managed to defeat 4 people. A tense conversation unfolds as someone insists on monitoring a potential threat rather than alerting the group. A calculating figure emphasizes the need for a careful plan to kill their target without risking trouble with the Justice Guild. 3 men sit together in a dimly lit room, doubting their alliance with the Justice Guild and questioning if they can trust each other. A sinister-looking man sits and plots to expand his group's activities to Kongori. A group gathers around the table, plotting to manipulate Yung Woncheol and seize control of the Justice Guild and other guilds before launching their own business. A menacing figure grins and mocks the lawless state of the world, justifying violence as an inevitable consequence. A smug man leans back in his chair, boasting that those in high positions understand violence best. As someone rushes up the shadowy stairwell, a tense conversation reveals that there is still one person ranked above the current second place. A worried subordinate bursts into the room, frantically searching for his missing leader. A man with a red headscarf bursts in and accuses another group of trying to exploit someone's power for the Justice Guild. A suspicious man confronts an unexpected visitor, demanding to know who would dare approach the guild alone. Seo forcefully knocks down 2 startled men in the dim hallway. A determined man storms into the smoky room, confronting a hostile group as tensions rise. He demands to know where his sister is, his voice shaking with desperation. A desperate figure, engulfed in blue flames, reaches out for help. Struggling through the searing blue flames, he desperately calls out for help. A desperate plea for help echoes as Seol is haunted by a ghostly presence. Seol takes a brutal hit to the face, his head snapping back from the impact. Seol stands firm in the pouring rain, gripping his shield as he defiantly faces his opponent. Refusing to surrender, the protagonist declares his determination to keep fighting despite his curse and injured arm. The protagonist faces a group of armed enemies and resolves to rescue his younger sister at any cost. Startled by a sudden scream, he reacts in alarm. A desperate young woman runs down the hallway, frantically searching for her brother. A cloaked man confronts Ms. Han Null, insisting she is overreacting. A stern man confronts someone in the hallway, warning them against using violence to retrieve a guild member. One character furiously declares their intention to leave, escalating the argument in the tense room. 3 figures angrily confront another in the torchlit hall, demanding answers about why someone with sensitive information is leaving without consequences. A menacing man demands payment of 5,000 gold coins while threatening someone to keep silent. A distressed person protests loudly, demanding to know why they must pay such a large amount. A stern man orders his group to capture 2 fugitives, emphasizing the Justice Guild's focus on profit. A character steps forward and loudly accuses someone in the group of lying and deceiving everyone. 3 men step forward, confronting the protagonist with hostile intent. Seol realizes the others knew a secret and confronts them angrily. A distressed man tries to justify his drastic actions to someone off-panel, insisting that the world has changed. 2 figures dash forward, determined to escape the tense situation together. Seol doubles over as a powerful punch slams into his abdomen. A man violently kicks Seol to the ground while a woman screams in panic. 2 men violently assault an outnumbered opponent in the pouring rain. As one calls for backup, Seol is struck on the head and collapses to the ground in pain. One character forcefully grabs another's wrist, abruptly stopping their movement. A man forcefully restrains a struggling woman as she demands to be released. He yanks himself free, cursing in frustration. A man slaps a woman hard across the face while gripping her arm. Seol staggers as he desperately blocks a powerful strike with his shield. A gloved hand crackling with dark energy seizes the ancient staff. A surge of supernatural power erupts as Seol activates the awakened ghost's hand and seizes the weapon. A sudden slash of dark energy ambushes two men, leaving them in agony and shock. Surging with the power of the enhanced black hand, the character accelerates to an incredible speed, leaving others unable to keep up. A furious man orders his anxious companion to alert the Predator Guild immediately. A distressed young woman urgently calls out for her brother in the midst of rising tension. Seol unleashes a surge of dark energy as he prepares to confront the approaching figure. Seol, bloodied and gasping, desperately pleads for help as he struggles to stay conscious. Seol, battered and emotional, confronts a ghostly blue apparition of a woman. A young woman trapped in debris reaches upward, desperately seeking help. With a bruised and bloodied face, he suddenly recognizes Yomyung's presence. A desperate young woman entrusts Null's care to the fading, sorrowful figure as he departs. Gritting his teeth and bleeding, he struggles to endure the pain as a dark aura surrounds him. Haunted by guilt, he grips the sword tightly and insists it cannot be cursed. With his arm and sword crackling with a dark aura, he steps forward and vows to kill anyone who threatens the woman behind him. Someone acknowledges that the setback was expected. A man is confronted from behind and reminded to take care of their men. Two men face off in a hostile confrontation as one blames the other for the recent disruption. Seol flinches as someone suddenly calls out to him. A menacing man confronts someone, demanding to know if they are the one called. Private. Debris and heavy objects crash through the shattered ceiling as destruction erupts. A fierce punch slams into Seol's sword, sending a burst of energy through the air as he blocks the attack. The overconfident man taunts his opponent, while charging forward with a smug expression. A menacing blonde man unleashes a rapid series of powerful attacks against the armed protagonist. Seol struggles to defend himself as he clashes swords with an unseen attacker, sparks flying from the intense impact. A powerful blow lands on Seol's head, sending debris flying as he is struck down. A blonde-haired man slams Seol's head into the ground, shattering the floor with the impact. Seol, bloodied and tormented, clutches his head in anguish as he questions why he must live this way despite his strength. A menacing man taunts the protagonist, leaning forward with a smug expression. The antagonist slams the protagonist's head against the wall, mocking him as he bleeds. Two men forcefully restrain a struggling woman while threatening her and her sibling with a harsh declaration about strength. Seol, bloodied and in pain, forces himself to accept that violence now decides everything. A black-clad figure smashes through the wooden barrier with a surge of dark energy. A blonde-haired man slams Seol's head against the wall as dark energy swirls around them. The antagonist taunts with supernatural awareness, brandishing an enchanted sword that radiates menace. Seol, sweating and alarmed, smashes an object with a powerful punch. Panting and bleeding, the injured character kneels as a hand forces his head down, wondering if the ordeal is finally over. A gloved hand knocks firmly on the wooden door, breaking the silence. A man in a patterned suit turns around warily after hearing someone call out. Three guards tense up as a disturbance outside interrupts their actions. Seol confronts someone at the door, declaring that he knows everything and demanding to be let in. Two men decide to deal with Han Null after suspecting him of foul play. Seol is forced to the ground and restrained while orders are given to prevent his escape. Seol urgently checks on the fallen figure to see if he is alright. A mysterious figure steps confidently into the bright doorway, startling the group of men. Seol stands tense and anxious, demanding to know if he is remembered. Exhausted and battered, Seol confronts someone about rejecting his request. Seol states that he came for his own purpose, determined to resolve unfinished business before leaving. Seol, weakened and exhausted, kneels on the ground as two armed men confront him with their weapons drawn. Trembling and bleeding, he fights to stay conscious. Seol leans forward over the table and firmly tells the other person to stop relying on others for rescue and take responsibility for their own survival. Someone insists that the responsibility to save the sister belongs to the listener, not to them. Someone laments their hard work with frustration and regret. Battered and overwhelmed, he admits his efforts have failed. He pauses, processing the new information with a serious, thoughtful gaze. Seol negotiates with the group, demanding the release of two captives in exchange for taking responsibility for them. One man reacts in shock as he realizes someone dangerous is present, while the other calls out to someone off-panel. A group confronts Seol and identifies him as Snowman. A sinister man directly accuses Seol of murdering Baek Sangye and Seo Jinchul. The blonde man confidently rejects the accusation and challenges Seol's persistence. One man bluntly questions whether another intended to kill their targets, heightening the tension among the group. Seol interrupts the conversation and prepares to ask an important question to the group. The man confronts the group, demanding if anyone wishes to confess their wrongdoing. A worried man looks up anxiously as he reacts to the accusation. Receiving no reply, he accepts the silence and moves on. An enraged man orders his followers to eliminate their target immediately. The furious man activates his power, gaining speed as he prepares to attack out of vengeance. The menacing man leans forward, taunting his opponent with a threat about his private score. Seol unleashes a surge of dark energy, summoning shadowy entities around him. Seol steps forward as a fierce standoff erupts between the monster and the armored man, dark energy crackling in the air. A massive troll appears, radiating dark energy as it glares menacingly. The terrified man recoils, unable to comprehend what he is facing. A menacing figure raises a dark, swirling aura around his hand and warns the other person not to intrude. A stunned crowd reacts as it is revealed that a mysterious figure has twice as many points as the second rank. A group of men confronts the black-clad figure as their leader prepares to reveal his intentions. An imposing figure offers enticing terms, urging the protagonist to join their side immediately. A desperate man tells the uneasy crowd that the world has become a lawless wasteland where survival and opportunity are no longer tied to birth. Wounded but determined, the protagonist vows to seize power and conquer new horizons alongside his allies. Seol confronts those in power, demanding to know why they stand above everyone else. One man asserts that in their world, power and violence define the law, while the other listens uneasily. Seol boldly confronts the towering opponent, challenging them with unwavering resolve. The man confidently proclaims that their group will become the strongest. He calmly dismisses the concern without hesitation. The authoritative man informs the frightened group that he has already received their answers to his earlier question about repentance. He decides that, except for the two beside him, everyone else must die. A group of determined attackers launches an aggressive assault, energy crackling as they rush forward. Surrounded by dark energy, Seol issues a ruthless order to eliminate everyone. Seol launches himself at the monstrous opponent, their swords colliding in a burst of energy. Seol cuts down several enemies at once with a fierce sword strike. A figure activates the first stage of the soaring moonlight technique, Crescent Moon. A powerful slash surrounded by blue energy cuts down several enemies in rapid succession. A terrified group scrambles to escape as a massive, glowing armored figure reaches for them. A monstrous figure delivers a brutal punch, sending Seol reeling from the impact. A monstrous figure hurls two people violently across the arena as chaos erupts. A terrified man screams a warning about a great white shark. A determined fighter charges forward and unleashes a powerful, glowing attack against the monstrous enemy. A furious blonde man lunges forward, launching a fierce attack. The hulking beast slams its glowing fist down, unleashing a relentless assault on its opponent. A character stomps the ground with overwhelming force, shattering it beneath their foot. A triumphant man celebrates after landing a clean hit to his opponent's head. A blonde man launches a devastating punch at his opponent, who braces for the impact. A menacing presence taunts the protagonist, comparing their struggle to that of a bug. The monster, consumed by rage, lifts its opponent off the ground and attacks with burning fists. A figure is ripped apart in a surge of violence, screaming in agony as the battle turns deadly. A golden-fisted fighter confronts the monstrous figure as tensions escalate in the fiery clash. A humbling truth is revealed, shattering the illusion of superiority. The armored figure is slammed against the wall, struggling to speak as the pressure intensifies. A towering figure unleashes overwhelming power, forcing a terrified person to plead for help. A monstrous figure forcefully corrects someone, insisting that the proper term is order. Seol runs for his life as a massive threat looms behind him. Seol slashes his glowing sword at the enemy, who screams in agony. Seol stands over the kneeling man, gripping his sword as his opponent lies defeated. Staggering forward in exhaustion, the protagonist desperately questions why he alone is being singled out for torment. Bloodied and furious, Seol steps forward to threaten anyone who dares harm his sister. Seol towers over his wounded opponent, brandishing a bloodied sword and vowing to kill despite desperate pleas. On his knees and drenched in sweat, Seol clings to someone's leg and desperately begs for mercy. A determined young man insists that everyone is fighting to survive because this world has no laws or rules. A desperate man drops to his knees and pleads for understanding as Seol stands over him, unmoved. He silently questions why no one is taking action as he examines the torn piece of paper in the dim, industrial space. Officers are aware of the killings but only intervene when transferees target ordinary citizens, choosing otherwise to ignore the incidents. A rule is established that transferees must follow their own guidelines. With calm resolve, the protagonist dismisses the significance of new rules being created. Seol defiantly vows to destroy any rules that stand in his way until reality matches his desires. A furious man hurls an accusation, confronting the other with intense anger. Seol stands his ground and accepts being called a monster. Seol recoils in fear as he realizes the man before him is a monster. A bloodied man screams in agony as he is struck down by a fatal blow. He subdues his opponent amid a blood-soaked battlefield strewn with the defeated. A surge of donations and cheering erupts online as viewers celebrate the overwhelming victory. A forum post reveals that a violent clash between the two guilds resulted in numerous deaths and widespread destruction. An anonymous online post exposes the corruption and brutality of several guilds, sparking outrage and discussion among forum users. Forum users speculate about the Han siblings, debating rumors that one of them single-handedly defeated a powerful group. An online forum erupts with chaotic speculation and conflicting rumors about recent events and the involvement of key individuals. A new announcement declares the end of conflict between two guilds and establishes Order Day as a symbol of unity and survival. Injured and unsure, he hesitates but agrees to help when called. Seol expresses relief at someone's safety and decides to contact Yeomyeon through the community. A man in dark clothes walks away, plotting to make someone repay him when they meet again. 3 days later, tattered flags flutter beside a weathered stone, revealing the aftermath. The protagonist approaches the ruined gates of Nobara, preparing to enter the desolate city. A glowing die spins in the air as the rest location shifts to Nobara and the travel luck dice begins to roll. A glowing die tumbles dramatically through the air. The travel luck dice rolls a 2, signaling a stroke of bad luck. The adventure near Nobara becomes significantly more dangerous, with new variables and a risk of sudden changes, but offers a major reward if successfully completed. Seal watches warily as a glowing black artifact floats in the air, radiating swirling energy. Seal collapses to the ground, pierced by arrows and bleeding heavily after a sudden ambush. Sensing an ominous presence, the protagonist looks up with a serious expression as the atmosphere grows tense. A lone traveler arrives at a new town, hoping the coming adventures will not be too dangerous. A shadowed figure rolls a low number on a die, making the upcoming adventure near Nobara much more dangerous with a chance for sudden, unexpected events. Confident in his power and allies, Seal decides to treat the upcoming adventure as a chance to gain more rewards. A cloaked figure enters the town as the morning crowd moves around them. Arriving in the bustling city of Nobara, the survivor draws astonished laughter from the crowd after returning alive from the ruins. A heated argument erupts as one person mocks the dangers of ruins hunting while another insists it's a terrible idea. A burly man teases and hugs the annoyed protagonist about the unpredictable dangers of ruins while another man laughs nearby. A crowd of combat-oriented newcomers fills the market as the influx of ruin hunters boosts Nobara's economy. He surveys the city, reflecting on how Nobara's unique circumstances have fostered harmony between transferees and Pandia's residents. The protagonist decides to check the Nobara Adventurer Association's community posts to assess the city's mood and collect rumors about Chao. While reading online posts about ruins hunters and Borgo's rumored death, the character realizes that most discussions are focused on recent events following Borgo's disappearance. 2 people discuss a mysterious woman and recent turmoil involving destroyed guilds in nearby cities. One character questions the identity of a mysterious person with an unfamiliar name, while others listen. An online forum erupts in debate as users argue about how to cope with death and fear during dangerous situations. A woman recalls that a girl visited about a month ago and needed guidance because it was her first time there. Seal asks for more details as he holds the glowing mirror in the shop. A gold coin changes hands as the woman remembers that the person in question was searching for a room to conduct research. A notorious mansion where a family once died is introduced as a possible rental to an outsider, though it is unclear if she agreed to stay. Someone tries the handle and realizes the door won't open. 2 characters crouch beside a broken window, considering multiple ways to enter the dark mansion. Seal peers into the dark room and notices clear signs that someone has been living there. Someone examines the fresh footprints on the walkway, noting they appeared only a few weeks ago. He surveys the dim room and confirms that the house is currently empty. Seal searches the dark area for Chao's research room, requesting assistance. A hulking beastman blocks the path as the group approaches with a torch, preparing for a confrontation. 2 figures walk through the dim hallway as one admits to not remembering their life as an elf, reflecting on their past isolation as a disciple in the ruins. 2 men discuss the protagonist's hazy memories from before he became a disciple. He resolves to gradually uncover the secrets of his summons. Someone calls out to their master in a tense, shadowy atmosphere. A hidden entrance is discovered at the end of a dark, abandoned hallway. A scream pierces the silence as a body lies motionless outside the partially open door. Seal steps into the dim room and discovers it is completely filled with research materials. Cryptic documents scattered across the table prompt a character to question whether the mystery is theirs to solve or someone else's. He examines the chaotic papers and walls, trying to make sense of the confusing and unrelated information surrounding him. A gloved hand searches through documents and uncovers evidence of a secret laboratory in the Great Forest. Seal silently considers Grizz's reputation as one of Pandia's most remarkable geniuses. A lone figure enters a secret laboratory filled with fantastical robotic inventions, reflecting on the legendary inventor's hidden works and rare encounters. A person beams with excitement after discovering someone who thinks like them. The protagonist recalls spending significant time with an eccentric genius during a brief encounter. Someone considers how obtaining an invention, equipment, or even just a blueprint could greatly strengthen Seal. Seal studies the wall of notes and map, hoping that Chao went to Grizz's secret laboratory in the Great Forest. A new solo adventure begins as the protagonist arrives in the forest, searching for the secret laboratory. A clue discovered in the research room leads to Grizz's secret laboratory, rumored to be filled with inventions and protected by hidden traps. A new mission begins: infiltrate Grizz's secret laboratory, bypass the deadlocks, and search for traces of Chao before time runs out. Using his enhanced perception, the protagonist discovers that the surrounding trees were artificially created to hide something. Someone notices that the trees are identical in height and perfectly aligned, which is unnatural for the Great Forest. Seal moves cautiously through the dark forest, gripping his glowing staff and searching for something important. Someone moves cautiously through the tall grass, drawing closer. Seal abruptly senses an unknown threat nearby. A cautious figure spots a mechanical surveillance bird hidden among the forest branches and considers how to disable it. Seol hesitates behind a tree, weighing several risky options to deal with the active surveillance device. He hesitates in the forest, gripping the knife and weighing the consequences of a risky throw. A gloved hand tightens around a knife, while the speaker confirms that the plan could work. An elf effortlessly dodges a powerful attack, displaying confidence in his supernatural agility. A mechanical bird swiftly dodges as a tree crashes down in the forest. A gloved figure prepares to destroy hostile entities on the way to the laboratory. A sword smashes into the mechanical bird, shattering it amid flying debris. Seol leaps into the air and smashes straight through a thick tree trunk. Tall grass parts to reveal a concealed metallic door with a keypad and scattered robotic remains. Seol confronts an unexpectedly advanced technological interface and asks for help to open a secure door. A towering creature asks for permission to break something, and Seol gives a calm go-ahead. Massive stone jaws clamp shut over the entrance as the trap is triggered during the password attempt. A massive orc bursts through the shattered barrier, shocking everyone. The armored figure accepts the offer, revealing the eccentric nature that has made others wary. A hidden high-tech door to a secret laboratory is discovered in the shadowy forest clearing. A character laughs mockingly as he admits he failed to make something work and left it as decoration. Passing through the keypad-locked door, he questions his habit of using the same design for all his secret laboratories and shifts his focus to a more intriguing subject. He inspects the overgrown entrance, suspecting there are more doors inside to investigate. The protagonist steps onto the platform, cautiously surveying the ominous laboratory filled with glowing containment tanks. Seol listens intently in the dim room, searching for the source of the suspicious noise. Seol notices the unusually fresh air in the underground laboratory and wonders if plants are being grown inside. Seol stands frozen in uneasy silence, deep in thought as tension fills the air. Someone discovers a mysterious note pinned to the overgrown wall and reacts with surprise. He smirks slyly as he holds up a document, hinting at secret plans about to be revealed. A mysterious note is discovered, revealing someone's intent to secretly take an item out of interest. A new objective appears, urging him to investigate deeper into Grizz's secret laboratory despite Chao's absence, and he resolutely prepares to proceed. A dark-clad figure hands Seol a mysterious object as he moves forward, examining it closely. He examines the stack of old papers and notices the ominous heading about questions concerning death. He examines the document and realizes it details Grizz's research into death, prompting him to question how it connects to the item recently taken. A figure examines documents detailing an invention designed to simulate death and uncover its mysteries. A dangerous device designed to simulate the experience of death is introduced and described. Seol anxiously reviews the parchments and realizes the item Chao took is extremely dangerous. He hesitates at the entrance of the dark tunnel, uncertain about moving forward. Resolving to uncover the truth, he prepares to descend further into the corridor choked by dark roots. Three figures advance cautiously through the dark, overgrown corridor, guided by the light of a torch. Perception activates as the character senses hidden details beyond the ruined laboratory door. Seol steps forward and brandishes his glowing sword, preparing to strike as another figure watches from behind. A sudden crash echoes through the dark, empty corridor. A mechanical device powers on, its red light glowing ominously in the darkness. Seol freezes in alarm as an unexpected error message appears. A malfunctioning robot alerts that the entrance has shut down. Seol urgently warns his ally not to touch the ancient robot as he brandishes a glowing sword. Seol quickly assesses the creature's clumsy movements and orders his team to cut the vines. A surge of blue energy slices down as the attack is unleashed against the overgrown machine. Seol strains against the glowing restraints, struggling to break free. Seol enters the ruined chamber with his sword drawn, prepared for whatever danger awaits. A glowing capsule activates, flooding the room with intense purple-blue light. A large robot emerges from the shadows and greets the human. Inside the damaged research facility, Seol faces the newly introduced ARTHA-2 robot, who acknowledges his presence and welcomes him as the facility director. A serious young man holding a torch explains that he came because he couldn't contact Grise. Unable to meet Mr. Grise, the protagonist agrees to let the robot guide him through the research facility. A character offers to give a tour of Laboratory Number 1 and Laboratory Number 2. A public donation of 300 madness coins is made while viewers mock the thief for deceiving a robot and being treated as a guest. A high-tech laboratory is introduced where spirits are studied and given bodies after proving a scientific theory. Seol learns that Grise invented the multi-attribute spirit, which causes spirits gathered together to collide due to their tendency to resist or attract each other. Glowing canisters are displayed as a solution devised by Grise, though the method remains unknown. Seol challenges the authority of the armored figure, exposing that all decisions are actually made by Grise. Seol analyzes the glowing diagrams and speculates about the spirit's classification, noting the theory is still unproven. Blueprints and research notes about the multi-attribute spirit belt are examined, revealing a plan to transfer multiple spirit powers onto a single belt. Seol learns that the belt is in Laboratory Number 2 and reacts with alarm. Seol and the machine frantically search the area after discovering the belt has disappeared. Someone admits uncertainty about their feelings. Seol surveys the overgrown, decrepit structure with determination. Twisted roots rapidly spread across the ruined mechanical facility, consuming the remaining structure. Startled by an alarming realization, Seol urgently demands to know what's inside Laboratory Number 1. Two figures quietly survey the massive laboratory, noting that even combined, the areas they've seen so far are smaller than Laboratory Number 1. A robotic hand examines advanced research equipment in a high-tech laboratory. A researcher develops resilient plants in a futuristic lab to address the Empire's future food shortages. They decide to investigate the core of the research facility, convinced they understand what happened there. Seol explores the ruined structure and asks Artha if they know anything about Milan. Confused by the unfamiliar name, the character questions what Milan means while another figure watches silently. Two people examine the ruin-covered wall as one marvels at Milan's brilliance. One character openly admires the other's vast wisdom while struggling with feelings of inadequacy before the wall of knowledge. A man in a lab coat laughs mockingly at the tense figure in front of him. One figure joyfully expresses relief at finally being understood while standing before a wall of ancient inscriptions. Seol, hunched over and troubled, pleads for the other person to stay, confessing that he needs them. A man with glasses quietly asks the other person if they have ever longed for someone. He pushes aside his emotions and leads the group forward through the shadowy corridor. The group arrives at the entrance of the ruined Laboratory Number 1. A chilling voice whispers a mysterious name as sinister roots spread across the darkness. The protagonist questions the damaged robot about whether it is alone, and the robot reveals there were once over 20 other members. Sensing movement beyond the door, the protagonist becomes sharply alert and comments on the emptiness of the place. A gloved hand cautiously reaches toward the vine-covered wall as dark energy swirls nearby. The protagonist stands tense, having escaped the monstrous threat now looming before him. In the depths of a secret laboratory, intelligent overgrown plants have broken free from control and now threaten to spread disaster across the continent. Investigating the abandoned facility, the protagonist realizes the golem researchers fell under control through the unique skill. Colonization. A monstrous tendril rampages through the facility as everything turns hostile. A fierce blow lands as the orc-like opponent staggers under the force of a glowing, rock-like fist. Seol releases a devastating sword technique, sending blue energy crashing into the monstrous enemies. Monstrous thorny vines seize Seol and hoist him into the air in the shadowy forest. Two characters confront a mass of monstrous vines that begin to mutate and grow rapidly, raising the danger level. A damaged robot tries to remember the events that led to the current state of its surroundings. Seol urgently calls for help as ominous red tendrils close in around him. Seol braces himself as he faces a powerful robot alone, realizing the challenge is far tougher than expected. He freezes in place, suddenly realizing he is alone. The robot completes its memory restoration in the midst of the overgrown darkness. Surrounded by overgrown plants and broken machinery, the protagonist discovers that the facility's core control unit was overtaken, cutting off all outside communication. The new director of the research facility is revealed to be a powerful and aggressive mechanical golem. Mutant vines swiftly immobilize the robot bodies in the dark laboratory, forcing a survivor to escape to Laboratory Number 2. A fighter attacks the plant-like monsters with a glowing sword, realizing they are vulnerable to fire and pests. Seol hesitates to attack the vine monsters with fire, searching for a safer strategy. Accessing the core control allows the possibility of unleashing a massive fire. Seol urgently asks for oil while holding a lit torch. The giant robot powers up, releasing steam as it gets ready to move. A fiery liquid splashes over the glowing sword as it is dramatically coated. Surrounded by blazing flames, Seol charges forward with unwavering determination. Surrounded by a swirling inferno, Seol unleashes a powerful fire attack. Two massive, spiked appendages collide with explosive force, scattering sparks and debris. A notice appears, announcing that the quest objective has been changed from Bry's secret research facility to Sleeping Forest Golem. A critical mission is assigned to eliminate rampaging plants in the laboratory and rescue as many dormant golems as possible before time runs out. A massive creature charges ahead as Seol commands an advance toward the front lines. Someone urgently commands the others to burn a specific part of the creature's body as aggressive vines threaten to overwhelm the industrial machinery. A powerful figure bursts through the stone wall in a violent explosion. Seol realizes he must find the password to reactivate the researchers trapped by the vines. A glowing terminal presents a puzzling multiple-choice question, leaving the character confused and unsure how to respond. With a confident gesture, the protagonist selects the fourth answer, convinced it is correct. A futuristic visor activates, with a bright flare. Kneeling in front of the damaged robot, the explorer listens as it introduces itself and offers assistance. A quest notification announces the activation of Alberu 23 and the rescue of a sleeping golem. A determined figure pushes past the ruined golems, preparing to lead the remaining forces toward the core control system before time runs out. A golem activates and presents a multiple-choice question about the fastest horse on the continent. Seol activates Horton 11 and successfully rescues another sleeping golem before quickly moving on to the next target. A massive golem awakens as the device poses a crucial question about the continent's most influential force. They arrive at the core control center of the research facility. A mysterious blue light hovers over a broken machine in the abandoned facility. A monstrous figure urgently warns someone of imminent danger. A monstrous, glowing plant erupts from the ground as darkness swirls around it. Seo brandishes a flaming torch and confronts the monstrous creature as it lets out a piercing screech. With the torch held out defensively, the protagonist braces as a monstrous creature lunges in with its fangs. Despite uncertainty, the speaker resolves to keep moving forward. A monstrous creature lunges at Seo as he brandishes a flaming torch in defense. Seo lunges forward to dodge as large, sharp spikes erupt around him. A monstrous warrior with a burning claw bursts through the flames, forcing everyone to run for their lives. Seo confronts the monstrous creature, commanding it with force as debris and energy swirl around them. The overgrown creature unleashes captivating pollen into the air. A towering figure unleashes a surge of energy as they activate earthquake mode. He clenches his jaw and braces himself, struggling to stay focused under mounting pressure. A hidden, high-tech facility is discovered inside the ruined research institute. Amid a tense emergency, Seo frantically tries to connect to the malfunctioning robot before time runs out. He urgently warns his allies to override the system as the threat prepares to attack again. A massive monster slams its claw into the giant robot, sending debris and sparks flying. Thick, animated vines violently restrain the robot. An urgent system override is initiated. A large robot activates the central control panel and seizes control of the system. A powerful energy attack smashes into the stone golem, sending debris and sparks flying. A control device activates and issues an urgent command to all active researchers. A giant robot begins erasing all research records as it powers up violently. A robotic arm incinerates research records in the flames, erasing all evidence. A monstrous creature lunges through the fire, destroying everything in its path. A monstrous figure erupts in fury and launches a powerful attack. The monstrous figure recoils in shock as a sudden attack strikes him amid swirling energy and flames. The vine-covered creature unleashes a surge of energy as it begins to materialize, preparing to overpower its opponent. A powerful figure confronts the last monstrous flower as tension rises in the burning landscape. A massive, flaming stone hand seizes something out of view, unleashing a surge of power. A towering warrior commands immediate action while brandishing a flaming weapon amid roaring flames. Seo unleashes a devastating sword technique, charging forward with his weapon blazing with energy. Seo swings his glowing sword, sending out a devastating energy slash. A fierce sword strike infused with blue energy crashes into the massive beast-like enemy. A monstrous creature lunges forward as a surge of blue energy bursts across the scene. A devastating surge of energy erupts, sending debris and darkness flying in all directions. Seo braces himself as he confronts the tusked enemy, their opposing energies crackling in the charged air. Exhausted and breathing heavily, Seo leans against the damaged stone structure, finally able to rest after the ordeal. Mechanical crates crash down through the flames as the monsters are eliminated and new skill points are gained. Two robots approach the corrupted tree, one carrying a box filled with writhing tendrils. A trove of valuable items, including the unfinished multi-attribute spirit belt and its blueprint, is acquired. Seo finds and examines the unfinished multi-attribute spirit belt, noting its unique properties and potential. A cryptic message appears, concealing crucial information from view. A character reacts in disbelief to unexpected news. Seo secures the blueprint after a long effort, determined to make the most of his hard-won reward. A gloved hand flips through a book and uncovers the blueprint for the multi-attribute spirit belt. A hidden adventure is activated as energy erupts from the magical book. A sealed parchment appears as the system announces the start of a force-linked adventure, leaving the character surprised by the sudden restriction. Seo examines the blueprint in the control room and decides the upcoming adventure is insignificant. A character reviews the stats of a newly acquired rare leather armor and considers its benefits. A rare treasure called Absolute Life Force Powder is discovered, revealing its ability to enhance life force with a warning about excessive growth. Seo examines the small purple pouch and decides it will be useful. After defeating the golem, the protagonist takes the glowing purple pouch as his final reward. A cautious figure hesitates before the dormant, vine-covered golem, considering whether to release it. Seo examines the mysterious stone device, searching for the answer to Grai's question. Seo carefully reaches out to touch the glowing artifact on the pedestal. A machine presents a tense question about Grai's desires, highlighting option 1 repeatedly as blue choices appear. He hesitates in silence as urgent messages about the correct answer appear beside him. Seo pleads desperately for the other person to stay, admitting he needs them for his own existence. A gloved hand activates a mysterious, vine-covered device that begins to glow yellow. Under intense pressure, he selects the wrong answer, immediately realizing his mistake as mocking reactions erupt around him. A massive, vine-covered mechanical hand is discovered half buried in the ground. The ancient robot GRIM-1 powers on as the protagonist unexpectedly activates it in the overgrown ruins. All golems are rescued within the time limit, triggering the awakening of a stone golem and the appearance of a new, unknown presence. Amid a flurry of confused viewer comments, Seo sits in shadow, processing the shock of an unexpected name being chosen as the answer. A character silently reflects on Milan's importance to Grise. Amid the wreckage of the laboratory, Seol receives thanks for resolving the crisis. A character receives a special reward and obtains the closed-class boots. The protagonist inspects the rare closed-class boots, noting their impressive stats and special ability to escape crises. A character activates speed-enhancing boots, generating sparks and moving rapidly across the area. While fastening his boot, Seol considers the risks and prepares to defend himself if targeted. Seol crouches down and learns that the core of this invention is newer than its creator's previous work. A cloaked visitor is stopped by the vine-covered robot, who requests their name to report the encounter. Seol stands calmly in the golden light and reassures the other person. A new adventure begins as armored figures prepare amid swirling magical energy. A massive robotic hand powers up and lifts from the platform. An overgrown robot activates a glowing device and struggles to communicate with a distant team. Two robots patrol a damaged laboratory overrun by vines as news arrives of an emergency involving unknown creatures. A massive, moss-covered robot activates with a surge of blue energy as someone reacts in shock. Seol steps into the ruined chamber and confronts a towering stone golem illuminated by torchlight. Seol attacks the monstrous opponent with his glowing sword as tentacles close in around them. Armored figures storm into the chaos as an uninvited guest arrives. The golem activates the control panel, confirming that all the others inside have been restarted. Realizing the golem's questions can only be answered once, the character struggles to comprehend the situation. He realizes someone has discovered his link to Milan after recalling a mistake he made with a crucial question. A curious figure questions the current location of the thief after learning he has already left. A scientist discusses upcoming plans to visit the 81st Research Institute with key investors. With determination, he readies himself for the upcoming challenge. A massive beam of light crashes down onto the castle, shaking the entire structure. The narration introduces the concept of spirits in Pandia, explaining that these elemental beings often cause trouble when they enter the human world instead of remaining in the spirit realm. A critical mission is issued to capture or kill as many different types of spirits as possible before they cause further disasters, with a strict time limit and serious consequences for failure. Confronted with the daunting deadline, Seol anxiously considers how to accomplish the mission within a month. He braces himself for the troublesome journey ahead. Seol stands in the shadowy forest, worried as he considers the dangers of the incomplete adventure and the missing information about the spirit container. Two figures move stealthily through the dark forest. Two hidden observers spot a lone figure with a staff in the forest, recognizing him as a potential competitor. He realizes that new competitors have arrived and prepares to face them. Two wary men move quickly through the shadowy forest, intent on avoiding a rival transferee who could threaten their rewards. Seol pauses in the forest, scanning his surroundings with a focused gaze. A hooded figure quickly determines the target's location and alerts the group. A hooded figure approaches the Magic Tower reception desk, where the receptionist inquires if he is the adventurer from Nobira. A weary receptionist asks for Seol's identification card after admitting there are too many adventurers. A woman investigates a registration document as someone silently approaches her from behind. A tense silence fills the room as a woman hesitates while examining the document, prompting concern from those watching her. A man presents his ID card, revealing his identity as the famous adventurer, causing shock among the onlookers. A startled girl covers the hooded man's mouth and urgently asks if he was involved in the recent takedown of the Rock Molar tribe in the Pointy Mountains. Seol calmly acknowledges his clash with the Rock Molar tribe as the others react in shock and urge immediate action. Fame from past achievements spreads across the world, causing significant changes and making the protagonist's actions widely known. A hooded figure explains the purpose of the rare spirit container while presenting it across the table. Seol receives a special artifact from the cloaked figure, while others react with disbelief and envy. The group hesitates to approach Seol for the improved model, worried by his intimidating demeanor. Seol politely refuses the offer, explaining he already has a spirit container, and is told he must register it to receive any rewards. Examining the intricate gauntlet-like device in the rain, the protagonist expresses curiosity about its unusual design. Seol and his companion pause to examine a mysterious object, sensing something unusual about its shape. He freezes in shock, overwhelmed by an unexpected revelation. He notices that the main contents of incomplete color study have changed, leaving him unsettled. A girl is anxiously questioned about the origin of an item in a dim room. Sunlight streams through the dense forest, setting a calm and quiet scene. A determined figure steps forward, preparing to summon the spring green spirit. Seol reviews the manual from Grizz's laboratory, studying the instructions for catching spirits and growing increasingly concerned about a specific detail. A gloved hand discreetly handles a mysterious object while the source of its origin is deliberately concealed. He stands on alert and asks if the registration is finished. Seol anxiously listens as he is given the final instructions to retrieve the spirits using the containers. Seol learns that several adventurers have gone missing and is warned to be cautious as search efforts will be delayed. Resolving to survive alone, the character accepts that no help will come and prepares to rely solely on himself. Examining the twisted tree, Seo realizes the spirit flood is causing greater problems than anticipated. He surveys the scorched landscape, noting the cracked ground and rising heat that have left the forest unrecognizable. He warns that if the spirits are ignored, the forest might already be close to dying. 3 days pass as the sky shifts from night to sunrise, signaling a sense of urgency. He realizes the true difficulty of his mission as he navigates the shadowy forest. Unable to find any spirits, the cautious figure reports that his scouts also returned empty-handed. Examining the forest map, the group realizes the barrier stone kept most monsters at bay, but venturing deeper would have put them at greater risk. Seo anxiously realizes that even a month may not be enough to meet the deadline. Seo senses a strange presence behind him as a glowing force begins to swirl nearby. Seo notices a mysterious green light swirling through the forest at night. A delighted observer discovers 2 tiny, acorn-like creatures hiding behind a glowing tree in the forest. Seo stands in the forest, carefully weighing his options for dealing with the newly discovered spring green spirit. Unable to communicate with the spirits, the protagonist decides to follow them. A figure steps into the glowing forest, drawing the attention of the startled spirits. 2 small fairy-like creatures embrace glowing trees in the dark forest. A small creature clings to his leg, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Seo stands alert in the dark forest, sensing imminent danger. The protagonist decides to follow the group, accepting responsibility for their safety. The group rests around the campfire, remaining vigilant as they gather their thoughts in the forest. Seo quietly approaches the 2 glowing, fairy-like creatures in the forest clearing. Seo silently observes the startled creature on the ground. Seo watches as a fairy-like creature makes flowers bloom instantly with green magic. Sitting in the dry field, he realizes another spirit must be responsible for the forest's lost water. Seo freezes in surprise as he discovers a small, mysterious creature sitting among the flowers. A startled man recoils as a mysterious, glowing child suddenly grabs his arm. Seo bends down and helps a small plant creature stand up in the flower field. A cautious hand reaches toward the mysterious sprite-like beings as the character hesitantly questions the situation. A pair of hands places a flower crown on the surprised character's head. Seo pauses as he senses something significant. Seo reflects on his escape from a brutal battlefield while seated at a glowing table with dice. Stepping away from the turmoil, the protagonist embraces a peaceful journey, symbolized by a lone chess pawn on a mountain chessboard. Surrounded by shadows of past battles, he reflects on the exhaustion and hardship that have quietly accumulated through his relentless struggles to survive. Seo pauses in deep thought, lowering his head with a faint, mysterious smile. A system message announces that spirit and mind resistance have increased as a reward. He sits in the field, smiling as he adjusts the flower crown on his head while children watch. He extends an invitation for the others to join him. 2 chibi figures nod in agreement. A gloved hand reaches for the multi-chambered device attached to the belt. Green energy surges around the character as he prepares to unleash powerful magic from the artifact at his waist. A glowing green spirit orb is secured into the spirit pouch, filling the first slot. Seo quickly formulates a plan to capture 2 more spirits so Grizz's belt will activate its effects. 2 tense figures crouch in the tall grass at night, staying hidden as they brace for approaching danger. 2 men walk through the dark forest, questioning whether their ongoing search for spirits is worthwhile after a week without results. A character suggests accepting the penalty and leaving to seek a new adventure as red energy tendrils swirl ominously in the dark forest clearing. 2 men discuss their next move as strange red energy crackles nearby in the dark forest. A third figure suddenly ambushes the 2 men with a sword, leaving them shocked and recoiling in fear. A sword is drawn as the group cautiously investigates a suspicious disturbance within the barrier stone. An armored man recoils in terror as a monstrous red shadow suddenly appears behind him. Smoke drifts upward into the night as the full moon shines over the forest. Sitting by the campfire, the protagonist quietly acknowledges capturing 2 spirits. After tracking the spring green spirit, the protagonist successfully captures the morning orange spirit using a specialized device. A determined spirit hunter realizes he has only captured 2 spirits in 5 days and decides to accelerate his efforts while energy swirls around his device. Seo hopes to encounter the elusive evening violet spirit in the forest tonight. Seo quickly turns toward the source of the noise, alert by the campfire. Someone senses a possible threat and calls out into the darkness. A gloved hand reaches cautiously into the dense underbrush of the shadowy forest. A nervous girl cautiously approaches the fire, raising her hands and explaining her presence to avoid alarm. He gestures for the girl to sit by the campfire and asks if she is lost. One person reveals that they came here alone and do not have a party. A girl sits by the campfire and introduces herself, asking the man for his name. A teary-eyed boy awkwardly introduces himself by the campfire to a smiling woman. The main character's real name and its connection to his nickname are revealed, surprising everyone. A young woman jolts in alarm as heavy thuds resound nearby. Blazing lights flicker behind the thick grass as the group senses the presence of multiple spirits nearby. A worried girl tells her calm companion that her spirit container is failing, but he tells her to wait and do nothing. Seo realizes the campfire successfully attracted the fiery beasts as planned. A group of fire-red spirits appears, their large, fiery forms gathered calmly in the flames. Seol observes the fire spirit and realizes it poses no threat unless provoked. Seol stands watch by the campfire while fire creatures and a girl sleep nearby. A towering fire creature blocks the way, its flames crackling as it confronts the intruder. Seol stands by the campfire and invites someone to sleep inside the shelter. Two fiery creatures suddenly appear and confront each other amid swirling flames. The fiery beast nods in silent agreement, surrounded by swirling flames. Seol captures the fire-red spirit, securing the third elemental needed. A young woman realizes the belt is a spirit container, now holding 3 captured spirits, and changing color as it claims the red spot in the spirit pouch. The spirit container belt at the character's waist activates and transforms into the 3 spirits form. A rare magical belt called 3 Spirits is introduced, highlighting its powerful effects and origins. A sudden donation of 300 madness coins appears on the screen, leaving everyone shocked and curious about the item. Seol studies the magical aura encircling him, realizing it could serve as a shield against unexpected magic attacks. Seol calmly blocks a powerful magical attack with his elemental shield while analyzing its limitations and strategic advantages. The man refuses to let the other person touch his belt, revealing it's a small spirit container and causing surprise. Seol volunteers to take the night watch while learning that the belt's true abilities are revealed after capturing 3 different spirit types. The protagonist hurriedly documents detailed methods for capturing spirits to ensure his genius is recognized in the future. Someone reviews a handwritten manual by the campfire and realizes it only contains methods for capturing low-rank spirits. While sitting by the campfire, Seol reviews information about the light white spirit and the shadow black spirit. A wounded person collapses to the ground, clutching their side in agony. While sitting in silence, the protagonist reflects on how Venta the light white spirit and Shades the shadow black spirit are both much rarer than other spirits. A unique, multi-chambered spirit container is displayed as the method for capturing aggressive spirits is explained. Venta and Shades deliberately seek out victims to kill. Rain falls steadily on a bed of white roses, illuminating the night with a pale glow. 2 young men hike through the forest at night, reacting with amazement to the breathtaking starry sky above. A group of glowing spirits is discovered hovering above a field of white flowers, astonishing the investigator who struggled to find them. Crouched in a field of white flowers, the character urges an immediate capture before returning. A character urgently points out that someone is approaching, prompting the group to act quickly. 2 travelers hesitate as a small, mysterious creature approaches them in the flower field. A small, mysterious creature suddenly grabs his hand, startling him. A small creature suddenly grabs the person's hand, leaving him confused and anxious about its intentions. Seol follows the glowing fairies across the moonlit field, curiosity overcoming his hesitation. A sudden burst of light startles the characters as they look up in shock. Cautiously, he reaches toward the glowing fairies hovering above the moonlit field. Startled, he freezes as something unexpected catches his attention amid the white flowers. Seol slowly regains consciousness on the ground, confused and struggling to understand what happened. One character tries to stand but collapses, clearly weakened by an unknown force, while another watches with concern. Seol spins around in shock as a shadowy figure smirks behind him. Seol confronts the sinister figure, realizing he is facing an imposter. Rain pours down heavily over the forest. A sudden explosion of blinding light erupts in the forest, startling everyone nearby. A tense silence falls as one person tries to calm a startled companion near a tree consumed by supernatural flames. 2 figures crouch in the rain-soaked forest, urgently discussing how even startled spirits can kill. A woman is ambushed in the rain as a gloved hand clamps over her mouth to silence her. A jagged, glowing spirit crackles into view as one character senses its arrival and questions the safety of the situation. A powerful yellow spirit surges with energy in the forest, threatening anyone who dares to move. Seol stands ready in the rain as an unseen figure demands to know their identities. Seol consults Grizz's manual and offers to help the spirit, choosing a strategic response. A radiant figure, surrounded by swirling energy, unexpectedly agrees to offer help. He challenges the other's offer of help, doubting their understanding of what he truly needs. Seol confronts the electric entity, sensing that it needs help with something important. Seol steps forward with determination, declaring his unwavering support. The electrified figure issues a forceful command, urging the others to follow. A spirit guides the way toward a shadowy cave hidden in the rain-soaked forest. Following the manual's advice, the protagonist approaches the cave to assist with a concern and capture the target. Seol and his companion arrive at the cave entrance, exhausted from chasing after the kid but unable to catch up. Both characters pause at the cave entrance, tense and uncertain about what awaits them inside. Someone hesitantly asks if they will truly receive help with their worries. The group moves cautiously through the cave as one of them reveals they have discovered the Spat's worry. Seol summons a swirling sphere of dark energy in his hand, his expression resolute. Tense and anxious, the protagonist steps cautiously forward across the rough ground. A massive yeti emerges from the swirling mist, making an intimidating entrance. The protagonist braces himself as he comes face to face with the enormous, white-furred yeti in the cavern. A worried archer questions the danger of the situation, but the calm man explains that the threat would only be serious if it were an ordinary Yeti. The characters realize the Yeti is under mind control as it roars with glowing eyes and blue energy swirling above its head. A glowing ice spirit materializes above a furry tail, radiating a blue aura. Seol confronts the stubborn spirit that refuses to leave the territory despite repeated warnings. Seol cautiously confronts the Yeti, considering his next move as magical lights illuminate the tense scene. He realizes he is too weak to win even a simple test of strength. Seol prepares to face a formidable energy opponent in a direct contest of strength. Seol firmly demands that if he defeats Frosi, he should also receive a request in exchange for his help. Surrounded by crackling yellow energy, the towering figure prepares to reach out as tension builds. Despite urgent warnings, the young man calmly prepares to confront the enormous Yeti. A fiery golden figure and a blue icy figure clash as energy crackles between them. Seol stands his ground as the beast accepts his terms, preparing for an imminent confrontation. Seol clenches his fist and assures everyone that he's ready to face the challenge ahead. A hulking, monstrous figure is introduced as a formidable asset in the unfolding plan. A monstrous figure taunts a distressed woman as the threat to their lives intensifies. The orc reaches menacingly toward the fur-clad character, demanding their hand with a threat. The monstrous creature clenches its fist and gets ready to strike. A powerful white-haired figure braces for an imminent clash with a towering, fur-covered adversary. A glowing golden entity bursts forward as a clawed hand lets it go. A fierce power struggle erupts as the transformed figure arm wrestles a monstrous opponent, crackling energy and shattered ground marking their clash. The monstrous white-furred creature crashes into the jagged ice, unleashing raw power. A monstrous, fur-covered creature slams Seol into the ice, pinning him down as the surface cracks beneath the impact. A monstrous figure glares fiercely, baring its fangs as it prepares to strike. Seol shrugs and dismisses the need to prolong the confrontation. A monstrous creature smashes into the ground with a furious attack. Seol drives his fist into the snarling beast, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. A monstrous figure, consumed by rage, smashes its fist into the ground and shatters the floor with overwhelming force. A powerful figure has trapped the white-furred creature's arm in shattered rocks as Seol watches cautiously. Seol listens as the spirits express their gratitude, their forms glowing with energy. The golden elemental figure prepares to hear the request, signaling the start of an important exchange. A gloved figure steps forward and orders the two elemental beings to come with them, causing immediate tension. Two spirits stand together as it is explained that their emotions are irrelevant because they cannot break promises. A surge of magical energy bursts from the artifact as he pledges his promise with unwavering resolve. Two new spirits are captured, expanding the artifact's power from 3 to 5 orbs. The detailed stats and unique abilities of the 5 spirits' belt are revealed on a glowing parchment. A massive clawed hand crashes into the ground, pulverizing the rocks with sheer force. A furious Yeti bellows and advances while the lone figure remains unshaken in the cave. The belt suddenly glows and emits sounds, drawing excitement from the girl and awkward amusement from Seol as their interaction remains strained. Seol questions why Seo Ryung isn't capturing spirits, learning that her spirit containers are broken as they both discuss returning from the forest. Recognizing the dangers of traveling alone, one adventurer decides to team up with another until it is safe to leave the great forest. Standing at the cave entrance, the group prepares to pursue their next objective. The two figures arrive at a bright waterfall, searching for clues nearby. A gentle stream flows quietly beneath overhanging leaves, establishing a calm atmosphere. Playful water spirits emerge, announcing the arrival of the water-drop blue spirit. Crouched in the forest, the group spots their target and advances cautiously, careful not to reveal themselves. At the edge of the forest stream, he suddenly stumbles upon two mysterious water spirits emerging from the water. A surge of mystical energy erupts around him as he stands frozen in shock. 3 mischievous blue water spirits rise from the river, prompting a list of choices on how to respond to their challenge. He wipes his mouth with the back of his hand and smirks confidently. A playful water spirit splashes Seol, catching him by surprise. A startled young woman cautiously peers out from behind a tree, reacting to an unexpected disturbance in the forest. Instead of reacting with anger, he calmly plays with the water spirits. He smirks quietly as snow falls around him. Standing in the shallow river, Seol invites the 2 water spirits to join him. A cheerful, water-like figure with a familiar hairstyle emerges playfully from the pool. The blue spirit is captured, filling the final spot among the 6 collected spirits. Moonlight floods the quiet night as the full moon rises above the trees. Beside the glowing fire, a woman wrapped in a blanket asks if the other has nieces or nephews after noticing their skill with the spirits. Seol quietly reveals that he grew up as an orphan while talking by the campfire. Seol admits he often scares children with his face, prompting the girl to playfully suggest he try changing it. 2 people sit by the campfire at night, exchanging honest words and sharing cocoa. A tense atmosphere settles as Seol is confronted about the remaining spirits. The 2 characters freeze in the dark forest as a mysterious purple flame approaches. Amid the swirling purple energy, the determined figure finally discovers the crucial object in the dark forest. After countless sleepless nights, the protagonist stands ready as the night violet spirit finally reveals itself in the shadowy forest. After finally confronting the shadowy figure, The protagonist prepares to capture it. Seol stands in the doorway and invites someone to join him. A shadowed figure acknowledges that Ku is elusive but easy to capture. Seol captures the violet spirit with his magical artifact, increasing his collection to 7 spirits. Seol suddenly turns, startled by something unexpected in the darkness. A young woman anxiously reacts to someone's unexpected presence. A character urgently checks if the spinning multicolored belt is secure. Seol recoils in alarm as a sudden flash of light signals imminent danger. A powerful explosion of magical energy erupts from the forest, illuminating the night sky. 7 spiritual energies combine, transforming 5 of them into a radiant rainbow orb at the center. A powerful belt imbued with the power of 7 spirits is completed and presented, impressing everyone with its extraordinary stats and unique abilities. They examine the transformed belt in the forest, relieved that it did not explode. One character admits knowing little about the belt, and asks how the other obtained it. He looks ahead seriously and prepares to ask an important question. A weary woman sits by the campfire as someone demands to know how she got her injuries. A somber figure sits in the forest, silently facing a tense question about their injuries. A girl recalls a significant event that happened the night she arrived. Driven by anxiety over failing to capture spirits, the protagonist and another girl decide to venture deeper into the forest. The two walk side by side through the moonlit forest, having agreed to become friends in their shared predicament. A remorseful figure hesitantly reaches out to the wary girl holding a torch and arrows. 2 arrows stand in the grass as the group reflects on narrowly surviving a monster attack in the great forest. Seol recounts how his own fate was sealed and admits his friend could not be saved. Haunted by regret, he recalls the moment he missed hearing a dying message and wonders what it could have been. Walking through the rainy forest, the protagonist wrestles with guilt but urges himself to see things in a more positive light. Beside the campfire, one person reassures another, who questions whether they are still a good person. One character refuses to respond, causing an awkward pause around the campfire. He pauses at the edge of the forest, uncertain if he has chosen the correct path. She hesitates in the forest, trying to recall which way to go. Seol defends his explanation about spirit behavior as the conversation grows tense in the forest. A young woman searches the forest, determined to find the path using her tracking skills. The protagonist moves through the forest toward the 8th spirit's habitat. A woman considers her friend's story about seeing white spirits, and realizes there might be more than 8 types of spirits loose since the barrier stone broke. He considers the possible location of the white light spirit, while someone offers him a mug by the fire. A cautious woman suggests they investigate further, as she sits by the campfire with Seol. A mystical scroll reveals that the rainbow bonus effect remains active and will continue to evolve as more spirits are absorbed. The protagonist realizes the belt can still absorb more spirits. Seol and his allies stay alert in the forest as they discuss the threat posed by the dangerous spirits Venta and Shades. Determined to gain an advantage, the character considers taking a risk to further enhance his item's effects. A comet streaks across the night sky, illuminating the darkness. A nervous girl peers from behind a tree in the dark forest and urgently warns someone that a threat has appeared. Hidden behind the trees, Seol and the woman realize that the legends are real. A figure spots their target in a moonlit field as glowing fairy-like creatures hover above the white flowers. A character learns that Venta and Shades are unique spirits who must consume the energy of other creatures, often humans, to avoid growing weak. Seol cautiously peers out from behind a tree, sensing something unusual nearby. Spotting a group gathered in the distance, the protagonist reacts with surprise and curiosity. 2 people stand at the edge of a field at night, cautiously watching unfamiliar figures in the distance. He recalls the tense moment when a suspicious group watched him at the Magic Tower reception, noting they seemed ordinary compared to the Predator Guild. A young woman with arrows on her back volunteers to scout ahead, offering to approach the group first. She hesitates before moving ahead, asking for reassurance that help will come if things turn dangerous. A young person stealthily runs through the moonlit forest clearing, alert and determined. A sudden snap echoes as a foot breaks a branch on the ground. Crouching in the field, the character tenses as a glowing creature floats nearby, sensing imminent danger. A glowing creature silently observes as a figure with a bow dashes through the flower-filled field. Seol quietly observes that the group of Venta is not moving toward her despite the noise. A character with a bow approaches a group sitting in a flower field under the starry sky, observing them as they talk. A cautious ally calls out, announcing that the area appears safe and the white spirits are not attacking. Seol carefully scans the surroundings from behind a tree, ready for any sign of danger. A character rejects the demand, leaving another person shocked and confused. Seol warns the distant figure about the danger ahead, insisting he was not attacked while crossing. Seol freezes as a mysterious voice demands to know why he has no shadow. A frightened girl urgently warns that the white spirits, though not skilled hunters, are still dangerous and deadly. Seol warns that shades can steal people's appearances and are led by a predator who lures victims. A narrator explains that encountering a shade is rare and introduces 2 possible ways it could happen. When a weak party member becomes separated, a shade can take over their body and memories. The figure flawlessly mimics a corpse, exuding an unsettling and unnatural presence among the white roses. The shades deceive their party and lead them into a deadly trap while others risk encountering a shades alone. A gloved hand grips a shadowy weapon as the danger of deceptive shades is explained. A young man holds a mysterious staff and commands his subordinates to bring the targets to him. A tense confrontation erupts as the girl recoils in shock when pressed about Seorion's death. Someone trembles with anxiety while questioning Seol's unsettling behavior. Seol steels himself for action, cracking his neck with a tense grin. A shadowy spirit emerges as the barrier breaks, revealing its dangerous abilities and ominous intent. Seol sits tensely at the table, recalling something he heard before entering the forest. The disappearances are revealed to be the result of Venta and Shades hunting people. To avoid alerting the Shades, the character pretends to fall for their trap. Seol listens intently as the woman urges him to accept a hidden truth. Seol admits he was aware of the enemy's missing shadow, signaling that he has seen through the deception. A parchment reveals that Shades lack shadows and warns that exposing this fact will only cause them to flee, hindering any chance of reaching the group of Venta. A figure cautiously approaches the glowing portal guarded by hostile spirits, while another watches from behind. The girl confronts her target with a twisted smile, challenging his earlier judgment of her character. A mysterious voice urges someone to correct the order of words as glowing fairies illuminate the night sky above a field of flowers. Seol confronts the imposter, declaring that the real Han Seorion was a good person while exposing the other's deceit. A furious woman confronts her opponent, accusing them of betrayal and deception. Seol mocks his unseen opponent, dismissing their confidence as mere imitation. A sinister woman taunts her opponent, radiating smug confidence as dark red energy swirls behind her. The confident figure mocks the frightened adventurers, boasting about how many have been deceived after the recent flood. Two grotesque figures issue a desperate warning that it's already too late. A terrified character screams as a dark force violently overtakes them. Black energy bursts from the victims' mouths as they writhe in agony. Seol stands amid white flowers and releases a surge of dark energy. A sinister figure wipes blood from their mouth and mocks their victims' weak life essence. Surrounded by sinister creatures, the vengeful man threatens to devour his enemy to satisfy his anger. Seol stares at the glowing mirror in shock, biting his finger as he uncovers something unexpected. A monstrous figure emerges from the shadows, its red eyes and sharp grin radiating menace. A monstrous figure unleashes a furious command, demanding everyone approach and surrender their life essence. 3 attackers descend and strike the shadowy monster, causing its head to erupt with red energy. A monstrous shadow unleashes a violent burst of energy as a new ability is activated. A surge of dark energy engulfs the area as Seol stands firm, absorbing an overwhelming increase in power. A menacing force unleashes a dark power, violently marking the distressed figure. A monstrous entity mocks the protagonist's efforts as he stands ready with his glowing staff. Seol releases a swirling dark energy attack at his opponent. 2 armed figures clash fiercely, their swords sparking amid swirling shadows and energy. Seol confronts a shadowy opponent, gripping his glowing weapon in a tense standoff. Seol faces a shadowy enemy in the forest, wary of the unfamiliar threat. A monstrous shadow spirit looms over the darkness, declaring nighttime as its domain and challenging its opponent. Seol steps in front of his master and warns him to stay back as the situation becomes dangerous. A figure moves cautiously through the tall grass and white flowers, hesitating with each step. Seol measures the distance in the forest clearing, preparing his staff for the next magical step. A monstrous shadowy figure surges forward, unleashing a furious attack. Seol swings his energy-charged sword with a powerful, strained attack. Seol swings his glowing sword to defend himself against the monstrous attack. Kaluna activates Crescent Moon, the first stage of moonlight striking heavens, as a powerful sword technique begins. A determined swordsman unleashes the second stage of moonlight striking heavens, radiating intense energy. Seol unleashes his upgraded ability with Kaluna, striking the monstrous enemy as blue energy crackles around them. A fierce slash of glowing energy strikes the monstrous shadow as an advanced technique is unleashed. A shadowy monster with glowing red eyes taunts its opponent, dominating the scene. A shadowy figure is violently struck by a red burst of energy as their attacker prepares to absorb their life essence. A monstrous creature recoils in shock as it is suddenly attacked. A monstrous, shadowy figure with glowing red eyes erupts violently, unleashing its power amid the flames. A monstrous shadowy figure unleashes a deafening roar amid swirling red and black energy. A monstrous shadow erupts with swirling dark energy, filling the air with menace. A shadowy figure grins menacingly, letting out a sinister laugh. A timer sounds as the monstrous figure is overwhelmed by a violent surge of dark energy. A system alert announces that Shaze is failing to absorb life essence, losing form, and experiencing a dangerous power overload. Seol recoils as the monstrous creature writhes and loses control, chaos erupting around them. Seol taunts his stunned opponent, maintaining a confident smirk. 2 people discuss whether the plan to trick Shaze with the life essence solvent, as described in the journal, has succeeded. A monstrous shadow unleashes a violent burst of white energy as both entities react violently to forced coexistence. A swarm of insect-like creatures is blasted by an intense, searing light. A confident young man stands over a defeated, cowering creature, asserting his dominance after victory. Cornered and terrified, he desperately begs the towering shadow creature to spare his life, offering to serve in exchange. The desperate creature leans forward, pleading intensely for trust by insisting that spirits always keep their promises. Seol, visibly annoyed, orders someone to get inside. A gloved hand seizes the glowing octagonal artifact as a desperate cry echoes. Amid a chaotic onslaught from monstrous creatures, Seol stands firm with his glowing sword. A monstrous figure threatens Seol, warning him that he will regret it if he does not let go. Seol stands his ground and firmly rejects the unseen threat. Seol captures the flash spirit, gaining a new power as energy swirls around him. A powerful shadow spirit is captured, unlocking the black spirit and causing the rainbow masterpiece to transform. A hand reaches out and touches the glowing rainbow orb as everyone reacts in shock and anticipation. An ancient scroll reveals that the energy of 9 spirits has been gathered, signaling the completion of the ritual. Stunned by the sudden shift, the character realizes they are in outer space. Seol staggers as a blinding force slams into his torso, his voice trembling with confusion and despair. Startled, Seol freezes as he discovers a mysterious glowing staff in the star-filled void. Seol gazes upward as colorful, glowing orbs swirl and converge in the cosmic void. A character gazes into the starry darkness, wondering if the gathered spirits shine above. The energy of 9 spirits is gathered, unlocking the legendary treasure that transforms the galaxy into an unparalleled universe. A unique object is created, triggering special achievements and a new title. The ornate medallion activates, radiating a brilliant light across the scene. Massive sponsorships pour in as the unprecedented achievement leaves everyone in shock. A tense, foreboding atmosphere settles over the shadowy scene. A legendary belt is revealed, displaying its powerful abilities and exceptional value. He unlocks a rare achievement as a glowing panel and radiant emblem appear before him. The protagonist analyzes the newly acquired ability. Versatility. Confirming it boosts stats during activities and applies to summoning. A determined hand presses the glowing confirm button on the mystical interface, initiating the chosen spirit ability improvement. A character stares in shock as a cosmic revelation unfolds before their eye. Surrounded by glowing orbs, Seol realizes he is witnessing the elements of each spirit. The protagonist considers which spirit ability to upgrade while glowing orbs float in the night sky. A gloved hand seizes the black sphere, signaling a pivotal decision. A surge of shadow energy erupts as the vortex expands, boosting the summoner's power dramatically. A surge of shadow energy fills the area as the character realizes he can gain a new summon. He examines the belt's accumulating magical effects, impressed by its increasing power and versatility. A system notification appears, confirming the achievement of a unique and powerful title. The character internally reflects that earning the master title requires collecting many rare items, a process that takes significant time and investment. He braces himself in the field, determined to move faster than ever before. Someone yawns as a new day begins outside a large building. Someone interrupts 2 exhausted students, startling one of them awake. Seol arrives and announces that he has come for an inspection, startling the group. One character reports capturing the targets, but admits uncertainty about their fate, heightening the tension among the group. A gloved hand hesitantly reaches toward the glowing artifact locked in the case. 2 characters anxiously examine a glowing, mysterious object, uncertain about its purpose. Seol steps forward and stops someone to ask if there is a problem. A student hesitantly asks to consult their teacher about the glowing spirit box. Seol activates a glowing blue artifact to quickly locate someone nearby. A character concentrates and summons a glowing magical bird while another observes in awe. Seol asks for the teacher's name, suspecting a possible connection to Zodiac. One figure shares information about a renowned Hail magic user named Blaine, while the other admits unfamiliarity but resolves to remember it. A character asks if anyone knows the Grand Frost Duke, founder of Zodiac and legendary Grand Mage, as a white-haired figure with a staff stands among towering ice formations. He admits he recognizes the name, his expression serious as he looks ahead. 12 magic towers named after constellations, collectively called the Zodiac, were founded by the Grand Frost Duke. Seol realizes the mysterious figure before him is one of his own pieces. A character recalls that after breaking through a major obstacle with help from another, one became renowned for mastering Hail magic and now recognizes a familiar figure from the past. Seol nervously backtracks after a slip, insisting he understands and praising the other person. A hooded character passionately praises their teacher's greatness, mentioning his encounter with the legendary Grand Frost Duke, while Seol listens in thoughtful silence. A character realizes a crucial connection from the past while a grand clock tower looms under the sky. A frostbitten hand claws desperately through jagged ice as its owner begins to lose consciousness. Shivering in the frozen wasteland, he realizes he feels no pain or sadness and questions if he's truly okay. A narrator explains that Hail magic shares the same traits and side effects as frost magic. Kneeling on the frozen ground, the determined seeker receives crucial guidance from a powerful, robed figure to overcome the perilous side effects of reaching a higher state. A cloaked figure arrives as the ground erupts with force, drawing everyone's attention. A composed man critiques the group's weak magic and directs them to assist the waiting snowman. two individuals introduce themselves and shake hands in a shaded, leafy area. The man politely asks to inspect the spirit box, and the request is accepted. A hand reaches for the glowing magical artifact, preparing to initiate the magic according to protocol. A sudden surge of blue energy erupts before him, leaving him stunned. Seol demands to know how the object was obtained, prompting the other character to reveal it was sent by someone from their past. Seol summons blue energy as he prepares to unleash his power. A hooded figure unleashes a powerful mental attack on a girl, freezing her mind. Seol notices an unexpected mental attack being used on disciples and grows more suspicious of the enemy's motives. Two figures meet in a secluded forest to discuss a secret that must remain hidden from the disciples. A gloved hand warns that the glowing artifact is dangerous. The object's power is being explained, revealing that binding all 9 spirits, especially Venta and Shays, leads to dangerous disharmony. He warns that if the balance is broken, their powers could merge into a single overwhelming force. One character warns that controlling the elemental system is impossible without a supernatural sense, emphasizing the risk involved. A mage proposes a trade, offering the Aquarius zodiac in exchange for another object, while presenting multiple response options. The negotiation stalls as one man refuses the offer, prompting surprise from the other. A man warns others to be cautious as he holds a glowing blue object that threatens to cause trouble. A mysterious hand offers a glowing blue invitation vial, granting access to Aquarius if needed. In a quiet forest, the protagonist accepts a glowing blue potion while considering the unpredictable need to visit the magic tower. Seol receives a glowing blue invitation to the Aquarius magic tower. The blue-haired figure cancels the mental freeze and hints at future cooperation as magical energy swirls around their hand. A student jolts awake as magical blue shards begin to fall from above. A composed man instructs a shocked woman to properly record that the guest has captured all types of spirits, prompting her to question if even Shays was involved in the recent flood. After revealing the cause behind the adventurer's disappearance, Seol firmly instructs the astonished subordinate to settle the rewards immediately. A radiant chest bursts open, revealing a trove of rewards and confirming the successful completion of the quest. Seol inspects a set of equipment, gloves, a weapon, and a cape, realizing they seem specifically prepared for a summoner like him. A composed young man confidently offers a commemorative gift to mark their first meeting. He accepts the bundle of powerful objects with a satisfied look, fully aware of their significance. A golden beam of light descends into the forest as two observers discuss the significance of recent events and question if someone truly possesses special abilities. Outside the building at night, two characters quietly discuss their uneasy suspicions about someone. A calm man mentions a possible visit to the magic tower, leaving the startled woman confused about an invitation. A frustrated student confronts his teacher for using mental magic on him. The results screen reveals a new top score of 920,600 points, placing the protagonist at the top of the adventurer rankings after the 6th adventure. The scoreboard reveals a staggering gap as the speaker reflects on how their score dwarfs the rest, questioning if such dominance is even human. A system notice announces the arrival at the city of ruins, Novira, explaining that adventurers must rest and prepare here before their next mission. Seol reviews the rewards from his recent adventure, focusing on the newly acquired Spirit Hunter title and its abilities. A rare magical cape called Ventus Veil is revealed, and the main character considers its impressive abilities and potential drawbacks for group use. Seol tests his new glowing ability, realizing he no longer needs to carry torches. A character examines the Spirit Guardian's gloves and is stunned by their exceptional abilities and powerful special effect. The character considers a new strategy to protect their arms and legs from attacks in future battles. He reveals a powerful orb acquired from the recent adventure. A powerful magical artifact called Shay's Blessing is introduced, revealing its stats and unique shadow-related abilities. Seol carefully considers the weapon's impressive wisdom boost but grows concerned about its troubling drawback. Seol charges forward with his powerful elite summon, both radiating intense energy as they prepare to strike. From the swirling darkness, a horde of shadow minions charges forward, summoned in rapid succession. A gloved hand grips a swirling dark orb as the speaker carefully considers which abilities will best strengthen their summons. The protagonist reviews the full moon staff's stats and abilities, weighing its advantages and disadvantages for his summons. He moves forward into the dim passage, gripping his glowing staff with determination. The protagonist decides to go to the auction house. A hooded figure tries to cut in line at the busy city entrance, causing frustration among the waiting crowd. The adventurers discuss the valuable treasures they obtained from their recent expedition to Novira, the so-called City of Ruins. Countless wholesale merchants and middlemen frequently visit the auction house. He examines the object search feature on the auction house board, realizing prices have surged and the system prevents chaos amid rising demand. He places the bag of unneeded consumables on the counter to register them for auction. The item is successfully sold at auction, ensuring a better price than a regular shop could offer. The character quickly browses the holographic shop interface, filtering items to find summoner-exclusive options. Startled by something unexpected, the protagonist looks up in confusion. A rare and dangerous artifact called Galata's Tongue appears for auction, revealing its shadow-based powers and addictive risks. A large black snake emerges from the ruins as the protagonist realizes someone has managed to catch the elusive creature. He weighs the risks and rewards of acquiring a powerful but dangerously addictive magical item. A character reacts with frustration to the high price shown on the digital display. He realizes he doesn't have enough money for the minimum bid and begins to strategize his next move. A blonde manager greets a visitor at the auction house and offers to contact the seller of an auction item. The visitor hands an item to the receptionist for safekeeping in the storage room. A gloved hand seizes the glowing dark orb from the patterned red carpet. A nervous young man hesitates as a mysterious dark orb is presented for bidding at the auction. A character demands 200 white gold coins, shocking the other person, but calmly insists it's acceptable. The protagonist agrees to use the agency option for exchanging the weapon and is advised to check the auction house daily. Seol subtly signals his intentions to arrange an exchange while preparing to make additional purchases in the shop. A nervous woman cautiously peeks through the doorway, checking for danger. A shadowy figure steps into the dimly lit room. A hand quickly passes a note to another in the dimly lit room, heightening the tension. A man silently hands over a letter, his face tense in the dim light. The Novira Adventurer Association is introduced as the possible base of a notable figure capable of auctioning Galata's tongue. Seol reviews the adventurer community board to gather information about the situation in Novira before making his next move. Online posts erupt with anxious speculation about the chaos in Novira and shifting alliances among the city's most powerful factions. Seol listens silently as others anxiously discuss the danger facing Novira and the uncertainty about the transferee's future. Rival factions clash with weapons drawn as tension erupts after the fall of one group disrupts the balance of power. A digital news screen reveals a breaking story about Novira's hidden landing. As news spreads of Han Yeomyeong joining Novira, the protagonist listens to the excited reactions with an unimpressed expression. Amid swirling rumors and shifting alliances, the protagonist decides to avoid getting involved and focuses on finding a place to stay. The next day, Seol arranges to stay in a more expensive building that allows cooking. A key is handed over as permission is granted to use the inner building. Seol learns the guild has no information on the Shadow Summoner but offers details about the Ruin Hunter instead. Seol realizes that the treasure from the auction, Galata's tongue, originated from the Ruin Hunters present during the expedition. Seol discovers that reliable rumors link Kibo, a Shadow Summoner from the Ruin Hunter faction, to the incident, explaining the lack of response to Heka's provocations. Seol reviews a document detailing Kibo's urgent search for a mysterious object. A hand burns a letter over a torch to eliminate crucial evidence. While burning a sigil-marked paper over a torch, the protagonist deduces that the seller of Galata's tongue is a rival Shadow Summoner and leader of a powerful faction. A character burns a dragon-emblazoned talisman, wary of its dangerous side effects. He realizes the target is searching for the antidote to the shadow poison. Seol readies his sword and decides to take a safer approach before entering the room. A hand quickly accesses crucial information on the glowing digital auction screen. A glowing blue weapon is unveiled, causing the crowd to react with shock and excitement at the announcement of its high minimum bid. Two characters speculate about the identity of a wealthy group behind a suspiciously expensive deal. A young woman greets a visitor and asks if there is any news about the registered item. He firmly refuses to lower the auction price for Shay's blessing despite the lack of bids. One character proposes an exchange, prompting the other to ask if there is a specific item in mind. Seol considers the offer, stating he might accept a trade if the item is of equal value. The character considers what to offer in exchange as they sit tensely at the table. A composed woman suggests auctioning Galata's tongue as an alternative item with a similar minimum bid. Seol smirks confidently, signaling his intent. Seol weighs the merits of using Galata's tongue as a tactical move while conferring with his companions in the shadowy chamber. A calculating figure considers whether to proceed with their plan. The antagonist decides to advance with their scheme. Seol cautiously explains that he manages the treasure's owner and offers to relay a message if direct contact is desired. Seol agrees to the plan and tells the other person he will make contact when necessary. A man enters the shop as a surprised blonde woman watches him pass by the counter. A startled woman opens the door and comes face to face with a menacing intruder. Someone acknowledges that the challenges ahead are overwhelming. Seol examines the shadow flower, considering its rare ability to boost shadow summoning against stronger opponents. The protagonist reviews the ingredients collected so far and formulates a plan to obtain the missing items needed for his next steps. Seol silently inspects the ominous, glowing shard as dark energy swirls around it. A hand receives a glowing invitation that can be destroyed to secretly purchase items using madness. He tears open the glowing artifact, unleashing a surge of radiant energy. The protagonist questions whether he is trapped in another lucid dream, feeling uneasy after the events in heaven. Seol realizes he is facing several shadowy figures instead of just one. A masked antagonist emerges from the shadows and greets the newcomer. Seol demands answers as he confronts the shadowy figures identified as the Madness Merchants. Seol demands answers from the shadowy figure, but the figure refuses to reveal any information about Janet. Surrounded by shadowy figures with glowing eyes, Seol faces a tense confrontation as his actions attract the attention of powerful entities. He realizes someone is hiding information from him to manipulate his actions regarding Janet. A shadowy figure calmly explains that to obtain an item, one must pay an appropriate amount of madness. A tense confrontation unfolds as the consequences of a past promise lead to sanctions against Janet. A figure requests to see only the most essential items while standing amid glowing energy displaying 13,000. A mysterious figure reveals a pair of magical earrings that can temporarily grant immense physical strength. A vendor presents a powerful artifact and magical armor, urging the protagonist to buy them for 10,000 madness. A difficult decision is being weighed as the options presented are all costly and unusual. Two mysterious objects and ancient manuscripts are revealed under an ominous red light. Seol stands silently before the swirling red backdrop, his expression calm and unreadable. Seol confronts a shadowy figure as mysterious objects float between them and the swirling red mist. A horned figure emerges from the darkness, grinning menacingly as red energy swirls around. Someone issues a foreboding reminder in the darkness. Seol faces a group of masked enemies, radiating confidence as magical energy surges around him and a white-haired figure. The protagonist challenges the masked figure, accusing them of deception during a heated negotiation. The masked figure snarls a harsh ultimatum, demanding obedience or expulsion. Three masked figures confront each other tensely before preparing to leave. A horned woman steps into the light, playfully praising the protagonist for recognizing her identity. Two rare items with dangerous abilities appear before the protagonist, who reacts with surprise and questions their timely arrival. A character asserts their control by revealing they possess both the knowledge and means to process the Shadow Flower. Seol realizes that knowing the secret of the Shadow Flower puts him in far greater danger than simply being involved in the world annexation. A masked figure confronts someone, revealing they are not an ordinary human. Seol listens intently as the merchant assures him of confidentiality while discussing the complications of annexation. The protagonist questions the masked figure about their knowledge of the poison herb, prompting the figure to admit spying and demand a price for information. A surge of red energy pulses as the deal is sealed and the value 10,000 materializes. The masked woman confidently claims she can guess what the cautious man desires most. A masked figure unveils a magical pair of pants called Black Spectre's Shroud, highlighting its powerful shadow-based abilities and stat boosts. He realizes that items labeled as Madness tier are ranked even higher than Rare, possibly reaching the Treasure tier. A tense negotiation unfolds as the protagonist is offered a critical item for exactly 10,000 madness, with no extra conditions this time. The masked figure asserts her unique importance among the madness merchants. The protagonist demands to know the true purpose behind the antagonist's obsession with madness. A masked figure declares that even the gods once worshipped have abandoned humanity for madness. A masked woman stands her ground as a man's clenched fist signals the start of a confrontation. Seol stands firm as he confronts a group of threatening opponents. One hand passes a glowing invitation card to another. After the deal concludes, a masked woman departs as several rare items are awarded. A sudden cough breaks the tense silence outside the rustic buildings, signaling someone is in distress nearby. Struggling to breathe, the protagonist desperately tends a boiling cauldron, racing to finish the antidote before it's too late. He studies the Shadow Flower, realizing that processing it is the real obstacle to creating the antidote. Seol gathers the Shadow Flower and complete life energy powder, ready to move forward with the next stage of his preparation. Someone excitedly reacts while closely examining a glowing, magical flower surrounded by mysterious sparkles. Seol examines the overgrown Shadow Flower, determined to find a greater solution than what its power offers. A determined figure stands before a rustic house at sunset, resolved to complete the process no matter what. After tasting the foul-smelling jelly, the cook is disgusted and realizes the dish is a failure, but his cooking skills improve slightly. A burnt jelly sits on the table as the frustrated protagonist realizes the cooking attempt has failed again, though his skills improve slightly. Slumping over the table in defeat, the protagonist faces humiliation after failing to make edible jelly and receives mocking achievements for the disaster. A character recoils in disgust after tasting a steaming, failed jelly dish and expresses frustration at repeated cooking failures. The barred window suddenly rattles in the tense silence of the night. A magical jelly dish is completed, filling the air with a pleasant aroma. Seol breathes a sigh of relief as he receives permanent mental power, improved cooking skills, and observes the old man awakening. An extraordinary consumable item called Cloudy Days Jelly is revealed, shocking everyone with its powerful abilities and treasure tier classification. The summoner realizes he must defeat stronger foes to increase his own power. Seol considers the best moment to use the Cloudy Day Jelly while preparing for a challenging encounter. He steels himself to capture the strongest summon, but is interrupted by someone calling out to him. An elderly man anxiously knocks on the large metal door to deliver urgent news that someone is looking for the person inside. A confident smirk appears as he readies himself for what comes next. Someone waits expectantly as the anticipated group finally arrives. Sensing the presence of dozens outside, the protagonist quickly considers his next move. An imposing figure blocks the exit and forces a tense confrontation, causing another man to retreat nervously. A stern, armored man reveals his identity to the group. A tense man demands to be let inside as he glares forward in the dim light. With a playful glance, Seol invites the other person to enter despite the mess inside. Two armed figures tense up as ghostly shapes draw nearer in the night. Two men confront each other warily in a dim room, each testing the other's intentions. A man walks into the dorm room, grimaces at the foul odor, and bluntly complains about the smell. Seol thanks the man for letting them in and suggests they sit down to talk. A man jolts in alarm as someone suddenly bursts through the door. Someone desperately pounds on the metal door, insisting to be let inside despite the danger. Seol shouts a warning and threatens to break down the door as he grows more anxious about the situation inside. Permission is given to let them in as the two men stand in the rain, one preparing to act. A woman steps inside as the gloved figure warns her to remain silent. A new student is introduced as tensions rise and an important discussion is demanded. Someone silently assesses a young woman's age and remarks on how well she matches Kibo, even suggesting she could be mistaken for his granddaughter. Seol proposes an item exchange to the two guarded figures after deciding he would not get enough money for his own item. A confident man reveals to the woman that he is the owner of the object, noting her lack of surprise. He calmly explains that the treasure's immense value makes intense competition unsurprising. A stern woman demands that the item exchange happen immediately as tension rises across the table. One character tells the other to stay back and pay attention, prompting visible frustration as the confrontation escalates. Seol sits at the table and directly requests the treasure, his tone serious after Mireille's revelation. Two figures discuss the tense situation in Novira, focusing on the strained relations and uneasy hunters. A major conflict is on the verge of erupting. A character explains that while the city's balance is upheld by the formation of factions, two have grown especially powerful compared to the others. Resentment surfaces as he admits they never got along from the start. He explains that a direct confrontation never happened because Borgo was always intervening. Borgo's reputation for cruelty and cunning made other groups avoid direct confrontation with him. Fearing a surprise attack during any conflict, they remained cautious of Borgo's potential betrayal from behind. For a time, peace among the relic hunters lasted only because enforcing it required another kind of violence. Two men analyze their outnumbered forces and debate whether anyone can stop Heka as they plan their next move. In a dim room, one man hesitantly asks the other to stop, but the other responds with a smirk, claiming he can't because his teeth have fallen out. A heated argument erupts as one character confronts another for revealing sensitive information to someone they don't trust. Seol hesitates as someone extends a mechanical hand toward him, both uncertain if they can trust each other. A stern man bluntly explains that those in greater need must justify themselves, leaving the woman visibly uneasy. A man examines his right hand, now ominously blackened and corrupted by shadow poison. Seol confronts someone, demanding to know why they interfered with Galata's tongue. He admits he acted rashly after Borgo's death, feeling pressured by the alliance between Heka and Doju. Seol worries that the group's loyalty is fragile and could shift if their situation gets worse. Armed guards viciously abuse and exploit transferees under a harsh crimson glare. Prisoners are chained and forced to work under the watch of a ruthless overseer. Several transferees are shown dead and bound to stakes, illustrating the deadly consequences of rebelling against Heka. In a tense stone-walled room, one character warns another that Heka is notorious for killing transferees for amusement, with recent deaths supporting the rumor. Seol calmly questions the fairness of exchanging his powerful treasure for another, doubting their equal value. Seol challenges the other's argument about item value, dismissing it as flawed logic while a vortex and whip linger between them. Seol silently weighs his options, lost in thought at the table. One character weighs a tempting offer but hesitates, unwilling to let Heka overpower Novira. Seol reveals that he is also a transferee and expresses his disapproval of organizations that target other transferees. He realizes that if the opposing faction grows stronger by hoarding relics, they will inevitably become his enemies. Assessing the risks, the protagonist decides against confronting the armed group to avoid negative consequences for both himself and Novira. Frustrated by the failed negotiation, the group decides to leave as tensions escalate between them. The group discusses the struggle of newcomers to fit in and become part of the community. A man learns that relic hunters are skilled at appraising valuable items. A grim man slides a glowing purple bottle across the table and asks about its value. A man examines a mysterious vial, trying to determine its purpose. As a woman urgently warns of a dangerous shadow, the man defiantly prepares to act with a glowing vial in hand. A man unleashes dark energy from a glowing purple orb as a woman watches anxiously. Seol confronts someone off-panel, demanding to know the value of the item. A fur-clad man examines a glowing purple vial with growing unease. A young woman urgently realizes that the glowing vial she found is the antidote for shadow poison, raising hope for recovery. A rugged man sweats in silence, enduring the tense atmosphere. Someone demands to know if Galata's tongue is the price for the deal. Seol firmly sets new terms for the deal, demanding a rare treasure or valuable information in addition to what was already offered. A tense negotiation unfolds as the seated character refuses to offer further help, citing their difficult situation. One character reels from the revelation that the antidote was offered in exchange, intensifying the confrontation. Seol sits in tense silence as he is questioned about what would have happened if he had taken the antidote to Heka or Doju. Seo reflects on how Kibo has likely figured out his intentions and recognizes that he has already given Kibo enough support. He considers the risk that the deal could fail if Kibo makes a mistake. A cloaked figure kneels beside Seo, who lies unconscious on the grass. A pink-haired girl stands in quiet anticipation, her cloak billowing as she gazes forward. A blonde-haired knight in white armor smirks with confidence. A character freezes in place, overwhelmed by a sudden, horrifying realization. A menacing figure declares that a crucial moment has arrived. Seo surveys the devastated battlefield, standing alone amid burning ruins and craters. Seo surveys the barren landscape, standing solemnly near the fallen fox. A man bites down hard on his own hand, his face contorted with pain and desperation. A woman desperately tries to stop a man from handing over the glowing ring as he prepares to make the exchange. The man rejects the symbolic ring, declaring that protecting his family matters more than any inherited item. The protagonist receives a powerful magical ring and agrees to the deal. A rugged man smirks and playfully warns the others to handle the situation carefully. A cloaked figure draws attention to a ring they've worn for 20 years, prompting tension among the group gathered in the misty night field. A stern man lifts a glowing goblet to begin a risky experiment as the group watches in tense anticipation. Seo watches nervously as the rugged man drinks the glowing potion. A nervous man hesitates as he confronts a glowing, ominous object. Realizing the burning in his throat is from poison, the protagonist steels himself as tension mounts. A furious attacker lunges with a dagger, but Seo interrupts them with a commanding outburst. The man endures intense pain as the poison potion takes effect, confirming its potency. As stunned onlookers gasp, Kibo's arm miraculously begins to heal, while Seo stands calmly at the center of the commotion. A blonde woman oversees a formal exchange by presenting contract documents for signatures and instructing the group to complete the transaction. Seo carefully inspects the ominous artifact, aware of its dangerous effects. Seo steps forward and demands an explanation from the figure surrounded by dark energy. A brooding man taunts his opponent, while displaying a swirling dark orb surrounded by ominous energy. Seo steels himself for an impending confrontation, his gaze unwavering in the dim blue light. After concluding the deal, someone hesitantly asks for a favor in the tense darkness. A group urgently asks for help in their fight against Heka as Seo stands wary before them. A serious figure urges Seo to help them fight against Heka. Seo firmly rejects the request, insisting he does not want to interfere with others' affairs. A tense warning is given that the coming incident will affect everyone in Novira, leaving no escape from its aftermath. The group finishes their deal, and one figure introduces himself as Snowman while asking for the other's name. Someone ominously predicts a future encounter under the quiet night sky of the medieval village. Seo confronts the man in the black fur cloak, demanding to know why he was acting so deferentially towards someone with no apparent power. A tense confrontation erupts as one character panics over the possibility that the antidote was actually poison. One character urges the other to sit down and talk, attempting to defuse the tension between them. Seo sits hunched and weary, pondering what sets relic hunters apart from others. The man reveals he chose her because of her sharp intuition and instincts. A furious, bloodied girl stands with a cleaver among several fallen people after a violent outburst. Clutching a bloodied knife, he stands over a corpse and prepares to defend himself as armed intruders approach. A rugged man expresses heartfelt gratitude for being saved during a life-threatening ordeal. One character explains the differences between his cautious leadership style and Heka's bold approach while discussing their group's dynamics. A woman defiantly defends Kibo's actions and criticizes Heka. An injured man admits his fear of the person called Snowman, shocking the woman beside him. A gloved figure recalls revealing his power not for show, but to assess his opponent. A tense man clutches a glowing orb as dark energy gathers around him. A surge of instinct warns the character that the ominous figure before him is extremely dangerous. A suspicious man studies the silent figure before him, realizing that the mysterious artifact on his belt is far more valuable than the crystal ball in his own hand. A serious man warns against approaching the threat without caution. Seo anxiously questions the true intentions behind the warning he received. After receiving a tip, he launches a thorough investigation using all his information networks. A tense woman realizes that the appearance of Private and another man in Novira happened on the same day, raising her suspicions. The man firmly reveals that he is certain after seeing the person himself. Seo cautiously enters the dim stone room, aware that his presence as Private has likely been discovered. Seo acquires the cursed artifact Galata's tongue, risking addiction to its shadow poison for greater summoning power. A hand prepares the shadow poison antidote in anticipation of an imminent confrontation with Heka. Seo warns that their best chance is if the storm targets the lion. 2 days pass, shifting the story to a new moment. A pair of hands finishes wringing out the glowing cloth, ensuring it is now dry. The protagonist examines the powerful new artifact, Galata's tongue, impressed by its abilities and the removal of its penalty. The protagonist evaluates a glowing object, deciding it will be less conspicuous and useful for self-defense. Seo inspects the glowing rope and prepares to review his newly improved stats. The protagonist reviews his status window, noting that his abilities have only slightly improved since the beginning. He stands confidently, analyzing his overwhelming stats and the powerful bonus that sets him far above others. The protagonist reviews the shadow dimension's available space and examines the detailed stats of a potential new summon, Full Moon Night Kaluna. The Shadow Warrior's impressive stats and rapid level growth are revealed on the status window. As he unlocks the heavy wooden door, the protagonist reflects that surviving dangerous trials and embracing his unique madness have set him apart, making him stronger. He explains that gathering madness by standing out will be beneficial, just as he was advised. He decides to approach his work with greater flair to make a stronger impact. The protagonist enters the busy town square, moving forward with determination. Two men spy from the shadows, watching cautiously around the corner. He returns to the deserted laboratory, finding no sign of anyone or any new evidence. He decides that if he finds no trace of Chow tomorrow, he will have to rely on the remaining information in the laboratory. The scene shifts to a quiet, lamplit street on Novira 3rd Avenue at night. At a lively tavern table, the nervous newcomer receives encouragement to return for future work. Seo begins to place his order with the waitress in the crowded tavern. A maid freezes in shock while writing as Seo looks at her curiously. He suddenly turns around, alert to the scent of blood as a startled girl clutches her book. A muscular man blocks the front entrance with a large weapon, forcing everyone inside to panic and rush toward the back door. Heka appears and terrifies the crowd, prompting everyone to flee in panic. Realizing the person tailing him is aligned with Heka, Seo prepares for a confrontation. A figure senses the overwhelming presence of a killer as a muscular man grips his weapon in the dim room. An armed intruder confronts Seo, demanding answers about a treasure given to the wolf. A fierce man steps forward, gripping his staff as he announces his identity. A menacing voice challenges someone rumored to be strong. The protagonist meets the challenge head-on, questioning the opponent with unwavering confidence. A menacing figure issues a direct challenge, staring intensely forward. A larger figure interrogates Seo at the table, demanding to know where he obtained the treasure and accusing him of handing it over to the wolf. Seo boldly confronts the two armed men, challenging their accusations with a confident glare. A commanding man orders a subordinate to bring in an incapacitated woman, insisting her presence will force the truth. A battered captive is escorted into a room where Seo sits surrounded by armed figures, heightening the tension. Seo warily sizes up the imposing man standing beside him. Restrained and surrounded by hostile figures, the battered character struggles to remain standing. Seo urgently calls out to Rita, his expression tense as the atmosphere intensifies. A shadowy entrance reveals the ominous location known as Wolf's Base. Someone asks if everyone has arrived. A determined leader rallies a large group of warriors in the grand hall as anticipation fills the air. Two men quietly assess the growing threat from rival factions, worried about their uncertain future. Two characters silently gauge each other while one asserts their group's superiority in both strength and strategy. The group stands united, ready to confront their enemies as the final battle approaches. As snow falls, a determined figure steels themselves for the decisive battle to determine Nobira's ruler. A man urgently calls out to his allies from the doorway, drawing the attention of two figures outside. Villagers inside the tavern are startled as someone bursts in with urgent news about a fight breaking out on 3rd Street. Amidst the falling snow, the character anxiously wonders who the unseen opponent could be, realizing that everyone else is accounted for. Seo braces himself as he faces the menacing figure with golden eyes, ready for a possible fight. A commanding leader orders the main force to attack Dojo as the warriors prepare for battle. Two characters give urgent tactical orders to mobilize their group to 3rd Street. A man, sweating intense, insists that someone he knows is still surviving. A red-haired man interrogates Seo about his connection to a certain woman, intensifying the tension in the room. A figure uses intimidation and a single blow to force another to confess everything. A terrified young man clutches his side and desperately pleads that he only acted as a middleman in a trade between treasures. Seo sits tensely in the tavern, pressured to respond as someone demands an answer. A burly man confronts Seo, bitterly questioning why the treasure was given to the wolf, revealing their strained relationship. A tense exchange erupts as one figure confronts the other for knowingly giving away the treasure despite the likely consequences. Seo questions the other person's intentions, pointing out the familiar ring and making it clear he doesn't want to waste time. A wild-looking man confronts someone, demanding to know if they support the wolf. Seo remains calm as he insists he hasn't done it yet, despite the intimidating interrogation. A menacing figure taunts the protagonist, hinting at hidden knowledge about their reputation. A menacing figure openly declares his hatred for transferees. As two armed men approach, the protagonist opens a glowing treasure chest in the cave. Armed overseers menace enslaved workers in the mine, mocking and dehumanizing them as they labor under harsh conditions. Seo confronts the muscular man, who shamelessly admits he bullies others simply because he enjoys it. The woman silently acknowledges that her suspicions have been confirmed as she stands behind the man in the bleak room. He realizes that Kibo was honest and not trying to manipulate him. A red-haired man brandishing a spear corners his target in the tavern and offers a final chance to survive. A group of armed men rushes forward at night, following the order to kill the wolf. The captor threatens to kill the tied-up woman with a poleaxe if his demands are refused. Seo sits calmly at the table, unfazed as a threatening figure looms and taunts him with the promise of violence. Seol delivers a cutting insult, questioning the value of an idea he finds unimpressive. The furious man lunges forward, arm raised to strike. A fierce, muscular figure smashes an axe into the wooden floor, splintering it with a powerful blow. A shadowy hand surges forward to strike at the panicked opponent. 3 armed men block the escape route and threaten their cornered target. Seol calmly reveals that something vanished as he unleashes dark energy from his hand. 3 hostile figures suddenly charge at him as he sits at the table, catching him off guard. Seol charges at his fierce opponent, their weapons colliding amid surging energy as the battle intensifies. Seol unleashes a powerful slash with his glowing sword, sending a surge of energy toward his opponent. A fierce battle breaks out as a red-haired fighter charges at a silver-haired opponent, while Seol watches from the background. A fierce attacker swings a weapon with full force as another character braces to withstand the blow amid the chaos. A burly, red-haired warrior struggles to withstand a sudden, powerful sword attack. Seol stands firm before the wolf-like figure, preparing to clearly state where his loyalties lie. Seol unleashes his newfound power, confronting the enemies with overwhelming force. A building erupts in flames as people trapped inside cry out for help. A fierce battle breaks out in the alley as the sudden arrival of the wolf causes panic among the warriors. An armored figure bursts through the flames and charges at the startled opponents. A furious man grips his axe and shouts accusations at Wolf as flames rage around him. A furious armored man threatens Seol, warning that Heka will arrive soon. A menacing man summons dark forces with a glowing orb, warning that the night will be long even after his opponent's death. A battered man recoils in disgust, accusing his opponent of using fallen allies as shadowy minions. Shadowy figures with glowing purple eyes materialize from the darkness, radiating ominous energy. A menacing man ends the conversation with a cold glare. An armored man desperately brandishes his weapon, warning 2 advancing attackers to stay back as flames rage around them. Flames consume the building as screams echo through the chaos. A leader announces Doju's death and orders the news to be spread, instructing followers to spare anyone who surrenders. 2 armed figures stand in the shadowy street, preparing to launch their real plan and investigate Heka's actions while staying alert. The group moves quickly through the dark city streets to meet their ally. 2 battered survivors confront each other outside the building, acknowledging the defeat of a former enemy and questioning what comes next. A sudden attack interrupts the tense standoff, catching everyone off guard. 2 men react with alarm as they receive unexpected news that Mira has returned. A man, visibly shocked, urges someone to look as a woman silently holds up a severed head. A weary character calls out urgently to Mira and Kibo. A nervous survivor notices a bloodied object in the older man's grasp, heightening the tension. Seol recoils in shock, sweat streaming down his face. Blood spreads across the stone tiles. Seol reacts with alarm as he notices something unsettling in the dimly lit room. The character discovers a dead body in the hallway, realizing the gravity of the violent scene. A tense group points accusingly at the table, singling out the suspected snowman. Seol sits calmly at the table, taunting the bloodied man slumped before him. The villagers evacuated quickly as flames consumed the buildings. The victorious troops marched through the ruined village, leaving behind defeated survivors as their leader quietly departed. A new leader takes control of the relic hunters, marking the beginning of the infamous Night of the Wolf. Sunlight exposes a deserted entrance beneath the stone building, hinting at something concealed within. Seol sits uncomfortably on the ornate chair, feeling out of place. A muscular man asserts his presence at the table, explaining the change of seats to the tense crowd. A tense confrontation unfolds as the woman demands an explanation for the decision to kill Heka. The group debates their previous deal, with one member admitting he never intended to get involved. 2 figures sit by the fire as one redirects the conversation toward the other's true intentions. Seol declares he will accept any help, even if it means risking a significant loss. A rugged man prepares to share a story that promises intrigue. At night in the desert, 2 figures notice someone being pursued by a group of chasers. Without hesitation, he ambushes the exhausted pursuers and buries them beneath the sand. He acknowledges that their bond, forged since meeting at the sands, remains strong because of a debt that still ties them together. The protagonist offers a tense deal, proposing to let the other person save someone instead of claiming vengeance. A rugged man reveals that someone is a descendant of Ergo, leaving Seol visibly shocked. Seol reacts anxiously as he confirms he recognizes the name just revealed. A thoughtful man recalls creating the piece known as Ergo, finding it especially memorable among his works. A gifted blacksmith forges extraordinary items that rival even legendary adventure rewards, hinting at a future legacy. A blood-stained sword is struck by a massive hammer, symbolizing how Ergo's creations fueled violence across the continent. Ergo, pushed to his limits by violence, gained the infamous title of He Who Is Drenched in Blood. A critical choice appears, asking whether to give up on Ergo's adventure. Seol releases the battered man, allowing him to choose his own future as their farewell is marked by a blue glow. Reflecting on past choices, the narrator recalls how Ergo, once a simple blacksmith, met a bitter and tragic end. He realizes that the person being called a descendant must be connected to Ergo. The man explains that Hammon, a former blacksmith, has promised to repay him for past kindness. Seol demands to know Hammond's whereabouts as he confronts the others in the stone-walled room. Seol confirms that the enemy is currently in Novira. He recalls creating Ergo after adapting to the world of eternity, and hopes that finding traces of him will be helpful. A solitary figure in a dark cloak returns to the abandoned, overgrown street, reflecting on how much time has passed since Hammond survived. Seol suddenly confronts a stranger, causing them to recoil in shock on the dimly lit street. A solemn young man with a mole under his eye acknowledges someone's arrival in the quiet evening street. Seol recognizes the older man's maturity and briefly worries that his comment might have been offensive. Someone expresses gratitude for being saved and invites the other person inside the house. One person pours tea and hesitantly offers it to the guest. He refuses the offered tea, explaining that he never accepts food or drinks from others due to his profession. He recalls that these words echo the teachings of his master. One character questions the other about their master's reputation and whether they knew him before he was given a shameful title. He acknowledges the accuracy of Ergo's reputation. He reflects on the unusual abilities of each piece Ergo created, considering their significance. A solemn young man explains that his master, disillusioned with the world, left, and his works were later corrupted by malicious people. Standing before a pit filled with hidden weapons and relics, the young man realizes his master concealed every creation to prevent them from causing trouble for others. Fleeing through the harsh desert, he tries to escape his relentless pursuers. Grateful for being saved, the character silently acknowledges the help that allowed him to start a new life. The protagonist explains that he left his old trade and now runs a tea house in the city. Seol silently vows to repay the kindness he received, his determination unwavering. A character is prompted to choose one critical request from several options presented on a parchment. He discovers that all the options on the notice are locked and realizes he doesn't have time to persuade the other person. The system prompts the option for item repair and strengthening as the protagonist decides to abandon creating a new item. Seol sits stunned on the floor as a glowing sword and armor suddenly appear before him. A character examines the shattered helmet of control, realizing it is made from corrupted spirit stones and is now powerless. Seol examines the damaged helmet and explains that repairing it won't restore its full power. Seol sits on the floor, examining the mysterious sword and questioning how it was obtained after learning it was found in the ruins of the Forgotten Moon. A mysterious sword radiates energy as magic glyphs swirl beneath it, hinting at a hidden power being suppressed. Startled, he realizes the mysterious item may come from a forgotten era unknown to his master. He requests to take the sword and helmet, examining the glowing blade with intense interest. He assures the other man that with only 15 days remaining, he is confident he can awaken the sword's dormant power. A massive stone building stands beneath a clear blue sky, introducing a new setting. 3 figures stand tensely in the dim room, discussing their readiness as one assures the others of protection even without a sword. As sarcastic remarks fly between teammates, one character silently wonders how they managed to work so well together in battle. He unleashes a surge of energy as tension fills the air. A figure recognizes a familiar pattern on the ancient wall covered in mysterious symbols. One character confidently confirms recognizing the mysterious pattern as the group inspects the chamber's patterned stone floor. Seol grows suspicious as he questions the truth behind Kaluna's claim of lost memories. A gloved hand reaches toward the glowing summoning circle as the character questions the connection between a summon's level and its stability. Necromancers have concealed themselves in the great forest, seeking to harness its vitality to defy death. Seol considers investigating the origins of the corpse and the true motives behind the necromancer's actions. A secret necromancer ritual begins, locking the protagonist into an unexpected linked quest. The protagonist realizes he is being silently urged to approach the glowing arcane symbol. The group decides to investigate the strange patterns on the chamber walls. Sensing trouble ahead, the protagonist grows uneasy about his forced assignment. Intent on escaping Novira, the protagonist fixes their attention on a glowing sword and an ominous helmet in the dim room. A magical sword appears above a glowing magic circle. A determined man raises his hammer, preparing to strike as sparks fly around him. A determined man lifts his hammer and vows to surpass his rival at the glowing forge. The scene plunges into complete darkness, signaling a tense shift in the story. A man stands alone in the dim room and admits that he has been deceived and has failed, burdening the continent with his mistakes. A solemn young man, burdened by regret, expresses hope that someone will one day fulfill the role he could not. Sweating and distressed, he doubts himself aloud, questioning how he could succeed when even his master has failed. A silver-haired man stands in shadow as someone questions his self-confidence. Inside the dim workshop, Seol confronts the older man with a tense question about the consequences of making weapons for dangerous people. A muscular man hammers a glowing sword on a blazing magical forge, sparks flying around him. Seol demands to know what the others intend to do with the item that has been created. He hesitates, feeling the overwhelming power radiating from the sword. The enchanted sword is examined to determine how many spells remain active on it. Working furiously at the glowing surface, he realizes that countless powerful spells still remain to be removed. Magical chains suppress both the sword's power and its owner's freedom as the armored figure struggles to break free. In the forge's heat, he examines the sword intently, contemplating its transformation as he prepares to remove its flaws. The older man stands in the rain, wrestling with a hard choice. He tightens his grip on the sword, determined not to let it be taken. A man stands in the forge, reflecting on his master's warning about the importance of judging people's character over skill. A wary figure grips a sheathed sword and prepares to question the other, making clear their distrust. Seo threatens to destroy the sword by melting it in the furnace. A young man intently questions someone about the purpose of the sword. A man is confronted by someone brandishing an ornate sword in a tense stone alcove. 3 characters cautiously search the shadowy, cluttered room filled with strange machinery. Seo realizes he made a critical mistake while investigating and now faces unexpected consequences. In a dim stone room, 2 men discuss how the responsibility for the sword's future ultimately falls on one of them. Seo stands tense and uneasy as he is confronted about the consequences of his past actions. Standing before the stone wall, he weighs his options and prepares to make a decisive choice. Seo anxiously realizes he no longer knows what happened to Argo or what Argo taught Hammond after losing control over the situation. Seo admits his uncertainty, tense and conflicted as he faces the question. He grips the sword tightly, determined to use it against any enemy or to protect what matters. Seo stands firm before the furnace, refusing to back down as accusations are hurled at him. Seo challenges the notion of being certain about the future while standing beneath a glowing dye surrounded by swirling lights and ominous clouds. Seo strides purposefully through the stone-walled room, resolute in his advance. A glowing sword is handed over in the dim chamber, leaving the young man visibly astonished. The cursed sword is unleashed, crackling with intense energy. A legendary sword's extraordinary stats and unique abilities are revealed on a glowing panel. A massive donation of 300 madness coins shocks everyone as the chat erupts with disbelief and excitement. A young man recalls his master's wisdom while standing by the forge. Seo receives the moonlight sword and is stunned by its extraordinary power and craftsmanship. A character points out a powerful helmet on the table, casually dismissing its value despite its impressive stats. One man thanks the other and invites him to visit again as they part ways in the stone-walled room, the glowing sword between them. A skilled blacksmith joins as a heroic ranked helper, offering his support in future adventures. Seo confidently accepts the offer, surrounded by a radiant golden energy. The investigation leads to a secret campsite in the Great Forest, where unusual clues and necromancer traces await discovery. Bathed in a beam of radiant golden light, Seo stands determined among the ruins and tent, receiving a mysterious blessing. Seo activates his insight ability, his eyes glowing as he stands alert in the shadowy forest. Wagon tracks are discovered along the cracked, grassy path in the darkness. Carefully examining the tree, he discovers intentional knife marks likely left by the wagon leader or their guide. Seo considers that if the usual suspects are not responsible, Chow might be involved. With no other options, the character heads deeper into the ominous forest, following the stronger scent of a corpse. A 2-layered trap is discovered in the forest, and a parchment appears listing options to trigger, avoid, disarm, or break the curse. As he moves deeper into the shadowy forest, he senses a powerful curse and confirms he's heading in the right direction by detecting a 2-layered trap and the increasing stench of corpses. He assesses the risk of the curse and decides to search for its medium. A character activates a special ability and locates the curse's medium in the field. Seo lunges forward and strikes with a glowing black rod, his eyes locked in intense focus. The cloaked figure stands as the dark curse shatters and vanishes from the forest. With heightened focus, Seo investigates the forest, suspecting necromancer involvement, as he wields a glowing dark whip and relies on his powerful eyes of perception. In the misty forest, he contemplates how to exploit the necromancers hiding nearby for his own gain. The mastermind reveals he is both the founder and the leader of the Church of Eternal Life, shocking the crowd. Standing tensely in the shadowy forest, the protagonist grows uneasy while analyzing how the Church of Eternal Life managed to survive after its leader's departure. The campsite stands deserted under an ominous red glow, hinting that something has gone wrong. Seo moves cautiously through the forest, planning to investigate whether the Church of Eternal Life is involved before taking further action. A tense voice from inside the closed tent commands someone to get down. 2 robed men argue about the delays in their plan and the deadly risk posed by a demon who has already killed over 20 members. Hidden in the shadows beside wooden crates, the protagonist overhears alarming news about a dangerous figure who devoured 20 people without moving. Realizing the truth, the protagonist deduces that the artifact called the Crystal of Death Pronouncement has been used to forcibly create an undead. A hooded necromancer uses the Crystal of Death Pronouncement to break a corpse's memories and perform a resurrection ritual. Crouched in the shadows, Seo silently listens as nearby voices argue about the risks and uncertainty of controlling an undead. One man urgently reveals that the Archbishop will come personally, shocking the other. Realizing the Church of Eternal Life will not help them, the protagonist grimly acknowledges the danger of their betrayal. Seo hurries through the camp at night, worried about the consequences if the Archbishop raises the corpse as undead. Seo instructs Karuna to stay alert while he goes to investigate the other tents. A bald man sleeps soundly on the floor as faint light streams in. A wary armored figure watches from behind a curtain as Seo walks away calmly after setting only a few traps. He quickly found what he was looking for by heading straight to the largest, most noticeable tent. A glowing red crystal sits on the desk as its deadly power and the lives it has claimed are revealed. Seol acquires the Crystal of Death pronouncement and discovers documents detailing the activities of the Church of Death's Truth. A character examines spell documents and realizes someone attempted to resurrect a corpse as an undead, which was later found in the Mirage Desert. While examining the sketch, the protagonist learns that a powerful armored corpse mysteriously appeared after the sandstorms, with no information about its origin or purpose. A hand displays a drawing of the armored corpse as the investigator questions if this is the same mysterious body that previously drew interest. Seol studies the aged document and realizes the corpse bears an uncanny resemblance to someone he knows. Seol recoils in shock as he discovers the name Karuna on the mysterious document. Both armored figures tense up as a surge of blue energy signals an imminent threat. Haunted by a sudden memory, he stands frozen, visibly disturbed. Seol suddenly recognizes the person before him from his memory, his shock evident. One character confronts the other about a disturbing memory while holding a torn document in the dimly lit room. The two men quickly agree to escape and head to the ceremony location. A decisive plan is set into motion as the messengers aim to suppress the eternalism and reshape their future. A failed attempt to resurrect a corpse as a necromantic body forced the ceremony to move to the Great Forest, where a death declaration quartz was used due to the ritual's overwhelming power. 21 people have failed to escape the death declaration quartz, leaving the cult with no option but to report their predicament to eternalism as the archbishop considers entering himself. A warrior charges into battle, wielding a glowing sword as magical energy surges around him. Assessing the enemy's repeated failures, the protagonist realizes that the messenger's facticism have been unable to successfully turn corpses into necromantic bodies. Seol delivers a decisive blow with his glowing sword, overpowering the masked opponent. Seol tenses and grips his sword as he questions Kaluna's strange reaction to the drawing of the corpse. Standing in the rain, Seol clenches his fists in frustration, unwilling to accept defeat. A character recoils in shock upon discovering the chained corpse sealed inside a cursed cage. One character anxiously confronts another about the striking similarity between the corpse's armor and the armor previously worn, unsure of what to do next. Weighing the risks, a character considers searching for Chow without using the quartz, fearing they might get trapped if things go wrong. A gloved hand activates the glowing quartz, preparing to test its power on the corpse. Startled, the protagonist confronts a mysterious figure in the dark corridor, questioning their identity. Startled and sweating, he confronts the unexpected presence, desperately questioning his own identity. Seol frantically calls out for Kaluna in the pouring rain, his voice filled with panic. Seol clutches his hand as a surge of pain overwhelms him, red energy crackling in the air. Seol collapses to his knees in the rain, screaming in pain as the chained, glowing structure overwhelms him. A fierce surge of energy erupts as the red crystal is gripped tightly. A desperate figure activates the Death Declaration Quartz, triggering a forbidden ritual that shifts reality and transforms the necromancer's rites into a new promise. You discover the necromancer's ritual site, where a bound corpse and the Death Declaration Quartz mark the start of a deadly mental trial. Bound and defeated, the captive kneels alone in the empty room. Someone realizes the group's true identity. A confident man questions the newcomers, demanding to know if they have names. Two young figures confess they have never had a name. The king decides on names for the two children while his advisors watch. Someone demands to know if the other person wants something from them. One of the bound elf boys viciously curses the emperor despite his injuries. Seol stands silently as a sword is thrust in front of his face, meeting the threat without flinching. Kneeling and bound before the throne, Seol reveals his resentment and suffering to the emperor. Two young captives kneel on the ground, threatened by a soldier's sword as the aftermath of war leaves them powerless. A desperate, red-haired character breaks down in tears, blaming the empire as a sword is pressed to his neck. A stern man in a crown recalls an official report about the fairy village incident during the territorial dispute with Ungid. The figure reluctantly agrees to fulfill the request. A blond man in a dark cloak descends the throne steps, boldly agreeing to fulfill the request. The king abruptly postpones the execution as the prisoners and guard freeze in suspense. The crowned man smirks and sets a condition, promising to consider the request only if the other person becomes the emperor's strongest knight. A battered young elf pledges his life in desperation as the two stand solemnly on the empty road. Seol and two others realize they are inside the corpse's mental world, and Seol begins to regain his lost memories. Two children enter a grand hall where a crowned figure awaits, as one realizes they are inside a shared memory from their past. The Death Declaration Quartz recalls the entire tragic history of the empire, the emperor, and the two fairies who were enslaved and later became knights. Armored figures in ceremonial cloaks ascend the palace steps as a grand ceremony begins. The Emperor of Mantra is introduced as a nearly perfect and composed ruler, though he has a flaw as an emperor. A red-haired armored figure reflects on a promise made with a child 15 years ago, questioning if those feelings have changed. Two armored figures confront their own shortcomings, questioning their worthiness and admitting they are still lacking. The crowned man warns that powerful enemies threaten the empire and that danger to his rule is constant. Two armored figures walk along the castle wall as one reminds the others of their vow to kill him someday. The king commands someone to swear loyalty and protection as his knight. Old grudges linger as Karen reflects on witnessing the Empire's greatest contradiction for 15 years. Two armored elves kneel and pledge their loyalty as knights to the Emperor of Mantra. Two knights kneel before the crowned figure, swearing their loyalty. Twin knights defied tradition by becoming the 9th and 10th royal guardians to protect and ultimately kill the Emperor. A historic revelation shakes the Empire as the truth about Kaluna's identity as a knight of Mantra is uncovered. A shocking truth is revealed as the Empire named Mantra no longer exists among the empires of Pandya, leaving the characters tense and uneasy. One character announces their decision to leave and explore the world while another questions them in a tense, ominous forest. He studies the map, questioning whether the world he was shown is truly complete. The red-haired character in armor freezes in fear, sweat beading on his face. Two figures solemnly clasp hands as a vow to return is made and remembered. Two elves discuss the importance of not staying out too late. A teary-eyed elf in armor shares a heartfelt farewell, urging the other to stay safe and healthy. A captive confronts his captor in the forest, demanding to be released. A sealed letter from Kaluna is discussed, sparking banter about respect and formality. A red-haired elf reads a letter and laughs as the group reflects on their distant sibling relationships and busy lives. A smug man mocks someone about their past pain, laughing as he brings up their nightly tears after Kaluna left. A furious character shouts while clutching a crumpled piece of paper. The elf and the blonde man discuss how Sir Lane, Knight of the Sun, will soon be surpassed despite his current presence. A red-haired elf relays that the vanguard position could have been won if the group had arrived earlier, emphasizing the significance of the compliment. Someone reads a long-awaited letter and learns that the sender is finally returning. As a massive fire engulfs the city, panicked crowds flee through the burning streets. A desperate defender commands the troops to repel the usurpers as flames engulf the castle walls. A desperate armored man shouts a warning about a traitor among the guardians as flames rage around him. An armored elf whirls around with a sword, shocked to realize there is an enemy hiding among the group. An armored knight quickly confronts a mysterious intruder as flames rage behind them. A woman in ornate robes commands someone to open the door as flames engulf the building behind her. Amidst the burning castle, one figure accuses another of betrayal and declares the imminent fall of both Mantra and the Emperor. A fiery sword crashes into the ground, scattering sparks and debris as the attacker yells in frustration. A furious armored elf warrior brandishes her flaming sword and threatens to kill the intruders if they cross the barricade. The antagonist coldly tells Karen to abandon hope for Kaluna's return, undermining her resolve. The red-haired character defiantly shouts through tears, insisting that their ally will return as promised. Amid chaos and fire, Seol stares upward as the sky breaks apart, realizing disaster is imminent. Seol stands on the staircase, radiating determination as he vows to return. A shadowy figure confronts someone in the red mist, demanding to know why their promise was broken. A wounded elf, overwhelmed by despair, shouts in frustration as red energy swirls around her. A monstrous armored figure furiously confronts someone about a broken promise. A system message announces that rewards will be granted after all linked adventures are completed and confirms the activation of Death Declaration Quartz. An enraged elf confronts someone about a broken promise, radiating a menacing red aura. The effect of the Crystal of Death pronouncement triggers, pulling the player out of the corpse's mind and initiating the reward process, which will only be completed after all linked adventures are finished. A cloaked attacker suddenly lunges at the armored figure as a warning is shouted. A torrent of icy water blasts Seol and his allies through the building as flames rage below. A glowing crystal suddenly flares with intense red light amid the chaos. Seol clashes with the enraged orc as a glowing red crystal hovers above them. Drenched in tense, the protagonist realizes they narrowly escaped death when water leaked into the crystal during the rain. A mystical parchment announces the start of the 10th adventure, titled The Scorched One. The investigation reveals that both the corpse and the summon are legendary guardians of the Mantra Empire, prompting a narrow escape from the corpse's dangerous mental realm. A parchment note warns that despite not finding Chao, the current danger has escalated as Karen is now free from her mental restraints and about to awaken. A powerful, chained woman stands as the new objective, forcing an urgent choice between fighting her or fleeing before time runs out. He stands amid the rain and flames, his cracked armor silent witness to the devastation around him. The protagonist discovers that his opponent possesses overwhelming strength and is rapidly recovering by draining the forest's vitality. Seol urges his group to escape as they desperately run from the spreading fire and destruction. A character launches forward with force, kicking up energy and light. Seol sprints away at incredible speed as a massive explosion erupts behind him. A massive fiery explosion devastates the landscape, scattering debris in all directions. Amidst the chaos of a fiery explosion, the protagonist crashes hard to the ground, struggling to recover. Seol collapses on the scorched ground, catching his breath after narrowly surviving a massive explosion. Seol hides behind a tree, realizing he stands no chance against the overwhelming strength of his opponent. The protagonist hesitates, considering whether to accept the penalty and abandon the adventure. Refusing to accept defeat, the character weighs the harsh penalties that threaten to destroy all progress toward their goals. He steels himself in the shadowy chamber, convinced the system has not given him an impossible challenge. Kneeling on the giant chessboard, he desperately searches for a way to change his fate. Clutching his head in the pouring rain, he desperately searches for a way to use the current moment to his advantage. Hooded figures urgently cast a powerful spell to stop the newly revived undead. Seol seizes the critical opportunity, determined to act while he still can. Hooded defenders struggle to hold their ground against a relentless magical onslaught, while awaiting reinforcements. A hooded figure staggers back as magical symbols suddenly flare to life around their hand. A furious man in an ornate cloak confronts the unseen group in the rain, demanding answers about ignored messages and openly challenging their authority. One hooded figure anxiously confronts the other, suspecting they might be an envoy from the Church of Eternal Life. A commanding figure arrives in the rain and boldly declares support from the Church of Eternal Life, astonishing the gathered followers. Online viewers mockingly react to the situation, amused by the boldness and performance of the person being discussed. Seol urgently demands a full report from the frightened hooded figure, who reveals that the undead has broken free and is resisting. The group learns that the undead is becoming more powerful and that the Archbishop will arrive soon. Seol promises to hold off the threat and urges the others to escape quickly. Seol stands tense in the rain, calling out for Karuna as ominous smoke gathers around him. Seol urgently commands someone to save Karen. Suddenly sensing danger, the character tenses in the rain, surrounded by a faint blue aura. He charges ahead at full speed, analyzing that Karen must be heavily restricted if she's only matching the necromancers. The group realizes this is their only chance to act. The envoy pushes forward as allies cast powerful spells to strengthen his defenses and clear a path. Radiating intense energy, he charges forward with a glowing weapon and desperately calls out for someone to wake up. Seol surges ahead, unleashing a furious attack with his fiery sword. A warrior unleashes a surge of elemental power as the duel escalates to a new level. Seol clashes fiercely with a white-armored opponent as their swords collide in a burst of blue and orange energy. An armored figure blocks a powerful, magical sword strike in the heat of battle. Seol clashes with an armored enemy as sparks and fire erupt from their swords. Someone urgently commands everyone to support the envoy. Seol leads a desperate magical defense as the group struggles to maintain their support against a powerful enemy. Seol is slammed into a tree, struggling to recover as his opponent grows stronger. Surrounded by enemies, he decides to keep Jamid hidden and carefully plans his next move. A young man in armor rushes through the rain, desperately confronting someone from his past while gripping a glowing sword. Engulfed in flames, the armored character screams and desperately calls for Karen to open her eyes. Seol charges forward with a flaming sword, striking fiercely at his armored opponent. A figure writhes in agony as flames engulf their body. A magical fire barrier activates around the figure as others scream for help outside the flames. A fierce clash erupts as one fighter overwhelms the other with overwhelming firepower, forcing their opponent to retreat amid the raging flames. Seol anxiously considers making a risky move as the Archbishop arrives unexpectedly. A powerful necromancer leader enters the scene, causing fear among the crowd as his abilities and status are revealed. Amid flames and rain, an envoy from the Church of Eternal Life arrives, introduces himself, and questions the fate of the original envoy. A bald man reacts with suspicion upon hearing the unfamiliar name Kindrick. Someone asks if the church card has been brought. Seol confronts someone suspiciously, questioning their request and warning them not to mock him. Two men face a rapidly expanding wall of fire as they discuss the worsening situation. They quickly coordinate their plan, with one person volunteering to go ahead while the other prepares a useful skill for the situation. Seol forces a strained smile as he tries to maintain his composure under intense pressure. A suspicious man mentally exposes the envoy as a fake after realizing he knows nothing about the required church card. A temporary alliance is formed to restrain the powerful undead, with plans for betrayal once the opportunity arises. Seol senses a surge of bloodlust, realizes the church law has shifted, and concludes that he's being left alone because someone wants to use him. Seol prepares to confront Karen while staying alert for Galifa's betrayal, knowing that everything will be decided in an instant. A determined figure draws a crackling sword as a powerful transformation is unleashed. Seol unleashes a powerful, rage-fueled attack as fiery energy erupts around him. A powerful attack ignites as the two opponents collide in a burst of energy. Seol desperately clashes weapons with the possessed ally, trying to break through their control. Seol struggles to hold back his opponent's furious assault as their swords collide in a surge of fiery energy. Surrounded by raging flames, Seol unleashes a desperate outburst, demanding to know why someone never returned. Seol struggles to control the cursed sword as energy crackles violently around him. A fiery sword strike sends the opponent flying backward with explosive force. Seol tumbles headlong off the cliff, clutching his glowing sword as energy crackles around him. Seol shouts desperately in the rain, calling out for Karuna. The armored figure strides through the flames, demanding to know why there was no return. An armored figure confronts someone amid raging flames, demanding to know why a promise was broken. Cracks spread across the ground as Seol turns, surrounded by glowing green energy and the echo of a scream. A torrent of green magic surges from the older figure, overwhelming the panicked and screaming cultists. An older man channels powerful green magic, preparing to tear his enemy apart before planning to restore them with his spell. A menacing figure unleashes the vortex of hatred, threatening to decay anyone caught in its swirling energy. Engulfed in flames, the armored figure charges into the massive green energy blast, refusing to back down. A heavily armored figure is struck by a powerful attack but activates a damage-negating ability to endure the blow. A massive surge of green energy crashes toward the armored figure, who struggles to withstand its overwhelming force. A sinister figure prepares to unleash powerful green magic as the rain intensifies. Standing in the rain, the protagonist hears the ominous name Karuna and tenses in silence. Two combatants engage in a fierce sword fight as rain and energy swirl around them. Two figures stand in the rain as one desperately demands answers and the other remains silent. He clenches his jaw, struggling to hold back tears as the rain pours down. He accuses his brother of betraying the Empire by breaking his promise. A character accuses their sibling of abandoning the Empire and breaking a promise. One armored figure solemnly reveals that the Emperor is dead, the Mantra Empire has fallen, and they are now in a new world. A desperate figure pleads for another to let go of the past as rain pours and energy crackles around their confrontation. Seol grips his blood-stained sword, tense as he senses the threat is not yet gone. Seol stands in the rain, suddenly gripped by a chilling sense of danger despite the fires nearby. Surrounded by raging flames, the silver-haired character taps into a lingering power and defiantly prepares to fight. A devastating ability is unleashed, delaying all damage and effects with doubled consequences once it ends. The mage recoils in disbelief as his spell fails and the hatred vanishes. Wolf's warning activates as Seol senses a dangerous threat approaching. The quest objective updates, challenging you to survive for 5 minutes as the weakened Red Lotus Knight clings to life. An armored figure strides through the flames, wielding a blazing sword and unleashing overwhelming power. Realizing Karen has recovered, the protagonist tenses up in the rain, ready for what comes next. Seol braces himself as his opponent, now wreathed in flames, prepares to attack with unpredictable power. Engulfed in a blazing green aura, the furious man unleashes his last resort. Seol stands in the rain and prepares to reveal his final trick, raising his fist as a magical emblem glows beside him. A sinister figure activates a deadly skill, raising corpses to attack and explode on contact with the living. Under the relentless rain, hooded undead minions are forced forward, shrieking in agony as they obey the command to attack. The protagonist angrily confronts the archbishop and his hooded followers amid the eerie green flames. The villain unleashes a horde of undead minions with a furious declaration. Seol steps forward, forcing his adversaries to retreat in terror. A monstrous figure in golden armor seizes Seol, forcing him into a desperate struggle. A powerful figure activates rock armor, granting both himself and his ally enhanced protection as they prepare for battle. The intruder realizes the corpse trap is ineffective against him and confidently dismisses the threat. A fur-clad figure unleashes a powerful attack, decisively defeating an opponent. The terrified man frantically calls for his monster to shield him as a new, powerful threat emerges. A towering figure smashes the ground with a glowing fist, sending robed enemies flying backward. A monstrous figure charges at the panicked mage, who desperately tries to defend with green energy. The white-haired warrior defeats the enemy with a brutal strike, triggering a deadly explosion as all corpses begin to corrode. Surrounded by floating rocks and crackling energy, Seol stands motionless as his dormant power surges to life. Someone silently weighs the consequences of keeping Jamid concealed up to this point. A white-haired warrior unleashes a devastating attack with a flaming sword, targeting the true threat. A fierce blow from a flaming sword lands as the delayed effects of all previous damage and status conditions are suddenly unleashed. The restraints shatter as the figure bursts free, their lost strength fully restored. He realizes he is completely overwhelmed and might not survive the ordeal. Seol braces himself against a massive fiery attack as the timer counts down from 132. Wounded and desperate, he clings to his sword as the countdown timer ticks down, determined to keep his promise. Seol locks blades with his furious opponent as accusations and anger escalate. With time running out, the protagonist insists on his innocence while readying his weapon. Seol shouts defiantly as the countdown timer shows only 1 minute left, and flames surround him. Two sword wielders unleash their ultimate attacks and charge at each other for a head-on clash. Two powerful elemental forces collide, triggering a massive explosion. Seol surges forward with explosive force, shattering the ground as he charges ahead. Seol, battered but resolute, rises with his glowing sword as energy and flames intensify around him. Seol stands his ground, unfazed after forcing his opponent back and preparing for the next move. Seol, battered but defiant, struggles to recover as he kneels in the rain after being struck. The white-haired figure mocks the kneeling opponent's weakness, emphasizing the overwhelming gap in their abilities. Amidst rain and flames, she hesitates to act, her resolve wavering after abandoning the Empire. Seol delivers a powerful, glowing sword strike against the large warrior in the rain. Seol slashes his monstrous foe with a blazing sword, forcing a guttural cry. A determined warrior intervenes in the rain-drenched clash, confronting the powerful beast. The armored orc taunts its opponent in the rain, daring them to fight. Seol's eyes widen in shock as he processes the disturbing revelation. As the timer hits 0, the wounded warrior stares in disbelief, realizing her defeat. All the delayed damage and status effects strike back with double force as the final comeback ends. Seol is violently seized by the face, blood spraying from his mouth as he is overwhelmed. Seol pins his masked, wounded opponent to the ground in the pouring rain. A somber voice recalls lost siblings in the haze. The armored figure, weakened and dissolving in the rain, quietly asks to hear the other person's story before time runs out. In the pouring rain, the blue-haired character confronts the wounded, red-eyed figure, demanding to know if they truly returned that day. Standing in the rain, the battered figure admits he was on his way and never meant to break his promise. Kneeling in the rain, he confesses his failure to keep a promise and reveals that his powers were sealed after his death, though he remains uncertain about the details. Bruised and exhausted in the rain, he admits that Karuna was stronger than him. Seol stands firm in the rain as his allegiance is questioned by the orc-like figure, declaring that while he still respects his former emperor, he now serves someone else. Seol stands in the rain, reflecting on his master's worth and expressing bittersweet gratitude for the connections he has made. Seol hesitates, then finally gathers the courage to voice a long-held question, prompting a tense response. Seol demands to know what lies beyond the empire as he questions a battered, armored figure in the storm. Seol stands at the shore, confused by the sight of the empty sea. He stands on the shore, astonished as he finally discovers the sea. A suspicious figure confronts someone, refusing to believe their explanation. Collapsed in the rain, the battered man laments his total exhaustion and questions what remains for him. In the pouring rain, Seol desperately defends his sister, insisting she is not a monster. One character rejects the other's desperate invitation to leave together, refusing to follow because their leader is too weak. A desperate man clings to a wounded woman in the rain, pleading for her not to die as she begins to lose consciousness. As rain falls in the shadowy forest, one character hesitantly begins to reveal a secret to their companion. He quietly confesses that he secretly wished to be taken along. An armored figure kneels in the rain, holding a fallen companion tightly. A mechanical hand slams down onto the fractured, rain-soaked ground with force. A victory notification appears, announcing the defeat of the Red Lotus Knight and granting special achievements and rewards. In the pouring rain, he cries out desperately while clutching an unseen figure. A scream echoes through the rain as Seol stands motionless, unfazed by the chaos behind him. Reflecting on his poor luck, the protagonist recalls failing to find his target and nearly dying after being ensnared in a dangerous ritual. Overwhelmed by despair, he clings to another figure in the rain, tormented by recent losses and uncertainty about what will happen next. Collapsing to his knees in the rain, the defeated figure realizes that too many strange and unfair things have happened to blame everything on luck. The defiant figure boldly challenges his opponent, declaring the king too weak to defeat him. Seol stands in the rain, clutching a pouch as he braces himself for the trouble he expected. Seol calls out anxiously to his master as rain pours down, and an armored elf kneels beside a motionless figure. A magical jelly grants the ability to use a volatile skill for 1 hour. Dark energy crackles around him as he unleashes his overwhelming power. He commands the fallen figure to obey as a dark, glowing hand extends toward them. Collapsing in the rain and reeling from the truth, he realizes that the real mastermind manipulated everything from the start. For 17 years, he has struggled against overwhelming power, now facing a pivotal moment. Someone reflects on their countless attempts to influence fate. The struggle to shape the best possible outcome is acknowledged as potentially impossible. Seated at the control panel, he grips the glowing die and steels himself to keep trying despite the odds. A determined figure clenches his glowing fist, ready to defy fate. Seol unleashes a surge of magical energy and forcefully commands obedience. A devastating, glowing attack knocks the enemy off their feet as stunned onlookers witness the scene. A character screams in agony as a surge of energy activates the connected soul. Overwhelmed by emotion, he struggles to contain the surging power as rain pours down around him. A shadowy figure receives a unique achievement and the title of Outlaw, as lightning splits the stormy sky. He steels himself in silence, preparing for the confrontation ahead. Someone extends an invitation to join them in entering a new world. A silver-haired elf informs the dark-armored figure that Mantra and everyone they knew there are gone. Two characters stand in the darkness as one firmly declares that the past no longer matters. A long-haired character confronts a controversial statement about living in a new era, visibly distressed and angry. Seol reflects on the inevitability of death, acknowledging that everyone, including himself and Jean, will eventually die. The elf-haired woman demands answers from the hooded figure, challenging their motives for entering a new world together. A shocked character stands frozen as someone confesses the desire to stay together. After traveling beyond the empire, he realizes how small it is compared to the vast and mysterious world outside. Overwhelmed by loss, the character breaks down as a blinding explosion shatters the darkness. Seol hesitantly turns to face the elf woman, uncertain but ready to answer her intense gaze. Massive stone fragments explode outward as two characters break through the barrier. An elf woman pauses, reflecting deeply as she begins to reveal a hidden motive. He invites Karen to join him as he stands in the sunlight, smiling. He proposes they go to the sea together, his expression filled with determination. Someone resolutely agrees to join the journey. Seo freezes in shock as something unexpected happens in the forest. The armored orc declares that despite their new bond, he has not yet accepted the others. Seol hesitates and questions whether he has a reason to pledge his loyalty. A towering orc-like figure taunts Seol, who stands tense and wary in the sunlit field. A confident woman warmly introduces herself to the group in the sunlit field. The leaderboard displays that the user has surpassed 1 million points, unlocking a special achievement and earning the inaugural title. Affluent. He stands alone, studying the leaderboard as the top adventurers and their scores are revealed. A determined figure initiates a key rest as light surrounds him in the ruins city of Nobira. The adventurers arrive at Nobira, a city known for its bustling markets and hidden dangers, where they must rest and prepare before continuing their journey. The quiet town square signals the conclusion of the adventure. He reviews the unusual break notice and prepares for possible chaos ahead. The protagonist gains an inaugural title called Affluent, which grants an extra skill point and boosts skill proficiency. He recognizes the significant difference in skill between himself and the others. He freezes in shock as he realizes the crowd before him is made up entirely of people. An irritated elf girl confronts her companion, demanding to know why they aren't shopping for clothes as promised. As he walks through the city, he complains about his plain clothes while others watch and comment. An elf teases about Karuna's reluctance to complain as Seol listens quietly beside an orc in the bustling market. Seol looks exasperated as two characters argue loudly beside him. He quietly acknowledges the emptiness left by Karuna's absence. Seol pauses in the street, lost in somber thoughts of Karuna. It is revealed that Karuna is currently sealed. A black bolt of lightning crashes down as the shadow summoning completes. Seol clenches his fist, tense and worried as doubt creeps in. A crackling sphere of energy forms and engulfs the surrounding light. Seol waits anxiously outside the crackling energy barrier, unable to help those trapped inside. Karen materializes after being successfully summoned by shadow magic. Karen is upgraded to legendary rank, gaining powerful stats and new talents. Seol realizes with alarm that Karuna has vanished from the scene. A sudden, blinding light crashes down in front of him, forcing a startled reaction. A magical scroll confirms the successful summoning of twin knights and the transfer of their skills. A series of powerful skills are copied and transferred to the shadow summon, but some abilities are sealed or altered in the process, reducing its overall strength. Seol stares at his screen, alarmed by a flood of messages about skill transfers. A glowing parchment reveals the activation of powerful twin abilities, upgrades the summons to legendary rank, merges their stats, and starts a countdown for a crucial event. He considers the implications of the connected soul mechanic, realizing that stats are combined and then shared equally. He deduces that Karina probably possessed this unique skill before the incident involving the twin keyword. The two rivals achieve legendary ranks and now share balanced, equally split stats, ensuring neither can surpass the other as they face off. An information screen reveals a powerful new ability comes with a penalty and a strict time limit. A figure quietly moves forward, their ornate dress hem catching the soft, glowing light. A confident woman in a pink dress makes a striking entrance, drawing everyone's attention and sparking mixed reactions from the crowd. The orc-like figure examines the item and gives an approving assessment, while the protagonist waits nervously. A character wonders about his appearance and asks the troll how he looks from another perspective. Seol stands in the street, visibly annoyed as he reacts to harsh criticism about his taste. After transforming into a shadow, she escaped her corpse and preserved much of her original appearance. In a dim stone-walled room, the silver-haired girl examines her hair and admits she cannot change its color, while someone quietly observes her. Seol and the silver-haired elf woman set out together toward a place she has been eager to visit since her return. Villagers turn in surprise as an elegant elf woman walks through the street, drawing curious stares. He realizes with embarrassment that he's being publicly called a slave. An elf-like character surveys the bustling city, noticing how unfamiliar the buildings have become. Seol surveys the bustling marketplace, exchanging brief words with the long-haired elf as they explore the unfamiliar surroundings. A long-haired figure with pointed ears walks alone through a busy medieval street, lost in self-reflection. Seol pauses in the alleyway, lost in thought. The scene shifts to a deserted wooden and stone building under hazy daylight. Seol enters the dimly lit blacksmith workshop, silently taking in the familiar surroundings. Two people discuss the unexpected arrival of a potential new party member outside a rustic, vine-covered building at sunset. A young man kneels on the mat, processing the news and waiting for the visitor's explanation. Seol grips his sword and prepares to take action. Seol pauses, silently reflecting as a somber mood settles over him. The young man solemnly presents the broken sword hilt, admitting responsibility for the difficult situation. Seol inspects the glowing sword, noting its fragile condition. He studies the scene intently, silently assessing his next move. After completing the adventure, the protagonist receives a reward chest containing several notable items. A character examines the ornate Galifas robes, reviewing their magical properties and bonuses. Jamid proudly shows off his new training uniform and remarks on how long it took for someone to help him upgrade his equipment. A pair of rare magical gloves appears as a reward from the chest, drawing excitement from the elf. A broken, glowing sword known as the Red Lotus Sword appears before the protagonist. Seol solemnly asks someone to take care of his sword. Seol studies the document intently, searching for crucial information. He inspects the unusual sword, immediately recognizing its significance. Seol acknowledges his current helplessness and notes the sword's similarity to one he previously enhanced. Seol inspects the damaged sword handle and explains that repairing it is impossible without the necessary materials, as only the handle remains intact. One character suggests that the sword might be repaired if the right materials are found, but admits there is currently nothing suitable to replace the blade. He explains that the recreated sword lacks its full original power, as he was only able to imitate it imperfectly. He realizes that the sword he thought was peerless is only an imitation, prompting him to wonder just how powerful the original must be. The white-haired character boasts about their strength and unique compatibility with the Red Lotus Sword, while the relationship between them and Seol is questioned. A sinister female character unleashes a surge of dark energy, her smirk revealing confidence as black smoke swirls around her. Seol realizes he was completely deceived about the other's true identity. One character suggests there might be a way to deal with the shadow weapon, prompting the other's eager response. Seol cautiously asks a critical question, intensifying the tense atmosphere. A sinister tale emerges as the legend of the Burning Spider Queen is introduced. Seol questions if the conversation is about Anicindria, his expression tense with suspicion. Seol realizes that Anicindria is a massive spider mentioned in the manual, and reacts with dread. Two men exchange knowledge about a famous southern legend while seated together in a traditional room. A monstrous spider engulfs its nest of cocooned victims in flames, introducing the terrifying legend of the fire-spewing beast. The protagonist speculates about the notorious blood of Anicindria, and questions whether someone intends to request it. Examining the old map, the protagonist dismisses the possibility that Anicindria is alive and shifts focus to what they actually need. A focused figure points to a crucial spot on the map, explaining that the rumor about the final descendant's blood still needs verification. Two men discuss how combining fire spirit stones with spider's blood can counteract the stone's weakness by increasing their durability. Seol and the elf-like woman discuss the risk that using the two items together could corrupt a living mind, which is why only a shadow should attempt it. He weighs the difficulty of obtaining spirit stones and decides they must try, while also worrying about the urgent need for both a sword and armor. Confused by the revelation, the two characters question how even armor could melt. Seol throws up his hands in frustration after hearing the unexpected comment. A new quest called Her Last Descendant is announced, urging someone to follow the suggestion. Seol stands among the bustling crowd, unable to grasp the conversation around him and feeling out of place. Someone explains that the issue concerned equipment and didn't require further understanding. Seol voices concern about not being fully prepared if danger arises before the equipment is ready. As they walk through the dimly lit town, Seol challenges the elven woman's loyalty, questioning whether she will ultimately serve him. The elf pauses at dusk, silently weighing an important decision. The elf tries to recall where they have heard the name Anicindria before. Seol asks if the spider has 12 legs and reveals it is known as the 12-legged demon. A group walks under lamplight, discussing rumors of a monstrous threat that once consumed everything in a canyon. Studying the map, he recognizes the canyon and grows annoyed at the realization. The narrative introduces Shadow Canyon, a perilous and monster-infested gorge that travelers avoid due to its dangerous terrain and the lengthy month-long journey from Novira. Haunted by painful memories, Seol is urged to look ahead as someone points to get his attention. A mysterious woman announces their arrival as they stand before the ominous mansion at night. The group prepares to infiltrate the building through the windows, determined to find important information. A girl kicks open the ancient door and strides inside as the boy silently follows her. The dark-haired man questions the elf about his reckless entry, and the elf admits he only did it to mark a new beginning. Catching his breath amid the ritual circles, the man urges his companion to head to the laboratory before anyone arrives. A confident elf woman leads the way down a dim, cobweb-filled corridor, while Seol listens carefully to her directions. A supernatural warning activates, alerting the protagonist to immediate danger. A woman urgently steps in front of her companion, warning him about a deadly threat lurking ahead. A silent, shadow-filled corridor looms ahead, thick with cobwebs and suspense. Someone pushes open the door and steps into the dim room, surprising the alert observer inside. A mysterious woman confronts unseen figures in the dark corridor, asking if they know her. Seol interrogates someone about the shadow summoner Chao from Komori. One character calmly questions another about their background and asks for their name. A wary man challenges a confident woman in the ornate hallway after she addresses him with a name he doesn't recognize. Seol unleashes a menacing power as he confronts his opponent. Seol instantly reacts as a sudden burst of energy slashes through the air. Seol seizes the silver-haired opponent's wrist, stopping the magical attack before it can reach their startled companion. Two women grip each other's arms and exchange sharp words, each refusing to back down. Seol, tense and wary, confronts the off-panel figure after they expose Karen as a shadow and demands to know their motive. One woman questions why the group entered through the door instead of the window like the owner usually does. A composed woman admits she is being pursued and explains her habit of avoiding traces. In a shadowy hall, the protagonist confronts a woman he believed dead, uncovering her connection to a mysterious group and her past ties to Kongnori. A dark-haired figure coolly questions the loyalty of those who sent the visitor. Seo firmly decides not to return to Kongnori, but is suddenly taken aback. A woman mocks the protagonist's efforts, celebrating their failure with a triumphant gesture. The man informs the startled woman that he has delivered his message and reveals he has additional business with her. A weary character demands to know what the other person wants. Seol admits he cannot overcome the wall of enlightenment alone and urgently asks for help. A glowing wall reveals that players who surpass level 10 and visit city training grounds can access new class options. Restrained by glowing chains, the character cannot access the ability tree or strengthen their abilities due to the wall of enlightenment. A woman confronts someone in the hallway, questioning if they really followed her just to seek help from the class veterans. Seol confronts the elven woman in the shadowy, web-filled hall and demands an answer about the powerful shadow. A woman challenges another person's impatience, insisting she deserves time to think. A character proposes a conditional alliance, agreeing to help only if they receive assistance first. Inside a shadowy hallway, two people discuss an upcoming mission to Shadow Canyon. A character signs an ornate document, deciding to delegate responsibility for the area. A woman hands over a vital scroll with instructions to follow after the canyon mission is complete. A confident woman instructs her subordinate to complete the mission, return to Novira within 3 months, and signal by tying a white cloth to the main gate pillar. A character instructs someone to set fire to the room if they do not return. Seol hesitates as he questions the order to set the ornate red object on fire. Seol, visibly frustrated, rejects the other character's request and tells them to find another summoner. A mysterious woman asserts her authority, declaring that she will personally oversee the protagonist's training. Seol freezes in shock, his eyes wide and sweat beading on his face. A woman smugly reveals her history as a former disciple of a master of shadow summoning, dark energy swirling around her. A feared shadow summoner stands alone, his reputation as the strongest spreading through ominous tales. A tense exchange takes place as one character urgently reveals a connection to Gregory, forcing the other to listen intently. Two characters leave the imposing stone building to begin their next adventure. As they walk away, Seol tries to hide his embarrassment, while the silver-haired woman teases him about his obvious excitement. Two figures walk together through the warmly lit street at night, discussing the source of one's happiness and the inspiration found in someone further along their chosen path. The protagonist questions whether the alliance will be beneficial and expresses uncertainty about its value. A beast-like figure crouches in the shadows, quietly reflecting on the existence of a hidden trick. The girl demands answers from the hostile creature, escalating their heated argument. The elf girl aggressively scolds and grapples the troll as a cloaked figure watches in silence. A young man eagerly listens as his teacher demonstrates a glowing crystal, anticipating a unique reason to learn. A character suspects that Chow may have gained a powerful skill from Gregory, raising concerns about a new threat. He considers the possibility of inheriting rare, powerful skills and begins plotting how to obtain them. Realizing the true difficulty behind his past adventures, Seol accepts that he should be content with the improvement in his skills rather than expecting extraordinary rewards. Night falls over the silent medieval building, setting a calm atmosphere. Lying awake in the dim room, he recalls the distant memories of Shade Canyon. A lone traveler decides to head toward the canyon for a new adventure. A new ally with the Falconer class is introduced, holding a feather beside a nest with a spotted egg. A blood-stained cloak lies abandoned, marking the place where Kiri perished. He lies back with his eyes closed, trying to calm his nerves before facing what comes next. Sitting alone in the quiet room, he prepares for a night of deep reflection. A panicked woman frantically shakes her unresponsive master, desperately trying to wake them. By the window, one character excitedly insists the strong smell of bread from the building opposite means a critical secret is being hidden, while the other remains unconvinced. A character exclaims about the pastry's incredible taste while others gather around the market stall. He questions whether she can still taste and feel full, expressing surprise at her abilities. An elf woman spots that her claimed loaf of bread has been taken and reacts with outrage while a caped man dismissively tells her to calm down. A gloved hand knocks urgently on the door, demanding someone inside to hurry up and get dressed. Seol receives a message through the closed door, informing him that someone is waiting for him downstairs. Seol stands silently, confronting the startled elf girl by the window. Seol prepares to leave while another character desperately calls out for bread from the window. Heavy footsteps echo as someone ascends the stairs. A man in heavy furs welcomes the approaching figure, signaling the group's anticipation. A furious elf girl confronts a large man early in the morning, while Seol calmly introduces a new party member. An elderly man offers bread and invites the elf to join him for breakfast. A cheerful elf girl introduces herself and asks a question as she enjoys breakfast with a reserved young man. Someone gives permission for an action to proceed. A young man, troubled by recent chaos in the city, urges adventurers to rest and train before their next journey. Two men sit across from each other in a dimly lit room, discussing growing unrest among the people. A man leans forward and asks if the other knows the closest city north of Nobira, hinting that something significant has happened. A map reveals that the recently attacked border town of Wiggleton in the northwest is now under discussion. A man surveys the burning town, noting that it was recently devastated and the attackers remain unidentified. The young man urgently asks if anyone witnessed the incident, while the elf woman eats bread beside him. Survivors return to find their town reduced to ruins and ashes, with no clues left behind by the attackers. Seol acknowledges the fear gripping Nobira as a gloved hand emphasizes the gravity of the situation. A tense discussion unfolds as one character finally reveals they have an important request for the others. Someone declares a desire for Pandines and transferees to coexist in Nobira as Seol listens from the background. A weary man admits he is no longer strong enough alone and needs younger help to influence the changing times. As tension rises, Seol and the woman discuss whether direct assistance is being requested. A rugged man asks Seol to occasionally check on Myra's well-being. A young man confronts someone, accusing them of planning to leave. An armored man reassures his companion at a tavern table, explaining that his cautiousness comes from experience. Several days pass as the group waits, wondering when they will be able to return. Seol reluctantly acknowledges that they will need to stay for at least another month, just as he was growing comfortable in the town. Two characters stroll through the forest, discussing how the local southern cuisine is more stimulating than Mantra's food. A cheerful character excitedly praises the delicious food, expressing how much better it is than what they had in Mantra. A white-haired elf hands over a chest of armor as preparations begin for the impending transfer. Bathed in golden light, the two step together into the mystical portal, one resolute, and the other cautious with a book in hand. Seol steels himself as he prepares for the confrontation ahead. He wakes up disoriented, trying to make sense of the unfamiliar surroundings. Someone wonders why everything remains dark after transferring, despite usually regaining sight immediately. A person on the wagon jolts in shock as a sudden disturbance unfolds near the overturned cart. The protagonist examines a glowing parchment and realizes they have discovered the expedition system. A character considers the two available options for embarking on a distant adventure in the world of eternity. A risky travel method is described, involving quickly moving near the adventure to shorten the journey but risking further incidents along the way. The expedition system allows the player to instantly reach their destination, while game time progresses as usual. The diagram illustrates how each decision the player makes will impact the piece's condition upon arrival. Seol hesitates before the stranded merchant's wagon, weighing the risk of incurring a severe penalty if the expedition goes badly. Weighing the situation carefully, he considers his options as the merchant requests his help. After considering the risks, the character decides not to help the merchant traveling alone. After lighting a campfire, the protagonist discovers most of the food has fallen out of a hole in the supply bag, forcing a difficult decision about what to do next. Using the cooking skill, the survivor safely prepares and eats the poisonous mushroom, recovering fatigue and feeling lighter. The group enters a cold, misty swamp, growing fatigued and suffering chills as their boots begin to wear down. Wild animals howl through the night, leaving everyone exhausted and on edge from lack of sleep. A dead animal is found, cooked skillfully to avoid illness, and eaten, leaving the survivor very satisfied but fatigued. Despite exhaustion from lack of sleep, the protagonist continues marching and finally pauses to look around. Boots press firmly into the cracked earth as someone steps onto the scene. Despite their exhaustion, they finally reach their destination after overcoming many obstacles. Seol and his white-haired companion step into Shade Canyon, beginning their 11th and most dangerous adventure yet. You arrive alone at Shade Canyon to search for the blood of Anarkindria's last descendant, knowing failure will cost you Hammond's support and the reforging of the Red Lotus Sword. Two figures discuss how many days have passed under the crescent moon in the canyon. Seol reflects on the expedition's progress, noting that his summons now fully understand the passage of time since entering the system. A muscular figure near the campfire prepares to tend the fire, eager to move after sitting in the dark. Three companions share gratitude and trust while sitting together around a campfire at night. A silver-haired character challenges a dark-haired character about whether their relationship has truly become that of master and apprentice. The group relaxes by the campfire, sharing a moment of laughter as one armored figure bursts out in amusement. A pot simmers over an open fire as preparations continue. Seol lies unconscious on the cracked ground as a dark shadow looms over him. Sitting alone by the fire, the elf struggles to answer questions about their loyalty and hesitates to accept a new master. Two characters exchange playful banter as they sit by the campfire in the cave. One character firmly confirms his immediate loyalty after becoming a shadow, rejecting half-hearted commitments. The intimidating figure demands to know why the protagonist left their high-ranking position. The speaker describes how their tribe seized control of an entire mountain and prevented anyone from passing through. The tribe's leader clenches his armored fist in frustration, realizing he cannot control everything as he once believed. Snowman defeats Rock Molar so thoroughly that the name vanishes within a day. Amidst a fierce sword clash, the protagonist reflects with regret on a mischance for victory in the past. Amid the ruins, the speaker reflects on defeat and the disappearance of their tribe. The speaker confesses their unwavering loyalty, revealing the deep conviction behind their decision to serve. Lying on the ground, He recalls how everything was lost when Snowman defeated his tribe and brothers. A frustrated character explains that his defeat was due to his rival's relentless and manipulative tactics. A powerful tribal ally steps forward to support the protagonist, accepting his new role without hesitation. Sitting by the fire, the elf questions another's refusal to accept someone and wonders what makes Karuna loyal to Snowman. Two characters share a laugh by the campfire as they discuss the thoughtful but seemingly weak person they are following. A tense confrontation unfolds as one figure questions the troll about dreams, but the troll responds coldly, denying any such experience. Someone admits to having done terrible things under the quiet night sky. Armored soldiers face a city consumed by flames as someone recalls the devastating siege of Mantra. Haunted by traumatic memories, a character struggles to move on from the past. An armored elf sits against a crumbling wall, wrestling with the burden of keeping someone alive until help arrives. She struggles to lift her sword, weighed down by doubt and hesitation. Seol struggles to unsheath his sword as a menacing figure confronts him by the campfire. One character suddenly moves around the campfire, intensifying the tension in the cave. Seol struggles to push himself up from the cracked stone floor, visibly weakened but determined to continue. Seol quickly dismisses rest as he prepares to discuss something important with the imposing orc-like figure by the campfire. Alert to a threat, the group listens as the ominous cawing grows steadily closer in the night. A character urgently moves to extinguish the campfire as something approaches. A character shouts a warning as a shadowy figure or object plummets rapidly from the sky, scattering debris. A fierce battle erupts as Seol dodges a heavy blow and prepares to strike back against the powerful opponent. A massive bird lands forcefully, startling everyone nearby. A powerful vulture called Koopa, feared throughout Shade Canyon for preying on strong creatures, is introduced as a major threat. Debris swirls as the protagonist spots an unexpected enemy, reacting with shock. Seol seizes his staff and lifts it with determination, preparing to act. A chained elf rides on the rocky ground, begging desperately to be freed. As the monster lunges with its massive claw, the sword-wielding elf braces for the next attack and prepares to strike back with the scabbard. A giant bird ambushes, knocking Seol down and scattering his belongings. The enemy abruptly retreats, leaving Seol stunned in the aftermath. A solitary figure realizes that an old acquaintance, presumed gone, is actually alive. Rejecting the idea of staying by the fire, the group decides to search for shelter with a roof. On the desolate canyon floor, the remains of Koopa lie abandoned where his master fell. He exhales deeply, struggling with exhaustion. Someone silently recalls an event from over 10 years ago involving a snowman. Someone complains that choosing a vulture has caused a penalty to the team's spirit. Seol defends his choice of pet vulture to the two men, admitting its drawbacks and criticizing the summoner-type class. A character questions the decision to keep the rescued bird as a main companion instead of replacing it with a stronger one. Two men debate the usefulness of choosing Koopa, questioning why a vulture was picked over other birds. The falconer's main strength lies in their summoned bird, despite having other survival and archery skills. Two powerful birds demonstrate their unique abilities, one radiating lightning and the other breaking rock with its beak. The vulture stands alone, overlooked amid the remains. The protagonist remembers being dismissed as an ordinary player and called eccentric for choosing a vulture as a pet. Climbing the rocky path, the protagonist presses on with the now heavier bird companion resting on his arm. The group arrives at Shade Canyon as the sun sets, ready to face what awaits inside. On the fourth night, the group set up camp at the canyon's edge, sensing something unsettling ahead. The group awakens to the ominous display of a glowing death message. A glowing warning message reveals that despite more people entering Shade Canyon after Kiri's party, the cause of their deaths remains unknown. A deadly warning appears, declaring that sleeping in the Shade Canyon leads to death. After ominous rumors spread, players started avoiding the vast canyon as one person cautiously questioned its immense size. A character carefully moves along the precarious path, remarking on the narrow escape from danger. The group argues about being unable to cook food because a dangerous bird prevents them from lighting fires. A bird scans the sunset sky as someone searches for signs of the spider, while trying to remain unseen. The group abruptly stops as one companion urgently points out a potential threat ahead. A group of goblins emerges in the cavern, signaling a new threat. Two characters crouch together, quietly debating whether to confront the nearby scouts or avoid drawing attention. The group debates how to approach their objective without alerting it, aware that only significant achievements yield rewards. They decide to avoid confrontation by taking a different path and quickly move on. Seol firmly insists that he is working hard because his life is at stake as he and the elf woman exchange tense words. Three goblins huddle around a small fire in the dark cavern, suddenly reacting with wary alertness. Two goblins threaten aggressively with rocks near the fire. A massive spike bursts from the ground as two cloaked figures dance around the campfire. 5 days have elapsed since the start of the canyon exploration. Spotting the cave ahead, the tense character braces for what lies beyond. The group realizes they've been wandering in circles for days and time is running out. They discuss their unease about the absence of spider webs or danger signs, trying to discern what's wrong. The elf questions the troll about the missing goblins, noting the complete lack of tracks. Suspecting someone may still be present, The character scans the dim, empty cave for any signs of movement. Energy surges in his eyes as he swiftly turns, activating his perception to detect hidden clues. A commanding figure urgently signals two companions to follow over the rocky terrain. Seol stands at the edge of a thorn-covered pit, convinced he has found the hidden location. Alerted by something unusual in the corridor, the group grows more cautious, suspecting danger ahead. A massive stone fist crashes down, pulverizing the ground beneath. An underground hidden passageway is revealed. A cautious figure questions the armored presence about who controls the underground territory but receives an uncertain answer. A determined figure bursts through the collapsing wall, intent on uncovering the truth. An armored figure dismisses any pursuit, admitting they had no chance to stop the escape. A gauntlet hand slams into cracked earth as the figure catches himself after a fall. Frustrated, a figure claws their way out of the earth after finding the tunnel is blocked. Unable to break through the stone obstruction, he tries magic but fails. An orc and an elf argue heatedly over a broken item while Seol watches smugly. A character deduces that something living underground killed the goblins and concealed the evidence. A silver-haired elf examines the strange rock wall, noting some sections are unexpectedly soft and possibly significant. He inspects the damaged artificial rock wall, observing differences in its composition. Seol questions the armored elf woman about her intentions and points out another unusual detail. A massive monster locates the hiding goblins, catching them by surprise. The armored elf speculates that lighting a fire may have triggered the unexpected event. Inside the dark cavern, the group debates the monster's behavior and reviews their prior precautions. Piecing together recent clues, the protagonist grows increasingly suspicious of the unusual events. A bandaged figure with bow and quiver lies motionless against the stone wall, resembling someone familiar. The orc challenges the elf to prove their claim, heightening tension. He questions whether the man's appearance resulted from the fire. A hunted wild animal hangs suspended above a fire in the canyon as the experiment begins. Seol and his companion wait by the campfire in the canyon, growing impatient for something to finally occur. A heated forest dispute erupts as the orc challenges the elf's abilities, insisting he can prove his worth beyond swordsmanship. Moving urgently, the protagonist signals for silence while scanning the dense undergrowth. Startled, the protagonist crouches low, reacting sharply to an unexpected disturbance nearby. A giant predatory bird swoops down on a small animal near the campfire. A large bird strikes with a powerful bite, its predatory gaze fixed on its target. A massive bird crashes down, talons smashing the ground and scattering debris everywhere. Seol and his companions spot a giant bird soaring overhead. One character erupts in anger after a setback, while another suggests starting over. A creature eagerly extinguishes the campfire with its claws after enjoying a satisfying meal. Amid smoldering ruins, Seol questions why the beast puts out the fire instead of attacking. Seol looks up, suddenly realizing something unexpected might be unfolding. Someone wonders if recent events happened because of Kiri as a bird soars across the sunset sky. Seol considers the possibility that the group was wiped out because they started a fire. A solitary bird glides through the canyon, emphasizing its isolation after being left alone. Gently petting the majestic bird as the sun sets, he strengthens their bond. He leans against the cracked wall, blaming himself for not acting when it mattered. A cloaked young man turns and responds as his companion urgently calls out amid rocky terrain. A large, tusked creature shouts in frustration and orders the elf woman to hurry over. He questions whether the others truly try to comfort him or just spout nonsense. Every time they attempted the experiment in the canyon, the giant creature attacked and ruined their efforts. An enraged elf struggles to break free while Seol restrains them, as the group's frustration turns to despair. Seol discusses creating two separate fires as a diversion in the forest at dusk. One character volunteers to light the fire, assuring the group he will return quickly. Seol insists on setting fires at 4 locations, prompting shock from the other character. Seol hesitates with his hand on the sheathed sword, uncertain about proceeding. Fires ignite at all 4 planned locations as the group executes their coordinated strategy. A large beast is burned at the stake, engulfed in flames. 2 figures spot suspicious activity near the campfire across the chasm. A large bird lands in the forest clearing after attacking wild animals. A confident elven woman suppresses an inappropriate comment beside the stoic protagonist as lively chat messages stream by. Bird-like monsters swarm the burning area, overwhelming defenses and intensifying chaos. Seol realizes their search for the spider has failed once again. An elf urgently calls for help as Seol stands tense and ready beside her. The ground erupts in flames, startling the chained fox-like creature. A giant blade smashes into the ground, sending rocks and debris flying. With a confident smirk, he realizes they were correct all along. A massive spider bursts through rubble, startling everyone. Seol braces as he confronts the monstrous red spider looming before him. He tries to activate his perception on the mysterious entity but fails, growing uneasy. An elf shouts alarm and reaches toward Seol, who is caught off guard. A massive bird dives toward the giant spider, disrupting the chaotic ruins. The monstrous creature releases a torrent of fire, scorching everything in its path. Sweat pouring down his face, the protagonist shouts in desperation, cutting through the tense, red-lit scene. A large bird dives through the flames, launching a fierce attack. The giant eagle smashes the giant spider into the ground, scattering debris everywhere. A giant bird dives toward the group, forcing them to brace for attack. The group watches as the bird escapes with the spider, realizing they cannot catch up. The group prepares to enter the chasm as smoke billows behind them. The group realizes the spider is hiding beneath the canyon. Radiant power surges as Seal activates Ventus Veil, illuminating the area while he and his ally charge toward the enemy. Two figures surge ahead side by side, undeterred by chaos and flying debris. A figure falls rapidly through a collapsing hole as debris scatters around. A new quest begins as the storyline shifts to obtaining the blood of Anicindria's last descendant, with failure threatening key rewards. Water crashes into the cavern pool as someone plunges in amidst chaos. A character steps into the lake, relieved to have found it. In the web-filled cave, Seal calmly tells his companion losing the spider to the giant bird is not a problem since it likely was not their target. Seal surveys the cavern, suspecting the giant spider was not the only threat inside. Realizing the countless webs mean multiple spiders, the group understands the threat is far greater than expected. Surveying colossal webs, the group acknowledges the real danger is far beyond their initial encounter. The two allies agree to move forward through the web-filled cave. A swirling dark portal pulses at the center of blood-red mist, drawing all closer. Startled by an unseen voice, Seal quickly glances aside in alarm. Seal and companions freeze as an unfamiliar voice interrupts, leaving them tense and searching for its source. The group halts in the web-filled forest as an eerie voice urges them closer. A tense confrontation unfolds as the group realizes their enemy may possess mind manipulation abilities. The armored elf insists she can handle psychic magic, but the black-haired boy calmly points out her resistance is currently sealed. The elf and orc identify the psychic attack's distant origin, revealing the enemy's advanced abilities. Surveying the web-filled cavern with skeletons, he warily assesses the formidable creature within. A character surveys web-covered skeletons, realizing the creature has devoured many victims. Seal cautiously inspects the web-filled cavern, searching for signs of recent victims. A startled figure recoils as a hand lifts a cracked skull from the shadows. A gigantic skull with glowing blue eyes suddenly emerges, radiating menace. A desperate skull warns of a grim fate as Seal recoils in shock. A skeletal hand seizes Seal's face, causing him to cry out in pain as he struggles in the dark chamber. Seal clutches his head and struggles as a sinister voice urges him to accept the grace of fire. A menacing flame-shaped entity demands a sacrificial offering in the darkness. Monstrous spiders surge through the collapsing cavern, advancing relentlessly. Shrouded in darkness, he commands his followers to kill them all. Surrounded by floating rocks, the protagonist gains power as rock armor envelopes him, and the armored ally powers up. A towering warrior slams a clawed gauntlet into the ground, unleashing a violent shockwave. The sulfur spider is defeated, granting experience to the victor. A fierce creature warns about the enemy's sulfurous blood. Seal unleashes a powerful attack, defeating the sulfur spider and earning experience. An armored silver-haired figure charges aggressively, mocking their opponent. The protagonist taunts the giant spider and launches an aggressive attack as battle intensifies amid ruin. A fierce opponent pulls back her bow, preparing to strike with a confident smirk. A swordsman braces as a monstrous creature lunges at him through swirling debris. Engulfed in flames, he vows to kill all the spiders. A fiery explosion erupts across rocky ground as a sulfur spider is defeated and experience gained. A determined fighter crushes sulfur spiders in the rocky cavern, gaining experience with each victory. Fiery stones hover as a commanding voice urges acceptance. Seal listens alertly. Seal stands resolute amid swirling flaming rocks, vowing to arrive soon. Giant spiders advance across the dungeon floor, leaving fiery trails behind. Seal examines the glowing yellow blood collected from the sulfur spider, noting its unusual nature. Seal realizes the spiders are unlike expectations, complicating the situation. A green-skinned figure points out cocooned bodies trapped in spider webs inside the dark lair. A massive stone-armored hand smashes through a wall, sending debris flying. A skeletal enemy crumbles to dust as the armored figure with spiked gauntlet stands over it. Both characters freeze in shock as they confront something horrifying. With resolve, he urges immediate action to confront the looming threat. The group readies for a swift battle as one questions if another can fight without drawing their sword. Seal acknowledges uncertainty and decides to smash through the cavern with brute force. He stares ahead in shock, frozen by an unexpected revelation. Someone urgently calls out to their master. The group arrives at a shadowy cave filled with webs and ominous cocoons. Three adventurers step into a vast cavern filled with giant web cocoons, alert for hidden dangers. A mound of cocoons lies ominously in shadow, revealing itself to the intruders. Haunted by suspicion, Seal wonders if Kiri met the same tragic end. A sinister voice taunts from shadows as ominous webs close in. A monstrous claw drips glowing fluid as the creature watches its target in darkness. A lone figure confronts the massive spider, declaring himself the last descendant of Anicindria. A monstrous spider emerges, claiming to be the last descendant of Anicindria. The Spider Queen Atarak's identity and abilities are revealed on ancient parchment. The creature demands more victims be brought to the canyon, threatening the child with its insatiable hunger. The orc-like warrior demands compensation as the elf promises to grant the grace of fire in the icy cavern. Faced with the Spider Queen's proposal in the shadowy cavern, he carefully weighs his options. A somber field of corpses reveals the heavy cost of battle, marked by many lost lives. Seol stands at the front, firmly rejecting the offer as his tense allies look on. A monstrous creature with multiple red eyes threatens someone above, warning them to prepare to fall. A giant, furious spider shakes violently, sending a swarm of smaller spiders surging into the area. A gigantic monster bursts from the ground, confronting the group as spiders pour out. Seol urgently orders an ally to attack as a fierce figure leaps amid flying debris. A powerful attack destroys the giant sulfur spider, granting experience for its defeat. A furious character unleashes a devastating red energy attack, crashing into the ground to prove their strength. A massive, fiery monster crashes down with a devastating attack, shaking the ground. A massive figure bursts through rubble as fire and debris explode behind. Lava bubbles and steams by jagged cliffs. Seol realizes the poisonous spider's blood is spreading and warns of dwindling standing space. Seol charges forward, frustrated by overwhelming monsters blocking his path. Clutching a large stone, he prepares to fight despite pouring rain. Seol strikes the monstrous spider with a blazing sword attack. A monstrous creature taunts its victim, relishing their resistance as it prepares to attack. Sensing danger, he glares ahead as debris begins floating in the air. A monstrous creature hurls a spiderweb bomb at its target, guided by movement detection. Seol grips the massive, spiked arm determinedly. A white-haired character launches a fierce attack against the monstrous beast amid crumbling surroundings. A devastating red energy blast tears through the monster, destroying surroundings. A white-haired character swiftly dodges behind rubble as the monstrous spider attacks. A monstrous figure braces as web-like projectiles guided by movement descend rapidly. A fierce punch lands on the monster, sending energy surging through the air. A monstrous creature attacks in rage, its claws slashing downward. Seol stands by the glowing pool, taunting his unseen opponent to confront him directly. A figure steels himself as glowing red orbs emerge in darkness, signaling confrontation. A deadly threat is issued in a tense, ominous atmosphere. A giant spider lunges downward into the cavern, ready to attack. A monstrous creature launches a glowing psychic attack, catching Seol off guard. The warrior withstands the magical sleep effect as the resistance die lands on 4. The resistance die lands on 5, allowing the protagonist to shrug off the magical sleep effect. An elf-like warrior fails to resist magic and collapses into enchanted sleep. A figure braces for combat, facing the massive spider-like monster in a desperate clash. A figure with fierce red eyes shouts loudly, demanding the fairy's attention in darkness. The character glares forward, demanding to know what is happening. Someone points out she is the only one who would fall asleep in front of the emperor. A man sitting alone at the table deflects suspicion with a sly smile. A red-haired character steadies himself after waking, uncertain if he has returned. One character nervously deflects a question before mentioning that Kaluna is likely still at the training center. A character acknowledges that things have always stayed the same. A muscular elf intensely trains with a wooden weapon amid spears and shields. Jean follows a predictable routine, occasionally stepping out to ease headaches. A character suddenly realizes they may have forgotten something crucial. A confident man questions the other's well-being and shifts conversation toward becoming emperor. A red-haired elf discusses whether greatness is inherited after being questioned about the emperor. A red-haired character mocks the relaxed blonde man after he admits only inheriting mantra. A confident man seated in an ornate chair claims he transformed mantra into an empire during his generation. He reflects on those who worked hard to make him emperor. A sly character questions why Jean inspires such loyalty, struggling to understand his appeal. A man and woman exchange candid thoughts on the burdens of being emperor, expressing loyalty while sitting at a table. A worried, red-haired character urges the other to share concerns, questioning their friendship's strength. Frustrated, the red-haired person fails to draw their sword. Bound in heavy chains, Seol struggles to break free, unable to move as he tries to protect someone else. A smug man confronts someone, reminding them of a vow they once made. A red-haired figure explains that a promise to serve and fight only for the blonde man now holds him back. Tension rises as someone requests permission to draw their sword on another's behalf. A man calmly reveals that he is already dead as shattered glass and debris fall around him. A red-haired character jumps up in alarm and frantically searches for Jean. A man stands among ruined castle walls, calmly revealing this is a dream. Amid collapsing ruins, a desperate figure pushes forward, reeling from Mantra's destruction. A red-haired elf lunges at a silver-haired man as debris flies through the air. A red-haired character urges Karen to escape as chaos erupts around them. Overcome with fury and tears, the red-haired character screams in rage. A resolute man proclaims the end of his era and urges acceptance of a new age amid ruins. Someone struggles to resist a powerful mental attack in darkness. A silver-haired character screams in terror, overwhelmed by panic and pain. Amid fiery chaos, a white-haired figure swiftly carries someone up stone steps as another calls out in confusion. A monstrous spider taunts the protagonist from shadows in its web-filled cave. Seol grits his teeth in fury as crimson energy surges behind him, readying for confrontation. A booted foot crashes onto cracked ground as memories of a sweet dream resurface. A powerful figure demands submission, promising eternal entrapment in a dream. A furious character blocks a powerful strike, gripping his sword as sparks fly. A furious character unleashes a fiery, explosive attack at the monstrous enemy. Seol charges forward with a flaming sword, preparing to strike the monstrous enemy. Surrounded by blazing flames, the red-eyed character unleashes intense anger. A massive spider monster emerges amid chaos and flames as Seol desperately prepares to stop it. A powerful attack erupts, shattering the ground with fiery force. Seol attacks furiously with a flaming sword, striking his enemies. A white-haired warrior unleashes fire ability, absorbing heat and charging at the monster with a flaming sword. A massive monster unleashes intensified fire attack as a character narrowly dodges. The monstrous creature braces as a fiery attack crashes against its body. A massive fiery spinning attack tears through enemies and debris, dealing heavy damage as spins reduce to 17. A massive fiery explosion erupts as Seol watches in shock, realizing the devastating power behind the Red Lotus Knight. Title: Seol battles intensely against a powerful opponent, unleashing explosive energy with sword clashes. A furious orc warns of an incoming attack, brandishing its weapon. A monstrous creature unleashes a powerful sulfur attack, covering the area with proliferating residue as ability recharges. Two figures sprint for cover as a massive explosion erupts behind them. The white-haired warrior blocks a fiery blast with a glowing sword while calling to his ally. After evading the attack, the silver-haired character crouches with a smug grin and taunts the unseen enemy. A monstrous figure taunts the protagonist, daring an attack. A giant spider looms above its web, daring its challenger to climb up. A furious warrior rushes across burning battlefield, brandishing flaming sword to launch deadly attack. A fierce orc suddenly ambushes Seol from behind, catching him off guard. Seol clings to the cliff as a fiery explosion surges upward, alarmed by someone's reckless act. A foot becomes trapped in burning spider webs as the area erupts into flames. Caught in flaming webs, Karen struggles desperately as her action power drops by 80%. A white-haired figure faces a fiery onslaught as the monster attacks with blazing claws. Seol rushes through flames, taunting his enemy after springing a trap. A devastating burst of fire crashes down from above, hitting the monstrous creature. Seol leaps forward and slashes at the giant burning spider with his flaming sword. Amid raging flames, a furious figure threatens their enemy with death. A monstrous creature with glowing red eyes emerges from shadows. A massive weapon or shield is swallowed by fierce flames. A white-haired combatant launches a furious counterattack, leaping from shattered ground toward roaring lava. Seol scans the situation nervously, sweat forming as tension rises. The monstrous creature unleashes a fierce attack, its jaws blazing with energy. A clawed creature hurls a blazing orb of sulfurous fire at its target. A giant spider fires a powerful sulfur attack that leaves spreading residue and requires time to recharge. Seol and beast-like figure race through cave as a deadly sulfur gas explosion erupts behind them. A monstrous spider-like creature taunts the overwhelmed protagonist as flames close in, making escape nearly impossible. A giant bird swoops down toward molten lava below. A giant flaming spider lunges to attack the large bird. Alarmed by looming threat, Seol urges immediate retreat as possibility of another monster escalates danger. The group realizes the creature may have pursued them after detecting sulfur's heat. A giant bird creature suddenly swoops down through dust and debris cloud. A giant bird narrows eyes, preparing to attack. A monstrous spider-like creature launches glowing spiderweb bomb guided by movement detection. A large bird is trapped midair by glowing spiderwebs, severely restricting movement. A giant bird is trapped by magical web and hit by surge of energy as chaos erupts on battlefield. Seol and beast-like figure tense as something suddenly lunges toward the spider. The giant bird, overwhelmed by rage, launches a wild, frenzied attack. The monster unleashes a surge of power, rapidly heightening abilities, defense, and resistance as it rises in a blaze. Seol stands his ground as a massive winged beast looms threateningly before him. A foot crashes down on rocky ground as someone charges forward. A furious spider monster confronts its recurring adversary in a dramatic clash. A monstrous claw tears into a person's side, spraying blood as they cry in pain. A massive eagle swoops in and strikes the monstrous creature covered in red orbs. A monstrous creature erupts in fury, blasting a destructive wave of fire across its path. The character slams boots into ground, refusing to give in. A furious white-haired warrior leaps down with flaming sword, launching blazing attack. A white-haired figure launches a desperate attack while riding a giant eagle locked in combat with monstrous creature. A fierce attacker leaps down swinging flaming sword toward threatened figure. A blazing slash tears through monstrous opponent's armor. A glowing notification announces defeat of Aniclimax's last descendant and attainment of new titles and achievements. Seol charges forward, standing atop burning beast as explosion engulfs them both. A white-haired elf stands confidently amid rising flames, proudly seeking validation for her impressive display. A major donation of 500 madness is received, drawing attention and excitement from viewers. From above, the elf taunts the troll, calling out its jealousy and lack of action. A donation of 400 madness sparks questions about Mantra's unexpected fall despite strong defenders. Pouring a glowing potion into a bottle, the character reflects with frustration on a recent battle that didn't suit his strengths. Seol collects blood essence from the massive creature as a white-haired ally lands nearby. After a fierce attack that melted the sword, Seol explains the weapon could not withstand the immense power unleashed. Fiery debris sinks into the lava as someone warns they must move to avoid certain death. A serious elf urges the silent protagonist to leave amidst rising smoke. Seol notices someone appears confused and questions if the bird is reacting. A large bird circles the ceiling, appearing confused and trapped among spiderwebs. Seol urgently calls for Kuppa to come down so he can help. A predatory bird suddenly locks its gaze on something in the distance. A worried woman urgently warns Seol of imminent danger as he stands ready on the battlefield. A monstrous claw slams into the ground, sending debris flying. Seol calmly extends his hand and touches the giant bird's head, establishing a tentative connection. The elf and orc stare in disbelief as their opponent shows no fear. He realizes the creature trusts those it considers friends, not fearing humans. The bird signals its trust by regarding the group as friends. Seol freezes as a massive winged creature suddenly appears before him. Someone hesitantly questions whether they are expected to get on. Seol clings to the back of a giant flying beast as it soars above a blazing battlefield. Seol carefully investigates the cave wall where Kuppa previously showed regret, noticing cocoon bodies. Seol abruptly turns, startled by a sudden threat. A character discovers a large cocoon hanging from web-like threads against the rocky wall. A cocoon hangs ominously in the center of the shadowy cavern as someone spots it. The beast suddenly cries out, alerting riders to take the cocoon. The character urgently confronts the enormous cocoon, demanding to know its purpose. Seol leaps up and struggles against the monster's claw, fighting to break free from sticky webbing. Seol urgently signals as a large dark creature carries someone away, initiating their escape. A powerful blow suddenly strikes the panicked character, sending him reeling. Clinging desperately to the giant bird, the terrified rider hurtles downward through the fiery sky. The group launches upward through the tunnel as the darkness splits open around them. Seol, panicked and confused, hurtles through the air above the ground. Seol's eyes flare with power as he prepares to unleash his hidden strength. Seol soars above the mountains at sunrise on the back of a giant bird, unlocking a new achievement and title. Riding together over the mountains, the companions marvel at their impressive bird mount. Seol admires Kuppa's achievement while riding atop the feathered creature. A giant bird swoops over the mountains, casting a shadow across the landscape. An eagle swoops down and lands dramatically in the middle of a colorful flower field. The group arrives in a hidden, vibrant flower field within the canyon, puzzled about why they were led here. The massive bird abruptly pulls back, preparing to defend itself. A sharp object pierces the heavily bandaged arm, and a cry of pain escapes. An orc and elf stand ready together as they confront a giant griffin. A motionless body lies among the wildflowers. A giant bird discovers an unconscious figure lying among the flowers. Someone questions if the presence they sensed was the master. The group notes the oddity of the bird's isolation from its flock, sensing something is wrong. Seol approaches the guardian beast and recognizes the unconscious figure among the flowers. An owl glares intensely, preparing to strike. A figure in decorated armor kneels in a sunlit field of flowers, their gloved hand resting on the ground as a blue ring catches the light. Seol kneels beside the fallen figure and apologizes with visible regret. Standing before the grave, Seol pays respects and presents Kuppa, now grown and strong. A mystical process begins as the inheritance of Kiri is activated. Seol doubles over as a surge of glowing energy overwhelms him with pain. Seol plummets through the air as a violent explosion tears apart the ground below. A quiet moment unfolds as someone gently hushes their cooing bird companion to avoid waking others. Seol gently reassures the lonely bird-like creature, acknowledging its sadness and trying to comfort it. Someone gently comforts the large bird, reassuring it that everything is okay. Standing beside a large bird, Seol points to the starry sky and shares his dream of flying together someday. A confident figure in desert attire smirks and hints at a future confrontation. Seol lies injured on rocky ground as a monstrous claw threatens to strike. A monstrous creature unleashes a deafening roar as it confronts its attacker. A giant bird of prey attacks, locking its talons around a character's arm as it screeches. The spider attacked at night, dragging off the sleeping, poison party members. Kiri escapes into the hole while Kuppa fails to catch the spider. The reason was its small size and weakness. Afterwards, it survived alone in the canyons, hunting and scavenging for food. Their sole focus is to find Kiri. The mutated vulture towers over a heap of defeated spiders, showcasing its formidable strength. Someone acknowledges the protagonist's growth, visibly moved. A person gently comforts the large bird-like creature after acknowledging its hardships. Seol comforts the injured creature, assuring it that the danger has passed. A giant bird bows its head as Seol kneels beside a glowing figure in a flower field, offering comfort. Overwhelmed by a torrent of memories and emotions, he collapses in agony. Ancient scrolls proclaim the inheritance of an unfulfilled wish and mystical abilities, marking a pivotal transformation. A surge of golden energy envelopes the kneeling figure, as he gains the power to communicate intent directly to his summoned creatures. A powerful resonance effect activates, startling Seol as a menacing Orcish figure appears beside him. Kneeling in the field, he suddenly senses a wave of sorrow and pain. Seol approaches the towering griffin, preparing for direct confrontation. A gloved hand makes a slight gesture to issue a command. A surge of power flashes in the intense yellow eye as the character prepares to unleash hidden strength. Seol stands in silence, weighed down by thoughts of Kiri's loneliness. A gloved hand quickly hides a suspicious, grown object before anyone notices. Someone silently hopes that some of the burden will be eased. Seol reaches out and gently touches the beak of the towering, radiant bird in the flower field. A radiant orange wing unfurls dramatically against the bright sky. A creature absorbs power from Atarak's corpse, dramatically increasing in size and flame resistance. An uneasy elven woman watches as the orc-like figure begins to change. A towering, fiery bird emerges before the protagonist, its feathers shimmering with a flame pocket within. Seol acknowledges someone's impressive growth and reflects that Kiri would have been pleased. A parchment-like screen presents 4 choices for interacting with the vulture. Seol releases Kupa, calmly signaling it to leave. A massive, fiery bird descends as Seol stands his ground amid swirling flames and debris. A powerful, heroic vulture ally descends and joins the group, increasing favorability and offering future support. It is believed that Kupa will never return to Shadow Canyon. Seol stands silently while companions notice his low spirits and urge him to cheer up. With renewed determination, he prepares to review items gained. The protagonist opens the Red Descendant's chest, instantly leveling up and receiving valuable items and skill points. After examining the heart-shaped artifact and magical vial, he sets the heart aside and keeps the vial for personal use. Seol observes uneasily as the elf woman reluctantly drinks the boiling blood essence. A rare magical hat with powerful life-stealing abilities is examined closely. The protagonist acquires and equips the dim flame gaiters, gaining new defensive and resistance abilities. The elf girl smugly shows off a powerful leg guard while others react with surprise and amusement. Examining glowing status screens, the character reviews newly acquired abilities and their effects. A character reflects on the value of their journey and prepares to conclude as the finish adventure sign appears. Seol stands silently beneath a celestial beam, sensing an ominous sign in the starry darkness. He realizes the expedition system has activated, but he will not be transported immediately. The protagonist realizes he is in serious trouble. A desolate village called Twilight Village appears on the horizon, its only signs of life the rising smoke as the group debates resting. The protagonist grumbles internally about being stuck in an isolated, uncivilized village. Assessing risk, he realizes villagers likely reject outsiders due to frequent attacks. He remains vigilant while accepting hospitality from villagers in the ruined town. After weighing options, he decides to observe secretly despite risks, leading to witnessing a shocking event that night. You secretly discover the villagers are cultists worshipping an unknown being, forcing a choice in response. Seol discovers the village secret is eternalism, realizing every choice carries significant risk. Forced to choose, the protagonist decides to stay and observe despite knowing the dangers. Overwhelmed by the village's tragedies, the character succumbs to mental fatigue and growing distrust. Masked villagers brutally murder a bound traveler in a horrific sacrificial ritual as you watch in shock. Seol stands silently, weighing options as he realizes every choice will come at a cost. A character decisively points at a glowing tablet, committing to follow their instincts. A deadly omen is revealed as a new penalty takes effect and a cursed necklace is obtained after a massacre. Strange creatures swarm down the mountain as hesitation gives way to chaos. Cornered by pursuers, Seol stands at the riverbank, urgently weighing escape options. Cornered in the forest, Seol decides to escape using the river. Faced with limited dangerous choices, he uses the strong current to reach lower ground quickly. Seol recoils as a massive wave crashes down toward him. Swept away by powerful rapids, he loses consciousness underwater and wakes disoriented, struggling to breathe. After repeatedly losing consciousness, he drags himself out of raging rapids. After a week of relentless travel, an exhausted figure stumbles along the riverbank, shivering from hypothermia and struggling to stay conscious. Seol panics upon realizing a week has passed and questions if he is in the right place. A startled blonde woman rushes toward a dark-haired figure hiding at the forest edge. Seol struggles to stay upright, unable to summon shadows as exhaustion overwhelms him. Worried about threats, the character urges a nearby woman to quickly get help from the village. Seol awakens on his back, sweat beading his face as he grimaces in distress, a black collar fastened around his neck. Clutching his side in alarm, he finds a glowing, ominous mark radiating from his skin. He stares anxiously at the ominous woman, demanding to know what just happened. A cold, intimidating figure demands to know if the other truly doesn't remember. A village burns violently as masked figures scream in chaos. Seol remembers fleeing monsters and falling into a river after destroying a village. He sits on the bed, struggling to understand why people had to die. He coldly admits feeling no guilt for killing, showing only disappointment. 2 children witness devastation as people pass burned, ruined buildings. A weary elf woman stands alone, questioning why she returned to an uncaring world. Seol sits in tense silence, fearing past tragedies will repeat. Someone assesses Karen excels as a knight but lacks adventurer experience. The harsh reality of eternity poses constant challenges, making adaptation slow. A vigilant orc spots someone approaching and quickly alerts his group. A surprised blonde woman notices Seol calmly seated in a wooden room. A startled woman confronts an unexpected presence by the doorway, demanding to know who they are. A suspicious elf accuses Seol of being a thief amid rising tension. The elf nervously explains recent separation to others in the room. The blonde woman reacts with surprise and quickly apologizes to unexpected news. A chibi character offers reassurance to a human woman, showing understanding. A cheerful woman bursts into laughter after being called pretty by a grinning elf-like figure. Seol sits up in bed and asks where they are. A cheerful young woman introduces Water Mist Village, named for morning mist around the lake. Seol awkwardly requests privacy to change, prompting the flustered woman to leave quickly. Seol and the white-haired woman tense as a sudden noise interrupts their confrontation. The protagonist considers Water Mist Village as their next destination. The protagonist unrolls an ornate scroll and realizes they have arrived at the place Chow mentioned. A scroll reveals a secret mission to investigate Water Mist Village and uncover what happened. Seol receives a warning to track the man with the sleeping drug discreetly, using a drawn portrait as a guide. They agree to obtain the drug from the person in question. A new adventure begins as the character confidently prepares for the upcoming challenge. A crucial mission is assigned, requiring completion within 30 days to gain the Shadow Summoner's approval. A tranquil mountain village appears at sunrise. Seol questions the elf-like figure about who brought him here. The group discusses how villagers helped carry the recently rescued person back safely. Seol notices the deserted village and wonders about the absent residents' work. A concerned character explains that managing farmland has become more difficult and questions why. A grave outbreak is revealed as many villagers fall ill and receive treatment. Seol listens to instructions to observe and soon understand the situation. A nervous woman is asked to guide the group to the village hall and agrees. Someone warns of an upcoming surprise as the scene shifts to a dilapidated building under an orange sky. A gravely injured man lies in bed, struggling to breathe. Workers distribute food to bedridden patients in a somber atmosphere. 3 companions cautiously move through a hallway filled with mysteriously sleeping people. A nurse cares for a patient while discussing that mist disease is not contagious, according to the doctor. A woman spots the doctor near the staircase, drawing attention. A woman urgently alerts others that the adventurer has regained consciousness while Seol observes. He recalls the mysterious outbreak of eternal sleep in the village. Suspicion falls on the village doctor as prime suspect for distributing sleeping drug. He studies the sketch carefully and quietly comments on the effort. A man pauses at his cluttered desk, concernedly asking the adventurer's well-being. A nervous man with glasses introduces himself as the village doctor and offers help. Seol narrows his eyes, sensing imminent threat. An ominous portrait of a man's face is revealed on aged parchment. A confused older man realizes he has mistaken Seol for someone else. The protagonist surveys the deserted village, realizing something serious is unfolding. 2 characters discuss how they will search for the man they need. He examines the portrait, determined to track down the person with the sleeping drug. Vital information reveals the man is located in Water Mist Village. The illness's cause is linked to a man's sleeping drug as nurses care for unconscious patients. Seol examines the village doctor and realizes his face is unfamiliar, dismissing initial suspicion. He studies the detailed portrait in silence until someone suddenly calls out off-panel. A healer arrives, checks patient's recovery, and greets the group. Seol asks if there is still no cure for mist illness, expressing concern. A worried woman quietly explains that Dr. Gunt is still searching but has found no solution. 2 characters confront each other silently, refusing to back down. A blonde girl turns in surprise as someone calls her name. A silver-haired woman urgently insists on helping, startling the confused blonde inside the stone building. The elf-haired woman mocks the idea of kindness while pointing at the unimpressed man beside her. He proposes helping with village work while secretly planning to search for the hidden man. A nervous woman pleads for help, hopeful others will truly assist. 1 character confides their pleas for help were ignored, leaving them feeling abandoned as others listen. A young woman cries with relief, expressing gratitude. A confident woman assures her ally they can handle the situation. They begin working around village while secretly continuing their investigation. A silver-haired girl easily lifts 2 enormous water barrels, stunning those around her. 1 character volunteers to fetch firewood after confidently offering to bring more water. A white-haired character works energetically outside while 2 men tease each other about their efforts. Standing by with towels, a young man overhears 2 elders exchange tense accusations. He observes the village has become livelier since their arrival. She handled demanding tasks alone, quickly earning the group's trust. He notices the village feels brighter now and wonders if someone else feels more energetic. He looks up, distracted by something overhead, hoping she can clear her head during this adventure. A man informs someone patient numbers in neighboring village have increased. 2 men discuss the growing spread of mist illness in the area. A weakened man questions whether strange illness is a form of group addiction. A young man anxiously suspects food ingredients but can't identify cause. One offers to help with investigation while other reassures their important role caring for patients. Stone tablets tremble as someone urgently calls for Sarah. One asks where to put heavy firewood. Shocked, other tells them near village hall. The group's attention shifts from searching for the man to helping with Sarah's task. A villager expresses gratitude for help but worries about lacking resources to repay, mentioning plans to leave after settling debt. One insists helping patients is duty, explaining busy schedule comes from house calls for little or no pay. He pushes forward, unable to stop moving while others freeze in disaster. Seol tightens sword grip, preparing to take responsibility despite reluctance. A man with glasses prepares to leave, asking Seol to look after patients until return. Seol stands lost in thought as footsteps echo nearby. Under starry sky, a conversation begins with curiosity. Seol questions suggestion while lying on bed, showing clear resistance. The elf quietly considers accepting this new way of life. He reflects on longing for simple, peaceful life surrounded by good people instead of conflict. He admits killing villagers weighs heavily on him. A silver-haired character reflects on villagers' attack, questioning whether their actions were justified. A character questions necessity of killing weak but evil people. He suddenly realizes the reason behind her exaggerated enthusiasm. A bloodied warrior returns to quiet village, reflecting on value of peace after surviving deadly expedition. Burdened by guilt, he considers they may have saved others from harm. Sitting in deep thought, he resolves to trust each decision moving forward. A silver-haired elf reflects on diligent, restless life while watching someone in sunlit room. A tense confrontation erupts as one challenges another's right to lecture. A remorseful character takes responsibility for recent loss due to unstable mind. He calmly acknowledges someone has pursued him. A character recalls being cornered with another as monsters surrounded them. A hooded figure radiating ominous energy appears among monsters, leaving narrator with vague memory. A determined elf insists they will catch target next time. Seol listens skeptically. A sly elf reassures someone is safe while gesturing toward the door. Someone bangs urgently on metal door, shouting to wake person inside. Seol urgently demands to know what has gone wrong as atmosphere turns tense. The protagonist is jolted by shocking realization about Sarah. Seol dashes forward in alarm as Karen faces a dangerous threat. A panicked character begs to know what happened to Sarah. A blonde girl is found unconscious amid swirling mist and debris. Someone urgently calls Sarah from outside as two children sleep inside. An anxious elf woman desperately shakes unconscious girl as others watch in fear. Seol learns a girl was found collapsed near village entrance and brought inside. He realizes someone has caught mist illness and urgently calls out. A blonde girl slowly regains consciousness in bed, appearing weak and disoriented. A worried elf anxiously checks on another after witnessing something shocking. Seol struggles to remember strange mist that left him unsettled. A monstrous silhouette emerges from dense mist, signaling danger. A character urgently checks on unconscious girl as another watches with concern. The group anxiously debates next move as wounded man tends to glowing hand, fearing mist monster. Rumors spread about strange sightings at foggy crossroads. All agree something abnormal lurks. Seol presses for answers as anxious man hesitates. A character warns everyone exposed contracted mist illness. A white-haired elf rushes across wooden room as panicked man chases her. A character runs through forest gripping staff, calling after someone fleeing ahead. Seol gathers swirling dark energy in hand, preparing to unleash power. A beastly figure charges ahead with Seol gripping tight, racing toward ferry. A weak, desperate character struggles to remind someone of a promise. Someone rushes through misty forest clearing as debris scatters. A desperate figure conjures flames, calling out while gripping sword in forest clearing. An enraged elf conjures flames, yelling a challenge into burning surroundings. Seol steps forward to stop furious elf as flames burn in background. A sudden explosion rips through field as Seol reacts angrily. Seol slams sword into glowing ground in frustration. Seol stands frozen in despair, overwhelmed by inability to change situation. Trembling, a character questions why newfound happiness was shattered. Seol stands his ground as a massive creature emerges from mist behind him. With Kaluna asleep, no one restrains Karen as her turmoil grows. Seol stands silently in mist, lost in memories of simpler past. 3 armored figures gather around war table, following confident plan to change the world. One asks a thought-provoking question about Dulla's sword, the other listens. The confident man asserts a sword's greatest flaw is when it tries to think, becoming too slow. A red-haired elf challenges the idea of living without thinking. A determined man declares intent to change the world, urging trust and leadership. A lone sword stands in misty field as someone reflects on unchanging cruelty. The elf girl anxiously demands validation as Seol listens silently, hand on sword. He reflects on her pain and resolves to give her the answer she seeks. He admits he doesn't know the answer, expression clouded with uncertainty. He declares he will keep moving forward, tasking himself regardless of right or wrong. A masked figure stands resolute beneath stars, vowing to break free and confront gods. He declares determination to create a better world. They decide to begin searching for Miss Ghost tomorrow, preparing for the task. The scene shifts to Water Mist Lake the next day, shrouded in fog and stillness. Investigators conclude likelihood of Miss Ghost being their suspect has increased. Seol and silver-haired elf discuss uncertainty of Miss Ghost's location, agreeing need to confirm its true form. Seol suddenly realizes no villagers resemble the person he's searching for. A tense figure spots someone moving through foggy field. A lone figure advances determinedly along mist-shrouded stone path. Startled by sudden shock, protagonist stands frozen and wide-eyed. White-haired character suddenly stabs a man with glasses, causing him to scream in pain. In mist, the group encounters startled stranger who explains they seek the ghost after house call. Two characters discuss ghost's return and confirm a new victim. One urgently asks who the new victim is. The silver-haired character quietly reveals their name as Sarah. A man is urgently asked to treat someone in village hall with potential mist illness. A terrified man runs away as two figures silently watch from mist. A tense standoff unfolds as silver-haired elf woman stands ground while Seol approaches cautiously. Someone calls out to the young man as he glares ahead through swirling mist. Sensing imminent danger, armored orc prepares for the approaching threat. Seol confirms no outsiders expected in village until mist clears. Surrounded by flames, Seol prepares to make crucial decision. Armored figure senses ghost's presence and advances with flaming sword. A monstrous shadow emerges from swirling mist. The shadowy monster lunges forward with furious roar, energy crackling around chest. Seol suddenly turns and spots something shocking. Seol charges forward, demanding to know if looming monster is from previous village. A monstrous beast roars as its link to village illness is revealed. A white-haired figure slashes shadowy beast with flaming sword, igniting fierce collision. A swirling mist rises as Seol confronts shadowy force unleashing dark power. A character realizes powerful cognitive impairment magic covers the monster. He hesitates, visibly unsettled by unexpected turn. A mutilated corpse is discovered with face violently removed. Monsters overwhelm Twilight Town, forcing group to flee amidst chaos. Swept by river's current, figure escapes danger rather than confront it. A monstrous figure collapses, dissolving into black smoke, revealing true nature. He silently analyzes how pursuers followed despite precautions. A melting skull writhes on ground, pleading desperately. Crouching in fog, Seol signals companion to stay silent as they approach presence. The skeletal creature collapses in desperation after crucial discovery. Seol braces while skeletal creature, enraged, demands precious items return. A skeletal creature with melting features desperately demands to have face returned. He steels himself and faces swirling mist with determination. Seol crouches beside faceless figure, realizing a magical theft occurred. The two realize their target evaded them by stealing an identity. Seol explains enemy infiltrated town by stealing and replacing someone's identity. Shocked by realization, Seol understands enemy has been hiding among them all along. A new quest. Face Collector tasks you to find who stole the monster's face before time runs out. With no leads or clues, the group admits investigation has hit a dead end. The group confirms next destination is Wet Fog Town as instructed. While searching, a monstrous claw bursts from the ground unexpectedly. A trembling frost-covered hand emerges from the mist, signaling discovery. A twisted figure writhes on the ground, pleading desperately for Face's return. A figure discovers skeletal remains dissolving into smoke on the ground. Moving cautiously through fog, he notices something unexpected on the ground. A towering monolith emerges from mist, catching the character by surprise. Surprised, protagonist reads a mysterious letter discovered nearby. Seol focuses intensely on critical task, determined and tense. Seol examines letter with concern as Elf waits for reaction. He braces behind a large shield, eyes wide with alarm as danger approaches. Seol's eyes widen in shock as he reacts to sudden threat. With determination, Seol announces intent to return to town hall for questioning. A faint light glows from the window, suggesting someone inside the old building. Someone struggles in pain in dimly lit room, groans echoing among bowls and candles. 3 adults gather around bedside, mourning the loss of covered, unmoving figure. Townspeople grow anxious as Sarah, their main support, falls ill with disease. Inside wooden building, a panicked woman fears the town's fate, while a tense man urges silence. A desperate villager laments halted farming due to caring for the sick, threatening town's survival. A worried young man points out the only option is to wait for fog to lift before seeking help. 2 figures arrive at fortified gate, weighed down by helplessness. Protagonist enters room with elf companion, calling for Dr. Gunt. A worried man quickly inquires about Sarah as adventurers return. A man anxiously observes unconscious girl, reporting condition worsening. A pivotal moment approaches. Adults grieve as girl will likely remain asleep, now needing care. A visibly anxious man reveals she is an orphan. Seol stands in silence as another mourns beside Sarah's motionless body. Moved by her resilience, he reflects on strength gained witnessing her perseverance. He admits to resenting fate and blaming the world. Seol stands by bed, overwhelmed by self-doubt and frustration. Seol urges immediate action to obtain medicine to cure fog disease and save everyone. A distressed man denies cure's possibility. Seol stares ahead with unwavering determination. A gloved hand brandishes a slip of paper, confronting someone with unexpected evidence. Seol eyes mysterious letter floating before him, demanding its purpose. A hand grips the edge tightly as tension builds. Two men find a letter revealing potential cure in nearby town. A secret letter orders a meeting at a signpost in 2 days, warning not to trust others. The group reacts in alarm upon hearing shocking news from Dr. Gunt. Seol questions why Sarah risked leaving town to enter dangerous fog. Amid rising fog tension, Seol stands among fearful townsfolk as a clawed hand grabs his arm, trying to understand monster rumors. A man recalls warnings about fog, questioning why someone would ignore them. She lies unconscious after entering the fog. A veiled girl stands alone in mist, holding a glowing flame, resolved to face danger for a crucial cause. A hooded figure watches as a woman with a torch steps out of mist, discussing a cure. A hooded figure reveals she left town chasing a non-existent cure. A panicked man with glasses protests use of fabricated evidence against him. Seol insists his innocence, declaring he would never harm Sarah. The group reacts anxiously as one clutches papers tightly. A frightened man recoils as he is accused of lying. A furious villager grabs Seol's collar, accusing him of writing the letter and igniting confrontation. A panicked young man shouts, trying to regain crowd's trust. One grabs another by clothing, demanding proof the letter is fake, escalating tension. A masked figure interrupts chaos, knocking down armed attacker. A distressed man urgently calls for help as an unresponsive woman lies in bed. Seol stands frozen, questioning if truth ever mattered. In tense room, someone accuses anxious group of only caring about hope. Seol stands alone, condemning blind faith placed in others without caution. The elf-like figure recoils as unseen threat rejects their plea. A smug man exposes a glowing red mark, asserting he is the only hero for desperate awaiting souls. A glowing pattern is revealed on his chest, hinting at hidden power. Seol notices a man with a necklace bearing the same pattern used in Eternalism ritual at Twilight Village. Robed figures kneel and raise hands in worship during ritual at mysterious altar. Seol confronts culprit about Twilight Village incident as anxious villagers watch. A smug man mocks his opponent after being noticed. A wooden hatch bursts open, startling everyone. Shadowy monsters surge through mist as panic erupts. 3 people frantically barricade a wooden door. A man removes glasses, revealing glowing chest mark, declaring blocking door won't change future. Seol confronts others about creating monsters from sick corpses, demanding attention. Several people are thrown against wooden wall by unseen power. A figure slams foot, shattering floor as misplaced hope is condemned. He pulls off shirt, exposing glowing chest symbol. He clenches jaw, struggling to hold back emotions. Seol steps forward, demanding to ask a crucial question during confrontation. Someone confronts about turning Sarah into monster while blonde girl lies unconscious on bed. A man dismisses claim about Lady Sarah with smug expression. Someone quietly admires resting figure, considering her unique. A masked man declares twisted plan while reaching toward glowing object with mutated hand. Seol drives a blazing punch into opponent's face. A fighter smashes opponent through stone wall with blazing punch. A massive explosion destroys building, sending debris flying. A figure emerges from smoke and flames as debris falls around. His face and chest are torn apart, unable to use needed ability. A character calmly draws a flaming sword, prepared to face situation. An armored elf woman charges, sending blazing fire wave at opponent. A masked figure's head erupts in flames after brutal blow. Transformed man threatens to kill all as dark creatures gather in ruins. Scarred figure confronts viewer, demanding if his appearance is dreadful. He stands alone in mist, glaring defiantly at judging crowd. Adventurers burst through burning wall as panicked people plead while monsters close in. Monstrous warrior causes panic as Seol orders villagers to stay out. With resolute gaze, Seol unlocks new perception level. Villain drops disguise, mocks opponent, and reveals sinister abilities. Amid blazing ruins, armored figure faces powerful enemy, reminded of past defeat. An elf swings flaming sword, striking shadowy opponent. Monstrous stitch figure is impaled by flaming spikes. White-haired figure stands unfazed as screaming. Tattooed man collapses before burning building. Pale, intense figure urges someone to stand, promising to wait. Menacing glare warns opponent to move quickly or face death. Monstrous figure with cracked mask crouches aggressively, gripping glowing dagger, warning of a mistake. Monstrous creature uses energy potion, causing rapid regeneration with grotesque growths. Seol faces advancing monsters, gripping flaming sword as they close in. Startled by danger, protagonist quickly raises guard amid flames and chaos. White-haired warrior charges, slashing through monsters with glowing sword arm. Powerful warrior bursts through shadowy monsters as Seol watches intently. He acknowledges his eye patch of perception remains incomplete amid smoke and shadows. Unable to assess mysterious opponents, Seol decides to retreat instead of risking fight. Monstrous figure with purple hair is violently struck by fiery energy and debris. Armored figure easily overpowers opponents amid raging flames. Armored fighter launches furious sword attack as flames explode. Monstrous figure erupts in frenzied rage, increasing strength, agility, and vitality. White-haired fighter unleashes fiery attack, overwhelming armored opponent with sparks. Seol defiantly charges, taunting opponent for weakness. Character writhes as flames consume face. Seol confronts monstrous opponent, demanding explanation for horrific act. Seal shouts defiant challenge, body surrounded by fiery energy. Overcome with rage, character shouts back defiantly. Monstrous attacker lunges through flames at elf with sword, striking lethally. Seal unleashes flames, turning battlefield into inferno. Massive explosion sends flames and shockwaves in all directions. Flames and smoke consume wooden building. Armored figure strides forward through haze with resolve. Seal calls out to Gunt determinedly. Seal stands over burned figure, demanding drug and cure locations. Amid burning ruins, interrogator demands drug and cure location from defeated enemy remains. Masked figure challenges opponent, demanding explanation for withheld cure. Standing over burned figure, Seal presses for drug counteragent information, revealing it was withheld even from allies. Wounded figure reveals cure hidden inside nearby bag handle. Tense confrontation erupts as Seal is accused of deceiving Sarah and villagers. Antagonist mocks group, dismissing heroics and showing no concern for fate or drug. Pale elf glares, jealous of being passed over for important role. Seal stands over defeated figure, demanding if reckless actions stem from desire for heroism. Grotesque stitched creature admits regret over transformation, wanting only to teach a lesson. Towering figure ridicules terrified villagers for doing nothing as disaster and cultists overtook home. Glaring damaged face delivers grim condemnation of heroes. Kneeling on prison floor, Seal confesses overwhelming desire for salvation as shadowy figure stands behind. Scarred survivor recalls being imprisoned and experimented on with skin-melting drug in dark cell. Monstrous creature looms as speaker questions if hope for salvation ever arrived. Figure steps forward and confesses responsibility, unleashing energy surge. Monstrous figure violently strikes older man, revealing brutal betrayal. Seal lies on floor drinking amidst chaos, realizing only he can save himself. Amid ominous red glow, someone reflects on futility of salvation and inability to share grim realization with fearful crowd. Seal stands in devastated street, uneasily admitting he was mistaken. Skeletal figure laments loss of hope and wonders if things could have been different. Grotesque corpse recalls Sarah's exceptional talents and belief that salvation doesn't come on its own. A young woman diligently cares for unconscious young man despite hardships. Seal demands to know if other was sincere about everything said in front of Sarah. Seal lies battered and defeated, face pressed against cracked ground. Character recalls as monstrous mouth with jagged teeth bursts from darkness. He reflects on how Lady Sarah's strength inspired reconsideration of fate. He looks away, lost in regret over resentment. He questions if desire to emulate her was truly his own. He refuses to answer as dark energy swirls between them. System notification announces Gunt's defeat, granting achievements and title of savior. The narrator confirms the cure was genuinely in the bag. Healers distribute diluted medicine to sick villagers, leading to recovery. A gloved hand suddenly seizes Seal's wrist as he lies on the bed. A group anxiously surrounds girl as she begins waking in bed. Disoriented figure abruptly awakens, questioning how long asleep. Young woman expresses relief, wondering if cure was found. Someone suddenly asks about doctor's whereabouts, catching everyone off guard. Three characters stand silently in rain, facing each other in tense standoff as one turns away. Seal, visibly distressed, urgently calls for Sarah and Dr. Gunt. Seal informs group Dr. Gunt has left, saying he's no longer needed and unlikely to return. Two distressed characters sit, struggling to answer questions about Gunt's fate. He decides to keep truth to himself for now, knowing it will surface eventually. Someone offers comfort, determined to protect her from further pain. Gentle elf reassures blonde girl with heartfelt message from someone important to her. Blonde character notices something unusual, asking if something is burning. Workers incinerate patients' belongings as thick smoke rises. Two figures watch building burn, one holding a torch. Charred bodies burn amidst flames alongside broken glasses. All survivors of Waterfog Village are cured, earning achievements and new title. Seal seeks confirmation that Gunt has truly left while walking cautiously through quiet woods. Elf confidently pats Seal's shoulder, offering a point, leaving Seal confused. Protagonist dismisses armored figures' offer to earn official recognition via point system. One firmly tells Troll to open box quietly. Smirking elf taunts large orc about opening object as Seal listens uncomfortably. Protagonist decides not to open reward chest near village, deeming it inappropriate. Group agrees to open treasure chest while traveling to Audenin via expedition system. Seal hands sealed envelope to someone before they leave. Curious character demands to know what is happening. Armored figure hands over letter in forest, revealing it was to be delivered after leaving village. Seal freezes, visibly startled by unexpected situation. A hand swiftly retrieves an envelope from the container. An unfolded letter bears mysterious message addressed to an older sister. Blonde woman writes letter expressing gratitude for bringing happiness to villagers. A letter reveals the writer has important news to share. Walking through village together, a young woman admits admiration and desire to grow stronger. Sitting at desk, he wonders if gaining strength could help change world and earn trust. Seal studies letter, hoping it holds answer to lingering question. A request is made for someone to return and share their answer when ready. Woman stands in sunlit field by river, wondering if a world without suffering is possible. Seal carefully examines the document, deep in thought. Still uncertain, he questions the true nature of heroes. Clutching envelope, the character resolves to stop being lazy and take action. An elven figure stands silently in forest, deep in thought. With eager grin, a character urges master to open chest. An orc enthusiastically presents sealed, masked chest in forest, while protagonist notes, sudden mood shift. Group pushes forward through forest as companion impatiently urges the others. A glowing chest bursts open, flooding area with radiant light. Protagonist claims various rewards after completing Wet Fog Town adventure but finds loot underwhelming. Protagonist inspects rare armor, reading stats and questioning bonus effect. An armored elf with white hair demands red pouch from startled man in forest. A devastating area attack erupts, annihilating everything nearby as power grows with each spin. Silver-haired elf asserts increased power will allow more damage faster, questioning complaints. In forest, one character hands new armor to another to solve heat resistance issue, prompting them to try it on. Seol observes shadowy portal and notes Karen's unexpected attitude change after equipping Wanderer's armor. Armored orc-like character receives enchanted pants with detailed stats and effects. Protagonist examines distorted hope ring, contemplating keeping it. Seol is asked to hand over ring and demands reason. Armored elf stands alone in gloom, determined not to forget what happened here. He pauses silently, gripping edge of cloak hesitantly. A gloved hand helps white-haired character off the ground. Recent ordeal leaves lasting mark as she faces villain in gloomy hall. Seol charges to stop unseen assailant from taking terrified elf woman. Two characters face each other in tense standoff inside wooden room. Armored elf resolutely equips distorted hope ring, preparing to fulfill promise. He surveys magical necklace received as reward, reflecting on what little remains after sacrifices. Protagonist examines new titles, realizing benefits exceed expectations. Clutching glowing gauntlet, Seol declares readiness to move on. An irritated elf argues loudly with Troll about practicality of leather pants versus armor. Seol endures mocking insults questioning his armor knowledge and elf identity. The irritated elf glares while Seol stands uneasily in forest, sensing tension. The group argues about roles as they hurry through forest to stay on schedule. The city comes into view, alive with activity as story shifts. They enter vast city, deciding not to linger and prepare to leave immediately. The group decides on the only available route to keep promise to Chow and arrive on time. He hesitates before glowing button, weighing risk of ending adventure early and missing deadline. The character switches to cart travel for speed and safety. The character arrives at new location and anxiously watches as travel luck die is rolled. Glowing energy orb manifests in busy street, capturing attention. Travel luck die lands on 2, triggering laughter at unlucky result. Seol rolls another 2 as chat explodes with laughter at repeated bad luck. A 20-sided die spins violently amid flames, signaling unexpected turn. The travel luck die is forcibly set to show result of 3. Seol stands amid flames, catching breath as magical die hovers after surviving against odds. A parchment displays system update confirming local adventures proceed normally with low chance of sudden changes. Seol activates glowing document on busy street, marking adventure's end. Leaderboard reveals overwhelming first place score set to private, stunning others with vast point gap. He reviews glowing leaderboard and considers returning after finishing business. Two companions discuss leaving town and decide to find carriage to return to Nobira. People in street quickly focus on glowing leaderboard as excitement spreads. A startled character demands to know what is happening. Two characters discover first place on adventurer points leaderboard is held by another private, shocking them. Two adventurers react with shock and frustration upon discovering another team's enormous point lead. A cautious man urgently shares suspicions about mysterious newcomer with hooded woman. In bustling Audenin shopping district, someone questions identity of other private. A rough-looking man glares and aggressively confronts someone approaching him. The man harshly rejects urgent plea and tells him to leave. Seol questions seated man at entrance about recent events. A man urgently tells Seol Nobira was attacked, alarming him. A grim man informs someone's city has been destroyed, leaving only ashes. Seol realizes something important and urgently wonders where survivors went. A man points to departing wagon, asking if they'll take a ride to Kongri. Seol asks how long task will take and is told about 10 days. He grows suspicious, questioning why Nobira to Shade Canyon should take 10 days when route is shorter and easier. Presented with 4 options, protagonist considers how harshly to confront coachman about slow speed. Frustrated traveler urges weary wagon driver to go faster. Driver insists he cannot and suggests finding another ride. A man is caught off guard as someone offers him more money. Seol proposes doubling payment for early completion, seeking swift agreement. A cloaked figure confronts nervous man under archway as tension rises. Nervous man hurries away after asking Seol to wait in entrance. A calm night settles over warmly lit building, setting scene. Cloaked figure returns and is greeted at door. After long, fruitless search, young man finds nothing and vents frustration over difficulty locating transferee. Under tense night sky, one man questions ongoing chaotic search. Realizing another guild arrived first, he moves quickly through darkness, tense and frustrated. One man urgently demands information from another in dim alley. Breathing heavily in alley, exhausted protagonist calls for help. Determined young man orders others to search for person with 2 million points. Tense young man demands info about 2 million points person. One man angrily confronts another about failing to find missing transferee. Frustrated, two argue before reluctantly deciding to continue. He acknowledges order and braces for difficult, time-consuming task. Shocked adventurer sees new first place with overwhelming score. He clenches hand against floor, frustrated by huge point gap. Shadowy figure looms over terrified man, provoking suspicion. Focused and tense, he wonders if rival is truly stronger. A clue about unprecedented, restricted adventure draws attention. Notice announces max 5 entrants allowed, posing extreme challenge. Competitor worries a stronger appearance could disrupt standings. Driven by reward, he steels himself to track target and notices something unexpected. Two men examine glowing rune tablets. One reacts with surprise then dismisses it. Startled man in armor reacts to unexpected news of someone's departure. Finger points at ranking board, revealing protagonist reclaimed first place. Someone realizes higher point holder must have left as covered wagon departs. He punches stone wall in frustration, cracking it. Two men hurry through dim street to investigate transferees who left town. CO firmly rejects help offer, insisting on fair exchange. A wagon speeds from fortress as someone vows to pursue target next time. CO sits on bench, warily questioning double payment offer. Hooded figure helps elderly man on bench, saving time. CO tells older man he's in a hurry, not for family in Kongori. CO questions others amid ongoing chaos about situation. Experienced elder offers info from trading past. Permission is granted for next action. He confirms he is a transferee. Map reveals Nabinia Kingdom, famous for largest forest in south. Elder warns Kingdom tries to expand into troll territory. Startled by Wiggletongue incident, he turns wary. Man surveys charred village remains, pondering destruction despite nearby fortress. Seol sharply questions if trolls were responsible. Ferocious monsters rampage, slaughtering survivors. Invaders overwhelm Novira, burning city and capturing or consuming people. Seol doubts trolls captured humans claim. Elder explains survivors fled to Kongori after others killed or eaten. Seol clenches arm and bows head in frustration at news. Bloodied man grips weapon as woman reveals Hammond took Novira. Protagonist considers weak blacksmith sacrificed in Novira. Seol considers possibility someone was killed by troll. Seol issues grim warning to retaliate against anyone threatening what belongs to him. 1 week later, story shifts to city of Kongori. Digital bulletin shows player panic over sudden Novira coin disappearance and speculations. Crowded market reacts anxiously to Novira's destruction news. Online bulletins erupt with panic over refugee influx and neighboring city betrayal. Digital bulletin explains weakened borders allowed troll invasion. Armored group frustrated by kings in action, while citizens taken. Digital bulletin accuses leaders of abandoning people amid abductions. Hand points to post revealing some transferees rejoined Yumiare to search for Kibo. Seol learns Kibo was captured by trolls and Yumiare is pursuing them, leaving him unsettled. Novira's collapse news spreads as survivors gather in Kongori. Seol plans next steps, hoping to find info on Hammond from refugees and guilds. Two men turn abruptly, startled by noise. Dark-haired figure draws attention entering crowded hall. Two important figures appear, causing tension. Seol eyes area warily, puzzled by Federation officials' presence. Two men watch hooded figure studying notice board. Two figures quietly move closer to confirm target's identity. Stern woman blocks hooded figure at entrance. Armored man guards behind her. Hooded figure demands intruder identify themselves. Suspicion rises over unknown woman traveling with him. Seol scans area seriously. Seol cautiously confronts approaching figures with a question. Seol examines bulletin about Han Yeomyeong, uncovering alliance hints and group suspicions. Intense church-like setting, one recognizes the other, initiating confrontation. Pale, red-hooded figure informs Seol of summon to Federation. Seol arrives at illuminated cathedral, ready for what's ahead. Stern woman permits cautious young man to enter. Man calls across lively tavern, catching Seol's attention. Heated argument erupts as one insists on dangerous work, others warn risks. Amid tension, protagonist demands info as woman insists he return quickly. Seol deduces crowd's mixed outfits indicate multiple guilds gathered. Major guilds eliminated from Kongri, making city safer and orderly. Someone possesses power akin to current Kongri. Someone knocks, announcing arrival. Stern woman unexpectedly thanks Seol, surprising him. Young armored man enthusiastically greets acquaintance. Seol spots off panel, recognizing original private. Two adventurers exchange uneasy stories about brutal shared incident. Woman insists man helped her escape Justice Guild. Others doubt identity. Group silences as one commands welcome for guest. Seol enters and is confronted by those aware of his sudden ranking rise. Seol prompts armored woman to introduce group. Seol states he's too busy to linger, and will leave after hearing request. Armored character hesitates before stating intent to be direct. Someone notices white-haired figure in red hood, questioning presence. Mysterious pointed-eared, red-eyed figure confidently introduces herself. Two whisper about seeing a beautiful elf for first time, Another urgently seeks help after Nobira incident. Someone urgently calls for help. Without Nivea aid, city soldiers and transferees form Kongri's defense against trolls. Young armored man insists every strong transferee must defend Kongri. Seol urgently requests armored individuals help to defend city and people. Seol hesitates, weighing responsibility to protect Kongri. Character questions group's priorities and values. Seol challenges woman, insisting Kongri's defense is vital refuge. Elf-like figure reveals they came for own reasons, not to protect Kongri. Determined figure slams hand, demanding refugee names. Seol leans forward, demanding info about blacksmith Hammond from Nobira. A masked man reports that only a few refugees recognize the name Hammond after an hour of investigation. Seol listens intently as a bandaged man reveals that a ruins hunter claims to have seen Hammond kidnapped by trolls. A figure suddenly slams their foot onto the table, startling the two people sitting nearby. Determined to act, Seol prepares to pursue the fleeing opponents after realizing someone has been caught up in the situation. Ignoring warnings about the danger and time passed, Seol insists on going after the trolls to rescue Hammond. Seol firmly states that his goal is simpler than protecting Kongri. Seol resolutely declares that he values himself and everything that belongs to him. The woman stiffens in surprise as she absorbs the unexpected information. The group reacts with shock and confusion upon hearing that someone plans to cross the border during a dangerous moment. 3 adventurers criticize another for recklessly acting alone during a dangerous time. A woman stands tensely in the formal room, visibly anxious. A forceful hand slams the table, startling the others into silence. A tense reminder about the destruction of the Justice and Predator guilds unsettles the group. A male character urges another person to return to the lodging, prompting a surprised response. A gloved hand draws a sword from its sheath, signaling the start of a confrontation. One cloaked figure resolves to follow the other down the quiet, nighttime street. The 2 figures agree to find a horse and leave immediately for Fortress Galea. A character hurries down the corridor while confirming that the fortress city near Wiggleton is closest to the trolls. Seol urgently calls out to stop the red-hooded figure escaping down the alley. Seol desperately begs for a chance to explain as tension rises in the alley. Seol admits his mistake and apologizes, explaining he acted out of desperation despite knowing it would upset the other person. He reflects on his own growth after noticing significant changes in someone else. Seol acknowledges his growth as an adventurer and clarifies his plans after overcoming many challenges. In a dim corridor, one character confirms plans to rescue Hammond after being confronted. Seol is startled when someone unexpectedly offers to help. Seol offers to repay the person who rescued him. A tense silence fills the air as a pale figure in a red hood quietly calls out to the person ahead. Shocked and desperate, the protagonist rejects any offer of help in the alleyway. The protagonist desperately insists that he has grown stronger as the 3 characters face off in a tense confrontation. A hooded figure bluntly tells the other person that their help will be useless despite their confidence. A dark, veined hand slams into the ground, sending cracks and debris flying. Seol steps forward with his glowing black arm, daring his opponent to test his power. A silver-haired figure in armor firmly allows the other person to proceed. A hand grips the glowing artifact tightly as power surges through it. A white-haired figure in a red cloak lands forcefully in the empty street, gripping a sword and ready for confrontation. Seol clashes swords with a powerful armored opponent in a fierce battle. Seol unleashes a powerful sword strike, scattering debris with intense force. A white-haired figure in a red cloak smirks and draws a large sword, acknowledging the opponent's impressive ability. A dark-haired young man charges forward with a sword glowing purple, launching an attack on the white-haired figure in the red cloak. 2 armored figures collide in a fierce sword fight on the street. Seol braces himself, evaluating his chances against an opponent who also wields a sword. A wounded man staggers back, clutching his side as his opponent advances with a bloodied sword. Seol stands at the center, gripping a blood-stained sword as the stunned onlookers react to his impressive display of strength. He stares at his transformed hand, finally understanding the true power it holds. He reveals that his unique power lets him wield a faster and stronger sword, which enabled him to grow rapidly. A character seizes a glowing sword, feeling a surge of power unlike ever before. Seol forcefully clashes swords with his opponent, unleashing a surge of energy at a critical moment. Seol swings his sword with all his strength but fails to break through the opponent's defense. The elf warrior pauses after landing a powerful blow, asking if the fight should continue as Seol recovers on the ground. Ignoring his injuries, the protagonist pushes forward to continue the intense battle against his armored opponent. A fierce sword fight erupts as Seol strikes at the silver-haired elf warrior with his glowing blade. An armored elf blocks a fast, powerful attack as debris flies through the air. A figure in armored boots slams down onto the ground, sending debris flying. An elf-like figure suddenly strikes and pins Seol to the ground. Seol is hurled backward and crashes to the ground, surrounded by debris. A blade is thrust towards Seol's face, leaving him frozen in shock. An armored elf demands confirmation that the confrontation is over. Kneeling in defeat, the armored figure admits his lack of swordsmanship and acknowledges the other's superior skills. Seol lowers his gaze, admitting he feels useless. Seol confronts the kneeling armored character, demanding to know why he insists on following instead of protecting his sister. Seol sits alone in his armor, struggling with uncertainty as he reaffirms his resolve to protect her. He acknowledges the others' unease, confirming that their concerns are justified. A tense question about harming his sister leaves him visibly alarmed and defensive. Seol confronts his opponent, questioning their strength and confidence. Seol kneels before the grand building at dusk, troubled by self-doubt as he realizes that only by becoming stronger can he escape his anxiety. A gloved hand firmly grabs another's wrist as someone insists that staying in Kongori will hinder further growth. One character hesitantly questions the other after hearing a shocking revelation in the dim hallway. A hand offers a bird-shaped statue that reveals the other person's location. Standing outside in his armor, the protagonist decides he will soon leave Kongori. A determined young man vows to meet someone again and urges them to stay alive until then. A character unexpectedly displays impressive horseback riding skills as the horse charges forward. Riding swiftly toward Fortress Gulia, the group discusses their strategy and prepares for possible solo action against the trolls. A taunting rival mocks the protagonist during their fast-paced confrontation, fueling the tension between them. A creature braces for confrontation, gripping its weapon tightly. The young man steps forward and announces that he has something important to say. An imposing figure confidently reveals the reason behind recent events and claims to know the whereabouts of those involved. Seol runs down the dirt path, demanding an explanation about the Rock Canine tribe's past involvement with the Tribal Alliance. A massive stone hand bursts from the ground as the spread and disunity of the Tribal Alliance is questioned. A heavily armored figure draws a symbolic diagram on the ground while the Grand Tribal Council is introduced. A character explains that the major tribes in the region gather for conferences, mentioning the Brimstone Skull tribe near Nibinia. An intimidating figure warns that the tribes near Nibinia are dominated by an absolute power. The protagonist learns that the Brimstone Skull tribe's young successor once proposed using the dangerous primordial god Purge. The legend of the primordial fire god Purge warns that his immense, destructive power still lurks within the inaccessible Yagnaton volcano. He realizes with alarm that the primordial god ritual is about to be used. Riding urgently beside the tusked antagonist, Seol realizes the kidnappings in Novira were part of a larger motive. A fierce warrior reveals that the attack on Wiggleton and the sacrifice of residents were all part of a plan to gain Purge's power. A map reveals potential invasion routes as the threat of attacks on Nibinia and Gulia grows, with Satina poised to exploit any resulting chaos. The group realizes that the trolls are now employing strategic tactics that were previously dismissed as unfeasible. Someone demands an explanation for why the matter was dismissed. The speaker explains that poor relations with Satina and other reasons led the chiefs to oppose the decision. Seol races down the dirt path, urgently asking how much time remains before the prisoners are sacrificed. The tusked figure warns that if the ritual begins now, there is only about a month left. Seol demands to know why the ritual to offer a sacrifice to the god is taking a month. A fierce, tusked warrior warns that the primordial god cannot be controlled or rushed, emphasizing the difficulty of appeasing him. A wary figure assesses how far the enemy could have traveled by land since the attack. He realizes that the prisoners have already been moved to the volcano. Two cloaked riders race swiftly along a rugged mountain path, urgency pushing them forward despite the month they've been given. Flames consume the fortress as smoke billows beneath the stormy sky. Seol steps out of the rocky cave, breathing a sigh of relief as sunlight greets him. Three characters examine a large hole in the stone wall, confirming it's wide enough for trolls to pass through. Two men inspect the breached wall, frustrated by the border defense's failure to prevent the invasion. As tensions rise, one man demands to know the whereabouts of their captain. Two figures sit close together on the ground, seeking comfort in the quiet ruins as others decide not to interrupt. Someone desperately shakes the bloodied, unconscious man, urgently trying to wake him. Seol exhales in relief upon seeing that Miare is safe. Seol rushes through the burning debris and finds Kibo badly injured. Seol faces the monstrous enemies as flames rage and a full moon looms overhead, refusing to back down. Wounded and struggling to stay conscious, Seol lies bloodied on the ground. Seol frantically tries to keep the injured man conscious while preparing to get him medical help. Bloodied and exhausted, the injured character warns someone about the ongoing troll attack and questions why they came. Shaken by the revelation that his home is lost, the protagonist recoils in despair. A wounded figure clutches another's arm on the ground, desperately asking what happened to Kibo. A bloodied man collapses on the ground as a prison carriage carrying someone away disappears into the chaos of the burning scene. A cloaked figure, struggling to stay upright amid the ruins, pleads desperately for a companion not to leave and to survive. Overcome with emotion, he refuses the demand. Bleeding and battered, the man smirks in recognition of Myra's actions. A cloaked figure slips past the stone wall as someone challenges their presence. Seol towers over the wounded man and orders him to go find the missing people. Ignoring his injury, he calls out to someone with determination. Two figures evaluate fresh tracks, realizing their targets took a carriage north and debating whether to pursue them. With most transferees gone and the rest too afraid, the two decide they are the only ones left to take on the mission. One character demands to know the other's plan, breaking the tense silence. Ignoring distractions, the hooded figure insists that only the wolves matter for their plan. A perilous quest for revenge begins as a warning appears on a cursed parchment. With unwavering resolve, the leader commands the units to prepare for immediate pursuit. A parchment scroll ominously announces the beginning of the 13th adventure, titled Cold Revenge. 4 days later, the group travels through the snowy mountains of northern Nivnia, asking how much longer until they reach Galea. 2 travelers press on through the snowy mountains, frustrated by how much longer their journey will take. Seol explains that meeting is impossible since Nobira has burned down, and insists they will find her after finishing their current task. Frustrated, the protagonist realizes the situation remains unchanged. A tense silence falls as the figure announces a new problem. An annoyed elf complains about enduring harsh mountain conditions while another stays comfortably hidden. The orc remarks on how cramped the dark space is, shifting the focus away from the real problem. The shadow space begins to destabilize as its limit approaches. Surrounded by intense energy, Seol undergoes a powerful transformation as Karuna's stat adjustments near completion. A special ability unique to the Twin Knight is revealed. A confident declaration sets the plan in motion to summon allies and ensure the rescue mission's success. Floating amidst blue flames, he realizes he can only summon one ally before reaching his current limit. Riding through the snow, he quickly considers how to raise his lacking wisdom stat. Under the snowy sky, Seol and his companion argue about how to confront the sulfur skulls, quickly shifting from disagreement to planning together. A campfire quietly burns beneath the starry night, surrounded by mountains and trees. An orc stands watched by the campfire while a wounded boy sleeps nearby. Seol lies on the ground, gripping his sword tightly as a menacing voice calls him closer. Seol awakens on the ground at night and finds himself confronted by a large, menacing figure. Alert to a possible threat, the protagonist grips the rocky creature's arm and scans the area as flames flicker nearby. A tense silence fills the rocky clearing as a voice wonders if a wild animal is approaching. 2 figures weigh the option of confronting the sulfur skulls as tension builds before a possible fight. The tusked character senses an unusual energy and tenses up in alarm. A lone figure arrives under the cover of night, carrying a large pack. A mysterious device with a glowing lantern and a bullet-like mechanism activates. A character glares intensely through reflective glasses, fixating on something off-panel. Seol freezes in shock when someone unexpectedly calls him by his name. Seol and his ally freeze as a massive figure steps forward, signaling the arrival of a new threat. Seol suddenly realizes something is wrong and tenses up, sweat beading on his face. An orc-like figure enthusiastically greets an old acquaintance under the starry sky. Seol encounters the exiled man from the Rock Molar tribe in a barren landscape. A menacing orc suddenly appears amid the flames, startling everyone. 2 characters reunite under the starry sky and exchange stories about recent travels through the human world. An elf-like character reacts with surprise as Mael is introduced as someone who helped in the past. At dusk, a white-haired character greets a troll and comments on the troll's unusual glasses. The troll glares forward, baring its fangs as it defiantly responds to the unseen provocation. A tusked figure with glasses is confronted and identified as the tyrant of the Rock Molar tribe. Seol demands to know how the stranger knows his name and questions their identity, revealing tension and suspicion. A hostile figure recoils in shock upon discovering that the exiled woman had a child. A character reveals he was in his mother's womb when she was exiled, deepening the gravity of his past. A character admits to collaborating with Snowman and using a potion to help crush the tribe. The orc-like character smirks and questions the other's magical knowledge while holding a large gem necklace. As the ruined landscape smolders, Seol shows no reaction to his destroyed home and instead questions the other character's presence. An orc-like character urgently reveals that they performed a divination and saw Mr. Snowman in the vision. A character warns that a major disaster is imminent and has arrived to prevent it, while another reacts with shock. The source of the trouble is linked to the sulfur skulls. A determined man explains that the stars foretold this meeting and recounts his 15-day journey, noting he passed by others 4 days earlier. Seol realizes that 4 days have passed and the group should have already crossed the border. A troll-like figure urgently warns that the swarm consists of the most violent troll tribes in the area. Realizing the danger, the character assesses that facing all opponents with only 3 people matches his expectations. 3 characters stand together before a burning fire, questioning whether they can overcome the challenge ahead. He clenches his fist, sparks flying as he challenges the 3 opponents. The character kneels and pours glowing material onto the ground, suggesting that success may be possible if all 4 work together. 3 armored figures brace themselves as golden energy surges around them on the rocky ground. Seol warily prepares to confront the threat of the Sulfur Skull's trolls after noticing the glowing golden object. Someone explains that the group had set up camp and were sleeping here. A masked figure looms above the flames, expressing disbelief and anger at the unexpected turn of events. Someone reveals that spirit powder was spread as they passed by, shocking the onlookers with news of a heroic rank. An orc-like figure kneels by a magical fire, explaining that finding the border's weak spots could allow them to pass through without using magic. He narrows his eyes with unwavering determination, preparing for what comes next. Seol studies his hand as glowing sparks flicker across his skin. Someone silently vows to remember the help they received from Mr. Snowman. An orc collapses in tears, overcome by sorrow. A menacing man steps forward with a dark smile, finally ready to exact his revenge. A new guide and ally is announced to join the adventure. A hidden entrance is exposed at the base of Navinia's border wall. A character discovers that the passage is blocked halfway through. 2 characters inspect the collapsed cave wall, suspecting it was deliberately caused. A character examines the Earth's memory, revealing a glowing vision of miners at work. They discover evidence that about 20 humans were held captive and burned in chains. A character urgently demands to know if the other recognizes Ymira. A confused character realizes he has seen the human before and wonders if he is the only one who doesn't know her. The orc deflects the elf's question, suggesting he ask someone else, which only frustrates the elf further. They urgently discuss finding another route after realizing their current passage is blocked. A menacing figure activates a glowing, rune-inscribed stone engulfed in mystical flames. Seol cautiously examines the glowing stone embedded in the cracked wall. A cracked, glowing orb suddenly appears among the rocky debris. A massive creature bursts through the ground, forcing Seol to brace himself as a glowing artifact hovers nearby. 2 orc-like figures plan to use cochrane berries to manipulate the rock bugs and clear their path. A burdened figure rejects the value of the tribe, reflecting bitterly on a past filled with resentment. A massive armored creature rampages through the terrain, shattering rocks and debris in its path. The group discovers a large crater and reacts to the aftermath of the destruction. A massive volcano erupts as the group enters dangerous territory. The protagonist pauses on the rocky path, preparing to confront the sulfur skulls and seeking crucial advice. A confident warrior assures the group of protection against the approaching warlike tribe, boasting about their own strength. A troll explains the formidable reputation of their tribe and questions if any powerful members remain among the sulfur skulls. A menacing figure harshly calls someone a monster. A white-haired elf demands to know the name, causing the dark-haired man to react in shock. A wounded man, struggling to stay conscious, suddenly notices a human approaching. 2 orc-like figures plot to attack as one readies a potion. Seol quickly hands a santuri leaf and water to the injured man, urging him to take them. Seol collapses to the ground, struggling to catch his breath after a grueling ordeal. An injured person urges the other to run as the Orcish character checks if they can breathe. Seol approaches the bloodied man slumped against the wall, surprised by the scene before him. Overwhelmed by terror, the character panics and urges everyone to run from the approaching monsters. A towering figure confronts Seol, who lies battered and helpless on the ground. Seol realizes the trolls have overwhelmed the party of 20, leaving him concerned about the aftermath. A tusked figure bluntly suggests that the group's survival is not due to the person's abilities, casting doubt on his worth. A fierce troll battles outnumbered human fighters as chaos erupts around them. He realizes the enemy is powerful enough to wipe out an entire party without leaving any survivors. The group decides to press on toward the volcano, determined to address the situation when they arrive. A volcano erupts violently, sending fire and lava cascading down the mountainside. A character casts a shamanic spell that summons a gentle breeze to shield everyone from the heat. The group discusses the mysterious origins of shamanic spells, with Seol expressing amazement at the ancient tomes. The large, tusked character dismisses the value of reading books, insisting there was nothing to learn from them. No one offered a way to eliminate the previous generation or resolve the ongoing food shortage. In a rocky clearing, one character reflects on the sacrifices of leadership and embraces a new focus on shamanism. A boastful summon mocks her master about the perks of their arrangement, while he stands beside her, clearly exasperated. As the group nears the erupting volcano, one member notes the strange absence of trolls. 2 figures determine that their enemies are gathering at the volcano's crater altar. He urges the group to move upward, hoping to find any survivors. A chain pyramid rises amid erupting lava and volcanic mountains. A massive stone altar, chained and wreathed in flames, towers over the fiery landscape. The group approaches the towering altar, staring up in amazement at its massive size. Struggling against the intense heat despite magical protection, the protagonist realizes their exhausting climb has already drained much of their stamina. The group surveys the heavily fortified altar, noting the large number of enemy troops guarding it. A parchment announces the immediate start of the 13th and especially dangerous linked adventure, leaving no option for rest or choice. A dangerous rescue mission begins as the Sulphur Skull tribe prepares a ceremony inside their isolated stronghold, with only limited time left to save the kidnapped survivors. A fierce warrior assesses the enemy's weak defenses with a sly grin. A group surveys the weakened defenses of the Sulphur Skull tribe's burning altar, noting that not all members are present. 2 characters quickly plan a rescue by the fire, aware that the kidnapped victims are in immediate danger. A character reveals that the enemy plans to sacrifice humans now that they have gained Purga's attention. A grim figure warns that it's impossible to know how much time remains or what harm may have befallen the captives. Seol hesitates in silence, visibly struggling to answer the pressing question. Long ago, the heir of the Sulphur Skull proposed using the old god Purga. Seol rushes forward, alarmed as he realizes someone is using the old god festival. Seol firmly declares his commitment to the crucial decision. One character is startled to discover that someone else knows a hidden truth as the tense group stands before the flames. As the ritual's swift conclusion is discussed, Seol listens tensely behind the older figure under the fiery sky. A character explains that sacrifices to the old god are not limited to living beings, as treasures and desirable items are also sometimes offered. Seo considers the possibility of success if they can secure an appropriate offering. A character suggests performing the old god festival themselves as a stone altar stands before blazing magical flames. Embers rain down over the firelit mountains beneath the dark, smoky sky. Two exhausted figures struggle onward along the rocky mountain path. Only two survivors remain, surrounded by the bodies of their fallen companions. Seo clenches his teeth in frustration as he realizes the enemy leader did nothing during the attack. One battered figure refuses to leave, choosing to follow the other into danger despite the risks. Startled and injured, he suddenly realizes a new threat. A group of trolls emerges menacingly from the cave, catching everyone off guard. Seo shouts in alarm and lifts his axe, ready to react. Seo charges forward with an axe, launching a desperate attack against a large foe. A massive figure slams Seo into the ground with a fiery, spiked gauntlet. A towering beast glares down and threatens the human with death. The protagonist recoils in shock upon realizing the troll can speak human language. A fur-cloaked figure confronts the startled girl by lifting her arm. Seo, injured and sweating, stares up in shock as he realizes the true identity of the figure before him. A towering figure in a fur cloak steps forward and confronts someone off-panel. The group listens in silence as the events of the failed pursuit and the loss of the hunting party are recounted. Overwhelmed by guilt, he admits responsibility for the disaster that has unfolded. One character gently reassures the other that the sacrifices made were a personal choice, urging them not to shoulder the blame. After closing in on the kidnappers, the group learns that two trolls have been sent to intercept them. He describes the enemy's weapons, mentioning a long nail and a giant axe. Two trolls are identified as minor threats, but concern shifts to the more dangerous figure they follow. Someone off-panel asks if the other person knows their master, increasing the tension. One of the warriors reveals that Zando is responsible for devising the plan. Two orc warriors discuss an opponent's strength, with one confidently claiming he would have easily won in a fight. The orc assesses the situation with newfound understanding. Two figures announce their intention to head to the altar, awaiting a response from the shadowed character. A clenched fist trembles as the question hangs in the air, signaling a moment of difficult resolve. Seo steps forward and insists on being taken to the volcano. The orc-like character grips his sword and announces the need to prepare for what lies ahead. A mysterious figure commands the two startled characters to close their eyes while holding out a cloth. An armed orc guard blocks the group's path before the burning fortress, demanding they identify themselves as they try to reach the altar. Disguised as a prisoner, the protagonist is escorted toward the fire altar entrance, using the ruse to distract the guards and avoid suspicion. An armored orc confronts Seo, demanding to know Zando's whereabouts and explaining their delay was due to fighting stragglers. An orc threatens to sacrifice the other party unless they comply, forcing them to hurriedly allow entry through the stone door. A massive orc appears, drawing astonished stares from the surrounding crowd. One orc mocks the death of someone, while the other sits uneasily beside him. Two armored warriors urgently discuss the arrival of Maga's soldiers. The intimidating figure brusquely ends the conversation and turns away. Two guards discuss the chaos caused by Maga's visit and the festival, warning to hurry if anyone wants to deal with the prisoners, who are already being mistreated. A reinforced door swings open as flames engulf the damaged building outside. Three figures step through the heavy stone doorway into the glaring light. Two orc leaders realize their situation has gotten worse as they stand together in the stone chamber. An orc urgently warns the group that the enemy has brought reinforcements, but the real danger is Magra. A diagram introduces the Troll Tribe Alliance and hints at its prominent groups. A group of intimidating elders, known as the Council of Elders, is introduced as the powerful force maintaining the alliance's dominance. A serious figure warns that failure against the Sulphur Skull Shaman will lead to death. Two armored figures resolve to advance directly toward the central axis of the altar. One character assigns Mail to destroy the central axis of the floating altar and says they will join after completing their own task. A plan is set for Jamid to pretend to transport prisoners while secretly rescuing the others. A large orc urges the group to get ready and search for the prisoners in the dungeon. Two characters stride purposefully down the stone corridor, beginning their mission to reach the festival. An ominous question echoes through the empty, dimly lit hallway. The troll-like character counters the insult with a deadpan retort, escalating the exchange. The orc woman reacts with surprise and unexpected sympathy after being called ugly. Two characters climb the stone stairs, exchanging wary remarks as one struggles to recall a previous conversation. A character hesitantly brings up the previous incident with the fog ghost. A grim revelation is shared as the elf assures that reaching the end will lead to a better world. The orc-like figure pauses and recalls a significant memory. Someone begins to question whether their recent experience was real. As they walk through the dim corridor, Seo receives heartfelt praise for making a positive difference in the world. He explains that their success will prevent Nivnia from being invaded by trolls and will save the people of Nobira. A tusked figure explains that escaping the conference hall also unintentionally aided Kongri and then demands clarification. The two cautiously climb the stone staircase, approaching the ominous glow of the runes above. The fire altar's central axis shifts violently as energy erupts amid the caves. Several warriors dash down the stone hallway to investigate the emergency at the central axis. The group sprints down the corridor, desperate to check the danger before anyone falls into the lava. The armored orc shouts furiously, demanding a response as debris swirls around him. Two figures charge down the dark corridor, one shouting for the others to act as purple flames burn behind them. The potion of camouflage wears off, revealing the characters. Flames erupt around the protagonist as he begins to reveal his true power. A fierce upward attack is launched as the character propels forward through the flames. Flames burst to life atop the statues, casting flickering light through the shadowy temple corridor. Two figures urgently discuss a malfunction with the altar's axis that is disrupting the chain's connection. A spike-armored figure seizes a goblin by the throat, demanding answers about a problem with the axis as the soldiers move to investigate. The antagonist is startled upon realizing that intruders have infiltrated the area. Someone demands to know what happened at the altar. An orc calmly informs a subordinate about an infiltration that threatens their stronghold. A large creature reacts with alarm to troubling news about the axis. A towering figure seated on a throne voices concern about an incident occurring just before the primordial god ritual. A wary figure discusses the possibility that unknown enemies are trying to disrupt the primordial god ritual to delay their plans. A figure learns that sabotage was intended to incapacitate the only person in the tribe capable of stabilizing the axis with shamanic power. An intimidating tribal leader delivers a stern lecture, urging another to remain fearless as the new chieftain. Two powerful warriors kneel in obedience, responding to a commanding summons in the shadowy chamber. A commanding figure asserts control over the situation by ordering subordinates to resolve any problems, interpreting the presence of key allies as support. A tusked figure vows to perform the primordial god ritual and spread the brimstone skull's power to Nubinia. A commanding figure orders the new chieftain to ignore minor issues and focus on restoring the axis, while a subordinate bows in compliance. Two warriors silently face each other, their tension filling the room. A troubled elder silently questions whether Jando is ready to become the next chieftain of the tribal alliance. A powerful troll leader rallies the trolls, seeking to instill fear in other races. But this alone cannot break their binding limitation. A group of fierce, red-eyed monsters stares forward, their savage nature revealed. Trolls suffer in anguish as their inability to control their emotions leads to repeated humiliation and rejection by other races. An imposing beast appears, its presence casting a foreboding shadow as someone reflects on a regretted departure. A defiant leader vows to break free from the old rules and promises to overturn the alliance. A resolute warrior proclaims his ambition to surpass all limits and rule through admiration rather than fear. Someone declares that the primordial god stands in the way of their ambition and dismisses his importance to the alliance. A dominating figure mocks a fallen opponent, questioning the worth of their ambition. A prisoner writhes in pain in his cell, questioning whether the mountain he fought for was ever worth it as the guard stands watch. Two injured men, trapped in a filthy cell, desperately pound on the door and plead for water. An intruder confronts the startled cell guard, demanding to know who is in charge. A powerful gloved fist crashes into Seol, cutting off the conversation and sending him reeling. A blood-stained orc triumphantly seizes the key, grinning with menace. An urgent hand unlocks the heavy wooden door, urging everyone to escape quickly. Someone exclaims that something has opened. As chaos erupts in the corridor, the group frantically urges each other to escape and checks if everyone is safe. Amidst rising tension, someone urgently demands answers about the troll and frantically asks for Kibo's whereabouts. The group discovers that the captain is imprisoned deeper within the facility, heightening their sense of urgency. He urgently shouts a warning as he spots danger approaching from behind. A cloaked figure confronts Seol, catching him off guard. A massive orc-like creature emerges, grinning fiercely beneath the ominous, battle-stained sky. A monstrous masked figure corners Seol, who screams in pain and fury as he faces the threat head-on. A furious assailant swings a massive axe down at the armored opponent. Weapons collide in a burst of sparks as the two opponents continue their fierce battle. An orc charges forward, taunting his opponent with a defiant challenge. Despite his injuries, the protagonist forces himself to attack with unwavering resolve. A fierce combatant lunges forward, swinging a massive weapon at the enemy in the stone chamber. With unwavering resolve, the protagonist charges directly toward the massive blade. A dangerous ability called the double-edged sword of I Like It Alone is activated as advice from a past lesson comes to mind. Seol frantically searches for a way out as danger closes in. The protagonist charges forward with fierce determination, ready to confront the challenge head-on. A system message announces a temporary boost to total attack, followed by a penalty period. Seol unleashes a fierce strike at the armored orc-like enemy, catching it off guard. A powerful skill immobilizes the orc-like creature, leaving him unable to evade the incoming attack. Seol drives his bloodied axe down in a furious, unrestrained assault. A shadowy figure threatens violence in the dark prison corridor. The woman stands victorious over her fallen opponent as system messages announce her triumph and a temporary penalty to her attack power. Seol braces himself as a threatening noise erupts nearby. A monstrous orc charges forward with a giant hammer, forcing Seol to react in alarm. The monstrous creature tenses, readying itself to strike. A fierce figure with stone-like hands seizes an enemy by the throat, demanding information. A fierce warrior delivers a fiery, fatal blow to the opponent's chest. The protagonist faces the armored orc leader in the dungeon after defeating a previous opponent. Urged to keep moving, Seol pushes forward despite his exhaustion. A young man studies the unconscious figure before him, silently evaluating the true extent of Snowman's power. A frustrated armored figure clenches their fist while questioning the overwhelming strength of their opponent who controls multiple summons. An orc patrols the prison, shouting threats while a terrified prisoner hides behind the bars. Two terrified prisoners cling to the cell bars and beg for rescue. Seol urgently tells the captured group to trust the troll, insisting that it is now their ally. Someone urgently calls out to alert others of nearby people. A startled figure exclaims that they are saved and can finally return. A monstrous orc bursts through the door, startling the two figures inside. A menacing enemy discovers and confronts the protagonist, confirming they are still alive. A tense command is given for someone to leave immediately as a nervous figure hesitates against the stone wall. A shocked young man realizes that Snowman is behind the current situation. Seol, anxious and sweating, questions his rescuer's motives as the white-haired figure orders him to get out of the cell. Seol anxiously confirms that Yumiare is present and is searching for Kibo while freeing the hostages. Cornered in the dim hallway, Seol tenses as he senses a sudden setback. A battered figure hesitates in the doorway, fearing the shock that will follow if someone sees Sir Kibo. Bloodied and exhausted, Seol enters the room and confronts the figure standing before him. Bloodied and shaken, he reacts in disbelief to what he sees. A haunted man stares into the darkness, desperately trying to recognize someone from his past. A bloodied man chained to a chair curses his own reckless decision to enter such a dangerous place. Seol trembles and cries, enduring the pain from a fresh wound below his eye. A distraught character screams in anguish while clutching a chained man. Fighting back tears, a grieving man gently comforts someone in the dim light. A dirted hand grips Seol's shoulder as someone delivers a harsh reality check about the world's lack of hope and the hindrance of emotions. Seol, bloodied and kneeling, is forced to accept the role of leader for the wandering hunters. A glowing notification announces the successful rescue of all survivors and informs that rewards will be given after the adventure is complete. A wagon arrives at a new location, its wheel resting motionless on the stone road. A group of people recoils in shock and fear after witnessing a startling event in the dark dungeon. The wounded leader steadies himself and announces that he has a new plan for the group. The battered captain announces his resignation and urges everyone to follow his successor. A tense standoff unfolds as a group of ragged humans is confronted by an imposing orc leader in the underground chamber. An orc-like figure blocks the escape route with a menacing grin. A battered leader warns the group that enemy reinforcements are approaching and they cannot win a fight in their current state. The anxious group turns to the standing figure, urgently seeking a solution. A battered character insists on pressing forward through the dim corridor. A massive creature blocks the path, forcing the terrified group to consider retreating. The leader urgently directs the group to move upward, warning that escape is no longer possible as their pursuers check the altar's central axis below. They ascend the stone stairway to meet their ally. A muscular character urgently announces critical news as green energy bursts through the ceiling. While one figure focuses on stabilizing the central axis with green energy, another rushes in to deliver urgent news about the offerings. A shocked figure learns that the armory has been attacked and the perpetrators are escaping upward. An enraged leader berates his subordinates for failing to catch any intruders as another figure stands near a glowing enchanted barrier. A powerful warrior urges calm and promises protection while guiding another to stabilize the central axis. A fierce figure vows to send additional troops in pursuit, assuring that reinforcements are on the way. A character senses danger while relying on protection to stabilize the central axis. The warrior suspects a trap and believes the central axis was sabotaged to keep them in place. A tusked humanoid acknowledges that the chaos from the freed offerings will leave them isolated on this floor. Realizing the enemy's true intent, the protagonist urgently connects their movement toward the altar with a looming threat. A desperate figure urgently warns the startled man that the threat is not directed at him as glowing chains appear in the background. A frenzied figure shouts that someone is trying to steal the old god festival by taking the sacred fire. A blazing fire erupts atop the stone altar as someone urgently shouts a warning to stop them. A new adventure begins, announcing the start of Adventure 14, Pierce the Flames. A perilous new mission is issued, escape Yagnaton volcano by defeating the Sulphur Skull tribe chief or leading most survivors to safety before time runs out. A powerful attack strikes the orc-like creatures, leaving their escape route blocked. An elf woman single-handedly holds off a group of attackers with fierce determination. Seol steps forward to hold off the enemies while the ritual continues. A startled figure recoils as a massive hand lunges toward him from the flames. A goblin-like figure arrives quickly using shamanic spells and insists that the ceremony must begin immediately. A massive fire explosion erupts from the center of the stone platform as urgency mounts. A hand is deliberately sliced open by a knife, causing blood to flow. A fierce spell erupts as Seol unleashes a massive blaze with an outstretched hand. Seol stands before the erupting volcano and calls out to summon the dormant entity Purga. A surge of destructive flames erupts, engulfing everything. A determined figure advances through raging flames toward a blinding explosion. Struggling against the searing flames, Seol endures the heat despite the protective spell. A surge of fiery energy fills the area, unleashing overwhelming pressure. A colossal fiery entity appears, granting the observer a permanent increase in wisdom. A massive fire spirit looms over Seol at the altar, demanding to know why it was awakened. A cloaked figure boldly offers a sacrifice to summon the towering, flame-wreathed beast. A foreboding voice questions if the two present are the intended sacrifice. Flames surge behind him as he defiantly claims the offering for himself. A fiery, imposing entity suddenly bursts forth, confronting the stunned observer. Amidst swirling flames, the protagonist triumphantly claims Atarak's heart, a rare ancient artifact with mysterious powers. Seol stands resolutely before a colossal, fiery beast that offers to grant him a blessing. A mystical prompt presents 4 powerful choices as the man prepares to make a critical decision. A colossal, flaming creature bursts onto the scene, radiating menace. Fiery marks sear across his cheek as he is branded in agony. A building is consumed by a violent explosion, sending flames and debris everywhere. An explosion erupts, sending flames and debris across the scene. A group of armored warriors advances through the smoke as the enemy leader approaches. The towering orc leader delivers a chilling ultimatum, declaring that the confrontation ends here as his sneering ally stands by. An armored elf and a cloaked figure declare their intent to destroy their enemies atop the volcano. Seol laments their misfortune as he confronts a formidable adversary. Standing firm atop the stone structure, the protagonist confronts the beast-like enemy and demands answers about the kidnapping. A menacing figure interrupts the group and declares that their luck has run out. A determined figure steels himself and methodically prepares as he faces the swirling purple vortex. He conjures a swirling dark orb of magic in his hand. An enraged orc-like figure recognizes Purga's tattoo and glares ahead with glowing eyes. Seol releases a surge of dark energy at the looming demonic figure. A shadowy figure unleashes a surge of dark energy as a white-haired elf looks on in shock. Someone spins around, eyes wide with excitement, and calls out to Karuna. Seol emerges from his long slumber, surrounded by swirling energy, and declares his awakening. The protagonist confidently confronts a powerful, beast-like enemy as ominous energy fills the air. A legendary troll known as Magra the Scorching, a powerful member of the Council of Elders, is introduced as the key figure behind the rise of the Sulphur Skull tribe. A character with light hair is violently knocked back by a powerful blow to the face. A powerful warrior unleashes a devastating fiery attack, engulfing all living creatures in flames. Seol strains to glean information with eyes of perception but finds most of it inaccessible. A powerful monster emerges from the flames, wielding a blazing sword as the protagonist realizes the vast difference in strength between them. He keeps his secret while the fire rages behind him. A powerful ability linked to the Twin Knights combo effect is announced. 2 heroes launch a synchronized assault, leaping through flames to strike the monstrous figure from above with glowing weapons. The summoning of the Twin Knights is successful, instantly doubling and combining their powers as their souls and equilibrium activate. A powerful blue blade collides with a flaming orange sword, striking the massive red-skinned foe. A monstrous figure recoils in shock, overwhelmed by an unexpected surge of power. A ferocious fighter laughs wildly, taunting an old ally as flames swirl around them. Glowing with energy, Seol surges forward as the first stage of Moonlight Surge activates. Seol charges forward, clashing swords with his powerful opponent as flames swirl around them. A monstrous enemy is caught off guard as 2 surprise attacks land in the midst of chaos and flames. Seol lands a powerful punch on the monster's chest, sending shockwaves through the impact. A fierce battle erupts as one fighter clashes with a monstrous opponent, while an ally launches an attack from above through the flames. The increased combat power of the Twin Knights is explained by one of them advancing to legendary rank, which significantly boosted his stats and granted him new abilities. He announces that summoning the Twin Knights together instantly doubles their stats. A monstrous figure unleashes overwhelming power, clashing with blinding energy attacks. Magra is unlikely to handle both opponents at once. The demon surges forward, impressed by its opponent's display. A powerful shamanic spell is activated, dramatically increasing the strength of fire attacks. A powerful opponent unleashes a surge of green energy at the 2 defenders. A monstrous figure unleashes a surge of powerful yellow energy. He spins around, startled by an unexpected threat. A warrior unleashes a blazing attack directly at the startled target. A surge of green energy erupts, engulfing everything in a blinding explosion. A massive stone hand erupts from the ground amid a surge of glowing yellow energy. A towering orc-like enemy erupts from the flames, reeling from a powerful attack as the protagonist observes closely. A monstrous creature suddenly reveals its terrifying, glowing gaze. A resurrected enemy returns, confronting a shocked opponent amid swirling yellow-green flames. A menacing beast taunts its opponent, suggesting their only value is as a guard dog. A contemptuous voice mocks the betrayal and weakness of someone who allied with the dragon instead of the old gods. A tusked, elf-like creature advises an older man that understanding others is necessary to earn their respect. A startled warrior urgently alerts his ally as enemies begin climbing up the ledge behind him. A hostile figure asserts control over the situation and urges allies to attack without restraint. Seol confidently acknowledges his ally's reliability and prepares to take action. Seol strikes down with a surge of blue energy, forcing the larger opponent with twin yellow swords to stagger. An armored elf warrior is slammed in the abdomen by a monstrous foe. Seol charges forward and strikes the ground with his glowing sword, triggering a massive explosion. A fearsome warrior bursts forward, unleashing a deadly threat as yellow energy crackles around him. Seol announces his plan to destroy the altar as he confronts the armored figure. An armored fighter channels energy into a glowing sword, advancing to the second stage of Moonlight Surge and preparing to unleash a powerful attack. Seol commands Karuna to reveal something as the tension escalates. Seol channels a surge of blue energy as he unlocks the third stage of Moonlight Surge. Seol charges forward and clashes swords with a monstrous, flame-wreathed adversary. A furious, monstrous figure demands an explanation from the two protagonists. Two heroes rush through fire and debris to attack a monstrous enemy who shouts in anger. An armored character with pointed ears charges ahead through the flames. A white-haired fighter swings a flaming sword down with force as their dark-skinned opponent blocks the blow. A monstrous figure is struck hard by a powerful, glowing force. Seol unleashes a surge of blue energy, raising his glowing sword to attack. A surge of blue energy engulfs the altar, tearing apart the ground and sending debris flying. The ground shatters as massive chunks of rock crash down amid swirling smoke and an orange-lit sky. Amidst the rubble and smoke, a survivor urgently warns the others to escape as trolls approach. Amid the ruined landscape, the group realizes they are all alive thanks to one member's actions. Trapped with no escape, a group of terrified people look to Seol for guidance as danger closes in. An armored figure, exhausted and desperate, begs the cloaked man for help as chaos erupts across the battlefield. A desperate crowd calls out as Seol stands stoically before them. He stares ahead in silence, visibly unsettled as he processes the situation. Amidst shattered debris, one wounded man coughs while the other urgently checks on him. The two warriors confirm the fire altar is complete and declare their plan accomplished. A panicked opponent demands an explanation, suspecting that the trouble is caused by intruders. Amid the chaos of battle, a warrior senses imminent death after realizing their enemies were underestimated. A monstrous figure angrily cuts off an ally who tries to announce the arrival of reinforcements. A resolute tribal leader announces his intention to sacrifice himself so his tribe can survive. A battered entity orders a retreat and demands that news of its desperate use of forbidden spells be delivered to the Alliance. Seol stands tensely beside the armored elf woman as he receives a dire warning about remembering the shadows. A red-haired warrior pledges allegiance with gratitude amid armed orcs and ruined stone. A monstrous transformation erupts as chaos spreads and everyone is urged to evacuate the altar. An ancient scroll reveals that Magra has used a forbidden shamanic spell, maximizing abilities at the cost of sacrificing vitality. Seol glares furiously, determined to confront his enemy. The monstrous, fiery entity begins to unleash its full power as the two armed figures prepare to fight. The towering, flaming entity unleashes its full power as the two armed figures brace themselves for the final confrontation. A character charges forward, aiming a daring attack at the monstrous hand wielding the giant, green, flaming weapon. Three warriors with elemental weapons clash in a fierce three-way duel. Seol and an ally launch a coordinated energy attack against the monstrous green enemy as chaos erupts. A monstrous, fiery creature unleashes a furious threat to burn everyone to death. A monstrous figure unleashes a furious attack on Seol, shattering the altar and everything around him. The altar tilts dangerously as the group struggles to maintain their footing amid the chaos. Seol and the survivors brace themselves as they desperately push against the barricade, struggling to hold back the chaos. A monstrous figure unleashes a suicidal burst of hellfire, threatening to consume everyone in the flames. A forbidden shamanic spell is unleashed, causing panic as the glowing figure prepares to explode. A terrified crowd rushes to escape as a massive green explosion erupts behind them. Surrounded by chaotic energy, Seol panics as desperate cries for help echo around him. An armored figure whirls around as chaos erupts, while Seol and his group brace themselves for the looming threat. A panicked crowd cries out for snowmen to rescue them as chaos erupts overhead. A desperate young man clings to the injured older man and cries out for help. Yellow energy swirls around him as he prepares to unleash his power. Seol braces himself for a critical move as debris falls and energy surges around him. A cheerful elf offers a point to the confused protagonist, who questions what the points are for. A powerful figure erupts with energy, challenging someone to gather 100 of something in exchange for recognition. The elven woman smirks as she announces that the challenge has been completed with a perfect score. A white-haired character releases a powerful attack, absorbing all heat within range as a massive green explosion bursts overhead. An armored figure lands with tremendous force, shattering the ground beneath. Seol launches himself upward through fire and green energy, blasting the ground apart. A massive explosion erupts on the mountainside as Seol desperately calls out in fear. Amid a storm of fire and debris, a white-haired character leaps forward, unleashing a powerful energy attack. A warrior confesses a heartfelt vow to serve as a knight. Mantra lies in ruins, engulfed by fire and destruction after the usurper's attack. A battered knight kneels in defeat before a blood-stained sword as the aftermath leaves only ashes. Broken and defeated, he stares downward, overwhelmed by despair and unable to find a reason to go on. He stands alone in the field, reconsidering the beliefs he once held. Despite his lack of strength, the newcomer caused a powerful figure to reawaken. Seol recalls the enjoyable moments and companionship he experienced during his time as an adventurer. Sitting by the campfire, the character reflects on memories of their time in Mantra. A gloved hand encourages the large animal to leave if it wishes. The mysterious man advances confidently, drawing the attention of the silver-haired onlooker. Two figures stand together, confronting a colossal fiery bird as they brace themselves amid falling embers. He walks alone through the field, struggling with the fear of forgetting his most precious memories. Seol witnesses a fiery bird reflected in his eye, hinting at a sudden prophetic vision. A sinister figure mocks the protagonist, accusing them of being as lazy as the so-called heroes. The protagonist braces himself as he confronts a monstrous threat in the tense, unforgiving world. A solitary figure stands in the tall grass, reflecting on their uncertainty and determination to move forward. Seol hesitates in the field, anxiously debating his next move. A confident man mocks another person's hesitation and stubbornness amid tall white reeds. One figure questions how to recognize the moment when a new era and a new emperor should emerge. A cloaked figure steps onto the balcony and challenges the crowd, demanding if they want to know how. He sharpens his focus, determined to track where everyone else is looking. The crowd focuses their attention on a single point, each person's gaze revealing growing anticipation. The silver-haired man responds calmly, asking if his answer was satisfactory. Red threads tighten around Seol's neck as snow falls and the atmosphere grows tense. Seol braces himself and confronts the cloaked figure as the crowd watches amid the ruins. Seol acknowledges the sacrifice made, his gratitude evident as he faces the emotional crowd. A heartbroken woman stands before the flames and expresses her gratitude as she says a final goodbye. A towering phoenix of fire erupts above an armored figure who stands firm in the heart of the inferno. A fierce figure erupts with blazing power, flames swirling around as she defiantly proves she can still fight. Stunned, Seol witnesses her absorb all of Magra's flames as her hair returns to its original red color. A sudden, powerful voice calls out to the startled protagonist as he stares ahead through swirling smoke and sparks. Amid swirling flames, the warrior grips their sword, struggling to understand their own power and purpose. The red-haired elf earnestly asks for guidance on which path to follow. He confidently affirms his decision, his determination clear on his face. The red-haired character smirks with a fawn exposed, exuding a menacing confidence. The armored figure sprints away, renouncing their role as guardian of the Mantra imperial family. A red-haired warrior charges at the towering, flaming green monster with a blazing sword, unleashing a powerful attack. A monstrous beast releases a devastating surge of energy. A wild, red-haired character unleashes the uncontrollable Red Lotus Slash, which surges in power and engulfs the area in flames. A surge of fiery energy erupts as a new power is unleashed. A fiery explosion erupts as a red-haired warrior unleashes a newly awakened skill against a beast-like enemy. A monstrous creature writhes in agony as the new skill, Sunset Draw, erupts with explosive energy. The red-haired figure announces his farewell and walks away, leaving the silver-haired man alone as the glowing bird rises into the sky. Seol pauses in the snow, lost in quiet reflection. He locks eyes with his opponent, his confidence and determination clear. The armored woman challenges her monstrous opponent, daring them to flee as she stands firm in the ruins. Rubble crashes down as the structure begins to collapse, forcing everyone to scramble for safety. The group urgently pushes the carriage through the rubble under strict orders to move in single file. A character stands resolute, facing a monstrous threat and ready to accept death without hesitation. Regretting his earlier words, the protagonist walks through the devastated landscape alongside the imposing warrior. A group of grim warriors stands among rocky ruins, silently vowing to remember their fallen enemies. A monstrous creature emerges from the darkness and addresses the human. Seol stands firm, refusing to submit despite the threat before him. Seol stands resolutely amid the wreckage, unfazed by the looming threat. A fierce, tusked warrior blocks the attack with a blazing, armored arm. A monstrous figure engulfed in flames asserts dominance over the cloaked figure, declaring the rise of a new master. A tense moment unfolds as an attempt is made to absorb powerful shamanic spells from a higher-ranked opponent, risking failure. A fiery, armored hand recoils in pain as a failed attempt to absorb shamanic spells backfires. The massive orc-like creature thrashes in agony as flames consume its body. Seol watches in shock as a person is engulfed by raging flames. Surrounded by fierce flames, the protagonist realizes that using this power against a powerful shaman is dangerously backfiring. A sudden warning leaves the protagonist frozen in shock as debris swirls around him. A monstrous, armored beast wreathed in flames roars defiantly, unleashing a fiery declaration. A stone-armored figure forges a new body from rocks and sand, channeling fiery energy. A notification reveals that Jamid has failed to absorb Magra's shamanic spells and suffers recoil damage as a penalty. Seol defiantly rejects the old god's influence, vowing not to repeat his ancestors' mistakes as he faces the menacing apparition. Jamid fails to absorb the shamanic spells and suffers recoil damage. Amidst the raging flames, the battered figure defiantly vows to claim the throne through sheer strength. Engulfed in flames, the figure vows to uncover the truth behind their existence and the stars. A monstrous, fiery-eyed face emerges from the flames as someone demands Maga's power. Seol stands his ground as a massive explosion erupts before him. Amidst smoking ruins and falling debris, Seol stands stunned by the destruction. The monstrous figure staggers in agony, coughing violently as flames rage around it. The monstrous troll absorbs shamanic spells and evolves into a legendary volcanic form, unlocking new abilities as its stunned summoner looks on in awe. The penalty is lifted, and he finally regains his full strength. The protagonist realizes his opponent removed a powerful debuff using shamanic absorption, defying expectations. Amid the burning wreckage, the character surveys the dangerous scene and resolves to investigate further once it is safe. The group advances past the Yagnaton volcano, heading straight for Gulian now that the trolls have dispersed. Amid the ruins, Seol reassures the injured survivors as they express their gratitude for his actions. Seol turns to the other person and asks for a favor before they leave with the group. A man demands that the group keep his name out of the situation as tension rises in the shadowy cave. Seol weighs the risks of attracting attention from Navinia's royal family and military while considering the benefits of spreading his name in Gulia. Wary of being forced into military service or missions, the protagonist tries to steer clear of the kingdom's affairs at the start of his journey. The survivors agree to honor their savior's wishes, knowing no one else would believe what happened. The survivors express their deep gratitude while Seol listens in silence. Ymira, battered and weary, thanks Seol in the rocky landscape. Seol offers condolences about Kibo before being asked for his real name. A weary man quietly commits Seol's name to memory, reflecting on how unforgettable it has become. A determined figure urges a tense meeting in Gulia, insisting there is something important to reveal. The group decides to separate from the survivors while another team leads them toward Gulia. A modest hero receives heartfelt thanks from the grateful villagers. The group changes course to cross Navinia's border, aiming to avoid delays and prevent misunderstandings at the fortress. The plan at Yagnaton volcano is thwarted, triggering the opening of 2 secret labyrinths and widespread changes across Pandia. A crossed-out wanted poster signals a major defeat, bringing relief to the residents as the balance of power in Pandia shifts. New adventures become available as factions retreat and adventurer points are earned. The fire altar lies in ruins, hidden treasure is uncovered, and news of the tribe's defeat spreads across nearby kingdoms. A large treasure chest appears as loot is generated following the defeat of the Sulphur Skull tribe leader. One character steps forward to carry the large ornate chest, deciding to wait until they return to Gulia before opening it. Seol steps back after finishing his task, while the elf chatters beside him. Mael announces his decision to leave Nivnia and travel west now that his concerns have been resolved. A man with a large backpack waves farewell in a rocky passage, confident they will meet again. Confident after their recent success, the protagonist acknowledges the helpfulness and skill of his companion. Several days pass, and the scene shifts to a guard post at Fortress Gulia. A hand examines the adventurer's identification cards, confirming there are no issues. A guard expresses concern as they discuss obtaining a temporary identification card and the rapid spread of rumors. As Seol listens, the red-haired figure explains that the defeat of the Sulphur Skull tribe has attracted a surge of new adventurers. Seol receives a tip about a job opportunity from a guard and heads inside with his red-haired companion. At the inn, a character struggles to lift a large ornate chest and drops it with a crash. Inside the wooden room, the group argues over who exerted more effort carrying the object from the volcano. He considers the consequences of opening the chest before reaching the intended location. The strategy is explained. They needed to assign Gulia as the key location before opening the chest to avoid being sent back to Odinin. The excited character urges the group to open the object immediately, barely able to contain their impatience. The group confronts one member about nearly letting the elf open the object, causing tension as another reminds them not to report each other. Seol grits his teeth in frustration as he reluctantly acknowledges the unexpected rule, internally fuming over being misunderstood. A gloved hand reaches out and begins to open the glowing, ornate chest. The Sulphur Skull chest is opened, granting multiple level-ups, skill points, bonus rewards, and several rare items. The group marvels at the massive stash of items in the storeroom while one of them reminds everyone he was the one who carried it all. Someone questions why she acts boldly when she contributed nothing. A desperate command is issued to stop her immediately. Seol quickly reviews the increased number of items, preparing to leave for Nobira soon. Seol inspects a glowing, rune-covered object with surprise. Seol suddenly realizes something shocking as he stares ahead in disbelief. A new, otherworldly item is obtained. A rare artifact called the Fire Monkey Cloak is acquired, granting powerful abilities and unique defenses. A flood of online messages erupts as news spreads about someone obtaining the ultra-rare unparalleled cloak with over 70 defense. Seol opens the treasure chest and is stunned to find an unparalleled item inside as his companions look on in shock. While reviewing the stats of a new cloak, the character is impressed by its significant boosts and unique abilities, especially the evasive skill. Seol examines the mysterious cloak, testing its ability to make the wearer nearly unnoticeable. The execution mechanic is explained. When an enemy's HP falls below 10%, execution dice are rolled, granting powerful titles and extraordinary rewards. The protagonist gains powerful new titles and abilities after completing the altar adventure, realizing it was a stroke of incredible luck. A gloved fist set with a blue gem clenches tightly, signaling rising tension. He confidently asserts that no one present can rival him at this stage. Seo stands amid flickering flames, gripping his shoulder as he reflects on his doubts, but ultimately affirms his chosen path. He confidently confirms the correct path and prepares to move forward as others wait. Inside the Lord's office at Gallia Fortress, preparations begin to review the events in Yagnaton. A high-ranking soldier questions whether the trolls were all wiped out after disrupting Purge's plans. A weary armored man sighs and expresses disbelief about having to report the incident to the military. The protagonist questions the purpose of being asked for his opinion, directly challenging the authority in the tense library setting. In the ornate hall, Seol insists he told the truth about their miraculous survival, while Lord Patrick confronts him with suspicion. Seol grips the rusty metal structure and defiantly challenges for a reasonable explanation. The knight, visibly exasperated, prepares to repeat his explanation despite his frustration. The man in the wheelchair dismisses the messenger, deciding to relay the message to his superiors. The group debates returning to Novira, recognizing the city is now uninhabitable. The group discusses the possibility of turning the town into a livable place, acknowledging the challenges and work that lie ahead. A man confirms that everyone is prepared to leave and ready for what comes next. A dark-haired character smirks as he comments on how well the wheelchair is working, noting that he can still work despite his disability. A man calmly asks about future plans after the return. Seol stands alone in the deserted square, questioning what he should do next as despair overwhelms him. A woman suggests that the young man form his own hunting party, leaving him surprised and thoughtful. A man acknowledges the other's resilience, suggesting his strength will force the ruins to reveal their secrets. He wryly admits that the hunting party he was supposed to hand over is almost completely wiped out. Seol silently contemplates his next move, determination clear in his eyes. Seol warns his companion as they spot someone arriving and prepare for a confrontation. One person confirms that their task is complete in a candlelit, stone-walled room. The group reviews the results of a covert task and confirms that no suspicion has been raised. Seol demands to know the reason for the meeting. Seol lowers his head, visibly tense and uneasy. A hand reaches for the ring of the clumsy pact, examining its magical properties and ominous description. A character proposes a trade, asking if the ring on the table is a reward from the latest adventure. Seol examines the ring closely, weighing its valuable stats against his previous equipment. The reliability of the Wolf's Warning Ring is questioned after its alert ability fails to activate during an attack. Seol forcefully brings his weapon down, revealing that the ring's power has limitations. Seol calmly agrees to the trade, recognizing the unpredictability of the ability reduces its value. Seol listens as the other person asks about his plans for what comes next. A character clenches his gloved fist and decides to remain in Gallia until recovery is assured, then return to his ruined home in Novira. Seol sits quietly as someone expresses deep gratitude to him. One person stands firmly at the table, expressing sincere gratitude for being saved. The character earnestly offers to repay any future help as gratitude for past support. Seol sits calmly at the table as a mysterious, red-cloaked figure stands beside him. The protagonist reviews the glowing quest document, marking the completion of the adventure. A travel luck die is rolled, granting moderate luck and ensuring the adventure near Gallia will proceed without incident. Seol firmly states they must go straight to Novira. Seol explains that all the rare materials and equipment repairs, including the Crimson Blade, depend on his workshop in Novira, but he's uncertain if anything remains intact. Choosing not to rest, the protagonist heads directly toward Novira as workers clear debris from the ruins. The travel luck die rolls a 13, granting moderately favorable luck and setting the adventure near Novira to proceed uneventfully. A cloaked figure surveys the construction site as workers demolish damaged buildings and begin rebuilding. Workers flood into Novira, rapidly transforming the ruined city as reconstruction accelerates. The game interface reveals a new adventurer ranking board with the protagonist holding the top score, suggesting that many skilled players have left after the recent incident. A system notification announces the beginning of a rest period at the city of ruins, Novira. The adventurers arrive in the ruined city of Novira to rest and recover before their next journey, with about 20 days to prepare. Forges were secretly constructed and hidden in different locations. The somber man explains that the attack destroyed everything except for one survivor and gestures for Seol to enter the room. Someone prepares to initiate the challenge. A young man solemnly hands over a vial of blood to fulfill a request, while a red-haired elf stands watchfully behind him. He holds up the vial and explains that mixing it with spirit powder will create an oil to protect the equipment for Lady Karen's use. Seol hesitantly brings up a problem with the requested sword, prompting immediate concern. A broken sword handle is presented over a glowing magic circle as progress on its restoration is reported. He learns that obtaining the crucial fire spirit stone is now nearly impossible. Seol absorbs the news that Novira and its auction house have been destroyed. A man suggests using alternative materials to forge the sword since obtaining the fire spirit stone seems unlikely. The red-haired elf firmly rejects the compromise and insists on sticking to the original plan, startling the young man beside her. A confident opponent reveals they possess the Fire Spirit Stone. A massive glowing sword crashes down in front of him, leaving him startled. A confident elf displays the ornate staff once wielded by Magra. Seol discovers a massive sword forged from spirit stones, its fiery energy leaving him amazed. A magnificent, flaming sword floats in the chamber as the protagonist studies its stats and recalls it was the reward from the recent adventure. A legendary sword, once used by Magra in battle but rarely wielded, is revealed. He inspects the glowing artifact, considering its potential value for study. Seol promises to forge a weapon for Karen, estimating it will take about 2 weeks if all materials are available. Amid the ruins, two figures assess the aftermath and prepare for their next move. After completing his tasks, he prepares to meet with Chao. Seol and his companion discuss Novira's unknown condition as they stand before the ruined building. Seol assesses the woman's strength, recalling that she was trained by one of the top shadow summoners. He examines the ornate scroll, doubting the existence of any disciple named Chao. A character examines a decorated scroll, uncertain about the true number or identities of Gregory's disciples. The search for her becomes the sole focus as the mansion looms in the night. Amidst the devastation, the group discovers a single untouched doorway that sparks a sense of familiarity. A red-haired character tries to break down the fixed door but is stopped by a stern command from the background. The group surveys the abandoned, dust-filled library and decides to move toward the lab. A deserted hallway shrouded in shadow sets a tense and ominous atmosphere. Seol braces himself behind his shield, scanning the area for threats. He searches the cluttered alchemy lab but finds no sign of her. The group realizes they may have missed their chance to meet her and contemplates giving up. A commanding woman assigns a crucial mission, instructing her subordinate to complete tasks and follow secretive signals for their coordinated return. A dire order is given to set fire to the sealed room if the speaker does not return. Seol grips the glowing pendant, determined not to lose his connection to Gregory. Outside the gated building, the group hesitates, uncertain whether to wait longer before making their move. Every midnight, someone waits by the pillar, but Chao never appears. Two characters discuss their limited 20-day stay in Novira and express frustration about waiting for uncertain information. Unable to locate Chao, the protagonist urgently considers forming a backup plan to address the situation. Two people debate whether they should take over raiding the ruins now that the scavengers are gone. Two men discuss the rumor of Kibo's return and speculate about the potential revival of the ruins hunting party as another figure listens nearby. 2 weeks later, Seol and his companion return to a lively town where the bakery has reopened. Today marks the final day of searching for Chao. As they walk together indoors, one suggests picking up bread on the way back, shifting the conversation to everyday errands. The blacksmith reveals the completed glowing sword to the visitor. The red-haired elf woman freezes in shock, silently processing what she sees. A tense moment unfolds as Seol senses a familiar, mysterious power emanating from the glowing sword. A red-haired elf is mesmerized as she discovers a glowing, ornate sword. Examining the spirit stone, he realizes it likely originated from outside the human world. A red-haired elf claims the legendary sword known as the Spark as radiant energy erupts around them. A legendary sword called the Spark is introduced, revealing its powerful stats and unique abilities. A surge of excited comments and a massive donation flood the screen as a new unparalleled item drops. Seol marvels at the discovery of 2 unparalleled tier items and the sword's unique abilities. The protagonist analyzes the weapon's abilities, noting their exceptional synergy with a teammate. The protagonist receives a great sword from the blacksmith and prepares to discuss the reward. Bruised but smiling, he raises his fist and expresses gratitude for being rescued. Seol receives a glowing magical dagger and is offered protection if anyone causes trouble. Grinning with excitement, the character brandishes a newly acquired weapon and prepares to attack. He pauses indoors, proudly reflecting on having gathered 4 powerful items as he examines the glowing medallion. Several legendary weapons appear as the secret of what happens when 5 unparalleled items are gathered is revealed. A dark, ominous building stands under the night sky, setting the scene. The group stands tensely before the ornate door, preparing to enter the next room. Realizing she will not arrive, the group decides to stop waiting and give up. Determined to overcome his frustration, the protagonist decides to find a new mentor to achieve enlightenment without further delay. A tense moment unfolds as the protagonist silently considers 4 urgent options presented on a parchment. Seol urges burning down the lab, but the other person hesitates, questioning if they can trust the information. The protagonist admits uncertainty and resolves to use the only remaining method. Someone commands another person to leave. A character with long red hair unleashes a massive wave of fire at their target. Amid swirling embers in the ornate hall, Seol silently wrestles with the puzzling meaning of the message about setting something on fire. Seol grips the glowing medallion tightly as he senses something strange nearby. Surprised, the character realizes that the fire has failed to burn anything. A desperate mage hurls another blast of fire magic at the unseen threat. Fiery sparks suddenly burst against the heavy ornate door, signaling an imminent threat. Fueled by anger, he unleashes his power, ready to use force against whatever stands in his way. A powerful explosion rips through the building, sending bright light into the night. An anxious elf woman braces herself as sparks and debris fill the tense, dimly lit room. He stands in the smoky hall, catching his breath after the struggle, the glowing emblem still hanging from his neck. A character hesitates before the glowing doors as a mysterious message urges someone to come find the sender. A notification announces an extremely dangerous adventure, prompting the protagonist to reflect on recent choices and their unexpected success. 5 days pass as the night settles over the quiet forest. Seol arrives at the great forest, cautiously evaluating its mysterious atmosphere. A notice announces the start of the 15th adventure, titled Delay. After missing the meeting with Chao, the protagonist follows her instructions to pursue the next objective, breaking through the wall of enlightenment in a new, unlimited time adventure. He turns his head in the forest, suddenly alert, as he smells cigarette smoke. A woman waits in the forest, confronting someone about their lateness and demanding to know if the task is finished. Seol explains that he encountered trouble on his journey and only arrived in Novira a month ago while holding a blue potion. A character energetically questions the other's delay, suggesting trolls may have been the cause. A character urgently asks if there was an encounter with the Brimstone Skull tribe. The woman brushes off responsibility for the chaos, telling the confused young man that she escaped because it wasn't her problem. Someone questions another person's claim of being busy, initiating a casual conversation. The woman smugly explains that she delegated the task to a junior because they were hiding, preventing her from handling it herself. Seol realizes he can now use his knowledge about Water Fog Village as leverage against Chao. The woman abruptly asks the cloaked man for help with a crucial part of her long-term research before proceeding. A tense standoff unfolds as one character threatens with a glowing sword while another calmly urges them to stand down. A calm woman suggests resolving the conflict through conversation instead of hostility. Seol stands in the tense forest and demands to know what Chao wants. A woman leans in and demands that Seol become her test subject. Seol stands tensely in the forest, demanding to know what the unseen person wants. A mysterious woman demands that Seol become her test subject. Seol demands an explanation about the test subject's role in the final stage while standing tensely in the forest. A mysterious figure proposes selecting a powerful shadow summoner as the ideal candidate for a unique role. A man questions the woman's motives as she explains she needs help with a task she cannot do herself. He realizes the experiment is extremely dangerous. The mysterious character calmly explains that the upcoming challenge poses no physical harm, only a mental test. A tense moment unfolds as Seol learns he must die once to proceed, gripping his ornate sword while preparing for what comes next. A confident woman exposes the plan to use a dangerous device to separate someone's consciousness. A shadowy figure prepares for a ritual to link his mind with the shadows, aiming to pull himself back while the connection remains. A man's body is violently torn apart by burning red energy, as he undergoes a life-or-death transformation with only a 50% chance of survival. Seol calmly asks what reward he would receive for agreeing to be a test subject, prompting a direct response from the other character. A mysterious woman confidently offers to pass down an ultimate technique. Seol firmly accepts the challenge and prepares to use the Radiant Cross artifact. Seol braces himself to face a formidable opponent, determined to seize the opportunity to learn a rare ultimate technique. Mastering this skill becomes a dependable lifeline that supports progress through the later stages of the journey. A woman confidently explains to the cloaked figure that the power on display is her own creation, not Gregory's ability. Seol recognizes his rival's unexpected skill and prepares to take action in the forest. A confident woman announces the beginning of simple training in the forest. Someone advises the protagonist to spend time understanding his shadows as he stands surprised. A shadowy figure approaches a secluded hideout deep in the forest. A confident woman, smoking a pipe, challenges someone to reveal their secrets or personal stories. Seol and his two companions confront a menacing giant inside the dim wooden structure, uncertain about the reason behind their actions. A woman warns the others that navigating their shadows safely requires knowing every path within them. A calm, menacing woman issues a veiled threat while smirking and holding a smoking pipe. Seol uneasily excuses himself from the room, leaving the others to spend time together. A cheerful figure proposes hearing a troll's story, while Seol appears uneasy under mounting pressure. The orc-like character smugly insists he has nothing to hide and shifts the blame for secrecy onto someone else. A red-haired character denies knowing about the fairy. Inside the wooden room, the protagonist prepares to question the imposing, fur-clad figure about something said at the volcano. Seol questions the meaning behind the claim about becoming king through one's own power. A tusked warrior silently contemplates the purpose assigned to them by Tancred while holding a large orange crystal. Stunned, the protagonist realizes the Earth Dragon has appeared. The orc leader recalls how, as a child, their tribe was visited by Tancred before he fell asleep. A character grips a jagged stone, preparing to take decisive action. A stone slams into the spiked barrier with force. A massive dragon's shadow descends, throwing the orc-like group into a panic. A stone is thrown at the creature's scales, initiating the attack. A tusked character lunges forward, desperately shouting for their mother to be brought back. From a young age, the narrator became an orphan. Fueled by fury over his family's loss, the character slams the enemy's head with a powerful blow in a desperate attempt to protect his tribe. A terrified child is violently restrained by the tribe as they offer him as a sacrifice before a menacing leader. Trolls traditionally sacrifice the dead to their objects of worship. A powerful figure forcefully restrains a troll-like creature, asserting control while reflecting on the similarities between different tribes' beliefs. The speaker condemns a tradition of servitude and expresses hatred toward both the dependents and the objects of that faith. The weary figure kneels, processing the revelation of a hidden lineage. The dragon set the character down and then flew away into the sky. A character discovers a mysterious stone in a field of wildflowers at sunset. A solemn figure stands before a grave, recalling memories of his mother. Seol struggles to process the news that the tribe sacrificed her and Tancred buried her, overwhelmed by misery and confusion. An orc-like figure confesses that overwhelming feelings of inferiority have dominated his life. Kneeling in defeat, Seol confesses his guilt and sinks into despair beside the fallen dragon. Overwhelmed by guilt, the Orcish character breaks down in tears and begs Lord Tancred for forgiveness. A massive dragon offers encouragement, its gaze fixed intently forward. A towering dragon delivers a prophecy to a small figure, urging them to strive toward understanding their destiny. The orc-like figure explains how Jamad was created and how he accepted the curses of his brethren, though the results were unfavorable. The storyteller finishes recounting their experience, leaving the listeners deep in thought. Someone calls on Snowman to speak as a tense hand grips the table, signaling nervous anticipation. A woman rushes in and urgently warns that they must leave immediately because they are being pursued. Seol challenges the risky suggestion to run instead of fight during a heated confrontation inside the wooden building. Seol learns that their pursuers are the Shadow Falconers and reacts with shock. Pursuers surge through the forest, urgently searching for the witch who has just escaped. Seol urgently orders his companion to escape west as they run through the darkness. A magical parchment announces that the storyline has shifted from delay to those who chase shadows. He sprints away at full speed, the glowing emblem at his waist shining as his cape streams behind him. A large wolf lunges aggressively out of the forest, ready to attack. He realizes the hunting dogs are still on their trail and sprints forward in alarm. Determined to escape, he prepares a spell to outmaneuver his magical pursuers. A system alert reveals that shadow powers are disabled within the shadowless zone. Dark energy suddenly materializes on his hand, leaving him stunned. Seol freezes in fear as a menacing figure taunts him to keep running. A cloaked figure menacingly confronts Seol in the forest, threatening to hunt him later after being impressed by his speed. A relentless hunter, accompanied by a spectral wolf, prepares to track down his next target in the dark forest. The world of Pandia offers a wide variety of classes for people to choose from. At a crossroads, the protagonist evaluates the visible and hidden differences between various job classes before making a crucial choice. The dynamics between different classes are explained, highlighting alliances and rivalries such as the tension between mages and engineers. A sudden blast erupts behind Seol, forcing him to dodge as debris scatters through the air. Seol's ring activates and reflects the curse back as he clutches his chest in alarm. A hidden mechanical weapon is revealed, escalating the tension. The bearded man restrains his fierce dog and threatens the kid to reveal the woman's location before time runs out. Seol tenses in the forest as he realizes someone has betrayed him and questions if their target has changed. Seol suddenly realizes that Mireille is Gregory's third disciple, and was once his most promising student. A cloaked figure is declared excommunicated as dark energy gathers ominously around them. A hostile man crouches behind his snarling wolf, threatening to attack as he prepares his crossbow. The massive wolf lunges at Seol, aiming for his throat as Seol braces himself in terror. Unable to use his shadow summoning abilities, the protagonist prepares to confront his opponent alone. Seol quickly raises his arm to shield himself from the attacking dog, knowing that a bite to his neck would be fatal. A determined woman launches a powerful kick at an unseen opponent as Seol braces himself against a tree, ready for action. A wolf leaps at a character as Seol calls out in alarm from behind. The irritated character mocks his opponent, declaring his disinterest in older men as debris floats around him. A menacing figure emerges in the forest and confronts the two, forcing one to shield the other. One character confronts another about being deceived, but the accused dismisses it as unintentional with a sly smile. Suddenly, two arrows fly through the air toward an unknown target, escalating the tension. The dark-haired woman easily repels the attack and stands unfazed. Seol is shocked as he questions whether his opponent is truly a summoner after witnessing her catch a hunter's arrow with her bare hand. A hunter confronts and threatens a calm figure in the forest, warning that more hunters will soon arrive. A woman unleashes a surge of black mist, her confidence unwavering as she prepares to attack. A startled adversary recoils in shock as black mist suddenly appears. A tense standoff unfolds as one figure threatens escape while the other, frustrated, realizes their opponent can vanish without a trace. Seol urgently pulls the woman by the wrist, leading her away in silence as they attempt to escape. With fierce determination, he seizes the other's hand and vows not to let go. Seol stiffens in shock, a bead of sweat forming as he reacts to the sudden situation. A furious man shouts in the rain, accusing a woman of deceiving someone. Seo grabs the injured woman's arm and confronts her, suspecting she was struck by his arrow. Someone groans in pain beneath the bright full moon. Seo checks on his exhausted companion, who insists she just needs to rest. In the forest, he questions her plans as she suggests heading to her nearby hideout once she recovers. Someone anxiously questions whether the hideout will be discovered. A calm woman explains that the hideout is protected by special countermeasures to delay the shadow hunters. Seo learns that shadow hunters are specially trained to hunt shadow summoners, explaining why his powers failed. 3 menacing figures stand together as a sword is brandished, highlighting the deadly threat they pose. Seo stands tense in the nighttime forest, firmly dismissing any reassurance about the experiment's outcome. Seo confronts his companion, accusing her of hiding important truths and expressing that he no longer trusts her. Startled by the revelation, the woman freezes mid-smoke, her eyes wide with shock. Seo confronts someone about secretly using a cigarette as a painkiller to hide their physical condition. The woman demands full disclosure while remaining amused and confident. A determined woman confronts Seo in the forest, demanding answers about his illness, his distance from Gregory, and his reasons for becoming a shadow. Gregory angrily insults and mocks his opponent, showing no sympathy. A furious student rejects her mentor's teachings and shouts angrily while raising a book in the library. He became a legend, admired by all. In the library, one figure angrily insists on continuing his research despite the other's defiance. The narrator reflects on his resentment toward an older man, viewing him as cranky and hateful. A stern man fiercely condemns the idea of using shadows, insisting they are dangerous and must be strictly controlled. He insists that shadows can be allies and accuses the other person of being too afraid to approach them. A fierce man urgently warns of the grave danger in trusting the shadows. The old man mastered shadow summoning, transforming it from a dismissed fantasy into a perfected art. A determined character defiantly declares that this time they are right. Ancient documents reveal that shadows are complex entities beyond anyone's control, provoking a heated outburst. A long-haired man warns Seo that taking on the regrets of shadows will overwhelm and control him. With unwavering determination, he declares that he will risk everything to prove himself right. A grim man delivers a cryptic warning in the shadowy hallway. The conversation with the old man ended. She journeyed alone through distant lands. 2 characters stand face to face, reflecting on the many disguises and false expressions used in the past. The protagonist reflects on how adopting different identities became necessary, but leaving behind the title of Gregory's most cherished disciple sparked an inner conflict. Shadow hunters search the forest as their target hides behind a rock, evading capture. A focused woman examines a swirling shadow orb, contemplating the next step in mastering coexistence with shadows. Despite relentless battles, the narrator continued his research without pause. A character demonstrates the limits of shadow assimilation by controlling a swirling dark orb. A white-haired man warns the woman to move her research to a safer place as she holds a swirling dark energy. They confirm their escape and prepare to move to the next hideout. A character reflects on the shadow that has accompanied them for many years. Seo signals to move forward, leading the group deeper into the forest. He recalls that Sodden was the only person he could be completely honest with. A woman struggles with a written test at her desk while a man stands by the window, appearing distant. Seo dashes down the alley with 2 pursuers close behind. A man in monk-like robes quickly wraps a bandage around the wounded woman's arm. A covered wagon moves steadily along a dirt road through the forest. Someone taunts Sodden amid an ominous, shadowy scene. Seo checks on Mary's condition, but she reassures him with a casual smile. An injured figure reluctantly admits that Mary's suspicions may be correct. He hesitates, uncertainty clouding his decision. She firmly interrupts, shutting down the discussion about needing another shadow. Still searching for a solution, the character reflects on how to unite shadow summoners and shadows. A covered wagon travels through the forest as a hidden attacker aims a crossbow at it from the bushes. A character reflects with doubt on a belief they once held. He steels himself, tense and focused as he prepares for what comes next. A figure reflects on whether there is enough time to find the perfect way to coexist with shadows as red and black shadows swirl ominously. A panicked young man urgently calls out as tension spikes inside the speeding vehicle. A shocked young man witnesses a black-haired woman being impaled by a spear. Hooded and masked figures prepare to ambush from the forest, one aiming a crossbow. A hooded man reveals his face and prepares to confront his target with fierce determination. A group launches a relentless attack as a cart races away under a hail of arrows. A wounded figure plunges from the cliff into the water as a cart crashes down beside him. Ripples spread across the calm blue water. A woman floats lifelessly in the water as someone realizes that crucial research records have been compromised by her fatal mistake. Kneeling by the water, he confirms this is his 299th attempt, visibly exhausted by the endless repetition. A conflicted figure studies the glowing dark orb, struggling to remember the past while feeling an inexplicable pain. Seo, drenched in sweat and visibly shaken, quietly reflects on the unsettling experience of dying. Wounded and half-submerged, the protagonist accepts that he must begin to change. A character freezes in shock, eyes wide and sweating. A lone figure reaches into the dark water, confronting the truth that a summoner must experience death to fully unite with their shadow. Kneeling in the water beside the injured woman, Seal coughs and resolves to prove himself to Gregory and Mireille. Overwhelmed by exhaustion and regret, he wonders if his fate is sealed and laments his inability to fulfill others' hopes. Weakened and lying in the water, he thanks the other person for their kindness. Two hands grip each other tightly in a tense moment of connection. Someone resolves to stall for time. Seal, visibly distressed, grabs another person's hand and anxiously asks for clarification. A powerful, glowing hand seizes Seal underwater, determined to save him from death. A prophecy is revealed, foretelling Gregory's downfall and the rise of the shadows from death into life. Seal, visibly sweating and surrounded by ominous energy, declares his willingness to offer himself as a sacrifice. One character prepares to make a sacrifice while another, overcome with desperation, begs them to stop. Someone finally admits the other was right. A shadowy hand seizes Seal's wrist, stopping him as he struggles in panic. Haunted by regret, he blames his weakness for failing to protect someone important. Seal, overwhelmed by guilt, kneels beside his unconscious companion and apologizes as dark energy swirls around them. Seal, dissolving into darkness, urges Mireille to complete her mission as his final wish. A dramatic farewell is declared as the scene shifts to a somber tone. A character questions whether true acceptance between the living and the dead is possible. Seal realizes that Gregory controls his powerful but resentful summons with a binding spell. A determined woman stands in the forest and declares her plan to challenge the current situation through the person she addresses. A woman stands in the snowy forest and issues a stark ultimatum, warning that turning back now will sever all ties and ensure safety. A mysterious woman offers a dangerous deal, warning that helping her complete the research will force the other person to experience death. Seal steps forward in the forest and firmly agrees to participate in the experiment, asking what the plan is. The man coldly prepares to explain the experiment as he confronts the woman in a tense standoff. A secluded cabin stands hidden among dense trees, establishing a secretive setting. Seal stands in the forest, confronted by a question about what awaits after death, and admits he does not know. A character explains that the death-inducing device does not actually cause death but brings the user close enough to explore their deep consciousness. Seal contemplates the true meaning of deep consciousness while staring ahead in silence. A woman warns that accessing deep consciousness causes intense pain and rarely succeeds, while a young man listens in silence. A hand dramatically presents a flask of blue sleeping drug. A tense argument erupts as one character insists the drug is safe while the other reacts in alarm to the risky plan. Seal questions whether he can control a dangerous power that acts as both a sedative and a stimulant. Two characters discuss how the drug and device work together, questioning the purpose of the story. A character outlines a risky plan involving taking a drug and using a death-inducing device to access deep consciousness. A character announces that one of Seal's shadows will accompany him to test the coexistence between a summoner and their shadow. A solemn figure warns that the process will force hidden regrets and memories to the surface. Seal listens as he learns that escaping a trap will mark the end of the experiment. The group faces a difficult decision as the master instructs them to choose a shadow to take along while preparing the device. An elf warns that the arrival of the hunter has trapped them in the shadow dimension and that the new experiment is even more dangerous than facing the shadow hunter. A determined character insists on moving forward with the plan, convinced it is essential to reaching a crucial goal. An elf anxiously discusses who will risk their life by entering the dangerous machine. One character asks what dying feels like, expressing a natural curiosity about death as the two stand tensely in the forest. An elf thoughtfully describes the sensation of losing all support in life to another character. One character recounts their death, describing overwhelming anger and fading consciousness, while another asks if they remember anything beyond that moment. Two people stand in the forest, trying to recall what happened before they lost consciousness. Walking through the forest behind the imposing creature, the protagonist reflects calmly on the inevitability of death and decides not to worry about what comes after. An elf steps forward with determination, volunteering to face the dangerous device despite objections. Seal warns the other elf that the process will force them to relive their most painful memories. An older man leans in and challenges the anxious young man with a probing question about his memories. Two figures argue in the forest over who should go, each insisting they are the right choice. A sinister figure warns that suppressed memories could resurface from deep within the mind. Seal anxiously warns that delving deeper could expose unknown memories and endanger everyone's lives. The imposing warrior steps forward and volunteers to take on the task, declaring he has already overcome his past. An imposing figure challenges the crowd, daring anyone to object. A massive orc, chained to a stone throne, demands answers as a woman calmly explains the safety measures in place to prevent him from destroying an important device. Realizing the setup is flawless, the speaker acknowledges that escape is impossible. A restrained young man listens tensely as a woman warns him before he enters. A mysterious woman warns that they will experience each other's most terrifying memories as part of the process to understand one another. A stern warning is given about the dangers of interfering with someone else's memories, and the protagonist listens and agrees to proceed with caution. A confident woman advises prioritizing self-preservation over worrying about others. A parchment message confirms the player has gained a heroic ranked aide who may assist in future adventures depending on favorability. A character is banished into a void, surrounded by swirling darkness. Someone grows frustrated about being excluded and decides to go to sleep. A glowing die falls through the darkness and lands in front of the masked figure. 3 masked figures discover a table covered in mysterious glowing rocks and react with astonishment. A powerful monster demands a response as the group prepares for a decisive confrontation. Seo firmly selects option number 2, signaling his resolve to move forward. The masked group decides to carry out judgment as they gather around the glowing table. The snowman is urged to roll the dice as the tense moment unfolds. A lone figure stands in silence, questioning his own identity. The tusked character silently ponders the nature of their own existence. An orc freezes in fear as massive, blood-stained claws lunge toward it. 2 monstrous creatures tear into a bloody carcass, feasting savagely. He watches the monsters devour the corpse and wonders if he is no different from them. A monstrous creature with glowing red eyes is revealed to feed on corpses to satisfy its hunger. The orc-like character clutches a severed, bloody arm and admits he feels the same hunger as the others. A monstrous figure hesitates before eating, aware that doing so will erase its hunger and trigger its transformation. A monstrous mouth gapes open, revealing sharp fangs as an uncontrollable wild instinct is unleashed. A panicked character recoils in shock after receiving a dire warning from the dark void. A menacing shadow entity intimidates the frightened orc, causing hesitation. A pair of golden eyes burn fiercely in the darkness as an overwhelming power is unleashed. A character silently vows not to disappoint the mysterious presence watching them. A monstrous figure recoils in disgust, refusing to eat the gruesome offering beside a bloodied, outstretched hand. A defiant figure resists primal urges while facing a group of menacing, red-eyed orcs in the rocky terrain. A menacing troll is confronted about its true identity in a distorted, glitched environment. The orc chief declares that someone will now become their brother. A tribal member pledges eternal brotherhood and unity to the red-haired figure, affirming they will rule the rock canine tribe together. The green-skinned character rejects the claim that strangers he has never met are his brothers. A powerful shaman imposes a glowing curse while the protagonist struggles desperately to resist. A feral creature staggers, clutching its head in torment as chaotic energy erupts around it, desperate for a response from the silent onlookers. A desperate orc is forcefully restrained as magical energy is channeled into his head while 2 others watch. 2 monstrous figures stand guard while a menacing presence with glowing yellow eyes emerges from the shadows behind them. Seo reels in shock as he hears that his true brothers are those he chooses, not those by blood. An orc recoils in fear as a menacing shadow closes in behind. An elf-like character recoils in alarm as a menacing shadow sweeps over the cracked ground. A wary goblin confronts an unseen observer, demanding to know their identity and intentions. Seo arrives at the primordial god shrine and witnesses a powerful ritual unfolding before him. A group of orc-like figures forcefully carries a bound figure on a platform toward the altar. The character recoils in terror, overwhelmed by sudden shock. An injured character lies on the ground and desperately calls out for his mother. An enraged orc bursts through the fray, interrupting an attack. An enraged figure rallies others to resist serving outsiders, condemning their disdain. A commanding presence issues a dire ultimatum as darkness engulfs the scene. A massive fiery entity pins Seo to the ground, forcing him to struggle under its crushing power. A monstrous figure unleashes an unstoppable surge of power. A powerful figure stomps the ground, sending rocks and debris flying in all directions. Unable to withstand the pressure, the character's knees give out. A monstrous figure sweats nervously, gripped by fear. Paralyzed by helplessness, the inability to speak or act takes over. The monster stares ahead, sweating anxiously as doubt fills its mind. Someone senses a familiar presence in the strange, swirling darkness. An orc-like enemy recoils as dark energy surges behind him in the flower field. Seo stands in a field of flowers, suddenly recognizing his mother's grave ahead. A shadowy, clawed hand reaches toward the bouquet of white flowers. A stunned figure stands silently before a grave adorned with white roses. A hostile figure aggressively confronts an unseen intruder in the field. A shadowy figure with a glowing eye stands silently before a grave adorned with white roses. A massive shadowy claw bursts out from the tall grass, signaling a new threat. The orc freezes in confusion, caught off guard by the unexpected command. A fierce blow sends the orc-like opponent reeling as icy energy cuts through the swirling debris. Startled by a sudden event, the protagonist looks up in shock. A massive dragon soars overhead as Seo stands frozen in awe. A massive dragon looms into view, its fierce gaze commanding attention. The character reflects in awe on the overwhelming power and unattainable status of Tancred. A furious figure slams a gloved fist into the ground, sending dirt flying. A character admits he is nothing more than a savage troll. A despairing figure collapses on the ground, overwhelmed by the realization that they cannot fly. Struggling with envy and doubt, the character questions whether he is doomed to remain powerless while others soar above him. A black, monstrous hand suddenly grabs Seo's wrist as he lies among the wildflowers. A frightened character is dragged through a field of flowers by a large, ominous shadow. The orc freezes in shock, overwhelmed by what it sees. A massive shadowy figure descends, casting an ominous presence over the scene. Standing on the cliff at sunrise, he surveys the vast valley and the creature soaring above. A character reflects on Tancred's legacy, noting that despite her power, she never truly possessed the world. A lone figure stands in a windswept field and makes an ominous proclamation. Seol stands in silence, his expression tense as he surveys the scene. The tusked figure smirks confidently, confirming the statement. A shadowy, monstrous figure emerges behind the tense protagonist, signaling imminent danger. A towering monster boldly proclaims its ambition as pieces of its body break away. The darkly cloaked young man rejects help and rises on his own, exuding confidence. He finally comes to terms with his true identity. A fierce figure steps forward through the flames and declares his intention to become king. A hidden observer predicts that Seol's streak of victories is about to end. A sword slams into the ground as an opponent mocks the snowman's mistake. Seol collapses to his knees, clutching his bleeding arm as his sword drops to the ground. A stern figure confronts the kneeling protagonist, revealing that his mistake has cost the swordsman his arm. Two masked figures mockingly urge the injured opponent to make a decision. Seol, wounded and furious, confronts his attacker and demands to know if they are responsible for his suffering. Anxious and apologizing in the rain, the character is abruptly shouted down by an unseen person. Seol confronts someone, furious and hurt by their choices. The magician collapses to his knees as his emotions fade and a powerful crisis engulfs him. Under intense pressure, the masked protagonist urgently selects number 2, aware this decision will determine her fate. A magician vanishes after losing an eye, leaving Seol shocked and unable to intervene. Someone desperately denies responsibility as tension rises. A masked figure challenges another's authority, questioning their decisions and threatening to test their control over a subordinate. Engulfed in flames and bleeding, the character collapses to their knees and blames someone else for the situation. Bloodied and furious, the protagonist screams defiantly, demanding answers from his unseen oppressor. Overcome with shock and anxiety, he grapples with an unprecedented and alarming situation. A child stands apart in the shadows, recalling a time when nothing else seemed necessary. Seol sits devastated at the table, realizing that losing the game and his friends has taken away everything that mattered to him. A masked figure taunts the protagonist, warning that another piece is being threatened. Under a harsh spotlight, the protagonist stands alone, forced to make a critical decision as the crisis intensifies. A menacing voice mocks Seol, reminding him that someone's life depends on his success. Masked figures urgently pressure someone off-panel to make a decision. Under intense pressure and pain, he is forced to make a critical decision. A terrified figure is forcefully pinned down and silenced by a gloved attacker as loud thudding echoes nearby. The masked man recoils in shock as he denies making any strange sounds, unsettled by the mysterious claim. Seol abruptly turns and braces himself as debris floats through the tense scene, sensing sudden danger. Seol kneels by the cracked ground, examining a mysterious glowing object with a tense expression. The ground erupts as a massive crater forms, sending deep cracks radiating across the shattered surface. He steadies himself, eyes narrowed and mask in place, ready for the challenge ahead. A mysterious presence emerges from the darkness, revealing glowing red eyes. A masked figure bursts through the wall, announcing their presence as dark energy fills the room. A monstrous figure demands that the snowman reveal itself, breaking the tense silence. The surface shatters from a sudden, forceful impact. A menacing voice calls out to Seol, breaking the tense silence. A masked man examines a crack on the wall, confused by the sudden disappearance of something he thought was there. The masked group quietly discusses another character's odd reaction, dismissing any unusual claims as tension rises. Under the constellation-lit sky, he listens anxiously to the question about continuing the game with his friends. A masked figure confesses a deep desire to play with friends forever while standing before a glowing holographic town. With resolve, he decides to take control and change the course of the game. Wounded and exhausted, Seol struggles to stay conscious after a desperate effort, while someone watches nearby. A furious character screams upward, demanding answers and challenging the unseen presence's control. Someone is struck by a sudden, alarming realization. Seol stands inside a glass case, questioning whether his desire for control drove him to keep playing the game. Seol desperately denies that he played the game solely for pleasure. A shocked figure observes someone emerging from a glowing dimensional crack. Panicked, the group rushes down the stairwell as one of them desperately tries to escape. Two masked men mockingly question if Snowman is really leaving as one raises his fist. Seol hesitantly takes the glowing die from the outstretched hand, knowing his fate depends on the next roll. A hand grips a glowing 20-sided die, preparing to determine whether escape is possible or if they are trapped forever. Seol anxiously studies the glowing die in his hand. A masked figure rolls a glowing dice, entrusting everything to its outcome. Someone reflects on having always lived by chance. A 20-sided die lands on a glowing red one, signaling a critical failure. Seol stands frozen and sweating as mocking laughter fills the air, overwhelming him with intimidation. Seol rolls a 1 and realizes he can't escape, accepting that the game will continue indefinitely. Tormented by the god's laughter and the deadly dice, the distressed figure is pressured to keep playing the game. A 20-sided die rolls across the ominous game board, determining the next move. Stunned, he watches as the glowing die suddenly changes its result. A masked man angrily confronts another participant for refusing to follow the rules after rolling a 1. A A character frantically denies any wrongdoing as his nose visibly grows, exposing his lie. A massive die crashes down, scattering debris across the scene. Dice fly across the room as the group reels in shock, chaos erupting from Snowman's sudden outburst. A panicked boy desperately denies responsibility as he is accused of defying the magical die. The 20-sided die lands on 20, signaling a critical success. Startled by an unexpected voice, Seal quickly turns as a 20-sided die floats in the glowing blue grid. A character firmly declares that their only approach is to persistently push forward. A monstrous shadowy creature with glowing red eyes suddenly appears, forcing the protagonist to recoil in shock near the shattered floor. A monstrous figure with blazing red eyes and flames emerges as he confronts his adversary, demanding a response. Seal recoils in shock, stunned by the sudden mention of Jamid. Startled by the harsh command, the anxious boy quickly turns his attention back to the game board. Surrounded by menacing masks, Seal is cornered and pressured as the masked figures mock and threaten him to obey their rules. Seal puts on the pointed snowman mask, his expression serious and resolute. Overwhelmed by his own thoughts, the character realizes he is distracted by unnecessary worries. A dark creature with glowing red eyes steps from the shadows and demands a response. Someone urges a confrontation against their adversaries. Seal raises a rectangular object to his face, bracing himself for the next step. Seal lowers his hand in frustration, expressing his disappointment with the situation. A group of masked individuals recoils in shock at an unexpected event off-panel. One of the masked group members anxiously questions whether Snowman will stay with them as a tense figure threatens their unity. The speaker admits that they no longer find this situation enjoyable. Seal faces the towering dark spirit and dismisses the threat, refusing to be intimidated. A secluded cabin stands beneath darkening trees as dusk settles over the forest. Chained securely to the wall, Seal angrily calls out to his captor. Two women discuss the master's continued unresponsiveness, growing increasingly uneasy. The armored elf warns that the device is deadly and urges the anxious companion to trust their master and wait. Tightly bound in heavy chains, the figure lowers his head in defeat against the harsh red backdrop. Chained and marked by darkness, Seal struggles in pain and exhaustion. As the chaos escalates, Seal's chained body convulses at the center, while the others react in alarm. One character realizes the other is being consumed by shadows, prompting urgent concern about what to do next. One character insists on waiting and trusting, while another objects to this approach as irresponsible. Seal approaches Mireille in the workshop and prepares to ask her a question. An armored elf anxiously asks if there is any way to intervene in their master's nightmare. A weary figure warns about uncertain side effects if more people enter and mentions there are no sedatives left. The red-haired elf demands to join as the silver-haired elf insists on acting alone and asks for instructions. One character insists on joining the dangerous mission despite objections, while another silently observes the argument. A cold-eyed woman issues a menacing threat as she prepares to act. A large coffin, tightly bound in chains, sits ominously on the wooden floor. Someone warns that intense pain is imminent. A woman instructs the chained captives to endure their ordeal, find their master in a pitch-black space, and escape. A chained, red-haired character desperately demands to be sent immediately to save their master, ignoring further explanations. An annoyed woman slams her hand against the wall in frustration. Two chained figures writhe in agony as crackling magical energy courses through them. The character catches his breath as the smoke clears and the lightning fades, signaling survival after a powerful attack. He stands alone in the smoky room, realizing he is the last one left. He reflects on how their journey has now been passed on to others. Hunters sweep through the dark forest, closing in on their target as the tension rises. A determined woman silently watches events unfold through the window, resolved to witness everything until the end. Seal strides into the tense council chamber, defying the group's authority as confusion erupts over Snowman's unexpected move. A character defiantly challenges their opponent, refusing to back down. A white-suited figure confronts a man in a shadowy room, declaring the importance of rules. A masked figure unleashes a surge of glowing energy, declaring punishment for those who break the rules. A sudden, glowing blast slams into the character's chest, knocking him backward in shock and pain. A surge of crackling energy strikes the character, forcing him to scream in agony. Seal doubles over in agony as a burning pain surges through his throat, echoing the torment of his past exile. The cause of the pitch-black mark around the neck is revealed. Kneeling amid crackling energy and shadowy hands, he defiantly rejects the oppressive rule. A glowing shackle is forcefully broken off the character's neck as the escape begins. A chaotic struggle erupts as one character forcefully tries to seize control of another's hand. Seal dodges a devastating strike as debris and energy explode around him. A masked man unleashes crackling energy from his hand as the surrounding masked figures brace themselves. Someone questions whether Snowman is the name used here. Pressed against the wall, he reluctantly reveals his real name. A towering creature confronts Seal and demands to know his wish as Seal struggles under its overwhelming presence. Seal, burning with obsession, declares his sole desire for revenge. A monstrous figure mocks the ambition of someone abandoned by the gods, laughing with cruel delight. Seal stands before the masked council and vows to pursue revenge by ascending in power. Determined to take action, the protagonist vows to confront and punish the adversaries. Seol, radiating energy and determination, announces his intent to become a god. Seol strains to overpower the horned beast in a fierce grapple. A towering orc seizes the protagonist's shoulder and boasts about his ambitions, but the protagonist rejects being used for someone else's gain. Surrounded by hostile figures and red energy, the masked man is confronted as he tries to escape. A violent antagonist blocks any escape and threatens to trap Seol forever. A monstrous creature lunges at the fallen warrior amid a blood-red backdrop. A panicked figure fights to break free from monstrous black tendrils as the environment erupts in chaos. Amidst the chaos, two figures dash forward as a frenzied crowd tries to block their escape. The group rushes down the grand hallway as one character quickly chooses the right path. Monstrous enemies surge into a hallway as the protagonist braces for an overwhelming battle. A masked figure condemns the monstrous creature's attempt to escape, threatening severe punishment. Realizing the pursuers are closing in, the protagonist glances back in fear while running. Panicked, Seol sprints away from a monstrous figure, desperate to find an escape. A monstrous creature with glowing red eyes and massive jaws lunges aggressively as someone challenges its very existence. Seol steels himself as tension mounts, preparing for the confrontation ahead. He struggles to resist the overwhelming force of his intrusive thoughts. A hand gathers crackling energy between its fingers, focusing intently. Seol leaps onto the spectral grim veil and charges forward in a desperate bid to escape. A powerful illusion appears as an orcish figure mounts a massive, fiery beast. Two massive energy blasts crash into each other in the hallway, sending shockwaves through the area. A surge of blue energy erupts from his hand as he tries to stop the escaping group. A radiant rainbow path emerges from the castle, signaling the start of the ascent. A determined fugitive flees the building on a glowing spectral horse as pursuers give chase, shouting that the rules have been broken. Masked figures unleash a surge of energy as they threaten punishment for defying the rules. A colossal energy sphere crashes down as a determined figure charges forward on a glowing beast, signaling the battle's end. Seol desperately braces himself as the monstrous enemy unleashes a powerful attack. A character realizes that their imagination can bring the rainbow path into existence within this world. Seol gazes at his frost-covered hand as he contemplates using a power he never imagined possible. A clenched fist erupts with energy as power is unleashed. The wounded orc-like creature struggles to stay on its feet, refusing to give in. A powerful illusion technique freezes the entire shattered, magic-filled space. A surge of mysterious energy bursts forth as a character unleashes an unknown power at the center of the chaos. A young man channels supernatural power through his staff as light and snow swirl around him. A wounded orc staggers and struggles to catch his breath after a brutal fight. A powerful freezing spell activates, locking everything in place as magical energy surges through the area. Seol stands before the glowing magical circle, radiating an overwhelming and mysterious power. A robed figure brandishes a glowing staff and asserts control over the unleashed magical power. A temporary glowing bridge appears, urging everyone to escape quickly. A determined figure stomps the ground, forcefully halting the confrontation. A surge of blue energy bursts forth as a determined figure unleashes their power. Seol, furious and sweating, confronts his opponent as blue energy swirls behind him. A tattooed figure recites legendary names with an ominous intensity. A masked figure strides confidently into the dark realm, invoking the power of the Grand Duke of Frost. He confirms that his memories are real, not imagined, standing resolute beneath the starry sky. A towering creature and a stern man confront Seol, challenging the validity of his achievements as Seol stands shaken and silent. A masked figure confronts someone, accusing them of only making safe choices and decisions for others. A wounded man slumps against the wall, reflecting on the burden of those who accepted responsibility. A bloodied man stands tall, enduring his injuries in silence. A cloaked figure kneels defiantly before a towering, menacing bird creature, challenging the fairness of their situation. Someone clenches their fist in frustration as a masked man stands in the distance. Seol glares forward and demands to know why someone is interfering with him. One figure remembers how only one among the gods chose to support him. Seol is hurled through the portal and into the world of eternity. A masked figure smirks beneath the stars, revealing their disappointment. Seol stands silently as he receives harsh criticism under the cloudy night sky. A masked man raises his fingers and threatens to prolong his opponent's suffering. Masked figures suddenly descend from above, launching a surprise ambush. Spectral figures ignite with colored flames as Seol confronts a massive, scarred ogre and an overwhelming surge of power. A masked figure reveals 10 failed pieces, blaming their downfall on someone's greed. He silently reflects on everything left unsaid. Amid a smoky, glowing tension, two figures prepare for a crucial confrontation. He clenches his jaw, bracing himself for what comes next. Seol stands frozen in the fog as a condemning voice demands that he atone for manipulating their fate. Surrounded by ominous shadows, the protagonist stands alone in the mist, enduring relentless accusations. A masked antagonist mocks the protagonist, relishing their distress. Seol admits he is sad despite being reunited with his pieces. A masked character whirls around in shock. Someone prepares to finally express feelings they've kept inside. Seol stands beneath the starry sky, filled with regret as he apologizes for not giving them better lives. The masked figure is confronted and accused of manipulating the others, who now stand dazed behind them. Someone calmly assures the other that everything is alright. A robed figure holding a glowing staff reassures the startled character. He stands beneath the starry sky, contentedly reflecting on a life well lived. He considers that, even with another chance, his life could never surpass the one he has lived. The masked character confronts the enemy with a furious outburst. Seol furiously lashes out at the shadowy figure, denouncing their lack of pride and backbone. A masked character steels himself to confront the monster as debris swirls and Seol watches anxiously. A furious combatant unleashes a crackling energy attack toward his opponent. A massive orc-like creature brings its weapon down towards Seol, who yells in alarm. The masked antagonist taunts the protagonist about being alone after abandoning their friends. Seol, surrounded by crackling energy, confronts his opponent with a desperate ultimatum. Seol stares in shock as two glowing energy blades, one orange and one blue, suddenly materialize before him. Seol recoils as mysterious flames and electric energy suddenly swirl near his chest. Seol and a red-haired companion surge forward, engulfed in fiery energy as they launch their attack. A red-haired figure confronts the illusion with fiery defiance, vowing not to let it deceive the king. The protagonist is hurled through the air by a devastating attack, his clothes burning as he struggles to recover. Seol's face begins to break apart as he struggles with the revelation of his identity as king. A mask shatters as someone warns that he is just being used. A red-haired figure scornfully challenges the authority of the kneeling armored character, pointing to his helplessness as proof of his unworthiness to be king. A red-haired elf confidently declares loyalty as a knight and predicts their companion will become king. A masked figure with a red eye issues a direct challenge. A large orc acknowledges the armored newcomer's efforts before turning to confront them with suspicion. Seol moves quickly toward the exit, guided through the shadows as the situation grows more dangerous. A haunting question echoes as a broken mask lies ominously on the dark surface. He declares that they are now enemies, ending their alliance. Someone hesitates, struggling to understand the unsettling truth as ominous masks loom in the darkness. Seol firmly announces his adulthood as masks swirl ominously behind him. Shattered masks fall apart in the dark void as the debris swirls. The protagonist turns away, leaving for good with unwavering resolve. He pushes forward through the relentless snowstorm, undeterred by the harsh conditions. Seol stands motionless as cracks form on his head and wind and light swirl violently around him. A chained figure struggles violently as dark energy erupts around them. Chains crash down as the struggling figure is slammed and pinned to the ground, unable to break free. He steels himself, ready to face the challenge ahead. Seol unleashes his hidden power, his eyes glowing gold as dark energy swirls around him. Moonlight filters through the dense trees as the dark forest is surveyed in silence. Wounded and exhausted, he collapses to the ground amidst burning wreckage, struggling to breathe after the battle. A menacing man taunts his weakened enemy while aiming a loaded crossbow in the burning forest. A severely wounded woman forces herself upright amid the smoky battlefield, defiantly mocking her opponent despite the pain. A menacing man interrogates someone, demanding to know the whereabouts of a missing child while threatening them. Under intense pressure, he defiantly refuses to reveal any information. A devastating explosion erupts, forcing the wounded woman to stagger back as the burly man shields her. A wounded character jolts alert, reacting to a suspicious noise as blood drips down their face and an arrow lies in the foreground. A menacing figure smirks as flames and smoke engulf the shadowy forest behind him. A massive blue energy beam crashes down from the sky, shattering the wooden rooftop and sending debris flying. Someone realizes the target's location and prepares to act. A character silently observes floating notifications promoting the novel. A sudden barrage of arrows crashes down, startling the injured woman as a large man stands before her. An injured character snaps to attention, alarmed by a suspicious noise nearby. A menacing man emerges from the smoky, burning forest, taunting his unseen opponent with a sinister laugh. A surge of blue energy bursts from the rooftop, sending debris flying into the night. Someone locates their target in the distance. A man angrily orders his wolf to attack as he wields a weapon with explosive force. An injured warrior deflects incoming arrows in the forest while vowing to defeat the witch and pursue the boy. A large wolf strikes, leaving him wounded and reeling. Seol collapses to the ground, bloodied and defenseless, as a savage beast savagely attacks him. A wounded figure glares up defiantly as a menacing threat promises relentless pursuit. A bearded man brandishes a dagger at Seol and vows to judge all shadow summoners. A bloodied opponent confronts Seol in the rain, accusing him of being affected by a shadow summoner, while Seol desperately tries to buy more time. A grim figure explains that the curse is linked to the eye and will only fade when every shadow summoner is eliminated. An enraged man shouts at someone to stay out of his business. A wounded girl faces a deadly threat as a man with a knife prepares to attack while a menacing wolf approaches. The monstrous wolf bares its fangs and prepares to lunge. A powerful surge of purple energy explodes through the building, sending debris flying in all directions. A bearded man recoils in alarm as a snarling, wolf-like beast lunges at him. A man witnesses dark energy swirling ominously around a ruined cabin in the forest. A bearded man reacts anxiously to an unexpected threat. A shadowy figure explodes with dark energy, demanding to know what was done. A notification appears, announcing that shadow summon abilities are now blocked within the influence zone. A shadowy figure unleashes a surge of crackling, dark energy. A digital message announces that the wall of awakening has been broken through. A new and exceptional skill, Night Crow, is awakened. Seol unleashes a surge of dark energy as a monstrous shadow forms behind him. A glowing notice announces the unlocking of multiple unique achievements and titles. Bloodied and exhausted, the protagonist finally overcomes the ordeal and breathes a sigh of relief. A wounded character in the forest announces that their plan has succeeded. A shadowy figure radiating purple energy confronts the wounded, kneeling girl with arrows in her body. Seol, radiating dark energy and determination, demands that someone take down the maniac first. The scarred man braces himself, preparing to face the imminent confrontation. A surge of shadow energy engulfs the figure as they are confronted about being corrupted. A gloved hand shatters the sealed container, releasing a terrible force. A shadowy figure threatens to kill someone with a glowing crossbow, claiming it will free them from a terrible fate. Dark energy swirls around him as he questions whether his transformation is truly terrible. A bearded man charges his glowing weapon and confronts the dark energy ahead. Seol swiftly evades an attack in the forest while clutching his crossbow. A bearded man gripping a rifle jerks an alarm as debris suddenly whirls around him. Realizing the overwhelming power before him, the man recoils an alarm, suspecting it matches that of the witch. A lone figure unleashes a surge of unnatural purple energy in the forest, confirming suspicions about his abnormal abilities. Seol senses danger approaching from the right and readies himself for action. Seol steps forward and confidently offers to handle the ferocious, energy-charged beast. A challenge is issued, raising the stakes for what comes next. A blast of energy slams into the massive wolf-like creature, sending it reeling. A shadowy figure hurls a devastating surge of purple energy at the monstrous enemy. A massive explosion rips through the night forest, sending debris flying in all directions. A masked figure unleashes a surge of dark energy, attacking with overwhelming force. Two flaming weapons hurtle downward through the air at high speed. A shadowy, clawed hand bursts forth as a powerful attack is unleashed. A powerful shadow hand bursts forth as the protagonist decides to rely on this ability more often. An ominous force is sensed within the dark, dense forest. A bearded man glares through the bushes and demands to know who or what is there. The protagonist undergoes a fusion with the shaman, gaining new abilities and a class change to fighter. Seol, seething with power and rage, vows to annihilate every shadow summoner. A resolute man announces his plan to free the shadows before the menacing wolf-like creature in the dark forest. Power surges around him as he accepts the other's resolve and unleashes his strength. Seol threatens retaliation, driven by fury over what happened to Mireille. A menacing adversary atop a snarling wolf threatens the shadow summoner, warning of the fate that befell others before. Seol unleashes a surge of dark energy and defiantly refuses to be hunted. A fierce man slams a red button, vowing revenge. A shadowy figure watches as their opponent suddenly vanishes into a cloud of mist. Sensing a faint presence, the character remains alert for a concealed attack in the shadowy forest. Shrouded in oppressive darkness, he feels his stats drop and realizes he cannot summon allies due to the enemy's ability. Realizing his stats have dropped, the protagonist assesses the drawbacks of remaining in shadow form. A colossal beast reveals its strength by slamming its clawed paw to the ground. A massive, empowered beast lunges at Seol, forcing him to brace for a devastating attack. A monstrous figure erupts with a surge of dark energy, flooding the scene with ominous power. Seol charges through swirling debris as he collides with the monstrous beast in a violent clash. Unfazed by the penalty, the character confidently concludes that their strength remains overwhelming. Several bear traps snap shut in the forest, signaling a sudden danger. A powerful explosion erupts in the forest, scattering debris everywhere. A clawed gauntlet slams into the ground, unleashing a surge of force. A dark figure crackling with purple energy stands triumphant amid shattered weapons, declaring victory over his opponent. Surrounded by a surge of dark energy, Seol turns sharply and unleashes his power in defiance. A monstrous figure launches a sudden and furious counterattack against the glowing opponent. An elixir is activated, drastically boosting the user's stats and critical strike damage against opponents with the shadow attribute. Seol is slammed into the ground by a shadowy opponent crackling with purple energy. Surrounded by crackling purple energy, Seol confronts his opponent and challenges the effectiveness of their potion. A determined figure vows to use any means necessary to judge the monstrous opponent before him. The protagonist resolves to take matters into his own hands. The protagonist notices a large sign announcing the availability of new novel chapters. A massive explosion rips through the forest beneath the full moon. A shadowy figure unleashes a powerful attack, striking down the bearded man as energy crackles through the chaos. A fierce energy blast erupts from Seol, hurling debris toward his opponent. A ferocious man with glowing red eyes swings his whip in a violent attack. A violent explosion hurls Seol backward as he struggles against the dark energy. Dark energy engulfs Seol as he transforms into a menacing, monstrous form. Seol unleashes a powerful, glowing blow against the monstrous wolf. A magical parchment reveals the effects of the hunting dog's struggle for survival skill. Seol drives a glowing blow into the charging monster, halting its attack. Seol braces himself as a sudden surge of blinding energy erupts before him. Seol is slammed by a giant, glowing clawed fist, crashing through debris as energy erupts around him. A glowing projectile hurtles toward him, far more dangerous than the arrows from before. A furious, dark-bearded man brandishes a large weapon and threatens to kill his opponent if they don't act quickly. A powerful figure confronts his opponent, exuding fiery energy and unwavering defiance. The figure activates Volcano Stance, surrounding himself with flames and dramatically boosting his firepower. A massive wolf-like monster charges forward, clashing violently with a figure surrounded by fiery energy and red lightning. Engulfed in red energy, a determined fighter charges at the massive beast as it snarls in response. A massive black beast is knocked to the ground by a devastating fiery energy blast from above. A catastrophic explosion rips through the forest, scattering debris in all directions. A masked figure, blazing with fury, hurtles downward in a fiery assault. A massive explosion rips through the night, scattering fire and debris in all directions. A bearded figure urgently shouts and points toward the blazing light. A monstrous figure surges forward, engulfed in flames and radiating furious power. The wounded beast endures the attack and remains defiantly upright amid the devastation. A monstrous dog stands beside a towering orc-like figure as someone recognizes the dog's extraordinary power. A monstrous wolf bursts from the shadows, snarling fiercely. A monstrous figure with glowing red eyes confronts the hunter in a tense standoff. Someone explodes in anger and yells loudly, breaking the tense atmosphere. Seol, consumed by rage, unleashes a devastating surge of dark and fiery energy against his enemies. One character confronts another about reviving a dead hunting dog for selfish reasons, sparking a furious retaliation. An enraged, scarred man charges forward and attacks with his weapon, blaming the other for his family's death and his lost eye. Seol stands defiantly against a massive shadow beast as darkness and sparks swirl around them. The monster unleashes a furious threat, its glowing eye locked on its target. A shadowy figure is struck in midair by a sword-wielding attacker while a monstrous beast lunges from the side. Seol endures a critical moment, sitting quietly as swirling energy surrounds him in the darkness. Seol recoils in horror, overcome by a surge of unbearable anguish. Dark energy erupts around Seol as he struggles to control the violent force overtaking him. Seol confronts his opponent, demanding to know if they truly believe shadow summoning was a mistake. The monstrous figure recoils in shock. Seol strikes the monstrous opponent with a devastating burst of fiery energy. A monstrous, flaming figure savagely slams another character into the ground. A massive explosion engulfs the scene, scattering flames and debris in all directions. The gigantic stone beast is engulfed in flames as it collapses. A dark shadow beast emerges as sorcery used to enslave shadows is condemned. A shadowy wolf towers over a vulnerable figure crouched on the ground. Someone forcefully rejects what has just been proposed. A monstrous figure emerges from the flames as someone admits their true reason for resurrection was simply to see him again. A haunted man reveals that longing is the origin of shadow summoning. The protagonist firmly admits that he has long understood this sorcery is not a form of cursed magic. A menacing figure confronts someone, demanding to know why they continued hunting summoners despite understanding the consequences. Someone confirms that the person they were talking about is no longer present. Seol checks on Mirai, who tries to reassure him despite her obvious injuries. A gravely wounded woman slumps against a rock, admitting she feels close to death. He mourns in the quiet forest, wishing he could have seen the departed for just a moment longer. With a defiant smirk, the scarred character declares their actions justified and victory proven. Seol closes his eyes, struggling to regain his composure after a difficult ordeal. Broken shackles rest on cracked ground as a character considers two possible paths and the power each offers. A wounded figure kneels in the forest, contemplating the uncertain path toward coexistence with shadows. Seol stands alone in the forest, hesitating as he faces a crucial decision. He stands frozen, processing the tense situation in uneasy silence. Despite her injuries, the woman smiles faintly, enduring the pain with quiet resolve. After overcoming a difficult challenge, one character expresses gratitude to their companion for enduring to the end. Standing alone in the bleak forest, she declares her final achievement and the end of her quest. An injured character urges another to go forward and show the world their legacy. A weapon is set down in the grass as a sign of peaceful intent. A death notification appears, confirming that Shadow Summoner Mirai will not return in future adventures. A wounded follower kneels and addresses the calm leader as a spectral armored figure looms nearby in the misty forest. Seol insists they bury their fallen comrades in the quiet forest. He reluctantly gives permission for the task to proceed. Seol stands solemnly, calling out to Mirai as a shadowy figure looms behind him. Someone admits that the other person was right. Under the moonlight, a character surveys the arrow-strewn battlefield, questioning whether meeting someone earlier could have changed the outcome. Sitting alone in the forest, the character reflects on the consequences of choosing to go to Yagnaton. A battered woman delivers a cryptic warning about the unpredictability of fate. A young man pauses in the forest, reflecting on how his decisions saved many lives in Yagnaton. Seol sits alone in the forest, reflecting on the weight of a decision made by his mentor. One of the figures informs Seol that they have quickly buried the defeated villain in the forest clearing. A red-haired elf hands over a folded paper they found on someone. Seol examines the mysterious letter, noting its unknown special ability and the message written on it. A bearded man examines the tattered letter, suspecting it might be the one Malachus possessed. Seol inspects a mysterious letter in the forest, surprised that its previous owner carried it. The group stands tensely in the forest, speculating if the letter contains instructions from the hunters. A hand uncovers a worn letter written by Malachus, revealing that he is blind and asking for the reader's understanding. The orc-like warrior solemnly vows to keep the letter safe at all times, watched by the concerned red-haired elf. Seol stands in the forest, accepting that he may have given something away under duress or that he might already be dead. A letter hints at an important revelation for the reader. A character stumbles upon a blood-soaked wall, a toppled candlestick, and a family portrait, reacting in horror to the violent aftermath. A desperate boy rushes to his mortally wounded parents, calling out in panic. Seol collapses to the floor, screaming in anguish as he clutches his parents' lifeless bodies. 3 ominous figures receive an order to spare the child inside the mansion. A devastated young man demands to know why the cloaked figures killed his parents after they insist on leaving. A hooded figure reacts defensively, clearly irritated by a provocation. A hooded figure unleashes a dark power to bring 2 people back. Seol reels in shock as he hears that his parents can now live forever. A masked figure shrouded in dark energy stands beside Seol, whose glowing violet eyes reveal he is succumbing to a sinister influence. Seol charges forward in a fit of rage, attacking the hooded figure. Overcome by rage and grief, Seol lunges at the robed figure, demanding the return of his parents as another person holds him back. A hooded figure suddenly exposes a tattooed rose mark on their arm, shocking everyone present. A dark hand grabs Seol as he recoils in shock at the sight of a black rose. 2 men in dark cloaks pin someone violently to the ground as he struggles in frustration. A gloved figure orders the removal of the fallen character's eyes after discovering he has seen something forbidden. A sword slices through the man's head, sending blood spraying as he screams in agony. A menacing figure stands over a blood-stained floor, taunting the defeated foe. Seol collapses bloodied on the ornate floor as his opponent mocks his worthlessness. A hooded figure reveals his identity as a shadow summoner and challenges the other person to seek revenge. Bloodied and furious, he swears vengeance against everyone. The cloaked figure refuses to reveal their identity and leaves the 2 men behind in the grand room. Seol, bloodied and desperate, kneels weakly on the ornate carpet after a brutal ordeal in the dimly lit hallway. Blinded and alone, the figure strains to remember every detail of the departure, committing the memory of the androgynous voice to mind. Seol locks his gaze on the hand marked with the black rose tattoo, his face bloodied and tense. Seol faces 3 intimidating figures in dark clothing, sensing the strong smell of chemicals from them. Determined to find the monster, the protagonist commits to remembering every potential clue. Examining the letter, the protagonist realizes it contains traces of someone's scent and understands the hidden message behind it. One character pleads desperately for someone to rescue their parents from a dangerous captor. A gloved hand reads a somber letter from Malachus, expressing hope that the shadow summoner is not the recipient and pleading for someone to help his parents. A hidden adventure quest notification appears, revealing new objectives if certain conditions are met. Kneeling in the forest with a letter, Seol solemnly explains that revenge ultimately led to the man's downfall. A red-haired elf in the forest demands to know what action will be taken next. Seol reels from the shocking revelation that Malachus killed Mirali as he struggles with what to do next. He wonders what she would have done with the letter. A character reacts with amusement to the mention of a wish, clearly mocking the idea. A woman dismisses a request as unimportant, showing little concern. Seol states that he might interact with someone if he meets them along the way. 3 characters face off outdoors as one kneels, ready to act without hesitation. A treasure chest bursts open, granting new items, coins, and skill points as the victor claims the villain's rewards. The protagonist examines the newly acquired belt of laughing and crying, noting its stats and special ability. The abilities of the Gus ring are revealed, highlighting its power to boost movement speed after accumulating wind. A flustered elf argues with a large armored figure about whether a ring can fit over the armor. A rare crown with impressive abilities is introduced, clearly intended for a knight. 2 armored elves settle an item dispute peacefully while Seol watches in silence. A digital interface appears, awarding rare achievement titles and special abilities. He reflects on the overwhelming power of legendary titles and the challenge of mastering unique abilities without guidance. Surrounded by blazing red and black flames, he resolves to use his unique power to ensure Night Crow fulfills its potential. After finishing the perilous adventure, Seol notices generous rewards appear before him. With determination in his eyes, the protagonist steps into the glowing forest to begin a new adventure. Seol considers a backup plan as he stands resolute with the glowing emblem on his chest. After reviewing clues about abandoned ruins and escaped monsters, he decides to take on a difficult solo adventure. After completing the Enlightenment adventure, the next and 16th adventure begins. A powerful suppressing force triggers a sudden quest change, catching everyone off guard. A sudden new adventure begins as the protagonist is thrust into chaos, reacting with shock and determination. A blinding explosion of light erupts, catching everyone off guard. 3 adventurers move cautiously into the dense, misty forest. 3 startled figures quickly turn in the woods as they react to an unexpected disturbance. An imposing figure suddenly steps out from behind, startling the group and drawing all attention. Clutching the glowing pendant, Seol stands frozen in shock as he tries to make sense of the mysterious situation. Someone realizes they've been pulled into yet another unexpected adventure. Surveying the dense forest, the character carefully assesses the terrain, recognizing its similarity to the site of the Enlightenment adventure. He pauses in the forest, hesitating as he weighs his next move. Seol nervously introduces himself with a spear in hand, unsure if the group he meets is friendly. A heated argument breaks out in the forest as one character angrily confronts another over reckless words, while a third silently observes. A nervous middle-aged man tries to calm the tense young man, urging him to speak quietly. 3 uneasy figures stand together in the forest, assessing the odd combination of their group. Multiple fallen party members are revealed impaled on giant spikes, confirming the massacre. Seol stands alert in the forest, gripping an ornate cross and questioning if others were present. The group stands in tense silence, each visibly unsettled by the situation. Seol realizes that the adventurers before him are the spirits of those who died in the party. Under the night sky, the protagonist requests a detailed explanation of the adventure. Someone suggests introducing themselves as the group remains hidden near the riverbank. Standing among the trees, the protagonist hesitantly suggests using nicknames for introductions. 2 young adults sit together in the quiet forest and reveal their real names to each other. Seol introduces himself to the group while sitting in the forest. A weary older man hesitantly introduces himself to the younger man in the forest. One character encourages the other to speak more casually, prompting a hesitant question about what happened. One character hesitantly deflects the explanation to another, as they stand tensely in the forest clearing. 5 adventurers assembled in Novira to begin the Great Forest reconnaissance after the city was attacked. A map illustrates that only weaker monsters occupy the outskirts of the Great Forest, while stronger threats are concentrated near its center. 5 combatants faced a situation they thought would be resolved without difficulty, but things did not go as expected. 3 adventurers discovered the brutally crushed bodies of their missing companions in the forest. Shaken by the gruesome sight, he anxiously buries the bodies in the forest. Seol stands in the forest, frustrated as he speculates that monsters from the center may be to blame for their misfortune. A character speculates that only a monster could instantly defeat adventurers with such overwhelming power, doubting that any transferee has reached that level yet. The 2 men pause their report and decide they must urgently warn Novira about the situation. The group agrees to unite their efforts and seek out Gang Seol to strengthen their plan. A sudden mission begins: escort stranded adventurers through the dangerous Great Forest to Novira within 7 days. Overwhelmed by a series of unexpected events, the protagonist quickly resolves to escort the group safely through the unfamiliar territory. Seol stands in the forest and asks how they should proceed. The group discusses their classes as one member reveals they are a summoner. 3 characters sit in tense silence in a forest clearing, each carefully watching the others. The group sits in defeat while one member remains composed, having just proven the true strength of summoners. A worried member explains that losing their vanguards and tank has put the group in a difficult situation. A weary woman recalls how the group could only flee from enemies and briefly hope for rescue, but doubts linger about finding an easy solution. After being eliminated and mocked, the protagonist reflects on the common prejudice against summoners. A nervous man pleads for understanding as he explains their desperate need for a frontline specialist after losing their vanguards. The 2 sit in the forest clearing and agree to concentrate on their objective without distractions. Seol, looking exhausted, questions the other person's current objective. A worried woman urgently informs her companion that they are in the middle of the Great Forest. After their guide died, the group became lost and unknowingly wandered deep into the center of the area. Sitting exhausted in the dense forest, the group realizes they've ended up in deeper trouble than anyone expected. A woman angrily kicks a startled young man in the chest, warning him not to interrupt her. Seol, frustrated and exasperated, argues with his companion about the minor age difference as they discuss being close to the center. The 2 characters quickly discuss their plan to reach Novira within a few days, prioritizing their escape from potential danger in the forest. He evaluates the situation, concluding that Novira can manage the threat since it is only a single monster. Seol gathers his companions in the forest and instructs them to plan their route back. Footsteps approach through the quiet night as stars glimmer above. The group pushes onward through the thick forest, growing more exhausted with each step. 2 exhausted travelers push themselves through the dense forest, struggling to keep moving. Seol leads the way as he and another man struggle up the steep, forested path, both pushing through exhaustion. The group moves slowly and carefully through the dense forest, prioritizing safety over speed as they make their way out. Unable to identify what monster was responsible, the group is left with no choice but to accept their losses as Seol moves cautiously through the dense foliage. He wonders aloud about the dangerous secret hidden at the center. Three tense figures discuss the alarming escape of a monster from an area always teeming with threats. At the forest's edge, they discuss the uncertain dangers that might be waiting deeper inside. A horned character with red hair slyly asks if it is stronger than Adirak. Seol stops in the forest, tense as he spots something unexpected ahead. Seol pauses in the forest as someone calls out to him from nearby. The weary travelers pause on the rocky forest path, deciding to rest before continuing their long journey to Novira. As they resume their trek through the dense forest, one traveler voices hope for their good fortune while the other quickly warns against tempting fate. A sudden surge of red energy strikes, forcing Seol and three others to their knees in pain. A figure shouts a warning and quickly drops to the ground, urging everyone to take cover from sudden danger. Seol surveys the fallen foes in the tense forest clearing. Seol reacts with quiet irritation, struggling to contain his frustration. A monstrous force erupts from the ground, shaking the forest with a massive explosion. Startled by a sudden, nearby noise, the two characters scramble to escape. A hidden trap is triggered, and a heavy branch slams into the character's leg. A panicked bystander rushes toward the collapsed man and the locked chest, shouting for help. A young man forces himself to stand despite the pain in his injured foot as urgency mounts. One character urgently reaches out to help another get up in the forest clearing. A female character suddenly turns in shock, startled by an unexpected event. A massive monster appears in the forest, startling a young woman. A monstrous face stirs awake, radiating menace. A terrified character stumbles backward as a forest ogre suddenly appears. A monstrous creature raises its giant club, preparing to deliver a devastating blow. A lone figure braces against a violent onslaught of fire and debris. A red-haired figure rushes through the explosion, brandishing a flaming sword. A determined fighter unleashes a devastating fiery attack against the massive stone monster. Two young men recoil in alarm as something rushes toward them from off-panel. A surge of dark energy crackles around a raised, glowing hand as a defiant challenge is issued about its strength. Seol stands firm in the forest, holding up a cross-shaped medallion and rejecting the accusation. A system message announces that the storyline has changed from overflowing hell to breaking free. A sudden mission is issued: escort stranded adventurers through the great forest, while a massive ogre hunts them, with only 6 days remaining. A red-haired character brandishes a flaming weapon while confronting a massive monster. A fierce character strikes forcefully with a flaming sword, surprised that the target remains undamaged. A monstrous creature is struck hard, roaring furiously as debris scatters through the air. A blazing sword slices through the giant monster, delivering a fatal blow. A red-haired attacker lunges forward, slashing at the beast as explosive energy erupts around them. Seol stands firm as a massive monster attacks, illuminated by slashing energy. Seol recoils in shock, overwhelmed by sudden anxiety. For a moment, she wondered if everything around her was just a dream. A fierce battle erupts as a flaming weapon clashes against a massive ogre, known for its difficulty among transferees. A lone warrior charges at a massive monster, facing a threat meant for an entire group. A red-haired adventurer defeats a stone creature in a burst of flames. A system message announces the defeat of Turiax and the receipt of additional rewards. A massive stone monster bursts into the clearing, roaring as a terrified girl recoils in shock. Seol steps forward and unleashes swirling dark energy as the girl recoils in fear behind him. Seol charges at the dark-robed enemy with his glowing blade as the enemy prepares a spell. Two young men dash frantically through the forest, fleeing in terror. Seol raises his sword just in time to block a sudden strike from a mysterious, glowing blade. Seol slashes the ground with a powerful, glowing sword attack that tears through the terrain. A monstrous creature is hurled backward as a powerful energy attack strikes it. A notification announces the defeat of Gorium and the acquisition of additional rewards as a shocked girl stands in the forest clearing. A young woman recoils in horror as she refuses to accept the terrible truth before her. Seol is spotted standing alone in the dark forest clearing. Alert in the forest, he senses an imminent threat approaching. A towering, armored ogre steps out of the forest as Seol prepares to confront the rare and dangerous creature. A monstrous creature roars furiously as Toria's stats surge with each confirmed death. Seol realizes the situation is growing more dangerous as additional enemies appear. A massive stone creature unleashes a sweeping attack, expanding its range and scattering debris. Seol rushes toward the collapsing cliff as debris crashes down. A fierce red-haired elf warrior urgently calls out to her master while raising a flaming sword on the battlefield. As the storm intensifies, someone pauses to consider whether to intervene. A gloved fist armed with golden claws slams into the opponent's chest, forcing them back. A massive stone fist hurtles forward, but Seol counters with a glowing punch, stopping the attack in its tracks. The monstrous opponent reveals surprising agility despite its imposing size. Seol battles to control his monstrous form as dark energy erupts around him. A critical transformation occurs as new stats are assimilated and the class shifts to fighter. The storyline abruptly transforms from breaking free to trio as announced on the ancient scroll. A monstrous creature lunges forward in a violent attack. The figure silently slips into the mist, erasing all traces of movement and sound. A power-infused figure warns an ally to stay alert after the enemy vanishes suddenly. A figure channels overwhelming energy into their fist, fracturing the ground as they prepare for a risky move. Toria activates Wind Hole, unleashing a powerful attack but becomes exhausted, temporarily reducing her damage. A character narrowly dodges a lethal attack while leaping through the forest, reminding himself to be cautious without the ability to fly. A giant stone hand slams into Seol, sending a surge of red energy crackling through the air. Seol quickly dodges as the massive golem swings its arm at him. A sinister presence reminds Seol of the time his body was possessed, leaving him visibly shocked. Seol pushes forward with fierce determination, ready to overpower the hunter. The imposing figure detects a clumsy attack and swiftly erases all traces of it. The confident fighter taunts the armored monster, suggesting his moves are now unforgettable. Dark energy crackles as Seol's eyes glow red, signaling the awakening of his latent power. The monstrous figure is slammed violently by a massive fist, sending shockwaves through the darkness. Seol unleashes his dark power, preparing to confront the monstrous shadow behind him. A towering beast issues a taunt, daring its opponent to jump in and prove their courage. A dark, clawed foot slams into the ground, shattering earth and grass with its impact. Seol surges forward, unleashing a violent wave of dark energy. Fiery energy erupts as a new stance is activated, causing all attacks to ignite and explode on impact. Surrounded by swirling red energy, Seol drives his fist forward in a furious, devastating attack. He staggers back, overwhelmed by the sudden loss of all his mana. A monstrous creature erupts in rage, blaming someone for the chaos. A masked figure is struck by a powerful, fiery attack and reels from the impact. A devastating energy beam tears through the forest, signaling the release of overwhelming power. Seol delivers a devastating fiery punch, triggering a massive explosion of energy and debris. A surge of fiery energy erupts as a powerful attack is unleashed. A monstrous mouth assures its listener with unsettling confidence. The protagonist stands over the defeated monster as system notifications announce new rewards and the completion of the sudden adventure. A surge of energy erupts as a powerful new skill, Night Crow, Iron Fist Dominion, is unlocked. Someone flees desperately through the dense forest, gasping for breath. Weakened by severe mana deficiency, the protagonist staggers through the forest, struggling to recover. A gloved hand tightens as its owner prepares to unleash a powerful, high-risk skill capable of defeating a large monster in one blow. Seol stands in the forest, determined to master his new Iron Fist Dominion ability. Seol is startled when someone suddenly calls out to him in the forest clearing. Seol warns the group that it's easy to get lost in the great forest if they lose sight of each other. Two frustrated companions argue as they struggle to find their way through the forest. Reunited in the forest, Seol confirms that everyone is safe after the ordeal. A woman stands in the forest and anxiously starts a conversation, eager to ask a question. He reacts nervously, his face flushing as he hears someone call out to him. A foreboding voice challenges someone with a cryptic question in the mist. Seol braces himself as he prepares to make a crucial choice. Seol freezes in shock, sweat forming as he senses sudden danger. Seol faces a stunned group as his incredible accomplishments are exposed. Seol realizes with shock that the news has already spread to everyone in the region. Seol reassures the anxious group that he has no intention of harming them, while internally questioning his own reputation. A notice appears, announcing that adventure rewards are being settled. He approaches a group of glowing treasure chests, pausing in front of one that is chained and bound. One of the young men suggests they check the glowing loot between them as tension lingers in the forest. The group exchanges light-hearted banter in the forest clearing as one urges another to stop joking and check the loot. Someone internally recoils in embarrassment, while struggling to understand another person's difficult behavior. A treasure chest bursts open, showering the protagonist with new skill points, rare items, and coins. Seol examines the 3 materials he received, realizing none are valuable to him, and notes he even got a duplicate ogre's fang. The protagonist examines the quest rewards and focuses on a pair of magical gloves, analyzing their attributes and potential uses. The protagonist examines and puts on a pair of rare, wisdom-imbued gloves in the forest. Someone off-panel urges the protagonist to perform an anticipated task as he stands in the forest, momentarily surprised. A cheerful girl proposes a trade while Seol looks on, confused by her unusual phrasing. Valuable items are revealed as the group discusses what they obtained and considers trading. Rare materials and loot appear before Seol as he stands overwhelmed by the group's excited reactions. Another request for a personalized autograph leaves him feeling completely drained. The scene shifts to reveal the sprawling ruins of Novira, where scattered figures move quietly among the crumbling stone gates and a battered arena. A hand points at the glowing adventurer ranking board as the top rankings are revealed. Seol and his companions stare at the leaderboard in shock as they realize the massive gap in point totals. A glowing medallion displays new achievements and a high score, leaving the protagonist surprised and focused. A system notification grants a special title and unique ability, prompting the character to reflect on previously earned achievements. A rare piece of gear is discovered to grant a powerful ability that boosts all allies' stats within a wide radius. Standing within the glowing magic circle, the protagonist prepares to test the mysterious power. A powerful ability activates as a system notice appears on the mystical parchment. A sudden system notification applies a mysterious passive ability to several users, leaving the characters confused. As glowing blue energy swirls around them, the group realizes the skill's immense potential, especially if it can control summons. The group discusses where they will stay, with one member surprised by the suggestion that they all share lodging. A girl firmly refuses the offer, announcing her plans to leave Novira soon, leaving Seol visibly shocked. As Seol gets ready to leave, the others stop him and insist on treating him to a meal in gratitude. Seol reluctantly agrees to the persistent request for a meal. A system message announces the start of a rest phase and the recovery of Novira. Adventurers must rest and recover in the ruined city of Novira to regain strength for their next mission. The tavern fills with people as the lively crowd continues to grow. Seol sits at a crowded inn, troubled by how much the place has changed since he left. Seol informs the group that he plans to travel south, possibly to Audenin. Two characters discuss the identity and possible fame of someone named Park Changshik. Seol calmly explains that all of his contacts have mentioned the person in question, highlighting the extent of his network. Two characters discuss how difficult it is to get news from other bases through the association's community. A girl enthusiastically explains that the app allows users to send direct messages to friends within the same country, making it easy to share news. The group debates the value of networking while sharing a meal. One person clears their throat and tries to move the conversation forward while the group sits in awkward silence. A nervous girl gathers her courage and asks if they can become friends. The argument intensifies as one character angrily rebukes the other after a violent confrontation. Seol firmly agrees to the proposal, signaling his determination to move forward. Virtual friend notifications appear as the protagonist realizes he benefits from these new alliances. Seol considers how he might benefit by staying in contact to gather useful information. Across the table, the two negotiate an agreement to keep one person's identity hidden to avoid complications. One character walks hesitantly across the wooden floor as another confronts him with pointed words. Seol listens cautiously as he confronts the group across the table. Seol spots his target and fixes him with a piercing stare. A black-haired person with an eye patch steps forward and calls out Yumiare, startling the onlookers. Seol turns to the group at the table, startled by the unexpected arrival. Seol asks for a private discussion, his expression turning serious. Someone questions whether there is anything left to discuss. One character reveals that a new issue has arisen, and it involves both of them. Seol is stunned as he learns that Hammon has left. A person with an eye patch explains that someone left unexpectedly and suggests hearing more from Kibo. As he realizes that everything traces back to Kibo, Seol grows tense while processing the message left behind. Determined to get answers, the protagonist follows his companion through the busy city street to meet Kibo. A secluded stone building is revealed as the lone wolf's hideout. A confident man greets the newcomer and comments on their swift journey from Gilead to Novira. Seol advises the others to rest and not push themselves too hard. One man informs the other that he called him here to discuss something urgent about Hammon. A man reveals a letter he received before the other person left. Seol stares at the sealed letter in his hands, struggling to understand why it was left for him. A gloved figure reads a letter and is caught off guard by its unexpected message. He reads the document and reacts with resignation to the disappointing news. A character reflects on Seol's selfless actions in Yagnaton, acknowledging that no amount of gratitude can truly repay him. Seol is stunned as a threat escalates beyond words. A message reveals the reason for leaving Novira, marking a decisive turning point. A character is recognized as an extraordinary new transfer student. Seol stands alone in the stone room, tense as he reads a letter that reveals surprising recognition of his abilities. The narrator acknowledges that someone has spent more time in Pandaia than they have. The narration emphasizes that Snowman is different from the other transferees. A mysterious voice questions the protagonist's apparent familiarity with the world. Amidst a battlefield strewn with soldiers and imposing figures, the protagonist stands resolute as a voice acknowledges his power to change the world. An ancient scroll unrolls as a foreboding revelation about the world's limit is declared. A dragon towers above a chaotic battlefield as the eras of myth, dragons, and iron are revealed. A glowing scroll heralds the beginning of the Age of Faith beside a radiant cathedral. A bloodied knife and scattered gold coins signal an imminent betrayal. Over many ages, evil has overwhelmed the continent of Pandaia. Seol, burdened by loss, leaves everything behind and walks away under the night sky with only Ergo's sword. Seol steps into the alley, drawing the attention of the figure who turns away. A man melts down the sword left by Ergo, taking a risky chance with his actions. Seol firmly decides to use the mystical object, risking everything to glimpse his own future. The narration reveals that the origin was neither driven by noble conviction nor a higher purpose. Seol admits his actions were driven by cowardice and selfishness as he stands solemnly amid the flames. He sits in silence, lost in thought as the light softly illuminates his face. Most gambles end in loss and regret. This time, while riding by the window, he notices his luck has unexpectedly held. With renewed determination, he resolves to rejoin the world. Sitting in silence, he contemplates the final obstacle shaped by years of hardship. Seol reads a farewell letter and realizes the reason for the departure. A young man reveals that the letter announces someone's departure. A man comments on Hammond's sudden departure and suggests there's still time to catch up with him. A parchment notification signals that the adventure's requirements have been successfully met, unlocking further progression. Presented with urgent options on a weathered parchment, the protagonist must quickly decide how to respond to their allies' sudden departure. Seol stands quietly as the system denies his quest, deciding to move on for now. A man laughs and warns that as Seol rises higher, their paths will inevitably cross. Someone realizes that Hammond has gone away to train. It is revealed that Hammond's aide holds the rank of hero, bears the title descendant of Ergo, and has forged 2 legendary blades. Seol confidently compares his rapid progress to that of typical adventurers, highlighting his exceptional growth. A surge of power erupts as the character clenches his fist, preparing to face the challenge alone. While standing at sunset, the protagonist reflects on how others have grown through their journeys and anticipates a similar path for Hammond. The protagonist stands calmly, expresses hope for the outcome, and prepares to leave. Seol firmly announces that he is leaving Novira immediately, surprising the other figure in the room. 2 cloaked figures exchange mocking words at the entrance as one steps outside. One figure stops the other in the alleyway, asking for a moment before they part ways. Someone unexpectedly suggests becoming friends, leaving Seol visibly surprised. Seol reluctantly agrees to add the other person as a friend while trying to hide his discomfort. A new alliance is formed as one character adds the other as a friend, prompting a determined promise to repay a debt. One character firmly refuses the other's request in the corridor. Surrounded by a crowd, the protagonist silently recalls the sacrifices of innocent allies and acknowledges the debt owed to them. The protagonist steps forward and firmly announces his decision to take charge. Seol announces he will stay in Novira and asks about plans to keep in touch. A determined figure with an eye patch declares their plan to conquer the Great Forest with a new hunting party. 2 characters separate on a sunlit street as one offers a final farewell and encouragement. Someone silently vows to offer their unwavering support as sunlight streams over the empty medieval street. A covered wagon enters the town of Auden as the sun sets. The travel luck die lands on 12, granting a streak of good fortune and smooth adventures near Auden. Someone celebrates an unexpectedly high roll of 12 on a d20, reflecting on how rare and joyful the moment is. After a tiring journey, Seol and his companion pause to rest as a magical die floats between them. The 2 characters discuss finding a place to stay, with one asking if they plan to remain in town this time. 2 cloaked figures walk down the street while one questions why the search for Hamlin has stopped. A figure hides behind a wall, anxiously eavesdropping as the nearby conversation hints at someone determined to force their way through. The young woman quickly turns to confront someone approaching. Someone races down the alley, desperate to escape. A gloved hand draws an ornate, jewel-encrusted sword with determination. A red-haired figure aggressively exposes a spy, startling him with a threatening, glowing hand. A red-haired woman threatens another with her sword as Seol coldly denies any connection to the frightened target. 3 anxious figures discover a mysterious obelisk in the narrow alley, realizing the situation involves more people than they thought. Seol walks cautiously with the group through the grand hallway, alert to his surroundings as they enter an important location. 2 anxious men hurry down the lamplit street, rushing to meet someone. Seol steels himself for action as the horned figure observes him. A cloaked figure approaches and apologizes to Seol for any rudeness, asking if he has been waiting long. Seol nervously faces the armored group and prepares to reveal something crucial. A man nervously introduces himself to the group. A mysterious figure approaches and confronts Seol in the dim corridor, asking if he is private. Seol confronts someone directly, demanding to know if he is recognized. A man anxiously admits he has been waiting for the other person's return since their brief visit to Auden. A nervous armored man invites the group to continue their discussion at a reserved lodging, while Seol watches in silence. 2 figures arrive at the castle, where one is surprised by the prepared lodging and suddenly sneezes. A red-haired character enters the spacious room and admires its impressive size. One character requests help while assuring the others that the situation will not be troublesome. A young man learns that an important item was discovered just before his arrival in Auden. A serious man clenches his fist and prepares to reveal a secret to the cautious listener. A hand lifts a glowing, rune-engraved orb wreathed in blue flames. Startled, he reacts to something unexpected just ahead. A young man confirms the discovery of a labyrinth and reveals the labyrinth token, prompting a tense reaction. Seol stands tense in the ornate room, confirming that he is already aware of the secret as he grips the glowing orb. A gloved hand reveals the glowing qualification token, which grants access to the labyrinth of penance for up to 5 people. Seol steels himself as he prepares to face the labyrinth of penance. Someone reveals that they have previously entered the labyrinth. A stone labyrinth emerges from the mist, revealing its entrance. Labyrinths across Pandaia are far deadlier than ordinary ruins, trapping intruders with their perilous, murderous intent. The labyrinth is revealed to possess its own will, hinting at an unpredictable danger ahead. The ominous labyrinth of penance is introduced as a dangerous place that has already been entered twice. The true nature of the labyrinth is revealed as the labyrinth of penance. One man realizes the other has prior experience with the secret location and reacts with wary respect. He counts the remaining tokens, realizing only one is left after using 2 to enter. He describes entering the labyrinth himself, and notes that it is unlike any he has seen before. A map shows that exactly 5 people must enter together to gain access. The group learns that the labyrinth is so dark inside that they can barely see ahead. After passing through the dark corridor, 5 plain doors appear, but one stands out as unusual. A lone figure steps through the labyrinth door and is immediately swallowed by complete darkness. He realizes the real significance lies with the strange door that remained locked until the very end. After 4 entered separate doors, the last door opened and the 5th member went through. The party escapes the corridor, but the member who entered the final door does not survive. He explains that he only witnessed the labyrinth during his first visit and questions whether someone else accompanied the second time. He hesitates over a difficult challenge, but the guild disagrees with his cautious decision. 5 powerful guilds judge the protagonist's initial failure as a personal shortcoming rather than a collective one. They discuss how, after re-entering the labyrinth, they uncovered a new discovery. A challenger struggles to resist the labyrinth's rising mental corruption, now visibly tracked as a numerical value. As corruption nears its peak, the group realizes no one knows what happens next, since the last person to reach this point died before finding out. Seol explains that the guild members survived long enough for them to obtain vital information. The challenger's actions upon entering the final door triggered an event that released someone from a different trial. A tense moment unfolds as the determined challenger contemplates the fate of the party before stepping toward the final door. Seol acknowledges the importance of the information and asks for the terms of the exchange. A tense silence follows as the speaker acknowledges the risks, their fists clenched with apprehension. A figure bows deeply in the ornate hall, solemnly requesting that Seol be the final challenger in the labyrinth conquest. Seol admits his uncertainty about being the final challenger, as he reveals his renewed intention to enter the labyrinth. A red-haired elf confides their deeper fears while preparing to depart despite the risks. Seol, sweating and resolute, commits to risking his life alongside his ally rather than surrendering to the labyrinth. Seol agrees to the request, maintaining his composure in the ornate room. Clutching the glowing emblem, the exhausted protagonist postpones the conversation to recover. A nervous young man acknowledges the order and prepares to leave the room. One character requests to be addressed as Snowman instead of Private before departing. A worried companion warns Seol that entering will not be easy. The horned elf confidently asserts readiness for the upcoming challenge, implying a hidden plan. Seol steels himself to face the labyrinth of penance, drawing confidence from his past experience. Someone learns that a member of their group failed and disappeared during a mission. A powerful figure known as the Blood Saint is introduced as a formidable contender who once attempted ascension. Seol stands before the ominous red energy, reflecting on whether he now surpasses the Blood Saint's strength when that rival conquered the labyrinth of penance. Seol grips the glowing pendant and steels himself to overcome the labyrinth at any cost. A confident elf woman recalls how someone once warned everyone not to enter a certain place. Seol learns that the labyrinth was once known as a tomb because no one who entered ever returned. Seol walks through the ornate hallway, pondering who created the labyrinth and why it exists. The story transitions to the following morning as sunlight bathes the quiet town. Someone apologizes for arriving early. One man informs the other that the guild union wants to reconsider the selection of challengers, creating tension between them. Seol confronts the man about opposition to his involvement, causing the man to panic and deny it. He admits that his previous failure has caused others to lose trust in him. Only one labyrinth token remains as the group prepares to choose the most capable person to enter, knowing the union is desperate for this raid to succeed. Seol points out that, besides the current faction, 4 other guilds are also sending challengers. 2 men discuss the arrival of a new final challenger, and the need for a verification process outside a castle-like building. The group arrives at the Tower of Faith, a formidable stone structure bustling with activity at its entrance. Seol enters the room with a cloaked woman following closely behind. Someone urgently questions if another person's true identity has just been revealed. 3 figures stride down the hallway as onlookers whisper doubts about the newcomer's reputation. A group enters the grand hall and receives a formal welcome from the armored figure representing the Audinan Guild Union. A knight in ornate armor introduces themselves during a tense meeting with 2 others. A stern-looking man explains that the gathering is to ensure fairness in selecting who may enter the labyrinth. The group questions the newcomer's identity and demands a nickname, leading to a tense argument. An armored warrior angrily demands to know why Seol doesn't even know the name of the person their lives depend on, escalating the confrontation. Seol stands anxiously before the group as everyone waits for the verification. He declares his intent to enter the labyrinth, revealing his determination as he holds the ornate pendant. One armored character confronts another in the crowded room, calling out to Boziak as tensions rise. A hooded figure challenges Seol and his ally to intervene before a watching audience in the grand hall. A hooded man wearing a star-shaped pin steps forward, revealing himself as the mysterious transferee. 2 armored figures stand tensely as one reminds the other about their secret deal. Intensely focused, he analyzes the enemy's black combat uniform and tear-shaped tattoo. A hooded figure questions the unexpected arrival of the Black Pilgrim and doubts the necessity of the situation. The Black Pilgrims, known for their black combat uniforms and formidable strength, are introduced as envoys of the holy nation of Barinoa. A figure stands over bloody bodies, revealing that the so-called pilgrims are actually ruthless enforcers known as the maggots. A hooded man steps forward and boldly reveals himself as a black pilgrim, asserting his status before the others. One figure clarifies that their presence in the labyrinth is strictly personal and not connected to any organization. Seol studies the people behind him, questioning their motives and the need for their actions. The hooded man demands control over the labyrinth, insisting it would be better if authority is surrendered willingly. Seol challenges his red-haired opponent to settle their conflict with a duel. A cloaked woman enters confidently to take Seol's place, while a hooded figure reacts with disbelief. 3 cloaked figures argue in a grand hall as one calmly responds to accusations about having more points. He steels himself, determination burning in his eyes as tension fills the air. 2 armored figures prepare to duel in the guild hall, despite concerns about causing serious damage to the building. Seol calmly prepares to face the approaching enemies, assuring his ally that he will handle the situation without damaging the building. Channeling newfound strength, the hooded man prepares to defy orders and destroy his target. A magical parchment reveals that 2 powerful abilities are being activated in preparation for the upcoming battle. A cloaked figure swings a massive hammer in a fierce attack at the white-robed opponent. The cloaked figure unleashes a devastating blow, forcing the armored opponent onto the defensive. The ground splits open beneath the group, sending debris flying as they scramble to avoid the danger. He urgently warns everyone to stay back and braces himself as debris hurtles through the air. A powerful female warrior demolishes a barricade, leaving the onlookers astonished. Seol reacts anxiously to an unexpected incident, trying to understand what just happened. A red-haired fighter launches a powerful punch, taking control of the battle. A white-cloaked attacker lands a brutal kick, overwhelming Seol despite his attempt to defend with his weapon. A battered man aggressively challenges the hooded figure to draw their sword, surprised by their resilience. The furious man threatens his opponent, gripping his sword and warning of violence. Seol charges forward and swings his large weapon with full force at the masked opponent. Seol narrowly evades a sudden, destructive attack and reacts with frustration. A man is struck by a weapon, gritting his teeth in pain as sparks fly. A furious attacker brings down a massive golden weapon towards Seol and another surprised character. Dark energy surges around Seol as he begins to unleash his ominous power. Seol smashes through the massive obstacle with his monstrous, shadow-infused arm, sending debris flying. The masked figure blocks the attack, leaving the opponent stunned and fearful. A cloaked figure is violently knocked backward by a powerful attack amid flying debris. A dark-haired figure threatens Seol, forcing him to consider a deadly choice. Seol, bloodied but unwavering, summons his strength for a decisive confrontation. A man lies on the ground, frozen in fear as a blade is pressed to his chest. The group admits defeat and decides to abandon the labyrinth. A confident armored man proposes the nervous, blushing character as a better candidate for the task. An armored figure acknowledges the situation and demands to know who the final challenger will be, laughing at the suggestion that it might be the woman present. A red-haired, horned character mocks someone's statement with a playful smirk. A red-haired woman unleashes her dark power and reveals her true identity, leaving Seol stunned. Seol reveals his shadow summoned to the stunned group and declares he will enter the final door. Seol freezes in shock, sweat beading on his anxious face. The armored young man accepts the instructions to engrave his name on the token with the other challengers. Uncertainty hangs over the group as they question whether the plan has truly succeeded. A determined young man expresses his trust in his subordinate and prepares to move forward under their guidance. A glowing token is engraved with a name, signifying its acceptance as the qualification token, penance. He faces the glowing emblem on his chest, ready to confront the decisive moment ahead. A perilous chain adventure called the Labyrinth of Penance is scheduled, leaving no option to choose the next quest. The group realizes that clearing the labyrinth will take longer than expected. Seol prepares to confront the giant serpent, aware that survival could take up to 3 months unless he is killed immediately. An armored figure climbs the labyrinth's stone stairs beneath a looming red clock, enduring an expedition far longer than typical adventures. Confronted by the ominous image of a hooded, barbed wire-bound statue, the protagonist admits his fear of entering the Labyrinth of Penance. Seol strides toward the dark, vine-guarded entrance, refusing to let fear stop him. He grips the glowing pendant, refusing to abandon his allies despite the risks. The armored leader rallies the group to make another attempt at claiming the valuable reward. A determined girl warns the armored man that they cannot afford to fail this mission as tension rises between them. The red-haired woman reminds her companion of the alliance's terms and urges him to ensure their mission succeeds. Gripping his sword, he listens anxiously to the warning that everyone must return alive, realizing the depth of concern for their safety. Seol signals that it is time to begin, prompting mixed reactions from the group. The group gathers by the ancient ruins as one member urges everyone to endure, making it clear that their return depends on Seol. A glowing portal opens at the end of a grand staircase as the group prepares to embark on a dangerous mission. A new quest called the Labyrinth of Penance is announced, marking the start of the 17th adventure. The deadly Labyrinth of Penance selects its final challenger, demanding proof of worth as the ominous trial begins. The group advances cautiously through the dark corridor, ready for whatever danger lies ahead. The two men pause in the stone corridor, carefully surveying the unchanged surroundings. The group gathers in front of the large red double door, preparing to enter. One man grimly introduces himself as Pain, while the two stand tensely in the dim corridor. The two characters discuss which paths they will take as they prepare to move forward. A gloved hand pushes open the heavy door as darkness and mist pour out. As the massive gate opens, the two figures prepare to part ways. A resolute man entrusts a heavy responsibility to someone else as he opens the imposing doors. A scroll declares that 4 doors now have challengers. Seol surveys the towering stone pillars with determined focus. The final door of penance opens, signaling a pivotal moment in the story. Seol steps toward the massive, menacing doorway as red eyes from the statue above watch him. The door of penance opens as a new challenger enters, signaling the start of a daunting trial. Seol steps through the massive doors and enters the debris-strewn stone corridor. Seol stands firm, clutching the glowing cross medallion as he considers where to begin. Confronted by the ominous door of ignorance, the protagonist faces several mysterious options to escape the void. The protagonist pauses to weigh the familiar options of the Light of Isthia and the Bell of Aether, reflecting on their unchanged presence. Confronted by a mysterious interface offering several options, the protagonist carefully considers which action to take next. Amid swirling darkness, he decisively identifies the target. A monstrous figure completes a powerful transformation, assimilating new abilities and changing class. Empowered by swirling dark energy, the transformed figure prepares to combine wisdom and meet the sagacity requirement. A surge of perception heightens the intensity, as he forces himself to keep thinking under mounting pressure. He pushes forward through the empty void, determined to find a way out despite the complete darkness. Determined to escape the door of ignorance, the protagonist realizes he must understand his location as he prepares to confront the Blood Saint. Someone recalls the grim discovery that was made inside the belly of a whale. As darkness swirls, a monstrous figure begins to regain feeling in its body, signaling the return of its senses. A character is overwhelmed by the intense scent of blood filling the darkness. Seol surveys the blood-soaked room, examining the hanging carcasses and ominous lab equipment. Seol stands silently, struggling to contain his anxiety as his eye glows red. A monstrous claw bursts forth as the speaker forcefully rejects the transformation. A towering, monstrous figure strides relentlessly over a field of skeletons and corpses under a blood-red sky. Seol stands atop a mound of corpses beneath a blood-red sky, radiating overwhelming power. Overwhelmed by a wave of corrupting energy, the character endures intense mental anguish within the labyrinth of penance. A character recoils in horror upon discovering a gruesome pile of corpses sacrificed by the labyrinth. Amid a field of bones and darkness, the lone figure strides resolutely toward a glowing blue door radiating ominous energy. A monstrous figure with glowing red markings emerges from the portal, announcing that he can finally hear. A disembodied voice warns that the same fate awaits others. The masked figure surveys the blood-soaked battlefield in silence. The figure turns away from the light and walks out, leaving the room behind. A tense moment builds as someone approaches the closed blue door. A status notification appears, announcing that ignorance has been overcome and mental corruption has decreased within the labyrinth of penance. 2 days later, 3 figures arrive at a devastated, dust-filled ruin. A character trudges through endless fog, growing frustrated as a mental corruption meter rises to 24 out of 100. He checks his mental corruption level and confirms it's still safe. A curious woman with horns asks her master why he has suddenly gone quiet. The orc comments on the quiet figure's withdrawn behavior, expressing curiosity about his thoughts. The group, exhausted after 2 days without proper food, discusses the urgent need to escape the harsh ruins. Seol vents his frustration, visibly annoyed and exhausted. The protagonist realizes that the trials are out of order and recalls completing the ordeal of ignorance 2 days ago. A dense fog envelopes the rocky landscape as the ordeal of doubt begins, clouding the challenger's mind with uncertainty. Seol hesitates in the rocky terrain, anxiously checking his map to confirm if he is on the right path. Kneeling on the cracked ground, the protagonist clutches his head in despair and questions why he has returned. Collapsing to his knees, he clutches his chest in hopeless despair over being abandoned. Clutching his sword tightly, he looks upward and questions his own identity. The ordeal of doubt forces the challenger to question everything. He steels himself and pushes forward, refusing to be paralyzed by doubt. 3 glowing blue doors appear between the cliffs, radiating an ominous energy. The group discovers 3 glowing doors where they expected only one. In a tense hallway, the 2 characters stop before a pair of identical doors, uncertain which one is real. 2 characters argue over which glowing door to choose, each insisting on a different option. Seol confidently demonstrates his superior energy reading ability by radiating golden energy from the glowing object on his chest while someone questions his choice. A parchment presents 5 critical options as the trial's final decision looms. Seol stands in silence, his tension visible as he holds back his words. A red-haired elf confronts the fur-clad figure, accusing him of lying during their tense standoff. A white-haired character is struck hard by a massive orange fist, reeling from the force of the attack. An armored, elf-eared character resists a painful surprise attack, refusing to be deceived. A fierce, tusked warrior is blasted backward by a glowing punch but defiantly mocks their attacker. Seol exposes the evil spirit's trick and confidently leads the group toward the true target, the large red crystal. Seol confidently reveals that some information was missed, holding the glowing pendant close. A grim figure warns that the evil spirits in the labyrinth of penance invade challengers' memories and attack their minds. Seol confronts the orc and reveals that they failed to access all of his memories. A monstrous figure unleashes dark power, grinning as energy crackles around them. Seol confronts the spectral figure, demanding answers about his fragmented memories and insisting on a solution. He stands in silence, clutching the glowing medallion as he admits he struggled to truly imitate others despite his efforts. He warns his companions not to interfere in the labyrinth unless he asks, as unplanned help could make things worse. Seol calmly confronts the spectral creature, warning that finding the answer alone will take several days. Seol turns his back on the lunging monster and heads toward the glowing doors, ignoring its outburst. A monstrous, dark figure slams a fiery punch into its opponent, unleashing overwhelming force. A shadowy figure wreathed in black smoke moves menacingly toward the glowing portal. A dire warning is delivered about inevitable failure and being consumed by the labyrinth. A menacing figure warns of inevitable despair and suggests surrendering to death as a preferable option. A menacing figure senses an ominous barrier and realizes that none of the expected answers are correct. Sudden teal flames erupt from the cracked ground, catching everyone off guard. The eye patch of perception reveals hidden truths, surging with new power as the armored figure confronts the glowing door. Amid swirling smoke and embers, the masked figure confidently asserts his keen vision. A shadowy figure stands before the glowing labyrinth door, sensing the true challenge has yet to begin. Seol stands firm before the glowing energy pillar, declaring that he has not yet begun to fight. A radiant doorway bursts open as doubt is swiftly conquered within the labyrinth. Surrounded by ominous red energy, he anxiously watches the corruption meter rise and realizes he must act quickly. Seol's face contorts as he unleashes a violent, monstrous transformation. A corruption warning appears as the mental corruption meter rises. At the dungeon gate, the armored man opens the door while Seol prepares to part ways. A young man with a sword on his back stands in the doorway, entrusting everything to someone else before leaving. He steps into the shadowy doorway, hand ready on his sword as he prepares to confront what's ahead. Sensing imminent danger, Seol stands tense and alert in the darkness, gripping the sword on his back. After that, Park Changshik endured relentless torment. He stands alone in the darkness, struggling to steady himself and strategize a way to overcome his limited senses. He struggles to figure out how to endure until the final obstacle is overcome. He pauses in the darkness, gripping his sword and hesitating before making his next move. Suddenly, the character is plunged into silence, unable to hear even their own voice. The challenger is overwhelmed as the door of ignorance engulfs their senses. A lone figure advances through the darkness, holding a glowing orb while seeking a way to overcome ignorance. A shadowy figure steps determinedly toward the glowing portal as darkness swirls and skulls litter the blood-red floor. A dramatic narration emphasizes the necessity of mental strength to endure constant fear caused by ignorance. Seol sprints forward, gasping for breath as a sinister red meter hovers above, tracking his every move. Struggling to endure the relentless torment, he anxiously wonders how much longer he can hold on. A desperate figure fights to maintain control as mental corruption intensifies. Seol is slammed violently to the ground, writhing in pain. Struggling to catch his breath, Seol stands hunched over and exhausted in the darkness. Overwhelmed by lingering, unfamiliar sensations, he is gripped by fear. Four figures approach a massive, sealed door as one of them struggles to recall how he arrived or what he has been doing. He dropped to his knees in the darkness, clutching his head as corruption overwhelmed his mind. Overwhelmed by panic, he crouches in the darkness and desperately begs to be let out. The last challenger clears a crucial trial, causing ignorance to disappear from the labyrinth of penance. Seol crouches and shields himself, bracing for a sudden threat. Blinded by the sudden return of light, he crouches on the ground and clutches his face in pain. A young man jolts awake, clutching his head in panic and confusion as he questions whether he survived. Disoriented and anxious, he awakens in a twisted, unfamiliar place with writhing walls and an unbearable stench. Pinned beneath the suffocating mass, he suddenly realizes the imminent threat closing in on him. A monstrous tongue bursts forth, sending a wave of shock through the scene. Seol sprints through the narrow, rocky passage as water crashes down, desperately trying to escape. A glowing blue door suddenly appears as water rushes around it. Seol charges toward the door without hesitation, driven by desperation. Seol is hurled through a shattered door as debris scatters across the scene. Seol is violently hurled through a door and crashes onto the floor amid flying debris. A parchment message declares the completion of a crucial trial, granting the right to challenge the truth and ending hunger and thirst. Breathing heavily and stunned, the survivor staggers through the wreckage, realizing he is still alive. A mysterious system message appears, announcing that the last challenger has overcome ignorance, and that ignorance has vanished from the labyrinth of penance. He barely stabilizes himself after his mental corruption nearly reaches a dangerous level. Haunted by uncertainty, the protagonist questions whether he truly overcame his past as he faces the daunting labyrinth of penance. Struggling and frustrated, the protagonist worries about the safety of the others. The protagonist finds himself alone before a towering stone structure, facing a group of armored figures above. A character steps into the room and freezes upon spotting several bronze statues holding glowing weapons and a lantern. Tense and sweating, the protagonist hesitates as an unknown force compels him to stare at the statues. Someone's mind has been completely corrupted. He recoils in shock, visibly alarmed by an unexpected revelation. A monstrous green creature bursts through the door, startling the shocked onlooker. A surge of blinding green energy erupts from Seol as he reacts in shock among the towering statues. A ghostly figure recoils as a lantern's powerful light drives it back. A menacing spirit materializes from the mist, gripping a scythe and lantern. A figure under a hood reveals glowing red eyes, unleashing a surge of hidden power. A man freezes in terror as he suddenly understands the true nature of the labyrinth. The labyrinth trapped its victims with no escape, concealing its true nature. A massive explosion rips through the deserted hall, scattering debris among the stone pillars. A sudden burst of fire engulfs a line of armored soldiers, overwhelming them. A system message appears, announcing the failure and warning of impending mental corruption. A red-haired warrior battles tirelessly against endlessly multiplying armored enemies, struggling to hold the line. Two opponents clash fiercely, unleashing bursts of magical and dark energy as the fight escalates. After enduring the trials of ignorance and doubt, the next challenge, the trial of pain, begins with a warning of mental corruption. Clad in armor, he channels all his strength into smashing the statues with his glowing sword as part of the simplest trial. An armored opponent strikes the red-haired elf with a flaming sword, causing a cry of pain. Seol releases a surge of dark energy, destroying the armored enemies in a fierce attack. Seol unleashes a furious wave of dark energy, warning that their struggle has only just begun. The red-haired fighter clashes desperately with the armored enemy, demanding to know when the relentless battle will end. A character struggles to withstand a devastating explosion among shattered stone pillars, desperate to know if the ordeal will only end when he collapses from exhaustion. Seol stands amid the rubble, catching his breath after defeating the last of his enemies. Exhausted and desperate, the protagonist clutches the glowing medallion tightly. A system notification appears, confirming that the requirement for pain has been met. Exhausted but relieved, the protagonist endures the ordeal and the pain disappears, leaving only lingering mental strain. Seol collapses face down in the sand, overcome by exhaustion. He pauses to collect himself, silently assessing the situation. The protagonist regains consciousness and finds himself alone in a vast, empty desert. Seol braces himself as the trial of perseverance, known for its lengthy challenge, begins. The protagonist explains that he's scheduled at least a month to clear the labyrinth because the trial of perseverance takes a significant amount of time. He stands atop the battlefield's aftermath, admitting that shortening the ordeal is difficult. He considers how his strategy has focused on saving time as he stands before three glowing doors in the stone passage. Seol fights against armored enemies, struggling to resist the mental corruption that threatens to overwhelm him during the trial. Disturbed by the memory, the character recalls the warning about someone's mind being corrupted after passing the trial of doubt. A corrupted status notification reveals that someone involved in the trial has been completely overtaken. A character opens a pouch and discovers that all of the food inside has spoiled. Seol discovers that all the food and water supplies have spoiled, confirming his doubts about their chances of survival in the labyrinth. Drawing confidence from a previous challenge, the protagonist steels himself to face what lies ahead. The protagonist recalls surviving a similar ordeal before. 3 days pass, and the scene shifts to a barren desert under a somber sky. He stands alone in the empty desert, exhausted and frustrated after failing to find anything. Desperate and exhausted, the protagonist reflects on how he used to find water or food every other day, but now has nothing at all. The protagonist stands in the harsh desert, frustrated as he tries to make sense of the ever-changing environment. An uneasy figure questions whether the mysterious voice is real or coming from the shadow dimension. He realizes the voice he hears is completely unfamiliar to him. A gruff man confronts the lost boy, demanding to know how he arrived. Seol cautiously offers a dragon fruit to the figure he discovers, hoping to help if they're starving. Startled and fearful, the character demands to know the identity of the unseen presence. A rugged man pauses with a colorful fruit in hand after being asked for his name. He stands battered and contemplative, struggling to remember and declare his own name. A crucial name is introduced, signaling a pivotal moment in the story. Shocked and anxious, Seol realizes the name mentioned is the one he used in the outside world. Startled, the protagonist freezes upon unexpectedly recognizing someone. 2 pivotal figures are revealed as participants in the labyrinth of penance: the blood saint and a ragged ascetic chosen from the back streets. An imposing, elderly man steps into the glowing arena as the first respected challenger of the labyrinth. Fragments of the lost piece drift through darkness as the memory resurfaces. A burly man offers food and checks if the other person is alright. A shocking realization dawns as it becomes clear that something presumed lost has actually survived.